When light and darkness unite, a new god is born.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Uchiha was reincarnation of both Ashura and Indra movie. Before we start, please go support Oz A 137,788 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Ashura and Indra have fought for their ideals for generations, reincarnated countless times, and battled repeatedly. But what would happen if they set aside their differences and reincarnated as a single individual? Naruto, later a god, possesses the Sharigan, EMS, Rinnegan, magic, and Mokuton. Clarifications. 1. Madara is not evil, he was betrayed by the council who wanted to take advantage of Hashirama to gain more power, and Madara was a threat to them. 2. She did not die in the Valley of the End, she escaped when Mito sealed the Kyuubi in her, and Madara obtained Hashirama's cells. 3. Madara married a woman from the Uzumaki clan named Uzumaki Kiyomi, with whom he had a daughter named Hitomi Uchiha Uzumaki. 4. Madara took her to Konoha with the Uchiha clan as a child to protect her from their enemies, since Kiyomi died during childbirth. 5. The Uchiha and Senju clans are divided into two branches. The elite and the commoners. The Senju clan has a Kekkei Genkai of yin-yang manipulation. The elite can awaken it completely, while the branch family can only awaken it partially. Only Hashirama and Tobirama have fully awakened it, from which they derive their abilities of Mokuton and creating water from nothing. The elite Uchiha has a more powerful Sharingan and can also awaken the EMS, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, either by seeing someone die or from the effort without going blind, while the branch does not. No commoner Uchiha Senju hybrid can attain the Rinnegan. No Uchiha other than Madara's family are elite. 6. In this universe, in addition to the elemental continent, there are 3 other continents. Earth, land, including the other 2, are civilian countries that are dedicated to trade and things of that kind and request missions from the hidden villages of Fiori, where the mages and some ninja reside. 7. The Magic Council of Fiori will not be evil, they will be good and will be allies of Naruto. I will make the Konoha Council, with the exception of the 3rd Hokage, the 4th Hokage, and the clan heads, corrupt sons of bitches. In this way, there will be a balance in the story. 8. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, besides being a ninja, was also the father of magicians. He could use both, and Naruto will be able to as well. Physical energy spiritual energy equals chakra. Natural energy spiritual energy equals magic. 9. Minato is the son of Tsunade, and Dan here will be Senju Minato Haha. 10. In this fic I will criticize Minato a lot, but he won't be bad, just a man who made a mistake. Kushina will be betrothed to Minato by the council to ensure the clan's loyalty after the Uzumaki massacre. Minato had a brief relationship with Hitomi in secret, but upon learning of her engagement to Kushina, he leaves her without informing her that she is pregnant. 11. It is public knowledge that Hitomi is Madara's daughter, and Naruto will be 2 months younger than in the canon. Those are the points to clarify. They're a bit long, but that way you won't get confused. If anyone can give me a recommendation, I'd appreciate it. Prologue. The village of Konoha was bathed in moonlight. Shinobi wearing white masks patrolled the village from the shadows, while its residents went about their shopping or gathered with friends. Just outside the village lay the district belonging to the Uchiha clan, one of the strongest clans, rivaled only by the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The Uchiha were known for their Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, which, among other things, allowed them to predict enemy attacks and copy their opponents' techniques. The Uchiha clan was one of the founding clans of Konoha, along with the Senju clan. Their leaders, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, the future first Hokage, formed an alliance and established Konoha no Sado, one of the first hidden villages and currently the strongest. However, the Uchiha suffered from a curse upon awakening their bloodline. The curse of hatred. This ideal dictated that when an Uchiha experienced love and lost it, it would transform into a profound hatred. Very few Uchiha could resist this curse, and it was this ideal that drove Madara Uchiha to become Konoha's first and most dangerous rogue ninja. It was in the Valley of the End that Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju clashed in a duel to the death, resulting in the destruction of the surrounding area, Madara's escape, and a very tense relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. It wasn't until Tobirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage, created the military police force, giving the Uchiha clan control of it to improve relations with the village. Many years have passed since then, and Konoha has survived and triumphed in the 3rd Great Ninja War. Everyone is celebrating, unaware of the dark times to come and the birth of a legend that will surpass its predecessors, a legend whose survival is not guaranteed. Chapter 1. Konoha. Uchiha District, Hitomi's home. Life was never easy for Hitomi Uchiha. As the daughter of the fearsome Madara Uchiha, Konoha's greatest traitor, and Uzumaki Kiyomi, the youngest daughter of the Uzukage of Uzushiogakure no Sado, Hitomi had a good childhood with her parents. Despite her father's reputation, she knew better than anyone that he was a good person. But as nothing in life is perfect, when Hitomi was only 8 years old, Kiyomi began to suffer from a heart condition. Despite her resilience and longevity, which made the Uzumaki clan feared, Kiyomi passed away 2 years later, leaving a great void in the family. Madara, fearing for Hitomi's safety, sent her to Konoha shortly after, as despite his resentment towards it, it was at that time the most peaceful place, and he watched over her from the shadows. When she arrived in the village, she was instantly accepted by the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who saw nothing wrong with her. She entered the ninja academy and almost immediately became friends with nearly everyone. Sadly, Danzo, being a paranoid warmonger, ordered his rude Anbu to investigate Hitomi, resulting in the revelation of their parentage. Incredibly, despite their relationship and the fact that most of the children at the academy regarded her with suspicion, she found friendship with some of the clan heirs and with her Uchiha friend, Mikoto, whom she befriended when she moved to the Uchiha district. Sadly, during her time in Konoha, Hitomi fell in love with the heir of the Senju clan, Minato Senju. They started out as just friends and rivals at the academy, but during the Third Shinobi World War, their relationship progressed to the point where they became secret lovers, as Minato had become a hero of the war thanks to his Flying Thunder God technique. Hitomi's life seemed perfect. She was the most powerful kunoichi in Konoha, surpassing even Tsunade's Senju with her Manjukam Sharingan, becoming the first SS-class kunoichi in the bingo book. But apparently, fate liked to play with Hitomi Uchiha's life. 3 weeks ago, her lover Senju Minato was named Yondaime Hokage of Konoha no Sado. She felt very happy that Minato could fulfill his dream. However, her happiness lasted very little time. Flashback. It's a peaceful night in Konoha, civilians and ninjas alike are jubilant, celebrating the latest announcement. The third Hokage has just named Senju Minato the hero of the Third Shinobi World War and the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Hitomi sat in her house while waiting for her lover to arrive for their date. She had prepared dinner for herself and the love of her life, Senju Minato. She didn't have to wait long before he appeared in a yellow flash at the door, and there was a knock. Hitomi ran to the door and opened it to reveal Senju Minato in his Jounin uniform, his Hokage cloak, and a bouquet of roses. "Hitomi-chan, you look beautiful as always," Minato said sweetly as he looked at Hitomi, who was dressed in a very revealing kimono. "Minato-kun, I was wondering if you were here," purred Hitomi as she let Minato in and led him to the dining room where she served him dinner. During dinner, Minato and Hitomi enjoyed an entire bottle of sake. When dinner was over and the sake bottle was empty, both lovers were very drunk. Minato, in his drunken state, couldn't stand it anymore and pushed Hitomi onto the table and kissed her forcefully. They both vanished in a yellow flash in Hitomi's room. Moans, shouts, and giggles echoed throughout the night, and the two lovers had a night of passion. Later that night, Hitomi was too excited and drunk to even notice what she had done. Too tired from her lovemaking session with Minato, she felt two arms wrap around her before falling asleep. Unaware of the consequences of his actions. Day after. Hitomi awoke from her sleep, the lack of warmth beside her having roused her. She rubbed her eyes and looked around, noticing that she was alone. Then she saw a note on the dresser. She got out of bed and put on a robe to conceal her nakedness. She picked up the note, opened it, and read what was inside. "Dear Hitomi-chan. It pains me to tell you that last night was the last night we could see each other as lovers. Ever since the days we shared a trench on the front lines, I've had feelings of camaraderie for you. But those feelings turned into love when we were sent on countless missions together for our village. While I still love you, there is another who shares my love. I want you to know that I will always love you and nothing can change that, but it's better that we part ways now before it becomes too hard and we can't bear it anymore. Senju Minato." Teardrops fell onto the note as Hitomi shed inconsolable tears, her heart shattering into a million pieces. She felt absolute rage and unconsciously activated her Sharingan as she looked at the note, channeling fire chakra into her hand and reducing it to ash. Then she stormed into her house, grabbing everything Minato had given her. Photos, letters, toys, and clothes. She threw everything into her backyard and, with a rapid sequence of hand seals, burned it all to ashes. With everything that reminded him of Minato turned to ashes, the rage left his heart and instead he felt sadness and pain as he fell to his knees and sobbed softly. She didn't know how long she had been crying. She had gone inside and hugged her knees, sitting against the wall. She looked outside to see that it was already night, which meant more than 12 hours had passed. She could have cried all night if it weren't for her friends, Mikoto and Fugaku, who came to check on her since she had missed dinner. "Hitomi, what's wrong?" Mikoto asked worriedly upon seeing her best friend in that state. "He's gone, the bastard took what he wanted and left," Hitomi said between sobs. Mikoto and Fugaku were very confused. Hitomi's love life was a mystery to them, but it sounded as if her boyfriend had dumped her. "Don't be sad, Hitomi, there are plenty of other people in the world," Mikoto said, smiling. More tears appeared in her eyes. No, I loved him. I'll never find someone like him again, Hitomi cried out in anger and sadness. Makoto frowned. Her sister's boyfriend had definitely taken her heart and trampled on it. An experienced Anbu to allow himself to lose control of his emotions like this. Who was Hitomi? Fugaku asked coldly, speaking for the first time since they arrived. Senju Minato, Hitomi whispered. Both Fugaku and Makoto were in shock when Hitomi said that Senju Minato had broken up with her. The entire village knew Senju Minato, the hero of the Third Shinobi World War and the newly appointed Fourth Hokage. Not only that, they both knew that he was also engaged to the former heiress of Uzumaki, Kushina Uzumaki, in a secret marriage known only to the clan heads and a select few. Makoto knelt before her friend and wrapped her in a hug, rubbing her back to try and comfort her. It's okay, Hitomi-chan, he's gone and crying over him won't bring him back, Makoto said gently. Thank you, Makoto-chan, you always know what to say, Hitomi said. End of flashback. 2 weeks have passed since then, and much has happened. The fourth Hokage, Senju Minato, publicly announced his marriage to Kushina Uzumaki. The entire village erupted in cheers for their Hokage and his wife, while Hitomi simply began to feel more hatred and sadness. Another thing that happened was that the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, and his wife, Makoto Uchiha, were expecting another child. The entire Uchiha clan was overjoyed, while Hitomi effusively congratulated her friend. The village of Konoha was in an era of peace that everyone thought would never end, little did they know that this peace was only the harbinger of a storm. We found Hitomi very nervous holding an envelope in her hands. For the last 2 weeks she had been feeling very unwell. At first she attributed it to depression, but when she noticed that her period hadn't arrived, she ordered a pregnancy test. Slowly and nervously, she opened the test and read its contents. Positive. She was pregnant with Minato's baby. She cursed herself for being so stupid as to get pregnant, but on the other hand, she was happy that she was going to have Minato's baby. Deep down, she was happy that she would keep the fruit of the love she had for Minato. She pushed those thoughts out of her mind and locked them away. The situation she was in was very delicate. She was a pregnant, single woman, a member of the Uchiha clan. If the clan elders found out what had happened, they would expel her from the clan or worse, try to get rid of the baby. That's not to mention that if Minato found out, he would react badly and try to get rid of his son. There was no other option, he had to escape from Konoha. He quickly summoned 3 shadow clones, wrote a letter to Makoto, sent 1 clone to buy supplies, and withdraw all the money from his bank account, while sending the other 2 to copy all the techniques in the Uchiha and Senju compounds that he knew he would need in the future. He bit his thumb and went over several hand seals and said, Fuchius no Jutsu. In a cloud of smoke appeared what looked like a small phoenix bird. How can I help you, Hitomi-sama? The bird asked politely. Midori, I need you to tell my father that I need to see him urgently, Hitomi said. The bird, now identified as Midori, was shocked. Even though Hitomi had an excellent relationship with her father, he preferred to keep his distance from Konoha to prevent the village from discovering that he was still alive. If Hitomi urgently requested to see him, it meant something bad was happening. Are you sure about that, Hitomi-sama? You know very well that Madara-sama prefers to keep his distance from Konoha, the bird said nervously. Listen carefully, Midori. I don't care what my father is doing right now or what he thinks about it. Tell him I need to see him now. Hitomi shouted, a menacing aura surrounding her. Midori nodded quickly and went in search of Madara, not wanting to face the wrath of her summoner. Location unknown. Death is all that can be seen in a small bandit camp in the middle of what appears to be a forest. Several pools of blood and a mountain of corpses with expressions of terror are visible on their faces. Amidst all this carnage, a very tall, hooded figure stands out, seemingly unperturbed, as if he were in a field of flowers and not in the middle of a nightmarish scene. This man is Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan and the greatest traitor in Konoha. This man was once one of the founders of Konoha, but he was betrayed by everyone. The council, who considered him a threat to their plans to seize control of the village. His clan, who didn't trust him. And even his best friend, who chose to believe in the village rather than in him. However, contrary to popular belief, Madara doesn't hate Konoha. He simply believes it has become corrupt. He knows better than anyone that despite its peaceful exterior, the inner workings are quite different. The corruption of the civilian councillors, the hunger for power and pride of the elders who believe their word is absolute, and finally, the arrogance of its ninja. But we're getting off topic. After Madara escaped the Battle of the Valley of the End, he obtained Hashirama's cells. Shortly after, he awakened the Rinnegan and gained the power of magic. With these eyes, he not only read the story of the Sage of Six Paths on the Uchiha tombstone, but also uncovered many secrets. They left him disturbed. Shortly afterwards he took the tombstones of the sage that his clan had and replaced them with copies and dedicated himself to traveling all over the world collecting techniques and knowledge and trying to find the meaning of his existence, which he found alongside his wife Kiyomi and his daughter Hitomi, for whom he lives to protect her from the shadows. He put his thoughts aside when a small cloud of smoke appeared next to him, revealing a very frightened Midori. "Milk-sama. What do you want, Midori?" Mada asked stoically. "Hitomi-sama wants to speak with you. She said it was very important," Midori said hurriedly. Madara raised an eyebrow. His daughter knew very well his opinion about going to Konoha. If she was asking him for that, it meant it was very important. "Thank you, Midori, you may leave," said Madara. "Yes, Madara-sama," Midori said before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Madara had a worried look on his face. His daughter had something important to tell him and his instinct told him it was very bad. "Well, let's finish this," Madara sighed before activating his Sharigan and disappearing in a black whirlwind. Konoha. Uchiha District, Hitomi House. 3 hours later. Night had fallen in Konoha. Hitomi was at home, ready to leave. Her clones had done an excellent job bringing copies of the Uchiha and Senju clan techniques. It was a shock to her when her clones brought copies of the jutsu from the Forbidden Scroll, Tsunade's medical jutsu, and the techniques of the first, second, and fourth Hokage, including the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. She packed everything into a scroll along with her belongings and money. After much thought, she decided that if her child was a boy, he would be named Naruto, and if it was a girl, she would be named Kiyomi. Despite her situation, she couldn't help but feel excited at the idea of becoming a mother. She felt a little guilty about leaving without saying goodbye to Mikoto in person, but she knew that going would be too risky. Hitomi shook her thoughts when she noticed a black vortex appearing in front of her, from which emerged the one she had been waiting for. "It's been a long time since we last saw each other, Hitomi-chan," said Madara, emerging from the vortex. "Dad." Hitomi cried as Madara wrapped her in a fatherly embrace. Madara frowned, noticing his daughter was crying and had a giant sealing scroll strapped to her back. After a few minutes, Hitomi regained her composure and Madara decided to get to the point. "What's wrong, Hitomi?" Madara asked. "Ito papa, I'm pregnant," Hitomi said, dropping the bombshell. Silence. For the first time in a long time, Madara was in shock. "What the hell, how did this happen?" Madara asked, surprised. Hitomi's eyes filled with tears. After a few minutes, she told her father everything, from her relationship with Minato to his betrayal and her pregnancy. To say Madara was furious was an understatement. He was hysterical. Thousands of ways to torture the Senju raced through his mind before cutting off what made him a man and killing him worse than a dog. His favorite thought was to use his Susanoo to create a Senengarashi. In the Senju compound, Minato felt a terrible chill and began to seriously fear for his life. Kushina and Tsunade looked with concern at Minato, who was as pale as a ghost. Back at Hitomi's house and with a calmer Madara. "Dad, I have to leave here. If the village finds out about my baby, they'll inevitably learn who the father is and many will want to get rid of him," Hitomi sobbed. Madara agreed with his daughter, though for different reasons. Although his face didn't show it, Madara was very scared. He knew the consequences of this pregnancy were far greater than his daughter realized. He knew the consequences of a hybrid between a Senju and an elite Uchiha clan. When he himself awakened the Rinnegan after transplanting Hashirama's cells, the power he obtained was so great that it even surpassed Hashirama's. "However, my grandson will have that hybridization naturally, something that as far as I know has never happened before. Even if this fourth Hokage is nothing more than an insect compared to me and Hashirama, the baby's potential could be on par with ours," Madara thought with a slight shudder and a smile as he thought of his grandson before his expression turned to worry. He had to get Hitomi out of the village before power-hungry individuals like Danzo and Orochimaru found out about this. "Hitomi, my daughter, you have my full support. We're leaving right now," Madara said firmly. Hitomi smiled. She knew her father wouldn't abandon her. "Thank you, Dad, really, thank you so much." "You're welcome, Hitomi. After all, I have to take care of my grandson, don't I?" Madara said with a small smile. "Naruto, his name will be Naruto," Hitomi murmured before they both disappeared in a black whirlpool. Location unknown. Oscuro, era la major forma de describir este lugar, no había nada, solo oscuridad, en medio de esta oscuridad, se podían apreciar four figuras aparentemente discutiendo en un ambiente muy sombrío. The first was a woman with long white hair, pale skin, and two curious horns on her head. She wore a long white coat covering her, had C-cup breasts, and held a katana in her mouth. She emanated a terrible aura of death and divinity. This woman is the Shinigami, the goddess of death, or as some knew her in life, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the rabbit goddess and mother of the Sage of Six Paths. The second figure was probably the strangest of all. He was an old man with spiky white hair, 2 small horns on his forehead, purple eyes with 6 rings, and what appeared to be a red swirling eye on his forehead. He wore a white coat with 6 magatama at the collar and carried a very strange staff with one end shaped like a semicircle and the other like a circle with 6 rings. This man is Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the father of magicians and ninjas, the man who defeated the 10 Tails, and is still recognized today as the Sage of 6 Paths. Both mother and son watched the 2 figures fighting in front of them with obvious annoyance in their eyes. The first was a very tall man with long black hair with 2 tails tied in bandages on the sides of his ears. He wears armor similar to Madara's with golden details and 2 Sharigan eyes with 2 red marks under the eyelids. This is Indra Otsutsuki, the eldest son of Hagoromo and the first Uchiha. The second man is equally tall, with short spiky black hair, a headband around his forehead, and 2 tails like Indra's. He wears clothing identical to Hagoromo's. This man is Ashura Otsutsuki, Hagoromo's youngest son and the first Senju. The 2 brothers have fought since they were alive, when Hagoromo named Ashura as his heir, sparking Indra's jealousy and leading to a war between the 2 clans, thus igniting the rivalry between the Uchiha and Senju clans. What almost no one knows is that the brothers are reincarnated periodically into one of their descendants, and in each of their reincarnations, they end up killing each other, defending their ideals. Ashura's Hai no Ishi and Indra's Nikishimi no Noroi. This brings us to the current situation. The 2 brothers are fighting like 5-year-olds. The reason? They both wish to be reincarnated as the same person. Uchiha Naruto, the baby who carries within him the blood of the most powerful men to exist, and the baby who has the potential to use both magic and chakra. Both wanted to be reincarnated as Naruto for different reasons. Ashura wants to reincarnate as Naruto to achieve peace through love and understanding. Indra, on the other hand, wants to reincarnate as Naruto to have the world at his feet and achieve peace. Both ideals are well-intentioned but misguided. Damn you Indra team, I've told you many times I won't let you reincarnate as Naruto so you can use him for your perverse ideals. Ashura shouted, bumping his forehead against Indra's. Shut your mouth, loser. Even if you reincarnate as Naruto, you won't be able to fulfill your ideal. We've been through this for thousands of years, and you always fail. Why don't you save yourself the trouble and let me take care of this? Ashura said arrogantly in his voice. Aha, you failed many times too, Baka, Ashura mocked. What did you say, you bastard? Indra shouted angrily. Kaguya, who was already fed up with the situation, decided to express her opinion. Would you shut up, you 2 idiots? Kaguya shouted, emitting a murderous aura that terrified even Hagoromo. Ai Kaguya-sama, shouted both brothers, hugging each other. For the love of Kami-sama, they've been having the same argument for thousands of years, can't they behave like the brothers they are for once in their lives? Hagoromo said angrily. All this is your fault, old man. If you hadn't named that failure your heir, or at least named both of us, none of this would have happened, Indra said coldly, making Hagoromo sad. Hey, don't talk to Papa like that. Ashura shouted. Stay out of it, loser, Indra replied. Kaguya sighed heavily. These 2 were driving her crazy. She felt sadness for her son, condemned to watch his children destroy each other. Deep down, she knew Indra wasn't a bad man. He just had a different way of thinking. She was about to intervene when a phrase echoed in her head. To name them both. I've got it. Kaguya shouted euphorically, pulling the 2 brothers out of their fight and gaining Hagoromo's attention. What is a mother? Hagoromo asked curiously. Name them both, so that Ashura and Indra reincarnate in Naruto at the same time, Kaguya said as Ashura and Indra looked on in amazement. Is that possible, mother? Asked Hagoromo. Son, don't forget that I am the Shinigami. I can fuse your spirits and combine them with Naruto's soul, so that you can both reincarnate as a new individual, if you both agree, Kaguya said, looking intently at her grandchildren. Think of it this way. You can both achieve your ideals without having to fight each other, and Naruto's true potential will be able to emerge, Kaguya said, smiling. Both brothers were deep in thought. To be honest, the idea sounded great. On one hand, they could both reincarnate as the person they wanted without having to kill each other. Also, while they were alive in Naruto, they wouldn't have to waste this opportunity fighting each other and could focus on defeating evil. From that perspective, there wasn't much to think about. Ashura and Indra shook hands and smiled as they hadn't done in a long time. We accept, they both said. Kaguya smiled and Hagoromo cried tears of happiness. My children, I know we haven't had the best relationship, I just want you to know that I'm proud of both of you, Hagoromo said, smiling. Us too, father, Ashura said, smiling. Whatever you want, old man, Indra said, smiling. Well, it's time, said Kaguya before snapping her fingers. A light enveloped the 2 siblings and they disappeared. Do you think we should have told them that Naruto will have to fight against him? Hagoromo asked worriedly. They'll be fine, Kaguya said nonchalantly. Earthland. Unknown city. 9 months later. In an unknown city, an event is unfolding that will change the fate of the world forever. The city can only be described as beautiful. It's a coastal city, night has fallen, the wind whistles softly, and the sky is filled with stars, a perfect night for lovers to spend an unforgettable evening on the beach. Everything seemed peaceful. "Son of a bitch, when I find you you'll pay for doing this to me," was the shout that was heard around the hospital. In the hospital, specifically in the maternity ward, we encountered a scene that, were it not for me narrating it, many would find very difficult to believe. Madara Uchiha, a man whose mere mention of his name is enough to make even the strongest enemies tremble, a man who could only be matched by the first Hokage Hashirama, the one who did the impossible. Control two energies, magic and chakra, the current wielder of the legendary Rinnegan, and the man who, despite being over 100 years old, has managed to maintain the appearance of someone around 50. None of these achievements prepared him for the suffering he is currently experiencing. We see Madara with some grey hairs, dark circles under his eyes, and obvious signs of not having slept, crying in anime-style tears, while his poor hand is being destroyed by his beloved daughter who is giving birth. Finding the legendary Uchiha in this state is not surprising. Much has happened in these 9 months, between the mood swings and Hitomi's cravings. Madara hasn't had an easy time. After escaping Konoha, Madara took Hitomi to a house in a city on Earthland. How can Madara appear in public without some people thinking they're seeing a ghost? Simple. Shortly after his battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End, Madara came to hide for a while on this continent, where he not only learned many things, but also made a few powerful allies. Furthermore, the fact that Earthland and the elemental continent are practically unrelated makes it, in short, the perfect place to hide. But we're getting off topic. Madara had to indulge Hitomi's every whim and endure her mood swings, as he didn't want to face his sweet daughter's fury. For the love of Kami, if it weren't for the fact that it's impossible, he would swear that on occasion he saw the image of his deceased wife in heaven, mocking him, but that can't be, right? Madara also witnessed the enormous bond between mother and son. On more than one occasion, he found Hitomi talking to Naruto even before he was born. However, not everything was happiness. Shortly after leaving Konoha, they learned that Hitomi had the same illness as her mother. She had had it for years without her noticing, and the chances of her surviving childbirth were very low. Despite the doctor's efforts to convince her that she would live longer if she had an abortion, Hitomi firmly refused. Madara promised that if anything happened to Hitomi, he would take care of Naruto. Another thing that greatly worried Madara was that a couple of months ago he received certain information. Konoha had been attacked by the Nine Tails. According to official information, the Nine Tails attacked Konoha and was sealed by the fourth Hokage within his two sons, the heroes of Konoha, using the Reaper Death Seal. But Madara knew perfectly well that wasn't true. He knew very well that the Nine Tails was sealed within Kushina Uzumaki, the Hokage's wife. He also knew that the seal weakened during pregnancy and that the elders wouldn't be foolish enough to allow Kushina to give birth in the village. She probably gave birth in an area far from the village, guarded by the Anbu, just as Mito had done. Besides, the presence of a creature like the Nine Tails could be felt from miles away, and they would have noticed if it had headed toward the village and prepared a strategy. But the rumors said it appeared out of nowhere and started killing everyone. It made no sense. Tailed beasts value their freedom too much. If the Nine Tails had escaped its container, it would have left as quickly as possible to avoid being sealed again. There was only one explanation. The Nine Tails was ripped from its container, controlled, and summoned in Konoha. This theory made Madara very nervous. To control a Bijuu, one needs either the wood release or the Sharigan and a secret genjutsu that he supposedly possessed only. After learning of the attack, he infiltrated Konoha with his Kamui and searched for information. To his horror, his theory was verified in a top-secret SS-class file. According to the report, the culprit was a one-eyed man with an orange mask and a Sharingan. Apparently, the man could use Kamui just like him. To say that Madara was shocked after learning this was an understatement. He was dumbfounded. The thought that there was a man out there with the skills to kill an elite Anbu squad, kidnap the fourth Hokage's children right under his nose, release the Nine Tails from its container, control it, and, if that weren't enough, be able to hold his own in a fight with the fourth Hokage, meant that he was an extremely dangerous person. Incredibly, the fourth Hokage survived the use of the Shiki Fujin. No one knows how or why. It is only known that the Shinigami apparently allowed the Hokage to live. This only served to increase Konoha's arrogance, making them think they had the gods on their side. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm getting too old for this shit, Madara thought to himself. He was pulled from his reverie by a squeeze from his daughter, making Madara groan in pain. Just a little more, Hitomi-sama, shouted a nurse. What the hell do you think I'm doing? Aya, Hitomi screamed. The room was filled with the sound of a crying baby. Congratulations, Hitomi-sama, it's a boy, the nurse announced as she cleaned the baby and wrapped him in a blue blanket. The baby continued to cry loudly as the nurse handed him to his mother. The little one seemed to calm down, settling into her arms and using his hands to cling to her. Hitomi took her baby and showered him with as much love as she could. The little boy was a carbon copy of Minato, with a few differences, such as pale skin and some of Madara's facial features. Hitomi-sama. Hitomi turned to the nurse with a smile on her face. Would you like to complete the baby's paperwork? The nurse asked softly so as not to disturb the little one. Hitomi nodded. Very well. The nurse took some papers and a pen from her bag. What is the child's name? The nurse asked. Naruto Uchiha. Hitomi replied, earning a laugh from Naruto, showing that he liked it. Who is the child's father? Hitomi frowned, trying to think of an answer. He doesn't have one, Madara replied coldly, noticing that Hitomi didn't know what to say. Okay. The nurse replied. She understood instantly and decided not to ask any more questions. Very well, in a few hours the doctor will come to run some tests on baby Hitomi-sama. The nurse was about to leave when her footsteps were interrupted by the sound of the equipment connected to Hitomi. Her heart rate was slowing. Auto-resist, Madara shouted. Hitomi-sama, shouted one of the nurses, picking up Naruto when she noticed that Hitomi was convulsing. That a doctor? Madara shouted desperately. Seconds later, the room was filled with doctors who were desperately trying to save Hitomi. It's too late for me, Hitomi murmured, spitting blood. Don't say that. Don't give up. You can still save yourself. Madara shouted desperately, although a part of him knew there was nothing to be done. I want to ask you one last thing, Hitomi said in a weak voice. Whatever, Hitomi, Madara said resignedly. I want you to take care of Naru-chan, were Hitomi's last words before her heart stopped. Madara did something he hadn't done since the deaths of his younger brother Izuna and his wife Kiyomi. He wept bitterly, not caring that the doctors were there. He took Naruto in his arms, who was also crying. It seemed he too was saddened by Hitomi's death. It seems we're left all alone, little one, Madara said sadly. I promise you, my daughter, I will take care of Naruto. He will be my heir, and I will make sure he becomes someone you can be proud of, even if it's the last thing I do in my life, Madara said with conviction. Madara-sama, I must take the baby to have his tests done, the doctor said kindly. Madara nodded, handing Naruto over as he went to complete the paperwork. Later that night. A spectral figure approaches the hospital's nursery, emanating an aura of death and divinity. Passing among doctors and patients unaware of its presence, it reaches its destination, and its gaze falls upon a blonde baby. So this is little Naru-chan, huh? My Shinigami instincts never fail, haha. This little one's power can be felt immensely despite being a baby. Hahaha, I can't wait to see Yami's face when he finds out I won the bet, murmured the figure, now revealed as the Shinigami. His musings were interrupted by childish giggles. Kagaya fixed her gaze on the baby, and what she saw left her in shock. The baby was looking at her and extending its tiny arms toward her. Impossible. No human should be able to see me unless I want to, but this child is looking at me and pointing at me. Kagaya thought, impressed. Wow, haha, you're more special than I thought, Naru-chan, Kagaya said as she picked Naruto up. Someday you'll have to face very dangerous enemies, Naru-chan. I have a little gift for you, Kagaya said as she pulled a necklace with 6 red Magatama beads from under her white cloak. This is a gift from Hagoromo. Now it's yours and this is from me. Kagaya began to emit a golden energy that entered Naruto's body, who was laughing innocently. The glow stopped and Kagaya left Naruto in his crib. Goodbye Naru-chan, we'll meet again, though I hope not too soon, Kagaya said before disappearing as if she had never been there. Konoha. Tori Hokage. The 4th Hokage, Senju Minato, the hero of the 3rd Shinobi World War, the man recognized as the fastest man on the Shinobi continent, whose power was such that he was one of the few ninjas to be listed in the Bingo book as an SS-class ninja since the founding of the ninja villages, alongside Senju Tobirama, Hiruzen Sarutobi, at his peak, Uchiha Hitomi, the 3rd Kazekage, the 3rd Reikage, the 2nd Mizukage, the Edo Tensei, are much weaker than they were when they were alive. So I list him as SS to add some excitement to the story, he, and the 3rd Tsuchikage, at his peak thanks to the dust release. In short, Minato was one of the strongest ninjas to ever live on the continent, surpassed only by Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha, whose powers were such that both were considered SSS-class ninjas. At this moment we see the 4th homie facing an invincible enemy, according to him, that would make even the Kyuubi fear, the paperwork. Minato's thoughts were diverted towards the events of the last few months. When he learned of Hitomi's defection, a part of him couldn't help but feel guilty. He should have explained the situation to her personally, but he didn't dare. Naturally, when the council learned of her defection, there were many reactions. The civilians panicked that Konoha's most powerful Kunoichi had fled. Some even suggested she would follow in her father's footsteps. The elders were furious that Konoha had lost such a valuable military asset and were also fearful that the Sharingan would fall into enemy hands. The clan heads were worried and thoughtful about what would drive someone like Hitomi to leave Konoha. Minato secretly suspected that Fugaku was hiding something, but he said nothing about it. After calming down, the council demanded that an Anbu squad, along with Jiraiya, who was in the village due to Orochimaru's recent betrayal, assassinate Hitomi. To everyone's surprise, this proposal was forbidden by none other than Daimyo, who had a debt to Hitomi who saved his family on a mission during the war. Things worsened a few months later when his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, gave birth to their two children, Menma and Kasumi. As a female Jinchuriki, her seal weakened during pregnancy. The birth of her children took place far from the village in case the seal broke, protected by an elite Anbu squad. Despite all precautions, a masked man with a Sharigan somehow knew that Kushina was the Jinchuriki. He murdered the entire Anbu team and knocked out Tsunade. In this universe, Sarutobi's wife did not die. You will understand why later. He then kidnapped her two children to separate them from Kushina and take control of the Kyuubi. He controlled it and attacked the village. Despite all the destruction and death he caused, Minato managed to wrest control of the Kyuubi from the masked man and seal it within his two children. It was a difficult decision, and although his wife was against the idea, he knew it was the only way. As Hokage, he couldn't ask another family to sacrifice their children when he couldn't sacrifice his own, and he couldn't use an orphan when he was already going to live in solitude. When he was resigned to dying, the Shinigami said that for the moment he would let him live. He was very happy. He would have the opportunity to see his children grow up and lead the village with his wife. But before he could say anything, the Shinigami said some words that left him disturbed. Flashback. Senju Minato, your betrayal will bring changes to the world, whether good or bad. I will have your soul in due time, but before that, you will be judged by the heir of the six paths. Your own blood will decide if I spare your soul, were the words Minato heard before falling unconscious. End of flashback. Those words left Minato very disturbed. He didn't quite understand what they meant, but they didn't bode well. He awoke 3 days later only to learn that the council had taken over the village while he was unconscious. The civilians and elders had passed several laws granting them more power within the village, and he lost much of his authority as Hokage. The two worst were the reactivation of the Root program, a division of ninja who were nothing more than puppets under Shimura Danzo's command, and allowing civilians to make decisions on ninja matters. In short, everything was a mess. He felt an overwhelming urge to murder the elders when he learned they had revealed his children's Jinchuriki status to the entire village, hoping to use the villagers' hatred to weaponize them for their own purposes. Incredibly, thanks to Sarutobi's efforts, the villagers, instead of seeing his children as demons, saw them as heroes. This greatly reassured him. He only hoped things wouldn't get any worse. Enjoying the paperwork, Minato, said a voice, pulling Minato from his thoughts. Jiraiya-sensei, what are you doing here? Knowing you, you should be out on your research at this hour, Minato said, earning a laugh from the super pervert. Can't a teacher visit his favorite student? Jiraiya asked cheerfully, while Minato looked at him expressionlessly. Jiraiya's face turned serious. The great Toad Sage requested my presence a few hours ago, Minato. The prophecy has changed. Minato froze at that. Some time ago, Jiraiya had told him about a prophecy concerning a child who would bring peace to the world. Minato and Jiraiya believed that their children, Menma and Kasumi, could be those children since they possessed the power of the Kyuubi. This changed everything. What does the new prophecy say? Minato asked. Jiraiya glared coldly at Minato, which made him very nervous. The great Toad Sage says that something is preventing him from fully seeing the prophecy, but that the part he was able to see is very important, Jiraiya said grimly. I'll tell you, but if you identify with any part of it, you'll have a lot of explaining to do, Jiraiya said, staring intently at Minato. Two souls of two brothers have fighted each other for generations. Founders of the families of the forests and fire. Children of the wise man with ringed eyes. When both brothers find peace, their souls will merge. They will be reborn as one being. And the son of a forbidden relationship. Between the Princess of Flames and the Yellow Flash. Trained by the Ghost of the Leaf. Trained by the Storm Dragon. The power of forest families, fire, and worlds. It dwells within him. The heir of the six paths. The magic ninja. That's the new prophecy, Jiraiya finished saying. Shock. Fear. Repentance. Confusion. Comprehension. Those were the emotions that crossed Minato's eyes. He began to remember many things. His moments with Hitomi, her sudden disappearance, the feeling that Fugaku and Mikoto were hiding something from him, and most importantly, the words of the Shinigami. The super pervert suspicions were confirmed when he saw the expression on his student's face. You have a lot of explaining to do, Minato, Jiraiya said coldly. Minato sighed in defeat. He knew he couldn't lie to Jiraiya. No, he didn't want to lie to him. Minato spent the next few minutes explaining everything, from his relationship with Hitomi to the Shinigami's words. Jiraiya was furious and disappointed in Minato. Although he was a super pervert and proud of it, he would never hurt a woman's feelings. That's why he didn't try to win Tsunade over after Dan's death. However, he was no one to judge the Hokage. Minato, well, I don't approve of your actions, I'm no one to judge you. I assure you that nothing we talked about will come out of my mouth, Jiraiya said. Thank you, sensei, Minato said. Tell me the truth, Minato, do you think Hitomi was expecting your child when she left the village? Jiraiya asked seriously. I don't know, sensei. It's very likely we were together the day I was appointed Hokage. Besides, the prophecy has too many coincidences to ignore, Minato said. Although I don't understand what you mean by the 6 paths or the magic ninja thing, Minato asked, confused. I think I know what it is. On one occasion, Orochimaru told me about a top-secret investigation he was conducting before he betrayed us. He believed that the Uchiha and Senju clans were divided into 2 branches, the main and the secondary. Even worse, he believed that the main branch were descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths, the father of all ninjas and mages, Jiraiya said grimly, as Minato looked on in shock. What the hell, are you sure about that, Jiraiya? Minato shouted. I don't know, Minato. That was Orochimaru's theory, and no matter how ruthless Orochimaru's scientific skills and historical knowledge might be, it could be possible, Jiraiya said, understanding Minato's reaction. He himself had reacted this way when Orochimaru told him this. Sensei, I don't need to tell you that we must handle this information with the utmost care. I don't want to imagine the reaction of Danzo and the other villages if they were to find out, Minato said firmly. I want you to use every resource at your disposal to search for Hitomi and my son. Jiraiya nodded before leaving the Hokage's office. Chapter 2. The beginning of a legend. Naruto Uchiha, the magical ninja. Earthland. Unknown location. 5 years later. We find ourselves in the middle of a forest in an area far from civilization. Currently, we can observe Madara Uchiha sitting on a rock, calmly drinking a cup of tea. Looking ahead, he couldn't help but smile as he watched his little grandson Naruto and his 50 clones undergoing various training exercises. Many things had happened in the last 5 years. Baby Naruto had grown into a 5-year-old boy with spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin. He wore a black jacket with the Uchiha symbol on the back, navy blue shorts, black combat boots, and a necklace with 6 red Magatama beads. Currently, the original Naruto was engaged in a small taijutsu battle with 5 of his clones, while his other clones were either reading, practicing their chakra control, or trying to master magic. ACS Naruto Padiria User Dos Energias. Watching Naruto's training, Madara couldn't help but think about the past few years. After Naruto's birth, Madara had decided to settle temporarily in Clover City, as it was one of the few places where he could move freely without information about him reaching the elemental nations. Furthermore, it was where guildmasters gathered, making Clover one of the safest places in Earthland. Naruto's first 4 years were fairly normal. He did the things any child did. Play with other children, eat sweets, and listen to Madara's stories. During his first few months, Madara noticed that Naruto emitted a great deal of chakra and magical power. After testing with his Rinnegan, he discovered that Naruto not only had chakra pathways, but also a magic container, something that, as far as he knew, only the Sage of 6 Paths and he himself, after a Senju cell transplant, were capable of achieving. Naruto was born with that ability, and another of Naruto's abilities that Madara found inexplicable was his healing ability. Whenever Naruto was injured, he healed almost instantly and without leaving a scar. After discovering all this, Madara could only smile like a madman, imagining what Naruto's training would be like. The year after Naruto awakened his Sharingan, he and Madara moved to a forest far from civilization to begin Naruto's training. For the first few weeks, Madara focused solely on physical training, reading, and unlocking his chakra and magical power. However, after the latter, Madara had to radically change the training plan, as he discovered that both Naruto's chakra and magical power were colossal. Madara was shocked by this discovery. Not even Jinchuriki should possess such a vast amount of power. Not only that, but he also discovered that Naruto's healing power repaired his muscles whenever they were torn, allowing him to endure for extended periods without tiring. So he decided to unleash Naruto's full potential, taking advantage of his vast reserves and teaching him the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. After explaining the advantages of the shadow clone over a normal one, they took their training to a whole new level. Madara's library was the dream of any ninja or mage, a vast amount of techniques and knowledge accumulated over the years. To say that Naruto fainted was an understatement. Over the next year, Naruto learned by reading the books with his Sharingan and using his clones to retain information faster, a vast amount of knowledge that a child his age shouldn't have to know. The history of the elemental continent, the history of Fiori, politics, mathematics, Zeref the Black Mage, the Dragon of the Apocalypse, the 9-tailed beasts, the clan wars, magic, and the shinobi arts, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, kinjutsu, iryu, ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, etc., etc., etc. And his favorite, The Tale of the Sage of Six Paths. While one group of Naruto's clones dedicated themselves to reading, another group dedicated themselves to controlling their chakra, in which, incredibly, despite his massive reserves, Naruto had good control to the point that he already mastered the exercises of walking on water and climbing trees, as if he had been born for it. As for magic, Madara showed Naruto several spells from his library so that he could choose the ones he wanted to learn. He chose two very interesting ones. The first was Energy Make, a very rare magic that allowed the user to shape their magical power in a pure form. Swords, shields, knives, and even chains and energy blasts. The most interesting thing about this magic is the ease with which it can be mixed with almost any type of elemental attack, creating very powerful attacks. The second was a lost magic called Vulcan, a magic that allows its user to use magma to attack the enemy and also summon hot rocks. He also had a great interest in re-equipping and runes. While Naruto's clones were busy with other activities, Madara dedicated himself to the torture. Physical training of Naruto. Sadistic didn't even begin to describe Madara. He was literally squeezing the life out of Naruto, making him do sit-ups, push-ups, squats, pull-ups, and his favorite, making him run for his life as revenge for the pranks he had to endure from his grandson. If it weren't for his great determination, his healing factor, and his stubborn refusal to back down from challenges, poor Naruto would be 6 feet under. Naruto was starting to seriously wonder if age was affecting Madara. He was a 4-year-old, for Kami's sake. However, despite how sadistic Madara could be during training, he and Naruto had a great grandfather-grandson relationship. Naruto greatly admired his grandfather and was determined to follow in his footsteps and become one of the strongest people in the world. Madara was pulled from his thoughts by his grandson's voice. We're done. Naruto and his clones shouted in unison. Alright Naruto, disperse into groups of 5 while we head home. We need to discuss something very serious there, Madara shouted from his seat. The clones nodded as they dispersed. Naruto walked silently with his grandfather to the house they had made with Madara's wood release in the forest. Madara entered and sat on a nearby sofa. Naruto followed suit, sitting opposite him. After Naruto relaxed, Madara decided to break the silence. Naruto, your training has progressed at an amazing rate and I must say I am very proud, said Madara with a smile. Naruto's current skills were at least at the high genin level. Thanks, you'll see, I'll surpass you in no time, Dadabayo. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Madara couldn't help but smile at his grandson's enthusiasm. Naruto had an interesting personality. He had the same enthusiasm that reminded him so much of his late wife, but when it came to training, his personality changed to one very similar to his own and his daughter's. I couldn't help it, Naruto without his verbal tick wouldn't be Naruto, but don't worry, his personality will be similar to Madara's when it comes to battle. Haha, we'll see about that, brat, but for now I'm informing you that in a few days we'll begin a training journey, said Madara. Seriously, where are we going? Naruto asked excitedly. Due to his childlike curiosity, Naruto was very eager to explore new places. We will go to the land of your ancestors, we will go to Uzumaki no Sato, said Madara. Where was Grandma born? I thought it had been destroyed, Naruto asked, confused and saddened. Despite never having met the Uzumaki clan, he couldn't help but feel sad, knowing that his grandmother's homeland had been destroyed. Unfortunately, that's how it was, Naruto, but the Uzumaki didn't become one of the most feared clans in the world for nothing. My old friend, the second Uzukage, your great-grandfather, was always prepared for any situation. Even in case of an attack, all the clan's techniques are hidden in a secret passage beneath the village. It can only be opened with the DNA and chakra of an Uzumaki. Not even their own allies, except for a select few, knew of this, Madara said, as Naruto looked on in shock. Incredible, Naruto murmured. Also during the journey we will begin your basic training, although you are too young with your chakra and magic reserves that you possess, that will not be a problem, I will also begin to teach you the Uchiha Interceptor Jujutsu style, the true one, said Madara with a smile. The real one, what do you mean Jiji? Naruto asked. Do you remember when I explained to you about the elite Uchiha and the commoners? Madara asked, earning a nod from Naruto. As you may recall, the Sharingan of the elite is more powerful than the normal one. The interesting thing is that once you master it, the normal eye receives an ability I've dubbed Pseudo Sharingan, which allows you to predict attacks even with the Sharingan inactive, unlike the normal style, which is too dependent on the Sharingan. This style also uses 2 types of seals. The resistance seal, which is more effective for training than weights, and the fire seal, a special seal placed on the chest that allows you to release fire chakra through the skin in the same way as lightning, creating a fire armor called fire release. Flame armor. Combined with the precision of the Sharingan, this results in lethal Jujutsu. In fact, your mother, Hitomi, after awakening the EMS, combined her Jujutsu with Amaterasu and became the first SS-class Kunoichi, Madara said with pride and a touch of arrogance regarding his Jujutsu. I frowned when I didn't hear any reaction from Naruto. I looked up and a drop of sweat appeared on my forehead when I saw Naruto drooling and with stars in his eyes at the prospect of learning that Jujutsu. That's incredible, I can't wait to learn, Dadabeo. Naruto shouted excitedly as Madara smiled proudly, took out a piece of paper, and gave it to Naruto. Very well, Naruto, but first we need to discover your chakra nature. Unlike magic, with chakra, everyone has a specific affinity, but you can master other elements if you put in the effort. Normally, people focus on their elemental affinities. He noticed that Naruto had become a little discouraged. But don't worry, as an Uchiha, the fire element will come naturally to you, Madara said, trying to encourage Naruto. Now you just have to concentrate your chakra into the paper. If it burns, you have an affinity for fire. If it wrinkles, you have lightning. If it tears, you have earth. If it gets wet, you have water. And if it cuts, you have wind, Madara said as Naruto nodded. Jiji said Naruto as he concentrated his chakra. What happened next surprised them both. The paper was cut into 4 parts, one of them exploded in fire, another got wet, the third wrinkled and threw off a few sparks, and the last one crumbled. What the hell? Madara thought in shock. Even he didn't have that many elements until he awakened the Rinnegan, but Naruto had all 5. What the hell was that, Dadabeo? Naruto asked, just like his grandfather. After recovering from the shock, Madara replied. Well Naruto, it seems you have a great affinity for the 5 elements of nature, something I've never seen before in my life, Madara murmured. After a few minutes, when Naruto stopped jumping around and saying things about how amazing he was, he asked Madara a question that chilled his blood. If I'm an elite Uchiha on my mom's side and also an elite Senju, who's my dad? Naruto asked innocently. Ever since Naruto found out he was also a Senju and had read stories about the clans that lived in the hidden villages, he was very curious about who his father was, especially since his grandfather had never mentioned him. Well listen Naruto, you're still a child, there are many things you wouldn't understand right now, but I promise you that when you're older and old enough to understand, I'll tell you about it myself, Madara said nervously. Talk talk talk. Before Naruto could answer, the sound of someone knocking on the door interrupted their conversation. Why don't you go see who's at the door, Naruto? Madara asked. Naruto nodded and ran to the door. Although his face didn't show it, Madara was frightened by the question. He knew Naruto would ask him sooner or later, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. He knew he had to tell Naruto the truth eventually, but honestly, he was worried about how he would react. Madara had told him many things about his mother, and after learning that she had given her life so that he could be born, Hitomi had become one of the most sacred things to Naruto. He wanted her to be proud of him wherever she was. If Naruto found out that the 4th Hokage had hurt Hitomi badly, he would probably do something stupid, like try to get revenge on Minato. And while Madara harbored a certain resentment toward the 4th Hokage and would enjoy seeing him suffer, he didn't want Naruto to go down the path of revenge. He knew that path all too well and knew its consequences. Dadabeo elf. Madara was pulled from his thoughts when he heard Naruto shout. He quickly grabbed his fan, activated his Sharingan, and ran to the door, only to find a rather comical scene. Naruto, with his Sharingan activated, staring at the 2 men in front of him. The first was a man who could only be described as short. He was old, bald in the middle of his head, with grey hair around his head and a mustache. He wore an orange suit with orange stripes, a white t-shirt with a strange symbol, fairy tale, and a funny hat, according to Naruto. This man is Makarov Drea, the 3rd master of the Fairy Tail Guild, one of the most powerful guilds on the continent. They say appearances can be deceiving, and Makarov is the perfect example of that. Despite looking like an old man of short stature, Makarov is currently one of the most powerful mages in Earthland and a member of the 10 Wizard Saints, a group recognized by the Magic Council, made up of some of the strongest mages on the continent, some of them even at SS level. The second figure, unlike Makarov, is a very tall man, approximately 30 years old, with orange hair, a bit of a beard, and green eyes. He wears a black cloak with brown shoulder pads, blue combat pants, and boots. This man is Gildert's Clive, one of the most powerful mages on the continent, to the point of being considered an SS-level mage, thanks to his crash magic. He is also the strongest member of Fairy Tail, besides being the master. In fact, the only reason he hasn't become a holy mage is because, in his words, the meetings are very boring. Makarov had a twitch in his eye as he muttered things about disrespectful children who didn't respect their elders, Gildert's, well, he was rolling on the ground laughing at the master for being mistaken for a goblin. Look, Gigi is a goblin. Exclaimed Naruto, as Madara looked on in amusement. Haha Naruto, I'm sorry to ruin your excitement, but he's not a goblin. These are 2 friends of mine, Makarov Dreyer and Gildert's Clive, said Madara. Isn't he a goblin? Haha, sorry sir, haha. Naruto said, smiling nervously. Haha, don't worry kid, it's no problem for me, call me Makarov, sir makes me feel old, Makarov said, smiling kindly. I am Gildert's greeting. I am Naruto Uchiha, Dadabeo. Naruto said, smiling, while Makarov and Gilderts had their eyes wide open. Nice to meet you Naruto, said Gilderts. Why don't we continue this conversation inside? Said Madara, letting Gilderts and Makarov in. Madara led them both to the table, and after offering Makarov and Gildert something to drink, they talked for the next 2 hours, time passing between Naruto's jokes and Gildert's laughter. So, old man, you're the master of a guild called Fairy Tail, what's it like? Naruto asked curiously. Haha, I'm glad you asked Naruto, a guild is a place where mages gather and carry out missions and live together as if they were a family, Makarov said proudly when talking about his family. Incredible, Gilderts, you're a member of Fairy Tail too? Naruto asked curiously. Of course, kid, Gilderts replied cheerfully. In fact, Naruto, those two are the strongest members of Fairy Tail, Madara said. What? Naruto shouted, impressed. Well you could say so, Gildert said nervously. Naruto, why don't you go play outside for a bit while we talk? Said Madara. Hi Gigi, see you Gilderts, old man. Naruto shouted as he ran off. After making sure Naruto was gone, Makarov decided to speak. I didn't know you had a grandson, Madara, haha. That boy reminds me quite a bit of your wife. Where is Hitomi? Makarov asked. She's dead, she died the day Naruto was born, Madara said gloomily. Oh god, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have asked that, Makarov said, cursing himself for asking. Alright, they didn't know, Madara said. Gilderts, wanting to break the awkward atmosphere, spoke. Haha, although I have to admit I was quite surprised to see you play the role of grandfather, I wouldn't have imagined it even in my wildest dreams, haha, said Gilderts, earning a death glare from Madara. There's something I've wanted to ask you since we got here, Madara. How is it that Naruto has two energies? I could feel magic power and chakra in his body, both are enormous, Makarov asked, while Gilderts looked at him in amazement since he hadn't noticed it. It's a long story, Madara sighed. For the next half hour, they both listened to Naruto's entire story, from Hitomi's pregnancy to Naruto's training and his heritage. To say they were both shocked was an understatement. Makarov couldn't help but feel both fury and sympathy for Naruto. Fury at Naruto's father, what kind of man would play with a woman's feelings like that, knowing he was engaged, and sympathy because he knew firsthand what it was like to have a bad relationship with a son. Gilderts, on the other hand, was also angry for the same reason as Makarov, though he was also somewhat excited. Gilderts, being such a powerful being, had rarely had the pleasure of a fight that truly tested his limits. In fact, only Madara himself had been able to defeat him when they first met. From what he'd heard, Naruto would undoubtedly become a very powerful person in the future, and he was excited by the idea of fighting him when he was an adult. Well, let's change the subject. I don't think you came all this way just for a social visit, did you? Said Madara, wanting to get to the point. Makarov's expression shifted to one of sadness and pain. I'm afraid you're right, Madara. I'll get straight to the point. A few days ago, the Magic Council tried to imprison the head of the Bureau of Magical Development, Brain, since we discovered he was conducting experiments on humans, specifically children, Makarov said coldly before his face fell. Unfortunately, he managed to escape, but in his files, we found that my son, Ivan Draer, was in fact one of Brain's accomplices. Makarov's face threatened to fill with tears, which worried Madara, while Gilderts clenched his fists in fury. That damned man experimented on my grandson, Laxus, his own son, Makarov said, finally letting go of his tears as Gilderts placed his hand on the master's shoulder. Despite having seen and heard countless tales of war and slaughter, Madara couldn't help but feel disgusted after hearing this. He had seen Ivan Draer a couple of times, and although he had seen the hunger for power in his eyes, he hadn't thought he would go this far. What kind of monster would dare experiment on his own son? After a few seconds of silence while Makarov regained his composure, Gilderts decided to continue in Makarov's place. It seems Ivan and Brain had been conducting an experiment to try and replicate a lost magic, specifically that of a dragon slayer, Gilderts said, as Madara's expression turned serious. Apparently, they created a group of lacrima to make artificial dragon slayers. Ivan implanted one of the lacrima into Laxus in an experiment to see if it would work, Gilderts said. Fortunately, the experiment didn't negatively affect Laxus, Makarov said after finishing his tears. When I found out about this, I went with Gilderts to confront Ivan, but unfortunately, he was able to temporarily trap us in an illusion and escape, Makarov said sadly. The council has decided to classify Ivan and Brain as S-class dark mages. Since you're in such an isolated location, I decided to inform you personally, Makarov finished. I understand, I was planning to take Naruto on a training trip. I'll try to find out Ivan's location, and I'll let you know via the Lacrima communication device, Madara said as Makarov nodded. Later, Naruto returned home. They spent their time talking about trivial things until Makarov and Gilderts left to return to Fairy Tail, leaving Naruto and Madara alone. Elemental Nations. Uzushiogakure no Sado. 2 weeks later. Uzu no Kuni is a small country almost the size of a large island in the middle of the sea, surrounded by whirlpools that serve as a natural defense. In the middle of the island is Uzushiogakure no Sado, the land inhabited by the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was one of the strongest clans to exist, endowed with immense spiritual energy, a powerful life force, and unparalleled talent for sealing techniques. The Uzumaki village could almost be considered the sixth great shinobi nation. Sadly, their great power also became their downfall. They were feared even by their own allies. A few years before the Third Great Ninja War, an alliance between Iwagakure, Kumagakure and Kurigakure invaded the village, hoping to eliminate a potential threat and, in the process, acquire its sealing techniques for their own villages. However, the Uzumaki clan learned of the attack a few days prior. The second Uzukage sent a message to their ally, Konoha, while the Uzumaki clan prepared for battle and sent all their children to other countries for their safety. Tragically, Konoha's reinforcements never arrived and the Uzumaki clan perished, taking their lives with them. To the entire invading force and create with his last breath a barrier that remains even today and that only an Uzumaki can open. After passing through all the defenses of the village, Madara and our blonde hero were walking towards the village in comfortable silence. Gigi murmuró Naruto. What's wrong, Naruto? Madara asked, looking at his grandson. If Uzushiogakure had all the defenses we had to get through to enter, how did the other ninjas get in if they didn't have an Uzumaki with them? Naruto asked, since that was something he had been wondering about ever since he saw the number of seals he had to break with his chakra and blood. I'm afraid I don't know, Naruto. I only know that the second Uzukage, Ryu Uzumaki, had learned of the US attack a week before and requested reinforcements from Konoha, but unfortunately they arrived too late, Madara replied as Naruto walked away, lost in thought. After a few minutes of walking and having to pass through another barrier, they arrived at the ruins of what used to be Uzushiogakure no Sado. Naruto had to resist the urge to cry when he saw the skeletons of the Uzumaki clan members. Madara, seeing Naruto's reaction, put his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry Naruto, they died protecting their loved ones and their ideals, they were true shinobi, Madara said reassuringly. Why? Why did they have to end up like this? Many of them had children, wives, siblings, they were just families who wanted to live in peace, Naruto murmured between sobs. Madara was astonished. He had never heard his grandson speak like this before. Unfortunately, Naruto, the hunger for power can cause people to commit the worst acts of humanity. For the nations that caused this tragedy, the Uzumaki were a threat that had to be dealt with, and for some, it was a way to seize their power. This is how wars are born, and this is how hatred is born, Madara said with sorrow. After saying a short prayer, they began exploring the village and searching for the Uzukage tower. While they were searching, Naruto was lost in thought. This continent is in a bad way. There's too much war, too much hatred, too much thirst for power, Naruto thought sadly. The innocent die while those who deserve to die do as they please. The Uzumaki clan only wanted to live in peace, but they were annihilated for the selfish reasons of other nations, Naruto thought unconsciously, activating his Sharingan. How foolish I've been. I only wanted to be strong for simple reasons, like being the best, but not anymore. Now it will be different. I will be the most powerful to protect the weak and those who are important to me, and I will use my power to defeat evil. I will create my own path where there are no regrets, Naruto thought with determination. He was so focused on his new goal that he didn't notice one of the magatama on his necklace glow momentarily. Uzukage Tower. Underground. After finding the Uzukage Tower and entering the underground, Naruto and Madara walked through a passageway. Madara held what appeared to be a sphere of light made of magic, illuminating the passage. After what seemed like hours, they came upon 3 doors with various seals, 2 on the sides and 1 in the center. Well, we'd better go in, said Madara as Naruto cut his hand again with a kunai, since it had already regenerated for the 3rd time that day. Touching the doorknob on the right and concentrating his chakra through his hand, the seals on the door glowed momentarily, and the door opened. What they found left both of them speechless and their eyes widening comically. Before them lay what could only be described as a fortune. Mountains of money, banknotes, coins, jewels, and gold objects. Madara, who had amassed a great fortune during his lifetime and knew how to calculate vast sums, estimated that there was at least 300 billion ryo in cash in that place. Here, the currency will be the same worldwide to avoid confusion between ryo and jewels. Madara nearly had a heart attack at the thought. We're bucking rich, Dadabeo. Naruto shouted after recovering from the shock. Madara looked at Naruto seriously. Naruto, money isn't the most important thing in life, always remember that. You must handle this money responsibly and not feel superior to those who don't have it. On the contrary, you should help those who don't have it if you have the opportunity and save money to ensure a future for your family, Madara said wisely as Naruto nodded. His grandfather was absolutely right. Madara activated his Sharigan, and from his pocket dimension he took out 2 giant scrolls, from his backpack he took out a brush and a container with ink and began to draw several seals on the scroll. Phew, and Madara murmured as he made a seal with one hand. All the money and jewels began to be sucked into the scroll until the room was clean. Madara rolled up the scroll again and stored it in his pocket dimension. That was amazing, teach me how to do that, Dadabeo. Naruto exclaimed. I'll show you later, Naruto. After all, that's why we came here, but first we have to explore the other rooms, said Madara as they headed to the next room. After repeating the same process as in the first room, Naruto opened the door with Madara behind him. The shock was even greater, if that were possible, than in the first room. Inside was a large library, filled with a vast number of books and scrolls. Not only that, but in one part of the room was an armory containing kunai, shuriken, swords, and all sorts of weapons. Something that caught Naruto's attention was that there were also magical weapons like the ones he had seen in weapon shops in Earthland. The library was divided into sections according to the subject of the books and scrolls: Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Kenjutsu, Fuinjutsu, and Kenjutsu. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he noticed that there was also a section on magic, which included runes and magic seals, the magical version of Fuinjutsu. Why is there a magic section in this library, and why are those weapons here? This is a ninja village, Naruto asked, looking at his grandfather. Madara smiled at Naruto's keen observation and replied, indeed, Uzumaki is a shinobi village in the eyes of the world, but don't forget that all villages and guilds have their secrets. Naruto looked at him, confused. In short, without any of the other villages knowing, the Uzumaki clan had trade relations with Earthland. Unlike the other nations, who sought opportunities to attack each other, the Uzumaki clan dedicated themselves to improving their technology and progressing. In fact, some ninjas even renounced their ability to use chakra in order to gain the power to use magic, thus taking their enemies by surprise when defending themselves. Naruto was astonished. After storing everything in the second scroll and sending it to the pocket dimension, Naruto and Madara stood in front of the last door. Slowly, after repeating the process of the other two, the door began to open. They both looked curiously, wondering what they would find. The door finally opened to reveal nothing. Madara sighed in relief. For a second he thought they would find something that would surprise him. Madara used to boast of being an imperturbable person and that he was difficult to impress, but since Naruto was born, being impressed to the point of almost suffering a heart attack had become a habit for him. Naruto felt disappointed. He thought they would find something interesting, but no. He was about to leave the room when he noticed a piece of paper stuck to one of the walls. Curious, Naruto picked up the paper and read it. If you are reading this, it means I am dead. On the wall in the center of the room, in the corner, there is a fake brick. Press it, and the door in the ceiling will open. In the 4 corners of the room, there are 4 seals and 1 in the center. Concentrate your chakra on the first 4 and let a little of your blood fall on the one in the center, all at the same time. You will be in for a big surprise. Uzumaki. Shrugging, Naruto tossed the note aside and did as instructed. He pressed the brick, and to his and Madara's surprise, Madara was lost in his own thoughts. The ceiling of the room began to open, revealing the winged exterior of the Uzumaki tower. Naruto then proceeded to break the 5 seals as the note had indicated. The seals began to glow, and letters began to emerge from the 4 corners until they connected with the seal in the middle. Boo-off. The room filled with smoke, blocking their view. They activated their Sharingan in case of any threat, but nothing prepared them for what they saw when the smoke cleared. It was a gigantic creature with scaly, gray skin, yellow eyes, and large, sharp teeth. It had horns on the back of its head, a long tail, and 2 wings. Yes, gentlemen, you were looking at a dragon. For Naruto, this was a pivotal moment in his life. He had read many stories about dragons since he learned to read, but never in his wildest dreams had he imagined being able to see one with his own eyes. He had mixed feelings. One part of him told him to run for his life, but another part wanted to throw himself at the dragon and ask it all kinds of questions. He chose option 2. Excuse me, Mr. Dragon, Naruto said, trying to get his attention. The creature stared intently at Naruto for a few minutes, studying him, while Madara discreetly activated his Rinnegan in case the dragon attacked. You know, kid, normal humans would run away at the sight of a dragon. Are you very brave, or are you just stupid? The dragon asked, a hint of mockery in his voice. To his surprise, Naruto smiled. You were watching me for several minutes. If you had wanted to eat us, you would have done so the moment I broke the seal. Besides, my sensory abilities allow me to sense emotions, and I didn't sense anything bad in you, Naruto said with a smile. The dragon was impressed. This child not only showed no fear, but also spoke to him with the utmost ease. Then there were those eyes, the Sharigan. As one of the oldest dragons in existence, he knew much about those eyes. Normally, users of this eye became power mad, but in this child's gaze, he saw only kindness and determination. He was astonished when he noticed that the man accompanying the boy possessed the legendary Rinnegan, but didn't reveal it. "What's your name, kid?" asked a dragon. "Naruto Uchiha, what's your name?" Naruto asked. "My name is Arashi, the storm dragon," said the dragon now known as Arashi. Arashi extended his claw, touched Naruto's head, and began to see his memories. As the minutes passed, Arashi became increasingly impressed, while Madara watched him with curiosity and Naruto with innocence. "I've seen your memories, Naruto. You have a great dream, and thanks to you, I'm free after 40 years of being asleep in that seal. That's why I want to make a deal with both of you," Arashi said. "What kind of deal?" Madara asked, looking at the dragon. Although he had already confirmed that it was not a threat, he was curious to know what he had to propose to them. "As you probably know, Madara, we dragons can teach humans we deem worthy the magic known as Dragon Slayer. My proposition is this. I will stay with you for the next 6 years and help you train Naruto by teaching him Dragon Slayer magic of my element, Storm, which is basically a combination of the wind, water, and lightning elements, as a reward for releasing me from the seal," Arashi said with a smile. "That sounds amazing, can you come with us, Gigi?" Naruto asked while looking at Madara. Madara was weighing the pros and cons of accepting Arashi's deal. On one hand, Naruto would have the opportunity to learn one of the oldest and most powerful magics in the world, Dragon Slayer. That storm element sounded very powerful, and Arashi seemed to be a good dragon, so Naruto would have a powerful ally. But there was a small problem. "That all sounds very nice, Arashi. Personally, I have no problem with you coming with us, but I think a dragon your size would attract too much attention," Madara said. To his surprise, Arashi smiled. A magic circle appeared beneath his body and began to shrink. Finally, the magic circle disappeared and Arashi was the size of a kitten. "Haha, don't underestimate me, human, maybe it doesn't seem like it, but I am one of the oldest dragons to exist, changing size is easy for me," Arashi exclaimed as he perched on Naruto's shoulder. "You have to teach me how to do that, Dadabeo," exclaimed Naruto. "See." Before Arashi could respond, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of someone falling to the floor. They both turned around and couldn't help but have a bead of sweat behind their heads when they saw Madara unconscious. Naruto ran to his grandfather's aid and with Arashi's help, they dragged him to a comfortable place to rest. The day had been too emotional for him. Chapter 3. Grades. Konoha rookies will graduate from the academy at the age of 15. I will write some jutsus in Spanish, mainly those that I created. The Bijuu are enormous masses of energy originating from the 10 tails, Juubi, that possess the ability to utilize both magic and chakra, as magic and chakra originally come from the 10 tails. When sealed within a Jinchuriki, they lose one of their energies to the Jinchuriki's dominant one. When fused and becoming the 10 tails, their power is so immense it could destroy planets. Even if a Bijuu loses its power and is sealed, it does not die. If its container dies, the Bijuu also dies, but it will reform in the world within a period of no more than 3 years with its full power. Ages of the fairy tale members when the canon begins. Urza equals 18 years old. Natsu equals 16 years old. Gray equals 18 years old. Laxus equals 23 years old. Gel equals 19 years old. Ultier equals 23 years old. Warahin equals 20 years old. Elfman equals 18 years old. Lysana equals 16 years old. Lucy equals 17 years old. Agil equals 19 years old. Yuvia equals 18 years old. Wendy equals 12 years old. Revelations, the death of Madara. Earthland. Unknown location. 5 years later. 5 years have passed since the trip to Uzumaki, and much has happened. Little Naruto is now a 10-year-old boy, approximately 1.33 meters tall. His spiky blonde hair has grown longer and wilder, with 2 strands framing his face. He has lost all his baby fat thanks to his rigorous physical training, making him look like a combination of Minato and Madara with his Sharingan activated. His muscle mass has increased considerably, though not excessively, and his defined muscles give him an impressive presence. He wears a black leather jacket zipped to his chest, revealing a white t-shirt underneath. He also wears black combat pants and black combat boots, like the ones Natsu wears in Oration Says, but in black. He wears his necklace with 6 magatama around his neck. Naruto was thinking about the events of the last 5 years. There had been good times and bad. Arashi began to teach him his Storm Dragon Slayer magic. Naruto had to suppress a shiver as he remembered the brutal training he had to endure at Arashi's hands. Half of the things he made him do would have killed a normal person. After seeing Arashi's methods, Madara cried tears of happiness, seeing that he had found someone who had the same goal as him. To make Naruto suffer in the worst possible way through training. This marked the beginning of a beautiful friendship. However, despite the difficult training, thanks to his determination and talent, he was able to overcome them. Madara taught him the Kai Bunshin no Jutsu. This jutsu became a fundamental part of the training. Unlike the Kage Bunshin, the Kai Bunshin required greater chakra control and a little of the user's blood, since unlike the Shadow Clone, the Blood Clone can not only communicate telepathically with the original, but can also send the original the results of the physical training. With the help of the Kai Bunshin, Madara taught Naruto the true Uchiha Jutsu, also called Heiken. Madara placed the resistance seals on Naruto while he did the physical training. He also ordered Naruto not to deactivate his Sharingan except to sleep, so that his Sharingan would mature faster and Naruto's body would get used to keeping it constantly active. Shortly after Naruto's Sharingan fully matured, Madara placed fire seals on him so he could begin familiarizing himself with Kaiten no Yoroi. To Madara's surprise, Naruto proved to be a true genius in the Heiken style of Taijutsu. It was as if the style was made specifically for him. In just 6 months, he was able to master the Taijutsu stances like a fish in water. The resistance seals had to be constantly modified because with his healing ability constantly repairing and strengthening his muscles, Madara believed that by the time Naruto reached his teens, his physical strength would be on par with that of his former rival, Senju Hashirama. As for Naruto's other abilities, Madara resigned himself to the fact that he could never say that Naruto could no longer impress him. Regarding his ninjutsu skills, Naruto proved to be Madara's worthy successor. After undergoing elemental chakra training with the help of his clones, Naruto was taught a wide range of jutsu, from C rank to, later, even S rank. Thanks to his ability to use all 5 chakra natures and his mastery of them, Naruto was a true ninjutsu monster. Madara taught him jutsu of every element, for example. Taju Furiden no Jutsu, S rank, Raiten. Killer Tiger Jutsu, S rank, Suiton. Leviathan Fang Jutsu, S rank, Doten. Sando no Jutsu, S rank, and Madara's signature jutsu, Kaiten. Gakumakyaku, S rank. Ninjutsu, like ninjutsu, had undoubtedly been inherited by Naruto, who had inherited his talent in this field. Thanks to his Sharingan, he could paralyze his enemies simply by looking them in the eyes. If he could compare him to anyone, he would compare him to that prodigy, Itachi, about whom he had heard so much. Sadly for Madara, Naruto and Jinjutsu were the worst possible combination. Madara learned this the hard way after witnessing his grandson's creation, the Night of the Perverts. Madara shuddered at the memory. After seeing it, he collapsed from blood loss. Somewhere in the elemental nations, Jiraiya the Toad Sage felt a strange pride in Minato's possible son, even though he had no idea who he was. As far as Yuinjutsu was concerned, Naruto was a true master. With the help of the Uzumaki scrolls and the knowledge that Madara learned from his wife, Naruto had a level of seals comparable to masters like Minato and Jiraiya, a prodigious achievement for a 10-year-old boy. Sadly, as with Yinjutsu, Madara was a victim of Naruto's prank seals on countless occasions. Ninjutsu was another story. Madara boasted of being a great swordsman with his unique style, Dansu Jigoku, a style that consisted primarily of prediction and counterattack, much like Uchiha Taijutsu. He was also learning a style he found among the Uzumaki scrolls, Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, a style divided into 4 main parts. Ranjiki Jutsu, Tatsu Shin Jutsu, Bado Jutsu, and Amakakara Ryu no Haramakari. Although he only mastered the first 2 parts of the style, he expected to master it within a few years. Medical ninjutsu, even though Naruto considered it unnecessary, by order of Madara, Naruto had to learn at least the basics. According to Arashi, Naruto was a monster when it came to magic. After mastering the Storm Dragon Slayer techniques and using the secret techniques decently, Naruto dedicated himself to trying to use the subdivisions of the storm element. Ryu no Dragon Slayer, Furyu no Dragon Slayer, and Ryu no Dragon Slayer. Arashi was truly proud of Naruto's progress. Despite his complaints about excessive training, Naruto always enjoyed challenges, and thanks to that, he had come so far. His other 2 magics, Energy Make and Vulcan, had also progressed by leaps and bounds. With Energy Make, he could create a large number of very powerful weapons, and combined with Vulcan, he could create devastating attacks. His progress with runes and the magic seal was simply spectacular. With this entire set of skills, Madara was certain that Naruto was easily an S-class mage and an S-class shinobi. But one of his greatest achievements was the yin-yang release, the Senju Kekkei Genkai. This is by far the most difficult release. Even Madara's mastery of this element pales in comparison to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. For Naruto, this was possibly one of his toughest training experiences, but with his determination, he managed to gain enough mastery to recreate the wood release of his ancestor Hashirama Senju and the water release of his ancestor Tobirama Senju. Speaking of the Senju, 2 years ago Madara had finally told Naruto who his father was, and Naruto could still remember that conversation. Flashback. Family Chapel. Naruto, Arashi, and Madara were walking in what appeared to be a mountain range. In front of them was a barrier. Madara performed several hand seals, and the barrier disappeared. "What are we doing here, Jiji?" Naruto asked curiously. Madara didn't answer immediately. After a few seconds of walking, they arrived at what appeared to be a small chapel. Madara opened the door. Inside were several containers of ash with names on them. Tajima Uchiha, Hinako Uchiha, Izuna Uchiha, Kiyomi Uzumaki, and Hitomi Uchiha. Behind the containers were photos of the aforementioned individuals. "This is the family chapel I built, Naruto. My parents, my little brother, my wife, and your mother their remains rest here," Madara said. Naruto's eyes opened in shock and he slowly approached Hitomi's altar. "Mom," Naruto murmured, tears welling in his eyes. Arashi, perched on his shoulder, remained silent, watching his student weep. After a few minutes, and after praying for the souls of his family, Madara decided to get to the point of why he had brought him there. 3 years ago, Naruto, I told you that when you were ready, I would tell you who your father is," Madara said with an emotionless expression. "I believe now is the time," Madara said, looking at Naruto. Naruto had mixed feelings. He wanted to know who his father was, where he was, and if he was alive, but on the other hand, he was also afraid of finding out the answer. "Who was Jiji?" Naruto asked after a few seconds of silence. "Your father was the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Senju Minato," Madara said grimly. Silence. For the first time in a very long time, Naruto was in shock. It wasn't the answer he expected. He knew the story of the 4th Hokage very well when Madara made him read the bingo books of the elemental nations and the information Madara stole about Konoha's elite ninja supposedly to study their potential enemies. Naruto had read a lot about that man. Minato Senju, the 4th Hokage, the hero of the 3rd Shinobi World War, master of seals, and SS-class ninja in the bingo book with the nickname Kairoi Senko, was also the husband of Kushina Uzumaki and the father of 2 children. To Naruto, it made no sense. Madara sighed, noticing Naruto's train of thought. This was going to be a difficult conversation. 8 years ago, Hitomi and the 4th Hokage had a secret relationship. It was a time of war, so they kept their relationship hidden to avoid detection by their enemies. When the war ended and Minato became Hokage, Hitomi hoped to marry the 4th Hokage and start a family, Madara said with a sigh. This was going to be very hard. Sadly, unbeknownst to Hitomi, the 4th Hokage was engaged to Kushina Uzumaki in a secret marriage, known only to a select few, Madara said. Naruto paled after hearing that. He already had an idea of where this was going. That same day Minato became Hokage, he and Hitomi were together. The next day, he broke up with her because she was engaged. Hitomi was very sad because she had lost the love of her life, but then you came along, Naruto. When she found out she was pregnant, she contacted me, and I helped her leave Konoha. I witnessed for the next 9 months that despite Minato's betrayal, you were her greatest hope, Naruto, Madara finished, waiting for Naruto's reaction. A mixture of feelings coursed through Naruto's chest. Happiness at knowing he was loved even before he was born, hatred towards that man for hurting his mother, sadness at knowing the harsh truth, and confusion regarding protecting him. Protect me from what? Naruto asked as tears began to stream down his face. Inwardly, he was cursing himself for not having seen him sooner. He shared too many physical features with a man, and besides, he was one of the few remaining Senju elite who resembled him. Madara felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected that question. Many reasons, Naruto. The 4th Hokage wanted to be Hokage his entire life. In fact, it was one of the reasons he became engaged to Kushina. The old mummies on the Konoha Council wanted to rebuild the Uzumaki clan in Konoha after the massacre to increase the village's status, but the old monkey, Sarutobi, would never allow them to take Kushina and turn her into a baby factory. The only way to ensure the clan's loyalty was an arranged marriage. Your mother feared a reaction if she found out about your existence, since the council would judge all her actions. An illegitimate child would cost her her position. Your mother feared that Minato would try to do something to you. Madara paused for a few moments while Naruto processed what he had just told him. There was another reason as well, Madara said, gaining Naruto's attention. Which one is Jiji? Naruto asked as he stopped crying. When I told you about the Senju and the Elite Uchiha, I didn't tell you the whole truth, Madara said, analyzing Naruto's questioning gaze. Both clans descend from the same man, Naruto, the sage of 6 paths. The power of both clans is within you. The sage's power runs through your veins, Naruto said, his eyes widening in disbelief. Naruto always knew he was very different from the others. He had more energy than the other children, healed faster, was smarter than most, almost never got sick, and could also use chakra and magic. Many things became clear at that moment. Arashi was impressed after hearing that. Why did he do it? Why did he have to make mom suffer? Naruto murmured. I don't know, Naruto. Sometimes people do stupid things without thinking about the harm they cause, Madara said. I want to hate him, I want to kill him, I want to see him suffer and make him pay for what he did, Naruto muttered darkly, activating his Sharingan as Madara grew alarmed. But if I did, it's not what mom wanted, Naruto said. I'm not going to hate him, but I'm not going to forgive him either. That man isn't my father. To me, he's nothing more than a stranger, Naruto murmured coldly. Thank you, Grandpa, Naruto murmured as Madara looked at him, confused. You've taken care of me since I was born. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be in that village right now that made mom suffer, Naruto said, hugging his grandfather. Madara was surprised but responded by embracing Naruto paternally. You don't have to thank me, Naruto, you are my heir, my own blood, Madara said, smiling. End of flashback. Shortly after that conversation, Madara gave Naruto the jutsu that Hitomi had taken from the Uchiha and Senju libraries, as well as the techniques from the Forbidden Scroll. At first, Naruto was very unsure about using Minato's techniques. He now called him Minato team, but his mother thought he would need them, so he decided to learn them. Besides, he found the idea of mastering those techniques and performing them much better than Minato team appealing. The jutsu in the Uchiha library weren't particularly impressive. Most of them had been taught to him by his grandfather. The so-called ultimate Jinjutsu, Izanagi and Izanami, intrigued him, but the price was far too high for his liking. Kodomatsukami, on the other hand, had definitely caught his attention, but he needed the Mangekyou Sharingan. After reading about that jutsu, Naruto increased the effort he put into his training, hoping to awaken his EMS and learn it. The Forbidden Scroll contained interesting techniques, to say the least. Now he understood why it was called forbidden. It had techniques that a normal ninja couldn't perform, for example. Ninpo. Shisekiijin, Senpo. Myojinman, Hokage Shiki Jijin Jutsu Kakuen Nitten, Kuchius. Goju Rashiman, Ito Tensei, and the Shiki Fujin, etc., etc., etc. Naruto reluctantly had to admit that the scroll contained many interesting techniques, although the Ito Tensei jutsu disturbed him quite a bit. He wondered what the second Hokage had been smoking when he created that jutsu. The Senju library consisted mostly of wind, earth, and water techniques, of which Naruto learned a few from each. Tsunade's superhuman strength instantly fascinated Naruto, and he spent the last 2 years honing his chakra control to a new level, so he could replicate it. But nothing impressed Naruto more than the fourth Hokage's two signature techniques. The Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. The Rasengan wasn't too difficult to learn. The technique was very similar to his energy make. He learned the Rasengan in a week with the help of his clones, and in another week he created a magical version. Over the last 2 years, he had also learned his other versions, and he was currently developing his own version, trying to combine it with an element. As much as it pained him to admit it, Naruto had to acknowledge that Senju Minato was a freaking genius. The Flying Thunder God technique posed a huge problem for Naruto. The seal formula was master level. Apparently, Minato's version of the Flying Thunder God technique was based on the notes of the second Hokage, who in turn had created his technique based on the sealing techniques of his clan brother, the Uzumaki. This led Naruto to a long investigation, and after much research, he managed to decipher the seal. It seemed the seal formula was based on the summoning technique. The user can mark a specific area with a special seal formula that only reacts to the user's presence. The seals are connected to the user, allowing them to be detected regardless of distance, and teleported to them as if by summoning. However, Naruto, being a perfectionist, a trait he inherited from Madara, began investigating the jutsu's weaknesses when it came to techniques. He was impressed by the number of weaknesses it had, conducting numerous mental battles. Naruto discovered that the technique relied too heavily on the seals on the kunai. He could easily find them with his Sharingan and dodge the attack. The second weakness was reaction time. The speed at which the technique was executed could backfire if the enemy could predict your location and prepare an attack. According to Madara, the only reason the fourth Hokage became an SS-class ninja was because of his senjutsu and because most ordinary ninjas couldn't react in time to avoid the technique, making him appear more powerful, but his other abilities were only those of a cage. Despite all these weaknesses, Naruto decided to learn the Flying Thunder God technique and recently managed to recreate and master it at the same level as Minato. His new goal was to create a technique superior to the Flying Thunder God technique. Another thing was that shortly after Madara informed Naruto about his father's identity, he began introducing Naruto to his allies on the council so that Naruto would have allies. He had also met a couple of times with Makarov and a councilman named Yajima to give them information about Ivan Drayer. He had learned not to underestimate someone based on their appearance when he learned that Makarov was so powerful that even Madara respected him. But one of the most important moments was when he introduced him to the president of the Magic Council. Flashback. The city of Ira is the headquarters of the Magic Council. The city is built around a mountain, at the top of which is a huge white castle with blue details and several rune knights, the military force of the council. Our blonde hero and Madara are walking through the city towards the council castle, both wearing black cloaks with hoods. "Damn it, brat, why do I have to travel in such a humiliating way?" Arashi said in his chibi form as he peeked his head out from under Naruto's clothes. For the 1000th time, Arashi, no matter how chibi you look in that form, a dragon would attract too much attention, Dadabeo, said Naruto, somewhat annoyed by the dragon's attitude. "Come on, what's the worst that can happen?" Arashi asked. "I've heard that many times. The last 2 times I let you roam freely, something bad always happened. Do I have to remind you of when we met with old Makarov and you almost gave him a heart attack?" Naruto said with a sigh, a malicious smile suddenly appearing on his face. "Oh, do I have to remind you of the incident in Harem?" Naruto said, laughing maliciously. Arashi paled at the memory and wisely decided to stay inside Naruto's clothes. "Damn it, the great Arashi, the legendary storm dragon who was known as one of the most powerful dragons to exist, have been reduced to being nothing more than a simple pet TT," Arashi said dramatically. "Come on, I don't think it's that big of a deal," said Naruto, trying to calm Arashi down. "How the hell can it not be that big of a deal, you damn dwarf? We're talking about my dragon pride, you're a dragon slayer too, you should have it too, brat," Arashi shouted, sobbing. "Hey, who are you calling a dwarf, Dadabeo?" Naruto shouted angrily. "I don't see any other dwarfs," Arashi said mockingly. "Don't mess with me, you damn lizard," Naruto said indignantly. Their childish argument was interrupted when they saw they were arriving at the castle entrance. Madara whispered something in the ear of a rune knight. The man nodded to Madara and guided them to the 2nd floor. The man entered the office and a few minutes later he came out and let us in. Standing before them was an old man with long white hair, a long beard, long eyebrows, and red eyes. He wore a long white cloak with the symbol of the 10 wizard saints on the back and a medallion around his neck bearing the same symbol. This man was Ryoku Fujimoto, leader of the 10 wizard saints and current chairman of the Magic Council. Despite appearing to be a kind and frail old man, he was in fact the most powerful man on the continent, besides Madara. With his unique fire demon slayer magic, Ryoku was undeniably the most powerful mage in Fiori, whose authority was such that he obeyed only the king and no one else. "Oh Madara, old friend, it's been a long time since I've seen you, come in," Ryoku said kindly. "It's been a long time since I've seen you, Ryoku. I've been a little busy," Madara replied calmly as he entered, followed by Naruto. They both sat down. Ryoku stared intently at Naruto as if he were analyzing him. "Madara, who is that boy?" Ryoku asked curiously. "He is my grandson Naruto," Madara replied with a smile as Ryoku's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't known that Madara had a grandson. "Oh, nice to meet you, kid, my name is Ryoku Fujimoto, president of the Magic Council and current leader of the 10 Holy Wizards," Ryoku introduced himself with a smile. "Nice to meet you, old man, my name is Naruto Uchiha, Dadabeo," Naruto said, smiling. For the next half hour, Madara told Ryoku about the story of Naruto. To say that Ryoku was impressed was an understatement, but he kept his composure. "That's why I would like it if possible, you could send us rank missions on occasion so that Naruto can gain experience, of course, if it's not a problem," Madara said calmly. In normal situations I wouldn't send an 8-year-old on such dangerous missions, but I can sense great power in this young man, and from his gaze, I can see that he has received good training, so I will do it," Ryoku said, smiling. Their conversation was interrupted by the growls of an animal. "Ah, what a relief, I could barely breathe in there," Arashi murmured as he emerged from under Naruto's clothes. He looked at Madara, who had his eyes closed and was shaking his head. Naruto was trying not to laugh and Ryoku was staring at him with wide eyes. Hello?" Arashi said, smiling nervously. "Puam?" Ryoku fainted. End of flashback. Since then, during the last 2 years, Naruto had carried out several missions from B rank and A rank sent by Ryoku. Unfortunately, not everything is happiness. A week ago, Madara made a revelation to Naruto that left him frozen. He was dying. Despite having maintained his youth for many years, he wasn't immortal. He was being finished off by an enemy that even he couldn't defeat. Old age. They had returned to their old house, where they had lived before starting their journey. Currently inside the house, Naruto was sitting next to Madara's bed sobbing, with Arashi beside him shedding small tears as they watched a Madara who was even paler, with dark circles under his eyes and struggling to breathe. Naruto, there's no need to cry for me, Madara said with difficulty, he truly felt life leaving his body. Gigi, you're leaving, Naruto murmured between sobs. In the following minutes, Madara's health deteriorated at an alarming rate to the point that he began to cough up drops of blood. Before life could leave his body, Madara stared intently at Naruto, with great effort touched his forehead with his fingers, and spoke his last words. Naruto, I want you to know that I've always been proud of you, I had the opportunity to make you a powerful ninja and mage, and above all, a good boy who will become a great man, I've transferred my Kamui to you. All my belongings are in it. Now they belong to you, I want you to take my gun. That weapon was very special to me, now it's yours, use it. The Uchiha have always been considered power hungry by some, I know you can make a difference. Goodbye, Naruto, make me proud, Madara said before his heart stopped. He's gone, Naruto murmured as he began to cry for the death of the man who raised him, his mentor, and most importantly, his grandfather and father figure. Arashi also began to cry. In the short time he had traveled with them, he had come to respect Madara and consider him a friend. Naruto felt an immense pain in his eyes and fell to his knees. Arashi looked at him with concern as he saw his eyes begin to bleed, and before he could find out what was happening, Naruto looked up, revealing a pair of black eyes with a crimson star and a black three-pointed shuriken. This was the M's. It's like Sasuke's. Naruto got up from the floor, wiped the blood mixed with tears from his eyes, and went to the window. It was raining. It seemed as if the sky were weeping for the death of the legendary Uchiha. I'm going to make you proud, Naruto said, looking up at the sky as Arashi stood beside him. Hosts of the kingdom of Kalem. 7 months later. 7 years have passed since Madara Uchiha's death. Naruto organized a small funeral after cremating his body and hiding his eyes, so no one would learn his secrets. Among the few who attended were Ryoku, Makarov, 2 guild masters named Bob and Goldmine, Gilderts, Arashi, and some council members Madara knew. Naruto placed Madara's remains in the family chapel. After the funeral, Makarov offered Naruto a place to join Fairy Tail if he needed a place to stay, as the house held many memories for Naruto of his time with his grandfather. Naruto was very tempted to accept the offer. In previous meetings with Makarov, he had heard many stories about Fairy Tail, and his grandfather had told him that Fairy Tail had some of the strongest mages in the country. He could make new friends and also have the opportunity to test his abilities against some of the strongest mages in the land. But Naruto told Makarov that he wanted to finish his training with Arashi and travel the world for a few years like his grandfather to become stronger, but that he would join in the future. Makarov nodded in understanding and left with Gilderts. During the following months, Naruto had his clones improving their existing abilities while he focused on training with Arashi. Learning the Dragon Slayer's ultimate and by far most powerful technique, Dragonverse, a transformation believed capable of killing a dragon, took immense effort and determination. After 7 months, he could maintain this form for up to 4 minutes, during which time he was able to hold his own in a decent fight with Arashi before collapsing unconscious. That year, Naruto also trained with his M's. After experiencing its power, Naruto understood why his grandfather was considered a god among men, thanks to those eyes. His abilities were simply incredible. Kamui came easily to him since Madara had transferred it to him, and Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu were mastered in less than 6 months. In fact, he was already making plans to combine Amaterasu with his Heiken. A week ago, on July 7 of X 777, Arashi had told him that his Dragon Slayer training was over and that he should go with the other dragons. Before leaving, he gave Naruto a sword that he called Ikazuchi no Kiba, which could concentrate his Dragon Slayer powers and use them more effectively. Imagine Tensa's Anjetsu during the fight with Ginjo, but with a normal colored blade and a blue hilt with gold details. Currently, Naruto was resting inside a ship with a small red-haired girl, wearing an eye patch and slightly worn clothes, a few months older than him, sleeping on his chest. Many of you may be wondering, how did I get into this situation? Well, a few moments ago. Flashback. A few hours ago, Naruto was training with his M's, trying to use the third technique of the ninjutsu, the Susanoo. Despite all his efforts, he had only been able to summon what appeared to be Susanoo ribs around his body. After many attempts, he began to feel his body giving out. That technique was truly on another level. After storing his weapons in his magical re-equipped dimension, he sat under a tree, ready to sleep. Unfortunately for him, a group of guards from the R system happened to be there. The guard saw him as easy prey to enslave in order to finish building the R system, so they took him away. The slaves sat on the floor of what appeared to be a prison cell. An uneasy silence hung over them as they pondered how their terrible situation would end. Some panicked when they heard their cell door open. Urza was shoved inside by what seemed to be a guard. And not another word, insects, said the guard, looking at them with disgust. After the door closed, everyone started to move. Urza, are you alright? One of the children asked worriedly. The redeed was trembling. "Of course it's not okay, look at her," said another child as he hit him on the head. "But what about Joel?" a frightened child asked. "I thought he was going to help." The child couldn't finish because an old man's hand landed on his shoulder. "Leave her alone, she had a horrible time in the punishment chamber, poor thing," said the old man as he looked sadly at Urza. "Joel was probably captured by the guards and tortured instead," the old man muttered. "Those sons of bitches. I want to go home," one of the children cried out loud. Everyone panicked. "Quiet, Shu, you're going to get us in trouble," another boy said fearfully. The old man wrapped the little boy in a hug. "No, no, Shu, everything's alright, Grandpa's here," said the old man. "There's no need to cry." The boy seemed to calm down. Urza then noticed that Naruto was asleep in a corner. "Who is Rob Aji-san?" Urza asked curiously. "Oh, it's a child that the guards brought, poor boy has been asleep since they brought him, I hope he doesn't react badly," said the old man now identified as Rob. Driven by curiosity, Urza began to gently shake Naruto. "No, Mom, I don't want to go to school, Dadabeo." Naruto mumbled sleepily as everyone present sweated profusely. After a few minutes, Naruto woke up only to find himself in what appeared to be some kind of prison, surrounded by several children and an old man. Judging by their appearance, it seemed they were living in subhuman conditions. "Where the hell am I, Dadabeo?" Naruto shouted in a panic. "Calm down, little one. Unfortunately, you're in a slave prison," Rob said sadly. Naruto frowned. They'd probably brought him here while he was asleep. He cursed himself for being so trusting. If Madara were alive, he would have given him the beating of his life for being such an idiot. His gaze fell on the girl who had woken him up. She had scarlet red hair, pale skin, and wore a little dress that looked like it had seen better days. She had an eye patch. "My name is Naruto Uchiha, what's your name?" Naruto asked with a friendly smile. Urza blushed slightly. It wasn't that she knew much about children, but she thought it was cute. "Urza Scarlet," Urza murmured. Urza replied. "Scarlet, it looks good on you, Naruto said. Naruto's gaze fell on Rob. "Beto, old man," said Naruto. "Rob, my name is Rob," Rob said in response to Naruto's unspoken question. "Could you explain where I am?" Naruto asked. "This place is called System R, it's a tower controlled by a group of guards and dark wizards, all of us were brought here by the dark wizards to complete this tower," Rob said sadly as he clenched his fists. Naruto noticed the patch over Urza's eye. "Hey old man, what happened to Urza?" Naruto whispered in her ear. Rob's expression turned even sadder, if that was possible. "It happened a few days ago. The kids decided to try to escape. Of course, they were discovered, but those bastards only punished Urza. They tortured her for hours and hours until they cut her eye," Rob said, looking at Urza. He looked up when he didn't hear any response from Naruto. What he saw shocked him. Naruto's body glowed white as small lightning bolts crackled around him. Naruto wasn't angry, no, he was furious at the thought of those scumbags torturing an innocent girl. He was so angry that he unconsciously began to unleash his magic power. Urza and the other children could only feel a sensation of warmth that made them feel protected, but Rob knew very well that this sensation was also mixed with a brutal killing instinct and bloodlust. He noticed that Naruto's expression had become cold and cruel. He was in shock. In all his life as a mage, he had never felt magical power of this nature, much less in someone so young. If it weren't for the fact that just a few minutes ago he had been talking to what seemed to be a normal child, those black eyes with a crimson star only made him feel more intimidated. If it weren't for the fact that just a few seconds ago he had been talking to what seemed to be a kind child, he would have sworn he was in the presence of the Shinigami or Madara Uchiha himself. In an unknown location, we see a woman with long ankle-length blonde hair, fair skin, golden eyes, full lips, and a figure that would send any mortal to war. She wears a white knee-length dress and sits on a throne. This woman is Kami-sama. Beside her are the Shinigami, Kagaya, Hagoromo, Madara Uchiha, Kiyomi Uchiha, Hitomi Uchiha, the first two Hokage, and Mito Uzumaki. Next to Kagaya is a woman with long black hair tied in a ponytail, purple eyes, full lips with red lipstick, and a figure that rivals Kami's. This woman is Yami. In front of them is a screen displaying the actions of the living. Kagaya and Madara smile proudly, while Hashirama stands in a corner with a depressed aura, muttering things about cool attitudes. Back in prison with a calmer Naruto, Naruto stood in front of the prison bars, placed his arms over his chest in an I shape, and began to concentrate his magic power. "Sacred swords of the storm dragon." Naruto shouted as he extended his arms, and two white beams of magical energy shot out from them. To everyone's surprise, the energy disintegrated the bars as if they were butter. "Are you a magician?" Urza asked, surprised. Naruto paused thoughtfully for a few seconds. You could say I'm a magical ninja," Naruto said with a nervous chuckle. "Well, I guess it's time to reclaim your freedom, don't you think?" Naruto said, smiling at the slaves. Rob and the other children looked at him with hope. "But there are many guards out there, they will kill us," one of the children murmured, fear in his voice. "You know, in life there are many risks to face, it's better to fight for your freedom than to live in slavery," Naruto wisely said. Urza was afraid, but her expression changed to one of determination. "That's right, we have to fight for our freedom," Urza said, feeling much more confident now. Motivated by her words, the other slaves joined her. Naruto couldn't help but smile. This girl was very interesting. "Follow me," Naruto shouted as he proceeded to open the other cells and free the other slaves. "You scum, you think you can rebel? Kill them all," the cult leader shouted furiously. Both slaves and guards began fighting amongst themselves. Naruto, using his energy make technique, created a sword of pure magic and proceeded to fight a large group of guards. No, it was a massacre on Naruto's part. "Leave no survivors," he heard a guard shout. "Call the mages so we can finish this." Naruto cursed under his breath. This was about to get complicated. He looked at Urza and ordered. "Urza, tell everyone to only fight the guards, I'll take care of the mages myself." Urza nodded and began giving orders to the others. Naruto stopped and began to concentrate. The mages were arriving and gathered around him. He knew he hadn't yet tested the technique he was about to perform, but it was the only technique that could take out many enemies at once without harming his allies. Urza looked at Naruto with concern. He had simply stopped and seemed to be concentrating. What is he doing? She thought before returning to her fight with the guards. Pain. Infernal justice. Naruto began to spit out a large number of fire spears that began to fall on top of the guards and mage, but did not touch the slaves. "What the hell is this?" A wizard shouted with terror in his voice before being hit by one of the arrows and being charred. Incredible, he defeated most of the mages and guards with a single technique, but he looked so calm as if it didn't cost him anything, Urza thought in shock as she looked at Naruto. A few seconds later the few survivors began attacking the slaves again and Naruto found himself surrounded by a group of mages. "You're going to pay for this, you damn dwarf," said a wizard furiously. "We'll see about that," said Naruto before taking a step back, landing nimbly and beginning to go through hand seals. "Raiden. Killer tigers." Naruto shouted as lightning chakra shot out of his hands and, to the horror of the mages, transformed into 5 enormous tigers that pounced on them. "Ah" was the last thing heard from the wizards before they fell dead. Naruto sighed. Without a doubt, that jutsu was one of his best techniques, but it consumed a considerable amount of chakra. He was pulled from his thoughts by a huge explosion. He turned around and what he saw horrified him. Urza was lying on the ground while Rob stood in front of her, protecting her from a mage's attack. Naruto glared at him furiously and activated his Ems. Before he could incinerate him with his Amaterasu, he saw Rob reflect the mage's magic and destroy them. So he was a magician, to think he could have escaped all this time, but he stayed behind to take care of these children, Naruto thought, looking at Rob with a newfound respect. "Aji-san," Urza shouted. "Perhaps this decrepit old man can still be of some use," Rob said, his breath ragged. "For a mage, their magic power is like their life. When this old man lost his power, he reached this state," Rob said. "But your potential is limitless, Urza. Goodbye." Rob fell dead. Urza could hear the other children shouting for retreat, but she was in shock over the death of her grandson. "Ah" was Urza's scream as a red magic circle appeared beneath her, and a large number of swords and weapons that the guards had thrown moved and attacked the mages in front of her. Before Naruto could approach Urza, a group of dark wizards blocked the door and were ready to attack the children. "Damn it, stay behind me," Naruto ordered the children as he glared at the mages blocking the door. "You don't deserve to live, trash," Naruto said firmly as his left eye bled. "Furyu no Hoko." Naruto roared as a massive roar of wind combined with black flames attacked the dark mages. For the next few minutes, the cries of pain and pleas for mercy from the mages could be heard as Naruto watched them coldly. To him, they ceased to be human the moment they killed Rob for their ambition. The power of the attack was such that it destroyed the gates. Just as they were about to leave, a little girl asked. "Where is Urza?" the girl asked. It was then that Naruto noticed his absence. "He went to look for Jello," a child replied. "Alright, I can see there are some ships out there. Escape from here, I'll go find Urza," Naruto ordered as the children left. Naruto went to Rob's body, sealed it in a scroll so that he could have a funeral worthy of him, and sniffed the air looking for Urza's scent. Urza had just arrived where Jello was. She freed him from his bonds, but something was wrong. He was muttering things about freedom in the tower and that he wasn't leaving. Urza pleaded with him and explained that his friends were waiting for them, but he didn't listen. Instead, he used strange powers to attack some dark mages. Jello began to rant nonsense about completing the tower and Zareth. Urza innocently thought his actions were simply a result of being tortured for hours. She approached him and declared they were leaving. Jello turned to face her and unleashed a wave of magic that sent her crashing into the wall. She fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Urza looked at her friend. He was gone, he had lost his mind. She felt tears welling in her eyes. I don't need you anymore, I've managed to get rid of all the trouble in my life, but I'll let you live, go and take your temporary freedom, Jello said madly and with a look that a 12-year-old boy shouldn't have. Leave her alone, a voice ordered. Urza and Jello looked back and saw Naruto standing there, white energy with white lightning of the storm element dancing around him. Naruto sent a considerable amount of killing instinct towards Jello. In his eyes, he was an enemy, the presence he emitted was sinister. Jello fell to his knees while looking at Naruto in absolute terror, but his state of madness made him do something stupid. Who are you and what do you want? Jello demanded of Naruto. Naruto Uchiha, the blonde replied. And I've come for Urza, Naruto said before appearing in front of Jello and landing a punch on his face. He grabbed Urza and turned to leave. No, Urza said. We can't leave yet, Urza said as she searched for Jello, who had disappeared. It's too late for him, Naruto said, looking sadly at the spot where Jello stood. He ran quickly toward the exit with Urza in his arms. Urza looked at her savior. Thank you, she said before fainting. Minutes later, he saw that there was only one boat left. Assuming the others had escaped, he took it and fled with Urza. He was so focused on getting out of there that he noticed a girl with black hair and brown eyes watching him from a distance. End of flashback. An hour had passed and Naruto found himself in a very awkward situation. Having a sleeping girl on his chest was a bit uncomfortable for him. It wasn't that he disliked girls, but over the years, Naruto had become what his grandfather called a lady killer. At first, Naruto didn't understand the girls' reactions to him. Some looked at him as if they wanted to devour him. He even received looks from girls as young as 13. He innocently thought they just wanted to be his friends. In moments like these, Madara truly cursed Hashirama. It seemed that his former rival's ignorance of the female hex was genetic. Madara refused to accept that. None of his grandsons would be an idiot with women. This led to Naruto receiving a lecture from Madara and Arashi. He was never the same again. Now he understood why, on a couple of occasions while they were staying in cities for a while, Naruto received invitations to play in some secluded spot, surrounded by older girls. If it weren't for Arashi always coming to the rescue years ago, he would have been disgraced. He just hoped Urza wasn't that kind of girl. Somewhere in the elemental nation, a certain white-haired man felt a sudden desire to build an altar in honor of Minato's possible son, of whom he still had not the slightest clue. He was pulled from his dark memories when he noticed Urza moving, stepping aside and letting Urza wake up. Where are we? Urza murmured as she looked at Naruto. Suddenly, memories of recent events flooded her mind, including Rob's death. Rob Aji-san, Urza cried out as she fell to her knees and began to cry over her grandfather's death. It was all my fault, if only I had been stronger, Urza said between sobs. Whether by instinct or simply by the desire to do so, Naruto hugged Urza and began to stroke her hair. Come on, don't worry, that old man was a true hero. Crying for him and blaming yourself isn't what he would want, right? Naruto said as he remembered Madara's death. I think you're right, Urza murmured between sobs, returning the hug. I think I'll look for Fairy Tail. It was the guild Robage-san belonged to, and it's always been my dream to go there, Urza said, wiping away her tears. So, Fairy Tail, huh? Naruto said with a smile. I think you'll be able to make your dream come true sooner than you think. You have amazing magical power, Naruto said as he looked at Urza. Really? Urza asked hopefully. Of course, using your power the way you did is very impressive for a first time, Naruto said. It was true. He could sense Urza's immense magical power, though it felt quite familiar. Furthermore, let's make a deal. I have some missions to complete. Come with me, and I'll help you use your magic. When I'm finished, I'll take you to Fairy Tail. What do you think? Naruto asked, smiling. Really? Urza asked excitedly. After seeing Naruto's power, she believed he could help her become stronger. Of course, Naruto said, smiling as Urza pounced on him. Thank you, Urza said as she hugged her hero tightly. I can't breathe, Naruto said with difficulty as he turned blue. I'm sorry, haha, Urza said with a nervous smile. What have I gotten myself into? Naruto thought as he tried to catch his breath. Earthland. Magnolia. 2 months later. Our blonde hero, along with Urza, stood before the Fairy Tail Guild. For the past 2 months, Naruto had trained in equip magic and swordsmanship. Naruto didn't regret bringing Urza with him. She was a true genius in both skills. Her speed with equip magic was quite good for only 2 months of training, and her swordsmanship was almost as good as his own. Although, he was beginning to regret it. He had learned the hard way that an angry Urza could provoke the closest thing to fear he had ever felt. Well, Ur-chan, I guess this is goodbye for now, Naruto said with a wistful smile. In the 2 months he had traveled with her, he had grown very attached to her. He didn't like the idea of being separated from her, but he still had to fulfill his dream of following in his grandfather's footsteps. Urza shed a few tears. She didn't want Naruto to leave, but she understood the situation and knew that Naruto wouldn't always be there to protect her. She had to become strong. Oh, I almost forgot, Ur-chan, I have 2 gifts for you. He pulled a small scroll and a letter from his clothes. Give this letter to the master. He'll understand what it is. The scroll describes a unique sword style called the Goddess of Death. It's not really my style since I'm just a kid, but I know it'll be useful to you, Naruto said as he handed the scroll and the letter to Urza. Now close your eye, Naruto asked, and Urza nodded. Yin-yang magic. Heavenly restoration, Naruto murmured as a black and white aura surrounded him. He delicately removed Urza's eye patch and let his magic power flow into her eye. Now open them, Naruto said. Urza was surprised when he said open them, but she did so. She was shocked when she discovered that she had her lost eye back. How did you do that? Urza murmured in shock. That's my secret, Naruto said playfully. Urza's reaction took Naruto by surprise. Urza took his face in her hands and kissed him on the lips. At first Naruto was in shock but quickly returned the kiss, although for both of them it was the first kiss, and naturally very inexperienced and innocent for both of them, it was the most incredible moment of their lives. They separated due to lack of air, Urza said goodbye to Naruto and ran towards the guild. Naruto smiled like an idiot and couldn't help but sigh before disappearing in a black whirlwind. Chapter 4. Clarifications. I forgot to clarify in the previous chapter that bloodlines can be activated with either magic or chakra. Naruto's yin-yang meiho was his Senju Kekkei Genkai, and that will be very important in the future of the story. I will add an extra member to Oration Says who will fight Naruto in the fairy tale canon. Destined encounter, Naruto and the Demon of the Mist. Elemental Nation. Cha no Kuni. Back 781. 4 years have passed since Naruto and Urza first met. The little boy, Naruto, had grown into a 15-year-old young man, his face now free of any trace of baby fat. He had deep blue eyes, and his spiky blonde hair was wild, with 2 strands framing his face. He stood around 1.70 meters tall, his physique muscular yet still lean, like Natsu. His clothing hadn't changed much. He wore black combat boots, black combat pants, and his black leather jacket. However, now he wore a long black coat with gold details and his necklace of 6 Magatama beads. The coat is similar to Gold Roger's from One Piece, but in black. I know the 2 series aren't closely related, but the coat looked great, so I included it. Naruto was resting in a small room while hunting down the Wasabi clan chief, Jiracho Wasabi. A few days ago, Naruto had run into some members of the Wasabi clan, who had been ambushed minutes earlier while on their way to Konoha. After thanking him for saving them and explaining the reason for his visit, Naruto told him that in the land of tea, a race was held every year between the Wagarashi and Wasabi families. The winning family controlled the city. However, the Wagarashi clan not only won every year through cheating, but also committed all kinds of abuses against the people. In a desperate attempt to free his village from the Wagarashi tyranny, Chief Jiracho had sent some members of his clan to Konoha and hired some ninja, hoping they would help him win the race. Sadly, the Wasabi family found out about this and sent a ninja from Omegakure no Sado to prevent them from reaching Konoha. Naturally after hearing this Naruto took them back to his village and decided to offer them his help. Naturally Jiracho was a little hesitant at first, but since they didn't have much time left before the race started and also didn't want to put another member of his clan at risk by sending him to Konoha. At first, he had some trouble with the Wasabi clan runner, Idate Marino, who disliked ninjas since he used to be one himself. But during the race, when Aoi Rakusho, a traitorous ninja from Konoha and Omegakure, appeared, they settled their differences and Idate won the race. Secretly, Naruto had sent a shadow clone to spy on the head of the Wagarashi clan, Kairoku Wagarashi, to gather evidence against him. After the race, Naruto delivered this evidence to the daimyo, who acted quickly, disbanding the Wagarashi clan, bringing peace to the land of tea, and giving Naruto a powerful ally. Naruto was lying on a futon, Japanese mattress, observing his most recent acquisition, the Raijin no Ken that he had taken from Aoi after their battle. Naruto couldn't help but think about the development of his skills over the past 4 years. To be honest, he was proud of himself. His Kenjutsu training had flourished greatly. He had finally mastered the heightened Mitsurugi Ryu. He had had problems with the last part of the training since he didn't have a teacher and was learning by means of a scroll, but he solved the problem with Kai Bunshin. His Kenjutsu was at least S-class or higher. His Dragon Slayer magic had improved at an astonishing rate. In fact, Naruto had discovered that with a Dragon Slayer version of the 4th Raikage S Lightning release, using his Storm release, his speed was such that it could rival that of the Flying Thunder God technique, and it also served as a powerful defense. His Vulcan and Energy Make, though initially seen as support magic, had become some of his most valuable abilities. When he developed his magical version of the Rasengan with the help of Energy Make, Naruto combined his Rasengan with his Vulcan, resulting in an SS-class technique he called the Infernal Rasengan. His magic seal had improved to the point that it was on par with his sealing technique, and he was able to create a magical version of the Flying Thunder God technique. His re-equip spell had become almost second nature, as it gave him access to all his weapons and allowed him to re-equip them instantly. He had also learned both light and dark magic. His ninjutsu had progressed to the point that it could only be compared to that of his grandfather, and if he so desired, he could control a Biju without any problem. In the field of ninjutsu, Naruto had become a true monster, worthy of being Madara Uchiha's grandson. During the last 4 years, Naruto had gained control over almost all of the chakra he possessed. This resulted in Naruto creating and learning from his library a wide range of S and SS class ninjutsu, including elemental versions of his Rasengan. With his great chakra control, Naruto began to experiment with the idea of combining two elements. Contrary to popular belief, combining more than one element was not impossible for people without a Kekkei Genkai. It only required greater chakra control, since people with a Kekkei line could do it naturally. He had managed to use Hyoten and Yoten so far, and almost instantly after learning them, he created elemental versions of both with his Rasengan. His wood release had also improved to the point of being able to compete with that of his ancestor. His yin-yang element, although he had not yet released all its potential, had learned to combine it with some elemental attacks, making techniques that could only be described as massive destruction. For some reason, they reminded him a lot of the Bijudamas. Senjutsu was another story. In fact, he had learned it by accident. During training, he tried to combine his chakra with his magic. He was surprised when yellow markings appeared around his eyes. His power had increased to monstrous levels, and his sensory abilities had increased considerably. After exhaustive research, Naruto had discovered that, in fact, thanks to his ability to use two energies, he had been able to access the power of Senjutsu through the mixture of spiritual, natural, and physical energy, which was basically the key to performing Senjutsu. After much practice, Naruto could say with certainty that he was a master of this art, but not only that, in this form he could mix magical techniques with ninjutsu. His powers had also greatly improved. In fact, he was now able to use the legendary Perfect Susanoo, which was capable of turning mountains, and which at the time made his grandfather so feared that just mentioning his name could cause terror in the hearts of his enemies. I won't describe him in Fuinjutsu, I'll just say that he lived up to the legacy of the clan that was known as gods in this art. But without a doubt, his greatest achievement was the creation of the technique that surpassed the Flying Thunder God technique, Kami no Kosen. This technique was literally a combination of Kamui and Flying Thunder God technique. Thanks to his mastery of seals, Naruto was able to create a seal that, at the moment he wished, could teleport him to any place he knew by channeling the power of his Kamui into the seal. It consumed slightly less chakra than Flying Thunder God technique and did not require the kunai seals, and it was as fast as, if not faster than, Flying Thunder God technique. With this set of skills and other secrets that he would reveal later, Naruto could proudly say that he had reached the level that his grandfather and Hashirama had during their fight in the Valley of the End. For the past 4 years, Naruto had traveled the world helping small villages that couldn't afford to hire a guild. With the money he inherited from Madara and the fortune of Yuzu no Kuni, money wasn't a priority for him. Occasionally, he undertook missions for Ryoku, who had grown to trust him enough to give him top-secret S-rank missions and a couple of SS-rank ones. As a result, Naruto became a feared, respected, and admired figure in Earthland. In many cities across the continent, he was considered a kind of savior because of his actions. Mages and guilds respected his power, and the dark guilds had simply stopped pursuing him, since the few that tried to recruit him were destroyed. A few months ago, Naruto decided to travel to the elemental continent. One reason was that, aside from his trip to Yuzu no Kuni, he had never been there, and out of curiosity, he decided to go. But there was a second reason. During a mission in a city near the elemental continent, he had heard a rumor about an organization made up of 9 S-rank ninja. This had certainly caught his attention. Normally, S-rank criminals didn't work together, as it would cause constant infighting for leadership, unless, of course, there was someone more powerful giving orders. For someone to be able to give orders to 9 men of that level could only mean they were SS rank or, in the worst case scenario, higher. The worst part was that none of the hidden villages had done anything about it. A threat of that magnitude had to be dealt with immediately. Whatever their objective was, it was undoubtedly significant. When I told Ryoku about this, he was utterly shocked. Normally, the problems of the elemental continent didn't interest him in the slightest since they didn't affect Fiori's security. But if an organization of that caliber was roaming freely, with no one doing anything about it and an unknown objective, there was no guarantee they wouldn't try to attack Fiori. After much deliberation and not knowing what to do, he secretly went to consult with the king, Thomei Fiori. Naturally, the king was just as shocked, if not more so, than Ryoku. This organization was clearly a threat. Thoma quickly signed an order for Ryoku, authorizing Naruto to gather all possible information about this organization. If possible, he was authorized to eliminate the leaders with the utmost discretion. Otherwise, he was ordered to return to the kingdom and bring reinforcements. In the Megacure, a masked man in a black coat with red clouds couldn't help but feel a chill, as if it were a warning that his plans would fail. In the few months he'd been traveling on this continent, Naruto had realized that the laws were far too lenient with crime. In the short time he'd been there, he'd already had to massacre at least 6 bandit camps, but they were like cockroaches everywhere, and their numbers were only growing. Unless they hired a ninja village to eliminate the problem, there wasn't much the small countries could do due to their limited military strength. He was pulled from his thoughts when he heard a sound in his backpack. From it, he took out a communication lacrima. Curious, he focused his magic power on it, revealing Ryoku. "Oh Naruto, look how you've grown," Ryoku said happily. "Haha, it's been a while since you called, old man. How are things going over there?" Naruto asked. He frowned when he noticed Ryoku's gaze turned serious. "Not as well as I'd like," Ryoku said with a sigh. "A few days ago, we received some worrying information that we've sadly just confirmed," Ryoku said, making Naruto even more nervous. "The 3 most powerful dark guilds Oration says, Grimwar Hearth and Tartaros have formed an alliance," Ryoku said grimly. "What?" Naruto shouted in shock. "I'm afraid that's the case. The worst part is that each guild has a considerable number of guilds under its command, and unfortunately, for the moment, they are untouchable," said Ryoku. "Does that mean we'll just sit around doing nothing?" Naruto shouted angrily. "I didn't say that," Ryoku shouted coldly. "We discussed the situation in the council a few hours ago. Some wanted us to use the Etherian, but I dismissed the idea immediately," Ryoku said as Naruto sighed in relief. "It really would have been very risky and stupid to use such a weapon. After much discussion, we've decided that for the time being, we'll just wait for them to make their move. When the time comes, we'll form our own guild alliance," Ryoku said. This last point caught Naruto's attention. It was actually a good idea. Sending a single guild to fight such an alliance would be suicide, but an alliance between guilds would reduce the possibility of retaliation. "What guilds?" Naruto asked. "After much thought, we have decided that it will be Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Lamiascale and Kate Shelter," said Ryoku, smiling. "Kate Shelter, I've never heard of him," said Naruto. "They're a new guild," Ryoku said. "But I didn't call just to tell you this," Ryoku said, gaining Naruto's attention. "Naruto, I have a mission that might interest you," Ryoku said. "Which one is it?" Naruto asked seriously. "I suppose you've heard of Gato the businessman," Ryoku said. "Yes, one of the richest men in the world. He is mainly involved in exporting, although there are certain rumors that he is actually involved in drug trafficking and smuggling among other things," Naruto replied coldly. "Those rumors are true. In fact, we discovered that Gato financed one of the Balam Alliance's dark guilds for quite some time," Ryoku said. "Gato wanted to start illegal businesses in Fiori to increase his fortune. The dark guilds were a good form of protection," Ryoku explained, while Naruto already had a good idea of where this was going. "As far as we know, this guild severed its ties with Gato because they didn't trust him, but I wouldn't want to take any risks. The mission is for you to find Gato and take care of him. It would be a good way to cut off a potential source of income for the Balam Alliance," Ryoku concluded. "I accept the mission, give me a few days to gather information about him, and I'll go and take care of him," said Naruto, earning a smile from Ryoku. "Thank you, Naruto," Ryoku said before cutting the connection. Naruto put away his communication lacrima. He couldn't stop thinking about what the mission would be like. A man like Gato will undoubtedly have strong mercenaries under his command, Naruto thought. Hahaha, maybe I'll find someone I can test my skills against. I haven't had a chance to fight a decent ninja since I got here. With that thought in mind, Naruto went to sleep. Konoha. Days after the conversation between Naruto and Ryoku. Senju Minato was not a happy man. He had fought in the war against an entire army on his own, survived against the strongest Biju, created a version of the Hiraishin that surpassed that of his ancestor the Nidaime Hokage, and if that weren't enough, fought with a man with a space-time ninjutsu superior to his own. But now he faced an enemy so powerful that even the 4 Hokages combined could not defeat him, a being so sinister that it could leave him in a state of depression, exhaustion, and boredom, an eternal enemy who had been his ultimate nemesis until now. The paperwork. At times like this, he truly regretted accepting the position of Hokage. The paperwork really seemed endless, no matter how many pages he signed, it never ended. His thoughts drifted to how the last few years in Konoha had been. Things really hadn't gone so well. Despite his efforts to get rid of the civilian council, which had been a thorn in his side for the last few years, he wasn't having much success. The civilians had the support of the elders, with the exception of Sarutobi. Their relations with other villages weren't the best either. 12 years ago, Kumo attempted to form an alliance with them, sending a ninja leader to negotiate. Unfortunately, this was just a cover. His true objective was to kidnap the Hyuga clan heir, Hinata Hyuga, hoping to create his own Hyuga clan in Kumo. Fortunately, Hiashi managed to prevent the kidnapping by killing the kidnapper, who was none other than the ninja leader who had just made an alliance with him. Unfortunately, Kumo refused to acknowledge the attempted kidnapping and demanded compensation for the death of their ninja, specifically Hiashi's head, hoping to obtain the Byakugan. Minato, wanting to avoid war since they were in a weakened state due to the Kyuubi's attack, had no choice but to accept. But the Hyuga clan, panicked that their bloodline would fall into enemy hands, sacrificed Hiashi's twin brother, Hisashi Hyuga. This caused some resentment between the two villages and unleashed strong tension between the main branch and the secondary branch of the clan. Relations with Suna were extremely strained at the moment, as apparently their daimyo, taking advantage of the peaceful times, had cut Suna's funding and sent most of their missions to Konoha, sparking the Kazukiya's anger. Aiwa was surprisingly the least of their problems, because despite the great hatred they harbored against him for his actions during the last war, he was still recovering and gaining power, too weak to attempt anything foolish against him. But his biggest concern at the moment was Kurigakure. 3 years ago, Mei Terumi, the leader of the Kekkei Genkai resistance, had come to Konoha to ask for his help in winning the war against the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, who had begun a bloodline purge. Minato had refused, since, despite having nothing against them, he didn't want to get involved in a war. A week ago, Jiraiya's contacts had informed him that the civil war had ended with the resistance's victory and that they were rapidly regaining their strength. This worried Minato greatly, as he had gained a potential enemy. Another concern for him was his children Kasumi and Menma. When he began his training to use the power of the Kyuubi 5 years ago, he discovered something that horrified him. Despite having sufficient training and having used all known methods, neither of them could use the power of the Biju. At first, he thought they were too young, but he dismissed that idea instantly. Other nations trained their Jinchuriki much earlier and didn't have this problem. The Kazukiya's son, Sabaku no Gaara, never had problems using it and started younger than his children. After examining the seal, he was horrified to discover that the Shinigami had made some changes to the seal, dividing the Kyuubi's soul into 2 halves that he had nicknamed Shiro Kyuubi, this is in Menma, and Kuro Kyuubi, this is in Menma, and had taken away their power. Technically, his children had the good and evil part of the Kyuubi, but without any power at all. He quickly declared his children's situation a top-rank secret to the few who knew, which were Jiraiya, Kakashi, Kushina, Tsunade, and himself. He didn't want the elders, specifically Danzo, to find out about this, as they would try to do something foolish like kidnapping the Jinchuriki of another village. That would unleash a potential war. Jinchuriki were incredibly valuable assets. If his children couldn't use the power of the Biju, it would put them at a disadvantage against other villages. Even now, he wondered why the Shinigami had taken the power of the Kyuubi. Speaking of his children, Minato couldn't help but think about how much his children had grown in recent years. His son Menma was a young man with white skin, red hair tied in a ponytail, imagine Renji from Bleach, but younger and less ugly, hahaha, purple eyes like Kushina, a little tall, wearing a white shirt with the Senju clan symbol on the back, black Anbu pants and black ninja sandals. Her daughter Kasumi was literally a mini Kushina with blonde hair, wearing an orange jacket with blue details bearing the Uzumaki clan symbol, black shorts, and black ninja sandals. Unfortunately, both of them had become somewhat arrogant due to the treatment they received from the villagers. Minato truly regretted not having corrected that behavior in time. He only hoped that real ninja missions could correct them. Speaking of his children, about 10 years ago he received a report from Jiraiya that the barrier protecting the Yuzu no Kuni was apparently gone. This shocked Minato, as the 3rd Hokage had sent Kushina to try and break the barrier with her chakra shortly after the Uzumaki massacre, without success. Minato quickly dispatched Kushina, along with Jiraiya and an Anbu team, to the Yuzu no Kuni to investigate. They were shocked to discover that the village ruins were surrounded by Uzumaki graves, but they found no trace of Uzumaki knowledge. All the vaults were empty. People like Danzo, Hamura and Koharu went berserk when they learned of this development. They demanded that the person responsible be found and that the Uzumaki knowledge be taken from them, but there were no leads. As if things couldn't get any worse, moments ago Pakken, one of Kakashi's ninja dogs, had entered his office with a scroll in his mouth. Apparently, the mission's client, Tizuna, had lied to them, and the C-rank mission he had sent Kakashi's team composed of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and her son Menma on, had been attacked by the demon brothers of Kurigakure, both rogue ninja. Although they hadn't posed a problem for his son and Sasuke, Kakashi was requesting reinforcements since the mission involved Geto, one of the richest men in the world. Kakashi believed his next opponent would be at least a jonin. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a knock on the door. "Go ahead," said Minato. The door opened, revealing two of Konoha's strongest jounin. Asuma Saratobi and his team consisting of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka, and Kurenai Yuhi and her team consisting of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburam, and Hinata Hyuga. "Did you call us, Hokage-sama?" Kurenai asked. "That's right, I received a scroll from Team Kakashi. The C-rank mission in the Land of Waves has been upgraded to A rank," Minato said, to the surprise of the genin and the concern of the jounin. "What happened, Hokage-sama?" Asuma asked. The bridge builder lied about the mission standards. "They were ambushed by Kiri's demon brothers, both hired by Geto," Minato said as the eyes of the others widened. "What happened to Sasuke-kun?" Ino cried out in fear, while Asum shook her head at her fangirl attitude. "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as Choji ate his fries without the slightest care in the world. "Did something happen to him?" Hinata stammered worriedly. "I like the Naruto and Hinata pairing as much as many of you, but realistically, without Naruto in Konoha, Hinata needed a role model. Fortunately, they were able to defeat them. Kakashi decided to continue the mission, but he has requested reinforcements since he believes the next opponent could be a jonin," Minato said. "I want you to go to Nami no Kuni and help Team 7 complete the mission," Minato ordered. "Hi Hokage-sama," everyone in the room said. Little did they know the surprise that awaited them. But Naruto. Naruto was walking through the forests of Nami no Kuni towards the coast. According to rumors, Geto was currently in this place. He was carrying his fan on his back, and as he walked he couldn't help but wonder what mercenaries Geto would hire. He sensed what appeared to be two figures fighting ahead. Curious, he concealed his own presence and headed toward them. What he saw surprised him slightly. He saw three Konoha genin. A red-haired boy, a pink-haired girl, and a black-haired boy he recognized as an Uchiha, surrounding an old man. Facing them were the two he recognized as Kakashi Haddock, the copy ninja, and Zabuza Mamachi, the demon of the mist. This complicated matters. He hadn't expected Konoha ninja to be in Nami no Kuni. He knew their existence couldn't be ignored by Konoha forever. It was simply annoying that it had happened so soon. He activated his Sharingan. He saw a water clone of Zabuza appear in the middle of the three genin and attack Tizuna, while the real Kakashi hid in the mist. A water clone of himself intervened and stabbed the water clone. Behind Kakashi, Zabuza appeared and cut him with his sword, only to dissolve into water. The original Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza, placing a kunai at his neck, only to discover that Zabuza was one step ahead and had created a second water clone. The real Zabuza positioned himself behind Kakashi and tried to cut him with his sword, Kubikirabacho. Kakashi dodged the cut by ducking, but Zabuza spun on his sword and kicked Kakashi, sending him flying. Zabuza ran towards Kakashi in an attempt to cut him, but Kakashi threw nails into the ground in an attempt to slow him down. Kakashi fell into the water and before he could react, he was trapped in a water prison. During the conversation, Naruto was impressed to hear that Zabuza worked for Geto. He waited for the right moment to intervene and try to capture Zabuza so he could take him to Geto. Besides, he was having a lot of fun watching the fight. He saw how Zabuza created a water clone and approached the genin. "Do you think wearing that headband makes you a ninja? When you've been between life and death so many times it doesn't bother you anymore, when your profile is so deadly it's in the bingo book, then maybe you can call yourself a ninja," Zabuza muttered as he formed a hand seal and vanished into the mist. "But for them to call you a ninja is pathetic," Zabuza shouted as he reappeared in front of the boy and kicked him flying. In the shadows, Naruto couldn't help but agree with Zabuza. "Menma!" shouted the pink-haired girl as the one now identified as Menma froze in fear at Zabuza's murderous instinct. "Grab the builder and run, you're no match for him, the clone can't get far from the original, escape," Kakashi shouted. The black-haired boy threw some shurikens at Zabuza, who blocked them with his sword. The boy tried to jump in the air and hit Zabuza, who without any compassion, grabbed him by the neck and threw him aside. "Sasuke, knew," screamed the pink-haired girl, while Naruto wondered if he knew how to do anything else. Zabuza drew his sword and quickly stood in front of Tizuna. Zabuza felt someone stop his sword, looked ahead, and was shocked to see a young man with spiky blonde hair, pale skin and Sharingan eyes with three tomo stop his sword effortlessly with his wrist. "Sensei," Kakashi thought in astonishment, but then he noticed the boy's eyes and the fan on his back and was shocked. He knew that fan well. It appeared in all the history books, but its last owner was already dead. He could only think of unanswered questions. Who was this boy? Why did he look like his sensei? How did he have the Sharingan? How did he have that fan? Sasuke had the same line of thought as Kakashi, while Menma felt a lot of pain in his stomach. The presence of this guy made him feel very bad, and from what he could sense, so did his tenant. This presence, Madara. Roared Shirokai from within his tenant, filled with hatred and a hint of fear. No, it looks similar, but it's slightly different. Anyway, I can't let my guard down. I refuse to be controlled again, said Shirokai as he waited for the battle to end before speaking with his vessel. Sakura could only watch with relief as her teammate was still alive, along with Tazuna, who hoped that perhaps they wouldn't die. Who are you, brat? Are you Kakashi's backup? Zabuza demanded as he applied more force to his sword, trying unsuccessfully to cut Naruto. I'm not their backup, in fact, I'm not interested in the problem you have with them, Naruto said as the genin looked at him with a bit of suspicion. But I'm not the type of person who'll let you hurt innocent people, he said, looking at Tazuna. Besides, I heard you worked for Geto, my target, that's more than enough reason to interfere, Naruto said, looking at Zabuza. Oh, and may I know the name of my opponent? Zabuza asked humorously. Naruto hesitated, wondering if he should reveal his name. It wasn't that he was worried Konoha would discover who he was. In fact, he preferred to reveal himself and be prepared rather than be discovered without his knowledge. Besides, even if they discovered he was Hitomi's son, he doubted Minato would acknowledge him as his own. Uchiha Naruto, Naruto said coldly, as everyone's eyes widened in shock, especially those of the Konoha ninja, but they said nothing. It would be time for questions later. How can you be an Uchiha if you're not from Konoha? Zabuza asked, intrigued. That's none of your business, Naruto said as he concentrated a bit of wind chakra in his hand and, without any remorse, pierced the chest of Zabuza's clone, which exploded into water. In the same way Ulquiorra did with Ichigo. You're good, kid, if you were able to take down my clone like that, Zabuza said, somewhat impressed. But let's see how you fare against this, Zabuza said as he formed a one-handed seal and summoned 4 water clones. The clones rushed towards Naruto, who simply made a single-hand seal and said, lightning release. Heavenly arrows, Naruto said as several arrow-shaped beams shot from his hand, easily destroying Zabuza's clones. Using God's eye, he appeared behind Zabuza in a flash of yellow light. I prefer to dance with the original, Naruto said as he kicked Zabuza in the back, sending him crashing to the ground and freeing Kakashi in the process. How the hell did you move so fast? Zabuza shouted furiously. That looked like my father's flying thunder god technique, Menma thought in shock. No, that was different, he didn't use any kunai to teleport, he thought. It's a secret, Naruto replied with a giggle as he jumped to the ground. Damn brat. Zabuza yelled as he lunged at Naruto, attempting to cut him. Quickly, using re-equip, Ikazuchi no Kiba appeared in his hand and blocked Zabuza's sword. Let's dance, Zabuza, Naruto said, applying more force to his sword and forcing Zabuza back. They both ran towards each other, and for the next few minutes, Naruto and Zabuza clashed swords with the intent to kill each other. However, as Zabuza began to tire slightly, he noticed that Naruto was just watching him with boredom. Naruto pulled away from Zabuza and said, Hide Mitsurugi Ryu. Do Ryu-sen. Naruto shouted as he ran towards Zabuza and slashed at the ground. Rocks and dust flew from the ground, hitting Zabuza and sending him flying. Naruto leaped and lunged at Zabuza. Hide Mitsurugi Ryu. Ryutsui-sen, said Naruto as he cut Zabuza from the shoulder to the waist, even though Naruto had made sure it wasn't lethal, since he needed Zabuza alive. Ah! Zabuza screamed in pain. How the hell do you know that style? Zabuza said in shock. As one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, he had heard stories of that style. Let's just say it's an inheritance, Naruto said, technically speaking the truth. Naruto charged once more at Zabuza, who could barely dodge the attacks. Zabuza raised his sword and tried to slice Naruto in half, but Naruto, in a burst of speed, dodged and appeared beside Zabuza. Hide Mitsurugi Ryu. Ryu-kan-sen, said Naruto as he cut Zabuza, sending him crashing into a tree. Zabuza moaned. Kakashi, his genin, and Tazuna could only watch with fascination as Naruto dominated Zabuza. Menma and Sasuke were particularly impressed for different reasons. Sasuke, being the son of the head of the Uchiha clan and the heir to the clan since Itachi had no political interests, knew many things, and he didn't know of any blonde Uchiha. The only way this guy could be an Uchiha was if he had been born outside the village, but no Uchiha had deserted the clan except for 2, the most recent one 15 years ago, precisely the age that this guy apparently was. Menma, on the other hand, was intrigued by the name of the Kenjutsu style that Naruto used. He had heard stories about it from his mother, but it was supposed to have been lost when the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. Sakura was a little annoyed that this guy was showing off more than her Sasuke-kun, but she decided not to say anything. So this is the level of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, huh? I was really expecting a bit more, said Naruto with a hint of arrogance. Yes, that's right, he had to inherit something else from Madara besides power, but don't be mistaken, no matter how weak his opponent is, he never lowers his guard. He simply likes to play with his enemy. Zabuza glared at him with hatred but forced himself to calm down. Seeing that Kenjutsu wasn't working, he decided to switch to Taijutsu. He placed his sword behind his back and lunged at Naruto. For the next few minutes, Zabuza and Naruto attacked each other in a Taijutsu duel. Using his interceptor, Naruto blocked and countered Zabuza's attacks. He was very tempted to use his Heiken on Zabuza to finish him off quickly, but he dismissed the idea since Zabuza is a water-style user. Sorry for not narrating a specific Taijutsu fight, but as I said before, I'm still learning and don't feel ready for something like that, Sorry, that will come later when I have a better idea of how to do it. Zabuza jumped into the water and quickly passed through hand seals. Suiton. Suryudan no Jutsu Greedo Zabuza. Pain. Goryuka no Jutsu Naruto shouted as he made a one-handed seal, took his fan and created a gust of wind. Hell broke loose when the fire dragon, powered by the gust of wind, gained strength and evaporated the water dragon. Zabuza was breathing heavily. You know, you can still give up, Zabuza. I'm getting bored with this dance, and besides, I have nothing personal against you, Naruto said. It was true. Naruto had sensed Zabuza's emotions, and while he was indeed bloodthirsty, he wasn't a bad person. Shut up. Zabuza shouted furiously and made several hand seals. Suiton. Dai Zabuza couldn't finish because Naruto spoke before him. Suiton. Daibakufu no Jutsu. Naruto shouted as a wave formed around him. The strange thing is that he wasn't in the river and the water appeared out of nowhere. Zabuza screamed as he was hit by the jutsu and crashed into a tree. I was about to perform that jutsu, Zabuza thought in shock. Those eyes, he predicted my jutsu with those eyes, Zabuza thought as he watched Naruto approach. Before Naruto could do anything, Senbon needles struck Zabuza in the neck. Zabuza fell. Finally you're out, huh? He thought as he looked at the figure who had thrown the Senbon. It was a boy almost his own age, with long black hair with two tails at the end of the strands that framed his face. He wore a blue kimono, gray pants, sandals, and an Anbu mask with red markings. Kakashi, who had recovered from the shock of the battle, approached and checked Zabuza's vital signs. He's dead, Kakashi said. Naruto didn't say anything to contradict him, even though he knew Zabuza was alive. He just observed the situation. Thank you so much, I've been chasing Zabuza for a long time, waiting for the opportunity to finally defeat him, said the boy. From your mask I can see that you are an Anbu hunter from Kiri, said Kakashi. Impressive, you're well informed, the boy said before approaching Zabuza. I'll take this body to take care of it, the boy said as he picked up Zabuza and prepared to leave in a body flicker technique. Tell Zabuza to think about what I said to him, I don't want to have to kill him, Naruto said coldly as he looked at the boy, his eyes widened in shock before he quickly escaped. Naruto sighed as he deactivated his Sharingan, revealing deep blue eyes. He had truly expected a more exciting dance. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Naruto. For a second he thought that his Sharingan was transplanted like his own, but seeing that the color of his natural eyes, which wasn't black like most Uchiha, proved that he really was an Uchiha, he needed answers now. Sasuke came to the same conclusion as Kakashi. He too wanted answers, although he was a little surprised to notice that Naruto's eyes were the same color as the Hokage's, but he didn't show it. Ignoring the looks Kakashi and Sasuke were giving him, Naruto approached Izuna, who was on the floor, and extended his hand. Hey old man, are you okay? Naruto asked kindly as he helped Izuna to his feet. Oh, yes, thank you so much, kid. You really just saved my life, Tazuna said with a sigh. For a second, he truly thought it was the end. My name is Tazuna, the super bridge builder, Tazuna introduced himself, while Naruto sweated profusely at the introduction. Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Naruto Uchiha, haha, Naruto said, laughing nervously. Well, it was nice meeting you, but I have to go find my target, Naruto said as he prepared to go look for Geto. Wait, wouldn't you like to come with us? My daughter cooks a delicious meal, and besides, it would be easier for you to find Geto, Tazuna offered. If he could get this boy to accompany them, finishing the bridge would be easier. Oh, I forgot, why was one of the catmen chasing you? Naruto asked curiously. He frowned when he saw Tazuna's expression turn sad. He spent the next few minutes explaining how Geto had taken over Nami no Kuni and about his abuses towards the villagers. After hearing that, Naruto became furious, but he didn't show it. Very well, I'll go with you. I'll finish my objective and you finish your bridge, Naruto said, smiling as Tazuna looked pleased. Who the hell are you? How do you know that style of Kenjutsu? How do you have the Sharingan? Shouted Menma, who had grown tired of being ignored. I already introduced myself before, I'm Naruto Uchiha. As for Kenjutsu, I already said it's an inheritance, and the Sharingan is pretty obvious, Naruto said calmly. You're lying, that style belonged to my clan, it's supposed to be lost, so tell me how you know it, demanded Menma as Naruto narrowed his eyes at Menma. And can I know who you are? Naruto asked while staring intently at Menma. Menma Senju Uzumaki, Menma said as Naruto's eyes turned cold. This boy is his half-brother, one of that man's sons. I don't have to answer your questions, Senju. I'm not under Konoha's authority, and don't forget that I can kill you if I want to, Naruto said while looking coldly at Menma. Calm down, Menma. Right now, the mission is the priority. As for you, you'll have many more questions to answer later, Kakashi said, speaking for the first time, trying to sound confident, although inside he was a little nervous. The power the boy displayed during his fight with Zabuza was impressive, and the worst part was that he had barely broken a sweat. I want to see you try, Haddock, Naruto mocked as everyone moved to Tazuna's house. Tazuna house. One day later. Naruto and Team Kakashi had arrived at Tazuna's house yesterday. They were greeted by his daughter, Tsunami, and his grandson, Inari. Tsunami was very friendly, and after thanking Naruto, she showed them to their respective rooms. Inari, on the other hand, started talking about how a cat was going to kill them. During the walk, Tazuna and Naruto chatted about trivial things while sharing a bottle of sake. Yes, that's right. During his childhood, Naruto developed a taste for alcohol when he accidentally drank one of Madara's beverages, who in turn had acquired that taste from his rival, Hashirama. But Madara never allowed Naruto to drink, at least not until he was old enough. Sasu kept a safe distance from Sakura, who seemed to be undressing him with her gaze. Kakashi was apparently reading his Ichigo, but during the journey he couldn't stop analytically observing Naruto. It wasn't common to see a child the age of his genin dominate someone of Zabuza's caliber, and even worse, he didn't seem exhausted in the slightest. Even he himself would probably have collapsed after a battle like that. The resemblance to his sensei only increased his concerns. Menma, like Kakashi, kept watching Naruto. His presence made him extremely uncomfortable. His tenant had told him to be careful around him and started ranting about someone named Madara. When he asked what he was talking about, Shiro simply evaded the question and cut off communication. Menma, using his sensory abilities, tried to sense his chakra. He fell to his knees when he felt the chakra he possessed. It was colossal. Not even his father could emit something like that. He also felt another energy in his body that he didn't recognize. Kakashi had tried to talk to Naruto this morning, but when he woke up, Naruto was nowhere to be found. Excuse me Tsunami-san, do you know where Naruto-san is? Asked Kakashi with a smile in his eye as he watched Tsunami enter Kakashi's room where his genin and Tazuna were currently. Oh, he went out this morning, did he say something about exploring the village? Tsunami said as Kakashi nodded. Well, he defeated one of the most powerful ninja assassins, so I think we'll be safe for a while, Tazuna said. That's true, but what about that boy who was wearing the mask? Sakura asked. He is a special Anbu hunter from the village of Kurigakure. Those masks are only worn by the most exclusive elite ninjas, Kakashi explained. What exactly are they doing? Sakura asked. The Anbu special hunters are responsible for destroying the bodies of rogue ninja, Kakashi said. A shinobi's body contains too many secrets. Ninjutsu, chakra, and medicines used within their body, Kakashi explained. These are the secrets of their village. If their enemies were to find them, their people would be in grave danger. For example, if I were to die at the hands of an enemy, they would try to analyze my Sharigan. In the worst case scenario, my jutsu would be stolen and used against the village, Kakashi said as everyone stared at him intently. Preventing this is the duty of the Anbu hunters. If a ninja betrays their village, they hunt them down, eliminate them, and destroy any trace of their existence, Kakashi said, his expression thoughtful. Is something wrong, sensei? Menma asked. Oh yes, Kakashi said. As I was saying, the Anbu hunters are very efficient. They take care of the body immediately, so there's no possibility of error, Kakashi finished explaining. Is that really that important? Sakura asked, while Kakashi wondered how she was the smartest kunoichi. Think about it, do you remember what that boy did with Zabuza's body? Kakashi asked Sakura. I don't know, I think he took it somewhere, Sakura said somewhat doubtfully. Exactly, he must have taken care of Zabuza's body at that time. Do you remember what weapons he used to finish him off? Kakashi asked grimly. They were needles, Sasuke murmured before his eyes opened in shock. Exactly, it wasn't a big deal, Kakashi said as the others looked at him with doubt. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto already finished off that killer, Tazuna asked. This is the truth, Zabuza is still alive, said Kakashi as the genin, Tsunami, and Tazuna made faces of terror. But you said he was dead. Menma cried in shock. Kakashi-sensei, you checked it yourself. Sakura shouted fearfully. It was just a temporary state to simulate his death. The weapons he used against Zabuza were senbon. They can penetrate very deep but rarely kill someone. For an Anbu hunter, faking death is relatively easy. That kid didn't want to kill Zabuza. He was trying to help him, Kakashi said grimly. The worst part is that that kid noticed it but for some reason didn't want to interfere, Kakashi said, referring to Naruto. I don't like that boy, sensei. His presence bothers my tenant, Menma muttered gloomily as the eyes of the others, with the exception of Tsunami and Tazuna, widened. What do you mean, Menma? Sasuke asked. Before Menma could answer, they were interrupted by the sound of someone knocking on the door. Tazuna and Tsunami went to open the door while Kakashi and his team followed in case it was the Catmen. They opened the door to reveal Asuma and Kurenai's teams. Excuse me, are you Tazuna? Kurenai asked as Tazuna nodded. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, and this is Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai said as Asuma nodded. Tazuna led Asuma and Kurenai in along with their teams. Yo, Asuma Kurenai Kakashi greeted with a smile in his eye. Kakashi, replied Asuma and Kurenai. Are you the reinforcements? Sakura asked, looking at teams 10 and 8. Yes, big forehead, Ino said while mocking Sakura. What did you say, Ino pig? Sakura shouted furiously. Ino approached Sasuke and hugged him. Oh, Sasuke-kun. Ino shouted as she hugged Sasuke. Ino, leave Sasuke-kun alone, he was perfectly fine before you arrived, Sakura shouted. Ah, Sasuke-kun must be fed up with being with you for 2 months, now he can spend time with a real woman, Ino said as she bumped her forehead against Sakura's. Ino pig. Big forehead. Ino pig. Big forehead. Again. Prentice Oda. Somewhere in Fiori, 2 children with pink and black hair felt strangely copied. Kakashi and Asuma watched the fight between their students with a bead of sweat on their foreheads, while Kurenai shook her head. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Chuji nodded in agreement with Shikamaru. Hello Menma-kun, Hinata greeted Menma with a slight stutter. Hello Hinata-chan, Menma greeted cheerfully. Haha, in moments like this I almost feel sorry for him, Kiba said to Shino, as he watched Sasuke being pulled around by Ino and Sakura like he was a stuffed animal. Warning, Sasuke thought. Putting the antics aside, everyone sat down in the room while Tsunami offered a cup of tea to Asuma and Kurenai's teams. Hey guys, how did Minato-sensei react to the mission? Kakashi asked, laughing nervously. Well, Hokage-sama was a little worried at first, but he calmed down quickly and sent us to help you complete the mission, Asuma replied as he took out a cigarette. And Kushina-sama? Kakashi asked. Asuma and teams 10 and 8 lost all color from their skin as Kurenai laughed evilly. Well Kakashi, I'll just tell you to take good care of your porn books, Kurenai muttered darkly as Kakashi's eye opened and he hugged his Icha. Okay, enough with the silliness, I think we should get down to brass tacks and address the seriousness of the situation, Asuma said seriously, looking at Kakashi. Give us the mission details. He frowned, noticing the somber expressions on Kakashi's team. Well, as you may already know, we had an encounter with the Demon Brothers, Kakashi asked, earning a nod from the Jounin. When we crossed the ocean and arrived, we had an encounter with Zabuza, the demon of the mist, Kakashi said. Asuma and Kurenai's eyes widened in shock to think that they would encounter one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and a master of silent assassination. What happened? Kurenai asked. I fought Zabuza, but he trapped me with a water prison jutsu, Kakashi sighed. He knew the others would be shocked after hearing this. I was about to attack the kids when he appeared, Kakashi muttered grimly. Who is he? Ino asked curiously. Kakashi spent the next few minutes explaining the entire fight with Zabuza, from Naruto's appearance to his abilities. Needless to say, everyone in the room was impressed. Are you sure about that, Kakashi? He could very well be an impostor, Asuma murmured, not wanting to believe what Kakashi was saying. There's no doubt, the Taijutsu style I use was the Uchiha clan's interceptor. It can only be used with the Sharingan, Sasuke replied. He is unaware of the Heiken's existence. But how is that possible? As far as I know, there are no records of a 15-year-old Uchiha deserting the village, Kurenai murmured. There isn't one, but 15 years ago Uchiha woman escaped from the village, Sasuke said grimly. Uchiha Hitomi. Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai were impressed by that. They remembered Hitomi very well, the woman who was once the most powerful kunoichi in Konoha. Sasuke, are you implying what I think you're thinking? Kakashi asked in shock, looking at Sasuke. I'm not sure, but it's likely, Sasuke said. Who is Uchiha Hitomi? Sakura asked curiously. Uchiha Hitomi was once the most powerful kunoichi in Konoha, probably even more powerful than Tsunade-sama and Kushina-sama, Kurenai said as the genin stared at her in shock. What? There was a kunoichi stronger than mom and grandma? Menma asked, her eyes wide. That's right, Hitomi Uchiha was by far the strongest woman ever born into the Uchiha clan, Sasuke replied. More importantly, she was one of the few to awaken the final form of the Sharingan, and she was also the daughter of Madara Uchiha, Sasuke concluded. What the hell? All the genin shouted. Did you say Madara? Menma asked, looking at Sasuke. Yes, Sasuke replied. Who is Madara? Kiba asked. He was the most powerful Uchiha ever born into the Uchiha clan. His power was comparable only to that of the first Hokage, Kakashi replied, leaving everyone impressed. His daughter, Hitomi, was a jounin of Konoha, but she disappeared 15 years ago, Kakashi concluded. You're not trying to suggest that that boy is Hitomi's son, are you, Kakashi? Asuma asked fearfully. I don't know, but he had Madara Uchiha's gunbai with him, Kakashi said. What? Shouted Asuma and Kurenai. Are you sure about that, Kakashi? Kurenai asked. Sensei, I don't know if this guy is Hitomi's son, but the Kyuubi doesn't like his presence, Menma said as the whole room stared at him. What did Kyuubi Menma tell you? Kakashi asked. When he first interfered in the battle with Zabuza, he became furious and called him Madara. Then he told me to be careful and not to look him in the eyes, Menma said as everyone stared at him in shock. What's the boy's name? How skilled is the boy, Kakashi? Asuma asked. He said his name was Naruto Uchiha. As for his abilities, I can only say he's a monster, Kakashi said. His taijutsu and speed were far superior to anything I've ever seen. He was a master of the Uchiha interceptor style. His kenjutsu was far superior to Zabuza's. I think he called it Heighten Mitsurugi Ryu, Kakashi said before looking at Menma. You said that style belonged to your clan. What did you mean, Menma? Kakashi asked, looking at Menma. Mom told me it was a sword style created by a ninja from the Uzumaki clan, Menma said. The man who created it was so skilled with the sword that he could effortlessly take down 30 swordsmen. He was called Hidakiri Badasai, Menma said grimly. But the style was lost when Yuzu no Kuni was destroyed. I wonder how the hell that guy has it, Menma said. With all the evidence, we can't deny that Naruto is probably the son of Uchiha Hitomi. Minato-sensei once told me that she was part Uzumaki, maybe that's why he has that style. He called it an inheritance, Kakashi said as everyone nodded. That was a possibility. What else happened? Kurenai asked, breaking the silence. He possessed 4 nature affinities. Fire, wind, lightning, and water release. He demonstrated great skill with all 4, performing several powerful jutsu with a single hand seal and using a water jutsu without an external source, Kakashi said as everyone froze in shock. He also used a jutsu similar to Sensei's Flying Thunder God technique but without hand seals, and he had a fully mature Sharingan. The worst part is that he didn't even break a sweat, Kakashi finished as a deathly silence fell over the Konoha ninja. Then we need to inform Minato-sama about this as soon as possible, Asuma said. No, first we have to complete the mission. We can't afford to face that boy if we don't know the full extent of his power, Kurenai said as everyone nodded. Something else happened, Kakashi? Kurenai asked while looking at Kakashi. Well, before Kakashi could answer, they were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Dude, I'm back. Naruto shouted as he entered the room to find Tazuna, who was in the kitchen with Tsunami, so the ninja could talk in private. Okage-sama, thought Team 8 and Team 10 as they looked at Naruto. So you asked for reinforcements, huh, Haddock? Naruto asked as he looked at the newcomers, frowning as he noticed the ninja looking at them in disbelief. What the hell are you looking at? Naruto asked angrily. Hey guys, this is Uchiha Naruto, Kakashi said as the jounin stared at him. Chapter 5. Clarification. Low-level Genjutsu doesn't work on mages because Genjutsu controls chakra and mages don't use chakra. Illusions like Mystigan and Ivans that are low-level also don't work on ninjas for the same reason. Battle on the bridge. Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yuhi, 2 of Konoha's strongest jonin, 2 people who had witnessed the horrors of war as children, had seen and done things that would make even the weakest minds vomit. They could boast that few things could impress them. That reputation had been shattered the moment they arrived at the bridge builder's house. They had received a great deal of information, but nothing compared to the shock they were experiencing now. Before them stood a man calling himself Uchiha Naruto, very similar to their Hokage, except for some facial features and his wilder hair. The similarities were too numerous to ignore, and the aura of power and respect he exuded made them feel somewhat intimidated. The person before them radiated a sense of peace and tranquility, but also a sense of power that clearly indicated he could crush them if he so desired. The genin weren't any better. Team Kakashi, despite having been with him for a whole day, couldn't help but feel fear and respect in Naruto's presence. Despite being the same age as them, he was clearly stronger than them. As for Team 8, the reactions were different. Kiba and Akamaru couldn't help but feel like they were facing an alpha. Despite being very arrogant and not liking to obey others, his mother, Tsumin Yuzuka, had taught him to recognize when someone was more powerful than him. This guy was clearly stronger. Hinata, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel like she was facing her father cloned 100 times. The cold look he had reminded her a lot of the one some Uchiha and Hyuga had. Shino, on the other hand, didn't show any emotion, but inside he couldn't help feeling a little intimidated when he noticed that his Kakachu were very afraid of the person in front of them. With the help of his insects, he had sensed his chakra and had to make a superhuman effort not to fall to his knees. Team 10 had interesting reactions. Shikamaru was just muttering things about troublesome blondes, but even though he didn't show it, he was already coming up with a lot of theories. They all pointed to one thing, but he wouldn't say it until he consulted his father. Chaoji was so impressed to see an Uchiha so similar to his Hokage that he threw his infamous bag of chips to the ground. Ino. Well, she was practically undressing him with her eyes. Can you stop looking at me like that? Naruto ordered, irritation in his voice. He was already quite angry after seeing the conditions in which the people of this place lived. The worst part was that they couldn't do anything because of Geto's thugs. Hundreds of scenarios about how to torture Geto slowly and painfully ran through his mind. Oh, I'm sorry Naruto-san, we're reinforcements for Kakashi's team. I'm Kurama Yuhi, and he's Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai said kindly as Asuma nodded after coming out of his shock. It's a pleasure, Kurenai-san and Asuma-san, Naruto said, nodding to the two of them. It wasn't that he liked the idea of reinforcements, but he'd had a very angry day and didn't want to start another one. An awkward silence filled the room. Naruto was very calm, but the Konoha ninja didn't know what to say. It was a very uncomfortable situation. Ito, I suppose you already know that Zabuza is alive, right? Kakashi asked, breaking the awkward silence. I know, from the moment his masked assistant appeared, Naruto said. Nani, shouted Team 7. You knew all this time that he was an impostor and you didn't stop him. Sakura shouted, making everyone's ears hurt. What's your name? Naruto asked. Sakura, Sakura replied. Sakura, if you scream like that in my presence again, I'll kill you, Naruto muttered maliciously. Hi, Sakura murmured, very scared. We need to prepare quickly. With his injuries, Zabuza probably won't recover for at least a week, Kakashi said as everyone nodded. Kakashi-sensei, you said to prepare quickly, but how will we do that when we can barely move? Sakura asked. I can still train them, Kakashi said, while Sakura still looked unsure. Haha, I'd be more worried about the new mercenaries Geto will probably hire, Naruto said with a bit of amusement. What do you mean? I asked, assuming with suspicion. It's not obvious, from what I can see you've been wandering around the village without the slightest care in the world while looking for the old man's house. By now, Geto probably already knows you're here and will probably hire more mercenaries, Naruto said as the eyes of the others widened at that. Zabuza's hideout. Aku sat beside the bed where Zabuza was asleep, he couldn't stop shuddering as he remembered how his master was easily defeated by a boy who was the same age as him. Beside her were the demon brothers who were freed by Zabuza. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard the door open, revealing Geto with two of his bodyguards, but it was the other person who caught his attention. He was a tall, young man with fair skin, yellow eyes, and green hair, wearing a black bulletproof vest, a blue shirt, white pants, and black boots. A Jounin, the invincible elite ninja, returning home like a pathetic bully, the demon hidden in the mist or rather, the coward hidden in the mist, said Geto mockingly as he approached Zabuza. What do you have to say about that? Said Geto, but Zabuza didn't reply. Come on, I know you're awake, said Geto as he reached out his hand towards Zabuza. Haku grabbed the cat's arm. Keep your filthy hands off him, Haku said as he squeezed the cat's arm. Ah, you're breaking my wrist. The cat screamed in pain. His two bodyguards were about to interfere, but Haku quickly neutralized them. One more chance, that's all. If you fail again, I'll kill you myself, said Geto as he turned away. He's Jin, a true elite assassin, or should I say elite mage. He'll help you counter Tezuna's reinforcements, said Geto before leaving the now identified Jin with him. Can you stop pretending, Zabuza? Jin said as she watched Zabuza open his eyes. So you noticed, huh? Zabuza said. You're a mage, huh? Zabuza asked, a little interested. Mages didn't normally enter the shinobi continent. That's right, can I ask you something, Zabuza? Jin asked, looking at Zabuza. I can sense you have a considerable level of skill. Who left you like this? They must have been incredibly strong, Jin asked, intrigued. A brat named Naruto Uchiha, Zabuza said. Jin was shocked to hear that name. Suddenly the air in the room turned icy, a black aura of cold magical power surrounded Jin. He gave a sadistic smile and said. You fought that person and survived, huh? You should consider yourself lucky, Jin said maliciously as Zabuza and Haku looked at him, intrigued and a little scared. Do you know him? Zabuza asked. Not personally, but I've heard of him. He's known throughout Earthland. He ceased to be the most wanted man by the Dark Guilds when those who tried to recruit him were annihilated, Jin said grimly. I don't care what you do with the others, but I want to fight that man. He'll be a good opponent to test my skills against, Jin said. My power as the ice god layer, Jin said, smiling sadistically. Izuna house. Well, I think if that's the case, we'd better start training, said Kakashi as he took out his Icha. The same goes for you, Asum said, looking at his team. You two will undergo emergency training, Kurenai told her team. I don't see why you're trying so hard, the cat will kill you, he's invincible, said Inari, entering the room with Tazuna and Tsunami. Inari, that wasn't polite, said Tsunami. But mama, it's the truth, they're going to die, Inari said. Ah, don't underestimate us, brat, we're ninjas, Menma said, smiling arrogantly. Besides, I'm the son of the 4th Hokage, Gato is just a civilian, Menma said. That doesn't matter, Cat is invincible, Inari said stubbornly as he ran to his room. Everyone looked at him with a frown. It was obvious that he had already lost hope. Tourists. Moments later. Naruto was reading a book, sitting on a tree branch. He had sent a Kaibunshin to protect Izuna while he built his bridge. Naruto couldn't stop wondering which new mercenary Gato would hire. He hoped he would be strong. The dance with Zabuza had been incredibly boring. Alright, this seems like a good spot, a voice said. Naruto looked up from his book and saw that the Konoha ninja were under his tree. Naruto-san, I thought you were with a bridge builder, Asuma said as he looked at Naruto in the tree. I sent a special clone to protect him, Naruto said simply as the others nodded. Okay, now let's train chakra control, Kakashi said. Chakra control? Sakura asked. That's right, although you know how to use chakra, you still can't control or manage it correctly. With this exercise, you'll be able to last longer in battle and learn jutsus more easily, Kurenai said this time as the genin nodded. The exercise will be climbing trees, Kakashi said, and Naruto had to resist the urge to laugh. Climb trees? Hinata stuttered curiously. That's right, there's only one rule. You must do it without using your hands, Kakashi said. Are you kidding me? Kiba said, pointing at Kakashi while the others looked at him with doubt. Naruto couldn't hold it in any longer and started laughing. What are you laughing at, team? Menma shouted, pointing at Naruto. Naruto wiped away his tears of laughter and said. I find it very funny that despite being on an A-rank mission, they don't know something as basic as climbing trees, said Naruto as the Jounin frowned, since it was true. Ah, don't worry, we all know how to climb trees, said Kiba as the others nodded. Idiot, Naruto replied. What did you say, you bastard? Kiba said, pointing his finger at Naruto, while Naruto laughed with amusement at how easy it was to provoke him. Naruto simply stood on the branch and began walking up the trunk, climbing one branch higher. The genin watched with their mouths open, and the Jounin were slightly impressed. How the hell did you do that? Kiba yelled while Naruto inwardly wondered what the hell they were taught in Konoha. He understood that not everyone could be immensely strong considering they were only genin, but he at least hoped they were taught the basics. To think they're genin and don't know something so basic about ninjas, Naruto said as the genin and their sensei looked at him. Just concentrate your chakra in your feet and try to climb the tree, Naruto said simply. The genin looked at their sensei as they nodded and gave each of them a kunai to mark their progress. They all did as Naruto said. Some fell due to overuse of chakra and others due to using too little. Only Hinata, Ino, and Sakura succeeded. Problematic, if we use too little chakra the tree won't be able to support us, but if we use too much the tree will break, Shikamaru said. Nuo, my dad TT, asked Chaoji. Damn it, Kiba said through gritted teeth. Shino, well he was Shino. Hey, this is fun, Sakura said from the top of a tree. For once I agree with you, forehead girl, Ino said next to Sakura. This is fun, Hinata stuttered with a smile. How on earth did they manage to do it? Menma shouted while pointing at the girls. Said Sasuke. It's because they have very little chakra, Naruto said simply, without taking his eyes off his book. The less chakra you have, the easier it is to control. Most people with low chakra reserves dedicate themselves to medical ninjutsu or genjutsu, Naruto said, earning a glare from Kurenai. Well, I'll leave you to your game. I'm going to the bridge, Naruto said before disappearing in a yellow flash. Kakashi, did you see that? It looked like Minato-sama's flying thunder god technique, Asuma said in shock. If it's the same one I used against Zabuza, Kakashi muttered. What the hell is that guy? Kurenai said, expressing what everyone was thinking. Bridge. Izuna and his few workers were building the bridge, a sad look on their faces. Most of the workers had left for fear of Gato's retaliation. If they continued like this, they wouldn't be able to finish the bridge. He was pulled from his thoughts when he saw Naruto, who was leaning against some planks, explode in a shower of blood. Izuna screamed in panic. Sorry, I should have warned you first, said Naruto, laughing nervously as he appeared in a yellow flash. What the hell was that? How are you here if you just exploded in blood? Izuna asked fearfully. It was my blood clone, said Naruto. You were protecting me with a clone, Izuna muttered, slightly annoyed. Don't worry, even a simple clone was the equivalent of 4 abuses, he said, while Tazuna was impressed. If a clone of this boy was this powerful, he wondered how powerful the original was. Incredible, Tazuna muttered as Naruto cleaned up the blood with a water jutsu, frowning at the sight of so few workers. Where are the other workers? Naruto asked as Tazuna looked sad. They've left, they're afraid Gato will kill them, Tazuna said. Well, we'll have to fix that with the shadow clone jutsu, Naruto shouted as an army of clones appeared. That's enough. Shouted his clones as Tazuna stared at them with his mouth agape. This bridge would definitely end. Tazuna house. Hours later. Naruto, Tazuna, and the Konoha ninja sat down to eat the dinner prepared by Tsunami. Inari sat silently, staring at his plate. After dinner, Tsunami kindly served his guests a cup of tea. Well, in Naruto and Tazuna's case, they shared a bottle of sake all under the disapproving gaze of Tsunami and Kurenai. Naruto-san, don't you think you're too young to be drinking? Tsunami asked as Naruto shrugged. As the saying goes, old enough to kill, old enough to drink, besides, it's not like I'm worried, I've been doing it since I was 12, said Naruto, while Tsunami looked at him, not very convinced. Excuse me, this photograph is torn. Is there a reason? Sakura asked, pointing to a photograph on the wall. It was a picture of Tazuna's family with what appeared to be a torn piece. Inari, you were looking at this photograph all through dinner. It seemed like there was someone in the picture, but it was torn on purpose. That's a little strange, don't you think? Sakura said innocently as Tazuna's family tensed up. He was my husband, Tsunami said emotionlessly. In this land they used to call him a hero, said Tazuna. Inari stood up from the table. Inari, where are you going? Tsunami asked as Inari ignored her and left the kitchen. Father, you can't talk like that in front of him, and you know it. Tsunami shouted as she went to find Inari. What's your problem? Kiba asked. Troublesome, there's definitely a story behind all this, right? Shikamaru said as he looked at Tazuna. It's the same as in the canon, I won't narrate it. From that day on, Inari changed, like all our people. We lost hope, Tazuna said sadly. Days later. A few days had passed since Tazuna had told them about Kaisen. With the help of Naruto's clones, the bridge had progressed rapidly. Asuma was speechless when he saw the number of clones Naruto could make. He had gone with Ino, Sakura and Hinata, who were the ones with the best chakra control. When Asuma asked him how he could make so many clones, he replied that he had too much chakra. Currently everyone was having dinner, Sasuke and Menma had arrived a little late since they had spent the whole day training. Tomorrow we'll all go to the bridge, Zabuza will probably attack tomorrow, Kakashi said as everyone nodded. I found Gato's base. Well, you guys deal with Zabuza, I'll take care of Gato, Naruto said as the others nodded. Even though he didn't like working with Konoha ninjas, it was the best way to avoid a headache. Kid, there's something I've wanted to ask you since we met, but I haven't had the chance. You could have gone and killed Gato without any problem, but you stayed to help us. Why? Tazuna asked curiously as everyone looked at him with curiosity. Frankly, I could have done it, but when I heard how Gato treated the people of this village, I couldn't help it. I've seen guys like Gato my whole life, and I've developed a certain instinct to stop them, Naruto replied honestly as some looked at him with newfound respect. Now that I think about it, Naruto-san, why were you after Gato in the first place? Kurenai asked while the others looked at him curiously. Naruto remained thoughtful for a few seconds, wondering whether to tell them the truth or not. I'll just say that Gato's business is dirtier than you think, Naruto said grimly. By killing Gato, I ensure that a certain organization loses a potential source of income, Naruto said as the Jounin watched him with intrigue, but they didn't ask any more questions since they knew he wouldn't tell them anything. Tears began to fall from Inari's face. All that training is useless. Gato has a whole army. He'll defeat you and then kill you. Inari shouted madly while Tazuna and Tsunami watched him sadly. All those pretty words mean nothing. The strong always win, and the weak always lose. Inari yelled, looking at everyone present. Ah, as if we were so weak, Menma said arrogantly. Why don't you just shut up? Just seeing you makes me sick. Always laughing and joking about everything. You know nothing about this land, you're just busybodies. You've probably lived protected in your ninja village and don't know what suffering is, Inari shouted maniacally, but stopped when she noticed Naruto giving her a cruel and emotionless look. Naruto was furious when he heard Inari speak like that. Even though he had Madara with him, he had seen from a very young age how cruel the world could be. He remembered his first murder, the people he saved during his missions, the slavery Urza was subjected to. Unconsciously, he activated his EMS and decided to put the brat in his place. Listen, kid. First of all, I'm not with them, so don't talk like you know me, Naruto said, looking at Inari, who was terrified. Secondly, don't talk about suffering like it's nothing. You may have lost Kaisa, but you have your grandfather and a mother who cares about you, Naruto said as Inari began to cry. I never even knew my mother because she died bringing me into this world, Naruto said as everyone's eyes, especially those of the Konoha ninja, widened in shock. My father is a damned bastard who doesn't even know I exist. I've had to get my hands dirty with blood since I was 4 years old. My last family died when I was 10, and the only person I ever considered my best friend was subjected to a childhood that can only be described as hell, Naruto said coldly as everyone stared at him, wide-eyed. If you prefer to do nothing and live on your knees, I don't care, but don't talk about suffering like that in my presence. Stay like the cowardly, whiny brat you are. I prefer to fight and die for my ideals than live on my knees before the injustice of this cursed world, Naruto finished as Inari fell to his knees crying. Baka, you went too far, he's just a child. Ino shouted, but was silenced by a glare from Asuma. Dude, I'm going out for a moment, said Naruto as Tazuna nodded. After Naruto left, an awkward silence fell between those in the room. Inari had run off to his room while Tsunami followed him. Asuma-sensei, that boy's eyes were different from a normal Sharingan, what were they? Shikamaru asked. Those eyes were the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi said grimly. Mangekyo Sharingan? Menma asked curiously. They are the final level of the Sharingan, but how to obtain them is a mystery, Asuma said. What's so important about those eyes? Kiba asked. Those eyes were one of the many abilities that made Madara Uchiha a god among men, Tazuna replied this time, bringing a lethal silence among the ninja. Bridge. The next day. What the hell happened here? Tazuna shouted. They had arrived at the bridge with the Konoha ninja. Naruto had gone to attack Gato's base. In front of them, all the workers lay unconscious. Someone was here. Someone attacked them. Tazuna yelled. So they're here now, Kakashi thought as a bank of mist covered the bridge. There are 4 other presences with Zabuza, Menma thought. Kakashi, I see you brought reinforcements, huh? Zabuza's voice was heard. Hinata, Ino, and Sakura surrounded Tazuna while the others got into fighting stances. Look at him, he's still trembling, Zabuza said, referring to Sasuke as a group of water clones surrounded them. I'm trembling with excitement, Sasuke said. Go ahead, Sasuke, said Kakashi. The clones tried to attack the ninjas, but Sasuke destroyed them with a kunai. The fool is improving, it seems you already have a rival Haku, said Zabuza as he appeared in front of the Konoha ninjas, next to him were Haku with his Anbu mask, the demon brothers and Jin. It seems so, said Haku. It seems I was right, the ninja hunters act was a farce, and apparently they also released the demon brothers, said Kakashi. Ah, gimme Sakura. Hypocrite, said Sasuke and Menma. So all that stuff about the ninja hunter protecting his village was just an act? Tazuna shouted angrily. He must be very nervous now that we found out, Sakura said confidently as Haku watched them. And with that mask on, who does he think he's fooling? Said Menma. Enough, I'll take care of him, hiding behind that mask like a clown, Sasuke said. Sasuke-kun. Ino and Sakura shouted in unison, while everyone had a sweat drop on their head. Then I assume I noticed the presence of Jin. So Naruto-san was right all along, Asuma said as the others listened. Gato hired another mercenary, Asuma said as everyone now looked at Jin. I'm flattered that you've finally noticed me. You can call me Jin, Jin said, smiling amusedly. Where's Uchiha? Jin asked, noticing that Naruto wasn't with them. Where do you know me from? Sasuke asked. Not you weakling, I mean Uchiha Naruto, Jin said as Sasuke glared at him. Do you know him? Kurenai asked, her eyes narrowed. Not exactly, but I want to test my skills against that man. I don't have to waste my time with insects like you, Jin said as the Jounin glared at him with hatred. I must say it's lucky that that brat isn't here, I was quite surprised to find out who he really was, to be honest, it was a miracle I even survived, Zabuza said with a hint of amusement and sadness, it was a blow to his pride to have been defeated by a child. What are you talking about? Kurenai asked suspiciously. They had very little information about Naruto, almost all theories, but it was obvious that Jin knew who he was. I'll just say you're all fools. You were sharing a roof with one of the strongest people in the world and you never even noticed, Jin said as the Konoha ninjas went into shock. Enough talk. Zabuza shouted. Sasuke, Menma, you two take care of the masked man. Kiba, Shino, Choji and Shikamaru, you take care of the demon brothers. Asuma, Kurenai, you two take care of that guy, but be careful, there's something about him I don't like, Kakashi ordered. I'll take care of Zabuza, Kakashi said as he unlocked his Sharingan. They all nodded as they separated to face their respective opponents. The fights will be the same as in the canon, except that Sasuke and Menma destroy Haku's defense with a combination of Kaiten, Kakaku no Jutsu and Futen. Tatapa. The demon brothers fight was just to keep the others busy, so I will only narrate Jin's fight to show a little of his abilities. So you're my opponents, huh? It's a shame, I was expecting a bit more, but you'll serve as a warm-up for when Uchiha arrives, Jin said. Don't underestimate us, Asum said irritably as Kurenai frowned. Then show me what you can do, Jin said coldly. Asuma lunged at Jin with his knives in his hands, channeling wind chakra into his hands, but Jin skillfully dodged without doing anything to counterattack. This went on for the next few minutes, but Jin, who was getting bored, punched Asuma powerfully, sending him flying towards Kurenai. Ah, Grimmer Asuma. It's time, Kurenai, said Asuma as Kurenai nodded, made some hand seals, and said. Meijin. Jubaku Satsu Kurenai shouted, trying to put Jin under a Jinjutsu, but to her surprise it didn't work. I'm sorry, but those low-level illusions don't work on me since I don't use chakra, Jin said grimly. Ice God Cannon. Jin shouted as he clasped his hands together. Asuma and Kurenai were shocked when they saw a black circle appear in front of Jin as he extended his hands. Suddenly, a black ray of what appeared to be icy wind came out of his hands. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu Asuma shouted after coming out of shock, making hand seals and spitting out a fireball. Asuma's jutsu could barely reduce the force of the attack. Asuma pushed Kurenai while he received the attack. Asuma screamed as she felt her body go numb and freeze. Asuma. Kurenai shouted as she ran to check on Asuma. Fortunately, the attack only numbs parts of his body, since Jin didn't use the attack at full power. What the hell was that? That wasn't a normal attack, Asuma muttered. That was my magic, I am Jin the Ice God Slayer, Jin said proudly, as the two Jounin were left in shock. You're a magician, what are you doing here on the Shinobi continent? It's very rare for someone from Earthland to come here, Kurenai asked in shock as she helped Asuma to lean back. Let's just say I didn't have much to do, so when Gato was looking for a mercenary, it wasn't too difficult to accept, Jin said indifferently. If you use ice, then I'll use fire, Asuma said as he separated from Kurenai, going through several hand seals. Fire release. Fire release. Asuma shouted as he spat out a cloud of smoke that enveloped Jin. Jin watched the technique curiously. He didn't believe it was just smoke. He noticed Asuma clicking his teeth as the cloud began to explode, and he quickly took cover. Shield of the Ice God, Jin shouted as a magic circle appeared beneath him and a sphere of black ice protected him from the explosion. Asuma waited for the smoke to dissipate, hoping that it had worked. To his horror, Jin was being protected by a sphere of ice. The shield opened, revealing Jin completely unharmed. It was a good attack, Asuma-san, but not good enough, Jin said with a smile. In a desperate attempt, Asuma tried to focus on Taijutsu. During the next few minutes, Asuma and Jin exchanged punches and kicks, but Jin was physically stronger than Asuma. I assumed a strange position and murmured. Raigo. Senjusatsu Asuma said, a golden figure began to form behind him, but suddenly what appeared to be a monk transformed into a demon. Sensing its power, Jin prepared himself. Ice God armor, Jin said as a black ice armor covered his body. Jin's instinct didn't fail him, as several red fists made of chakra began to strike him, but thanks to his armor, they didn't affect him too much. Ah, that was definitely a big attack. If it weren't for my armor, that would have been dangerous, Jin said, panting slightly, while Asuma frowned. Kurenai, who was at a distance since her abilities were useless against Jin, couldn't help but feel worried about Asuma. In all her life, she had never fought a mage. His abilities were practically unknown, not to mention that he was obviously very strong. Asuma was panting slightly, still not recovered from Jin's first attack, and that last jutsu consumed a lot of his chakra. He went through several hand seals and said, Fujin. Fujin no jutsu, Asuma shouted as he spat wind from his mouth that turned gray as it combined with the dust. Roar of the Ice God, Jin shouted as a huge sphere of icy wind shot out of his mouth. Asuma and Kurenai tried to protect themselves from the attack by covering their bodies with chakra, but the attack was too strong. The entire area was frozen with black ice. Asuma fell to his knees as his body trembled. It was an interesting encounter, Asuma-san, but I think it's time to end it, Jin said as he approached Asuma. An ice blade formed in his hand as Kurenai watched in horror as Jin prepared to decapitate Asuma. Asuma closed his eyes as he awaited his end, which never came. Naruto appeared in front of him and kicked Jin from a distance. I think I arrived just in time, Naruto said to himself. A few moments ago, he had gone to Gato's mansion with the intention of assassinating him. When he arrived, he was surprised to find the place empty. Finding nothing, he decided to head towards the bridge, but on the way, he sensed two malevolent presences near Tsunami's house. He arrived just in time to see two of Gato's thugs taking Tsunami away, and Inari was fighting them off. Naruto easily defeated the thugs. After acknowledging Inari's courage, he began to interrogate them. They were very reluctant to talk about their boss, but after pointing at their family jewels and concentrating lightning magic with Ikazuchi no Kiba, they even told him their life story. Gato had decided to use his entire army to attack the Konoha ninjas and himself when they were too weak, killing his mercenaries in the process, so as not to pay them. After hearing this, he used his Kami no Kosen to get to the bridge quickly, only to see Asuma about to be killed. Haha, to think that a cat would hire a magician, huh? Said Naruto as he looked at Jin. Ahahahaha, finally you arrive, Uchiha, Jin shouted with a sadistic smile. Oh, I see you know me, but I don't know you, who are you? Naruto asked. My name is Jin, the Ice God Slayer, Jin said, smiling. Interesting, Naruto murmured. Personally, I want to avoid a dance right now. As we speak, Gato is coming this way with his army of thugs. He plans to kill us all when we're tired, Naruto said as Asuma and Kurenai looked at him in horror. Aha, I had a feeling he was a damn traitor, but nothing will stop me from having this fight, I've waited too long, Jin said, smiling. I guess I can't help it, let's dance, Jin, Naruto said, smiling sadistically. Roar of the ice god, Jin shouted. Barashiryu no Hoko, Naruto shouted as he spat out a beam of white lightning. Both attacks collided, causing cracks under the bridge. Although Naruto was holding back quite a bit, he had to admit that Jin was strong. In the end, both attacks tied. She can use magic, Kurenai thought in shock. You live up to your Uchiha reputation, Jin said, smiling. You're good too, said Naruto. Freezing strike of the ice god, Jin shouted as he tried to hit Naruto. Barashiryu no Tekken, Naruto shouted as he dodged the blow and punched Jin in the jaw. Jin began to concentrate magical energy in his hands and said, swords of the ice god, as two black ice swords formed in his hands. Interesting, said Naruto as Jin tried to cut him with his swords. Naruto jumped back. Sacred swords of the storm dragon, Naruto shouted as he crossed his hands over his chest and sent out two bursts of energy. Jin tried to stop the attack with his swords, but to his surprise, they broke. You're certainly good, but let's see how you fare against this, ice god sphere, Jin shouted as he extended his hands, forming a massive ball of ice. Naruto skillfully dodged the ball, but to his surprise, it exploded into pieces, sending out a blast of cold energy. He had to wrap himself in his Storm Dragon Slayer armor to escape unharmed. Nice attack, Naruto said before grabbing his gunbai. But let's see how you defend against this, Naruto said as he activated his EMS and concentrated black flames on his gunbai. Enten. Black hell. Naruto shouted as he sent a blast of wind with black flames. Armor of the ice god, Jin shouted as he covered himself with his armor, but to his surprise, his body was slightly burned. Those are the legendary black flames of the Mangekyo, haha, it's certainly an honor against someone like you, Jin said, smiling even though he looked a little exhausted. Jin and Naruto lunged at each other, and for several minutes they tried to hit each other, but to Jin's surprise, Naruto didn't have a single scratch. Jin, you're very powerful. I'm certainly enjoying that dance, but the Catmen won't be long in arriving, Naruto said with a hint of disappointment. Then let's finish this with a single attack, Jin said before clasping his hands together. Secret technique. Ice God Devastation. The attack that erupted from Jin's hands froze the entire section of the bridge where they were fighting. It was a much larger version of the ice cannon. Secret art. Sacred Spear of the Storm Dragon, Naruto shouted as a spear made of white energy emerged from his mana. What happened next surprised Jin. Naruto's spear easily overpowered his attack and struck him. Jin screamed as he felt enormous pain throughout his body. Looks like you beat me, it was an honor to fight you, Jin said before falling unconscious. Naruto created a clone that pinned Jin, Asuma, and Kurenai against a corner while he searched for the others. His instinct for danger made him turn around and see Kakashi perform a lightning technique that he copied with his EMS. He was about to impale Haku with his technique, but Haku tried to save Zabuza. Naruto, wanting to avoid unnecessary deaths, used a Kami no Kosen to appear in front of Kakashi and stopped Kakashi's attack with his hand. Haku, you were willing to give your life for me, Zabuza said in shock. Of course, Zabuza-sama, you are my precious person, Haku said without his mask. I never told you this before, but you're like a daughter to me, Zabuza said, shedding a few tears. Zabuza-sama, Haku said in shock as he hugged Zabuza. What is the meaning of this? Kakashi shouted. I'm just preventing unnecessary deaths, besides, we're not enemies anymore, Naruto said calmly as he released Kakashi. I bet you couldn't finish his sentence as they were interrupted by the sound of someone clapping. Great job, Zabuza, I must say I'm disappointed, you too, Jin, I can't believe you failed too, said Gato while behind him stood his army of thugs. It seems you were right, Naruto, Jin murmured as he woke up. Pat, what does this mean? Zabuza shouted angrily. I'm sorry, Zabuza, Jin, but you guys are too expensive, said the cat. At that moment, Shikamaru, Kiba, Sino, and Choji appeared, having killed the demon brothers. Menma and Sasuke were leaning against a corner with Tazuna and the girls. Well, Kakashi, it seems we are no longer enemies, Zabuza murmured as Kakashi nodded. I agree with you, Kakashi said. There are too many, Sakura murmured in shock. Kill them all but leave the women alive, they could be useful to me, said the cat maliciously, as his thugs laughed. Their laughter was interrupted by armed villagers who arrived at the bridge, led by Inari. "Before attacking them, they will have to go through us," shouted a villager. "Hi," everyone else shouted. "Everyone's here," Tazuna said in shock. "You know what they say, the hero always comes in last," Inari said. "Looks like you've learned, brat," Naruto muttered as Inari smiled. "Let's get out of here," shouted the cat, preparing to escape. "Haha, you think I'll let you escape so easily, cat?" said Naruto as he appeared behind the cat with Kami no Kosen. The cat screamed in fear when he saw that Naruto had appeared behind him. "I've spent all week thinking about every possible way to kill you for all your crimes," Naruto said maliciously. "But after much thought, I've found the ideal method," Naruto said with a smile that made him think he was facing a Shinigami. He picked up Geto and reappeared alongside the others. "Jin, could Zabuza take care of him?" Naruto asked, smiling, as Jin and Zabuza shook hands and smiled in a psychopathic way. "Of course, brat, we'll treat him very well," said Zabuza as he grabbed Geto by the foot. Naruto focused his attention on the thugs. "I'll take care of you myself," Naruto said seriously as he looked at the thugs. "Aha, you think a brat like you can take on all of us alone?" laughed a thug. "That's right, there's only one," said another thug as they laughed maniacally. "That's what they think, huh?" Naruto formed the horse seal and said, "Fire release." "Great fireball technique," Naruto shouted as he spat out a wave of fire that was longer than the bridge itself. Was what could be heard as all the thugs screamed and begged for mercy. "What power?" Zabuza murmured in shock. "What the hell is that jutsu?" Sasuke shouted. "Incredible," Hinata murmured. "This kid is something else," Tazuna said. "Well cat, now it's time for you to receive your punishment," said Naruto as he looked at Cat, who was covered in bruises courtesy of Zabuza and Jin. "Don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want, just don't kill me," the cat pleaded fearfully. "Anything?" Naruto asked innocently. He took a document and a pen from his backpack and gave them to Geto. "Sign this. With this, all the money you stole from these people will go back to where it belongs," Naruto said, while the villagers gasped in surprise. "Okay, but don't kill me," the cat muttered as he signed. "Okay, everything's ready," Naruto said, smiling as he handed the document to Geto. Geto was about to leave when Naruto stopped him. "Where do you think you're going?" Naruto asked. "You said you wouldn't kill me," the cat said fearfully. "Of course, and I always keep my promises," Naruto said, smiling as Geto sighed in relief. "But I didn't say they wouldn't," Naruto said with a cruel grin as he kicked Geto at the villagers' feet. "This man is responsible for your misfortune. Get justice as you wish," Naruto shouted as the villagers cheered him on. "Now we will have our justice," shouted the villagers as they seized the cat. The cat screamed. The village had been saved, everyone had regained their faith, everyone praised Naruto, their hero. The screams of a cat being tortured by the villagers could be heard all night while the villagers celebrated. Bridge. Days later. After the battle on the bridge and the celebration for Geto's fall, the Konoha ninjas had taken their time to heal their wounds. It was a shock for them to hear from Asuma and Kurenai that Geto had hired a magician and that Naruto could use magic. They had tried to get information out of him, but he spent almost all his time with Jin, Zabuza, and Haku. The bridge was quickly finished with all the villagers helping to build it and with a little help from Naruto's clones. The ninjas of Konoha were saying goodbye to the villagers. Naruto had left a day earlier with Jin, Zabuza, and Haku, leaving a note for Tazuna. "It's a shame that Naruto Nai left so quickly," Inari said with a touch of sadness. "Come on Inari, don't be sad, he's probably fine," said Tsunami. "Well, we must return to the village." "It was a pleasure, Mr. Tazuna," said Kakashi as the others nodded and left. "What shall we call the bridge?" asked a villager. "What do you think of Tazuna's super bridge?" Tazuna asked. "No," they all said while shaking their heads, leaving Tazuna in a depressive aura. "What do you think of the great bridge?" Naruto Tazuna said. "I like that one," Inari said. "In honor of the hero who gave us back hope, I also have a feeling that his name will become a legend someday," Tazuna murmured as everyone nodded. Konoha. The Konoha ninja arrived quickly, stopping only to rest. They had vital information for the Hokage. The Jonin sent their students home while they headed to the Hokage tower. They knocked on the door. "Come in," a voice called from behind the door. They opened the door and were greeted by a scene they never thought they'd see, not even in their wildest dreams. In front of them, the fourth Hokage, Senju Minato, was in a deplorable state, sitting in his chair with bruises on his face and a gauze patch over his left eye, several parts of his body bandaged, his cheeks swollen, and next to him several devices that kept him alive. "Minato-sensei," Kakashi shouted, worried about his mentor. "Hokage-sama, what happened to you?" Asuma asked in shock. "There was an attack on the village while we were away," Kurenai asked worriedly. "Calm down, none of that happened," Minato said, trying to calm the Jounin. "So what happened?" Kakashi asked, worried about what could have happened to leave the legendary Kairoi Senku in that state. What happened was. Flashback. Minato was in his office fighting against his nemesis. The paperwork. In front of him was a large tower of papers that had taken him all day to complete. Minato-kun, Kushina said, entering his office. What's wrong, Kushi-chan? Minato asked, a little nervous. Her smile was too sweet. It foreshadowed something very bad. Is it true that you sent 2 inexperienced genin teams to rescue my son's team, and to make matters worse, you sent them on an A-rank mission? Kushina asked, maintaining her sweet smile, but with a demonic aura surrounding her. Ito Kushi-chan, I know I might have been impulsive, but Asuma and Kurenai are with them, I know they'll be alright, Minato replied, very scared. Why don't you explain it to their parents? Kushina replied as the door opened, revealing Fugaku, Mikoto, Yoshino, Shikaku, Hiashi, Chauza, Inoichi, Tsume, Mabuki, Kizashi, and Shibi, all with angry faces. Hey friends, how's it going? Minato asked nervously. Senju, you sent my son on an A-rank mission when he was just a genin. Fugaku shouted furiously. Minato. Mikoto shouted, a malevolent aura surrounding her. You'd better make sure my daughter is alright, Minato, because if not, Hiashi said in one of his rare moments of overprotective fatherhood. If it serves my defense, the boys insisted on completing the mission, Minato said as he prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique. As if reading his thoughts, Shikaku caught him with his Shadow Clone technique, and Hiashi sealed his chakra with his Gentle Fist technique. You won't get away with this one, Hokage-sama, Chauza said as he held Minato, making his arm grow. It's best if you don't interfere, Anbu, because if you do, I'll make what happens next 1,000 times worse for you, Kushina said maliciously as the Anbu wisely escaped. We're sorry, Hokage-sama, but we don't want to die, were the last words the Anbu said. Cowards! Shouted Minato. Throughout the rest of the day, the Hokage's shouts could be heard throughout the village. End of flashback. That's what happened, Minato finished, while the Jounin had a bead of sweat on their heads. Putting the clowning aside. The mission report, Minato said seriously. What happened was Kurenai couldn't finish speaking because an Anbu appeared in the office. Hokage-sama, the council requests your presence, said the Anbu wearing a tiger mask. Thank you, Tiger. I'll be right there, Minato said as the Anbu nodded and left. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai will come with me to the council chamber. They'll give me the report there, Minato said, unaware of what he was getting himself into. After Kakashi got a wheelchair for Minato, and Asuma and Kurenai carried the Hokage's equipment, they headed to the council chamber. Boardroom. The council room is a room near the Hokage Tower. In the center is a large table where the council members sit. The council is made up of 4 powers. The ninjas, who are the clan chiefs and the Anbu commander. The civilians, who are the richest men and women in Konoha. And the elders, who are Homura, Kaharu, Danzu, and Sarutobi. What is the purpose of this urgent meeting, Hokage-sama? A civilian asked. I didn't call this meeting, Minato said. I was the one who called this meeting, said Danzu as Homura and Kaharu nodded. Why? Sarutobi asked as he looked at Danzu. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't going to be good. We recently learned of the existence of a certain ninja, said Danzu. What is so important about this ninja that you're calling us? Hiashi asked. In his opinion, it was stupid to call the council about this. He preferred to stay home and read his Icha. You'll know soon enough. Bird, Kaharu said as an Anbu wearing a bird mask appeared. Open the first page of the S-class section and read it for the council, Kaharu ordered, tossing the bingo book to Bird. He nodded and read the indicated section. Name? Naruto Uchiha. Age? Approximately 15 years old. Appearance? He is around 1.70 meters tall, has blue eyes, pale skin, and blonde hair. He looks very similar to the 4th Hokage. Hekkei Genkai. Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan Eterno. Threat level. Class S. Chakra levels. Biju level. Special abilities. Can use magic, uses a teleportation technique similar to that of the 4th Hokage, can create water from nothing, uses a rare, seemingly magical ability called Storm Release. Weapons. He carries on his back the gunbai that belonged to Uchiha Madara. Elemental Chakra. Naruto Uchiha is very skilled with elemental techniques, he is very capable of using Raiten, Kaiten and Suiton ninjutsu, he can probably use Futon. Reward. 100 million Taiyu in Iwa, Odo and Suna. The entire council was in shock. That's impossible, the Sharingan is a Kekkei Genkai that belongs to Konoha, he's surely an impostor, shouted a civilian, while the others nodded. I assure you he is not an impostor, Kakashi said, gaining the council's attention. Explain yourself, Kakashi, Minato said calmly, but inside he was exploding. Over time, he had come to believe that the prophecy that implied Hitomi had a child with him was just a coincidence, since Jireya's contacts hadn't been able to find her anywhere. Alright, it all started when. Kakashi began to explain everything that had happened during the mission, from the encounter with Zabuza to the fight on the bridge. To say that everyone was in shock was an understatement. "I think Gato would hire a mage," Hiruzen muttered, but everyone heard him, and everyone agreed with him. Most of those present had seen one at some point in their lives. How did Gato manage to contact one? "They don't usually come to the shinobi continent," Sarutobi asked. "I'm not entirely sure either, but from what Izuna found in Gato's records when they searched his base, it seems he was trying to expand his fortune by doing business in Fiori, probably contacting Jinahi," Kakashi said as everyone nodded. "But where did this Naruto Uchiha come from? As far as I know, no blonde Uchiha has ever been born into the Uchiha clan," Hiashi muttered, not noticing Fugaku tense up. "We already have a theory," Kurenai said, gaining the council's attention. "Which one is it?" Danzu asked. "We believe he is the son of Hitomi Uchiha, who left Konoha 15 years ago, the same age as the child," Kurenai said gloomily. "Nani?" The entire council shouted in shock. "Are you sure about this, Kurenai?" Hamura asked nervously. "There are too many coincidences to ignore. He has the gunbai of Uchiha Madara, the father of Uchiha Hitomi, he knows his signature Kaiten Gakumakyaku technique, he is a master of intercepting Taijutsu known only to the Uchiha clan, and most importantly, he has a very powerful Sharigan," Kakashi said, bringing an awkward silence to the room. "Okage-sama, there's something else we need to tell you," Asuma said. "What is Asuma?" Minato asked as calmly as he could. His emotions were very unstable. He had just found out without the knowledge of the others that he had a son and didn't know what to do. "We believe Hitomi Uchiha is dead," Asuma said. The room was filled with an awkward silence. The clan leaders who were Hitomi's friends couldn't help but feel sad about it. Fugaku didn't know what to think. He knew this would hurt Makoto a lot. "What makes them think that?" Minato asked, hiding his concern. "A few times the boy let slip any information, he mentioned that his mother died at birth," Asuma said grimly. "He also mentioned that the person who raised him died as well," Asuma added, as Minato's face contorted in pain at the thought of his son possibly growing up alone, but he quickly hid it, with only Sarutobi noticing. "Then we must capture him, he will help us strengthen Konoha," said a civilian as the clan leaders, Minato and Sarutobi, frowned. "I agree, the Sharingan is a bloodline of Konoha, we cannot allow it to fall into enemy hands," said Hamura, as the civilians and her companions Danzu and Kahara nodded. "Furthermore, with the power of magic, we could place ourselves at the top of the ninja nations," Kaharu said, salivating at the idea. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," Sarutobi said as the civilians and elders frowned. "Why not Sarutobi?" said Danzu. "Because don't forget that Hitomi-chan is still a person appreciated by the daimyo and his wife even today, do you think he will allow them to try to capture Hitomi's son?" said Sarutobi. "But he's still a member of the Uchiha clan, I'm sure Fugaku-sama will agree," said a civilian before being interrupted by Fugaku. "Even if I were to lend myself to this plan, it wouldn't be possible since the elders of my clan expelled Hitomi shortly after she left. Legally, I have no rights over her or her son," Fugaku said seriously, though inwardly he was smiling. He would do everything possible to prevent the elders from making plans against Hitomi's son. Civilians and the elderly erupted in protest. "Enough!" Minato shouted, unleashing his murderous instinct, causing everyone except Danzo and Sarutobi to fall to their knees. "You will not capture or do anything against the boy. I will send a message to Jiraiya to find him, not to be a weapon, but to be a member of Konoha of his own free will. Do you understand?" Minato said, intensifying his murderous instinct. The civilians practically wet their pants. "Hi Hokage-sama!" They all shouted in unison. "By the way, Minato," Danzu said as everyone frowned at the perceived lack of respect. "Don't you think it's quite a coincidence that that child looks like you?" Danzu said enigmatically as Minato grew nervous. "I don't see any problem with that. There are many blonde people in the world besides Minato, and some Uzumaki had blue eyes. Remember that Hitomi is also an Uzumaki," Hiruzen said in Minato's defense. He knew very well that Minato was hiding something, but he would have answers in due time. Danzo glared at Sarutobi for ruining his plan to antagonize Minato, but decided to let it go. "Well, if that's all, you can leave," said Minato as everyone left the room. Everyone was still processing the information they had just received. Undoubtedly, all of Konoha would know this by the end of the day. Danzu was thinking of sending a group of his root Anbu to capture the Uchiha child. He would be his ultimate weapon that would make him Hokage. Little did he know that his actions would be the beginning of his downfall. Nobody noticed the small figure that was in the window. "I must inform Naruto-sama of this," the figure murmured in a childish voice before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Chapter 6. Reactions, Naruto vs. A. Kaminari no Kuni. Days after the council meeting. In a small village in Kaminari no Kuni, Naruto is currently resting at an inn, in front of him was what appeared to be a tiger cub. That's all that happened, Naruto-sama said the little tiger as he carried some files in his mouth which he handed to Naruto. Good work, Sasha, said Naruto as he walked over to a small refrigerator in his room and took out a fish. You can go now, Naruto said as he tossed the fish to Sasha. Yes, Naruto-sama, Sasha said as she disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto was looking at the files in front of him with a bit of curiosity. Days before leaving Nami no Kuni, he had sent his tiger summon to follow the Konoha ninja. He knew they would inform the Hokage and the council of his presence, and he didn't want any surprises. He had also ordered Sasha to infiltrate Root to gather as much information as possible. Madara had always warned him to be careful with Root and Danzo. He simply wanted to analyze his potential enemy. He took his time to personally review each and every file. What he saw horrified him. The files were full of operations that, if they fell into the hands of the Hokage, would result in Danzo being tortured and publicly executed. The operations that caught his attention were the following. Kidnapping of orphans. Danzo had spent years sending his Anbu to kidnap orphans from Konoha and small villages in the Land of Fire, with the goal of expanding his Root army and turning them into ultimate weapons. Project Izanagi. Danzo, along with Orochimaru, had killed some Uchiha and created an arm made with cells from the first Hokage. Danzo had implanted the arm along with several Sharingan in order to use Izanagi. He had secretly killed Uchiha Shisui to obtain the most powerful Genjutsu. Operation Invasion. Orochimaru plans to invade Konoha, Danzo plans to help him enter during the Chunin exams, his goal is to kill the 4th and 3rd Hokage, Danzo plans to move the pieces to his advantage to become Hokage. Operation Mokuton. Orochimaru, with the support of Danzo, kidnapped several babies from Konoha and tried to replicate the Mokuton. Only one baby survived and he currently works for the Hokage. Immortality Project. Orochimaru was obsessed with obtaining the perfect body and becoming immortal. After intense research, he discovered that the perfect vessel would be an Uchiha or a Senju, with a soul transfer jutsu. Surveillance Operation. Danzo had placed a spy from his Root clan named Sai among the genin. His objective was to monitor the clan heirs and eliminate them if they posed a threat to Danzo. Naruto was horrified. Danzo and Orochimaru were monsters. He knew he had to deal with Orochimaru when the opportunity arose. He was too obsessed with the Uchiha and Senju for his liking. He just hoped he didn't know the secret of the 6 paths. Naruto reached the last file, and what he saw left him completely disturbed. Operation Uzumaki. When Root fell into Danzo's hands, the organization became something very different from what the 2nd Hokage had envisioned. From an organization that protected Konoha from the shadows, it became an emotionless weapons factory to satisfy Danzo's selfish desires. When Kushina Uzumaki became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo tried to make her a member of Root to ensure her loyalty lay with him and not the Uzumaki clan. However, with the Senju clan's protection, this proved impossible. He then decided to ensure the Nine-Tails remained in Konoha forever. With the Sharingan he stole from his teammate, Uchiha Kagami, Shisui's father, who possessed a Genjutsu even more powerful than his sons, he was able to control the 3 Kage of Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri to destroy the Uzumaki clan. All of this came at the cost of his own eyesight, and he disguised his Anbu as ninja. The Uzumaki clan of Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri were able to delay the help sent by Konoha long enough for the clan to be destroyed, but the Uzumaki sealed the island at the last moment to protect the knowledge that Danzo so coveted. Many emotions passed through Naruto's face. Shock, hatred, fury, sadness. He activated his Sharingan and murmured. Danzo, you're more than dead, Naruto said darkly. Hamadari no Kuni. The next day. Naruto was currently in the middle of the forest, next to him were several bodies that belonged to some masked Anbu, with the word Root on their foreheads. If before Naruto was angry, now he was hysterical. Fuchius no Jutsu, Naruto shouted as he placed his hands on the ground and Sasha appeared in a cloud of smoke. What's wrong, Naruto-sama, Sasha asked worriedly, seeing her summoner so angry. If it weren't for his blonde hair, she would have sworn she was standing in front of Madara. Sasha, did you leave my flying thunder god kunai in Konoha like I asked? Naruto asked. Although his Arashiryu no Yoroi and Kami no Kosen were more practical than the flying thunder god, he still used it for some very useful purposes, such as teleporting techniques or transporting himself to places he didn't know. Of course, Naruto-sama, Sasha replied. Why do you ask? Sasha inquired. I'm going to give a little present to a certain mummy, Naruto said with a malicious smile before disappearing in a yellow flash. Konoha. At night. Danzo walked calmly towards his base. An hour ago, Minato had requested a meeting with the council. The strange thing was that they didn't talk about anything important, only trivial things like trade and how well Konoha was doing. Minato had acted very strangely. If it weren't impossible, he would swear that Minato was under a Genjutsu, but that's impossible, right? A few days ago, he had sent a squad of some of his best Anbu to find the Uchiha boy. He hoped that in a few days he would return with his new weapon, and with the Uchiha boy on his side and his alliance with Orochimaru, Konoha would be at his mercy. With that thought, he entered his underground base. Mutilated bodies and several pools of blood were what he found. All his Anbu except those on missions had been annihilated, the cells where the kidnapped children were empty, and some Anbu who had lost their masks had expressions of terror on their faces. What the hell happened here? Danzu shouted furiously. It was the beginning of his future misfortunes. Haminari no Kuni. One day later. Naruto was walking towards the next village. Finishing off Danzu's forces was much easier than he thought. He wasn't amused in the slightest by dancing with beings that had no emotions, so he decided to finish them off quickly with his Kami no Kosen. He had originally considered killing Danzu at that moment but decided against it. It would draw too much attention. The massacre in the aftermath could be interpreted as an enemy attack, but the death of someone like Danzu would undoubtedly be interpreted as revenge. Many people would do anything to see the old Warhawk dead. He couldn't stop remembering how things had been after the Nami no Kuni mission. Jin, along with Zabuza and Haku, had returned to Earthland. Jin had decided to join a guild and Zabuza and Haku decided to go with him. Zabuza thought that if there were more people as strong as Jin and Naruto, it would be interesting to go there. After saying goodbye and promising Zabuza and Jin a future rematch, he went directly to Kaminari no Kuni. He had heard some rumors about the Akatsuki in this place and decided to look for information here. He was pulled from his thoughts when he felt 5 presences approaching, one of them was gigantic. He waited a few minutes until the presences appeared in front of him. He always had the strange luck of running into strange people. The first person was a very tall, muscular man who, if it weren't for the enormous chakra he felt within him, I would have sworn was using steroids. He had dark skin, blonde hair combed back, a small mustache, and a goatee. He wore an open white coat, green pants, and ninja sandals. He carried 2 weights in each hand and wore a belt that looked like a wrestler's. This man was the 4th Reikage. The second person was a woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail with bandages. She wore a purple blouse with a cloud design, purple pants, and ninja sandals. This woman was Yujido Nai, the current Jinchuriki of the Niobe, and one of the strongest Kunoichi in Kumo. The third person, in Naruto's opinion, had a very large bust, short blonde hair, fair skin, and enormous She was wearing a short black skirt, a low-cut dress, high boots, and a bulletproof vest around her waist like a girdle. This woman is Samui, one of the strongest Kunoichi in Kumo. The fourth person was a dark-skinned man with yellowish-white hair covering one eye. He had 2 tattoos, one on each arm, depicting the lightning bolt and the Agura. He wore a sleeveless turtleneck shirt and a Kumagakure Jounin uniform, and his bored expression was very reminiscent of Haddock's. This man was Darui, one of Kumo's strongest Jounin, the current wielder of the Black Lightning, and the Reikage's right-hand man. The last person, in Naruto's opinion, was the only normal one. He had blonde hair with spiky sides and pale skin, and he was wearing a Jounin uniform. This man was a Jounin from Kumo, and one of the most skilled censors and medical ninja in Kumo. Great because I can never meet normal people, a big guy with an obvious case of steroid abuse, a catwoman, a woman whose breasts grew too large and a Kumo version of Haddock, you last one are the only one who seems like a normal person, Naruto muttered, pouting. The Reikage had a look of fury on his face while his companions glared at him. To the east. A few moments ago. Kumagakure is a village that lives up to its name, it is in the middle of a group of mountains, the residents of Kumo were doing their daily activities, it was one of those rare moments of peace. Nani was the cry that echoed throughout Kumo. Darui, are you sure about this? The Reikage asked seriously as he looked at Darui. I'm sure Reikage-sama, a genin team returning from a mission, saw Naruto Uchiha in a nearby village, Darui said, looking at the Reikage. A few moments ago, the Reikage was receiving a report from Samui and Yujido about a mission when Darui suddenly entered, announcing that Naruto Uchiha was in Kaminari no Kuni. When Ace saw Naruto's picture in the bingo book, he was shocked but became very excited when he learned that Naruto could use a technique that could rival the Flying Thunder God technique. As the Reikage, there were few ninja who could compete with him. Currently, the only ninja who could defeat him was the 4th Hokage, but now that he was a Kage, fighting him could be considered an act of war. After learning of this development, he sent an Anbu team to find Naruto and fight him. Darui called Shai, we'll go look for Naruto Uchiha, Samui, Yujido, you're coming too, said A. Are you sure about this, Reikage-sama? Yujido asked nervously. She's right, Reikage-sama Naruto Uchiha hasn't done anything against us, Darui said. We're not going to catch him, but it's been a long time since I fought someone with a speed comparable to mine, I won't miss this opportunity to challenge that man, I said with conviction. I guess we have no other choice, Samui said coldly. Let's go. Shouted A as he made a hole in the wall. Back with Naruto. I finally found you, Uchiha. I shouted while looking at Naruto. Oh, if it isn't the fourth Reikage. To what do I owe the honor of his presence? Naruto asked with amusement. I've come to fight you, A said. Why with me? Naruto asked. I heard you have a technique that can rival the Flying Thunder God technique. Anyone with that speed should fight me. A shouted as he activated his lightning release. Lightning release and tried to hit Naruto. Naruto smiled, this was undoubtedly the dance he had longed for, he activated his Arashiryu no Yoroi and bumped his fist with A's. Ahahaha, that's where I should have started, let's dance. Naruto shouted as he raised his magic power. The combined power of both of them caused a sphere of energy to form around them. The ground was cracking and small rocks were being lifted into the air. What the hell? Yujito shouted when she saw Naruto wearing armor similar to the Reikage's. This guy has even greater power than Reikage-sama, said Shai, who had sensed Naruto's immense power. That energy layer is made of an unknown energy, probably magic, Shai murmured. You do not interfere in this fight, I ordered as he looked at his subordinates. Aye Reikage-sama, they nodded reluctantly. Naruto tilted his head to dodge a punch from A, quickly punching A in the stomach. He groaned slightly in pain. The blow had hurt him quite a bit and he had also moved very quickly. He recovered quickly and crouched down to deliver a powerful blow to Naruto's ribs. To his surprise, Naruto felt no pain. His healing factor gave him almost inhuman resistance. Good hit but not enough, Naruto shouted as he was thrown into the air by A's punch. Naruto kneed him in the chin and quickly kicked him in the neck. He felt a lot of pain after that attack. Without a doubt, Naruto was very skilled in hand-to-hand combat. His speed and strength were probably better than his, not to mention his resistance. The blow he had given him must have broken some ribs, but he was in front of him smiling and without a scratch. He quickly grabbed Naruto's legs and slammed him to the ground. Several cracks formed around him. Without letting go of his leg, he threw him forcefully. Using his Raiden no Yoroi, he appeared above Naruto and delivered a powerful blow to his face. Naruto, who was wearing his storm armor, crashed into the ground, causing a large crater to appear. The cloud of dust formed around him. Jumping out of the dust cloud generated by his attack, there was no way he could get up. It's all over, Samui said coldly. Ahahahahaha seriously? Said Naruto as he emerged from the crater. He looked unharmed, except that he had removed his jacket and shirt. His storm armor was still active. Impossible, I murmured in shock. That necklace looks a lot like the old man's, said the Niobe from inside Yujito. Sorry Reikage, but this dance has only just begun. Naruto shouted before appearing in front of him and delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. He grunted slightly as he got up from the floor, his eye bleeding from the attack, but his blood boiling with excitement. This was a real battle. He ran towards Naruto and prepared to strike, but Naruto threw a punch, causing their fists to collide once more. The ground behind Naruto and A was destroyed. You're a monster, I said with a huge smile, trying to hit Naruto with his other hand, but Naruto sent another punch, causing another shockwave. Same here, said Naruto with a smile. Naruto grabbed A by the wrists and gave him a powerful kick to the jaw. Lands appeared in front of him, elbowing him in the ribs. Naruto began to throw a series of powerful and fast punches at A, causing wounds and bruises all over his body. Before Naruto could continue, he felt A's hands grab his head. It delivered a powerful headbutt, but thanks to Naruto's resilience and Dragon Slayer skin, it barely affected him. Naruto skillfully freed himself from A's grasp, leaped into the air, and struck A in the head with his elbow, causing the Reikage intense pain. Naruto landed in a crouching position and punched A in the face. Countered by punching Naruto in the face, but to his surprise, it felt as if he hadn't done much damage. He grabbed Naruto's head and kicked him, sending him flying. While he was in the air, he jumped and began to pummel Naruto. Multiple blows at high speed struck Naruto. If not for his resilience and armor, they would have hurt him a little. He was clearly enjoying this dance. Wanting to finish it once and for all, he jumped and kicked Naruto in the chin, sending him bouncing several times across the ground. Naruto stood up and saw A begin to raise his chakra, undoubtedly preparing for a powerful attack. He appeared in front of Naruto and delivered a powerful blow to his stomach. It's over. He shouted as he grabbed Naruto by the waist with both hands and lifted him off the ground. Raigu Bombu A shouted as he slammed Naruto into the ground, creating an explosion and a cloud of dust that covered the entire area. Eri, Shai, Yujito and Samui were left breathless by the battle they witnessed. It's over, no one has survived that, Eri said as Shai nodded. Yes. Yujito murmured, agreeing with his companions. There was no way he would survive that. He was breathing heavily. Naruto had undoubtedly hit him very hard during the fight. He was surprised that none of his blows had caused him the slightest damage, but in the end, he had fallen. You fought well, brat, but that attack was too much for you, he muttered as he turned away. A laugh echoed throughout the place. Impossible, thought the Kumo ninja and the Reikage. The cloud of smoke from the disciple revealed Naruto with his EMS activated and a red energy surrounding him. It looked like ribs. He didn't have a single scratch. Impossible, how did he survive that? Samui shouted in shock. You're undoubtedly very powerful, Naruto said as he deactivated his Susanoo and calmly stepped out of the crater. It's been a long time since I've had fun like this, but it's time to end this, Naruto said as he concentrated his power. A seal bearing the symbol of power appeared on his chest. Kai. Naruto shouted, breaking the seal. You'll be the first to see my true power. Naruto yelled. Before A could react, Naruto appeared with Kami no Kosen in front of A. Naruto kicked him in the chin, sending him flying, like when Natsu and Gajeel fought, then teleported back and began to brutally beat the Reikage. A was in shock, a second ago it seemed he had won, but now he was being brutally dominated. Naruto kicked A, sending him crashing to the ground. The blow created a huge crater. Ah, how the hell did you do that? A said, breathing heavily and with blurred vision as he stood up. It was my Kami no Kosen, my space-time technique, said Naruto. Reikage-sama, yelled the Kumo ninjas. Let's finish this, Naruto said as he began to raise his magical power. What happened next left the Reikage and the Kumo ninjas with their blood running cold. A wide aura crackling with lightning began to envelop Naruto, the ground trembled under the sheer magnitude of his power, clouds filled the sky, and raindrops began to fall. The wind whipped around the ninjas with force, and lightning crackled across the sky. Like when Oz and Makarov fought, but way cooler. Naruto's magic power took the form of a dragon's head, and a magic circle appeared before its mouth. Secret art. Sacred bomb of the storm dragon, roared Naruto as an energy sphere formed in the dragon's mouth. The Jounin and the Reikage watched the attack in terror. The dragon spat out the energy ball and headed towards the ninja. Lightning shield, shouted the Jounin and the Reikage. A lightning shield formed in front of them, but it barely managed to reduce the damage from the attack. Ah was the scream that was heard. The clouds dissipated, the rain stopped, and the thunder disappeared. The Kumo ninjas were on their knees with various injuries on their bodies, while the Reikage remained conscious. You guys are definitely very powerful, said Naruto. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun, Naruto said with a smile. Same here, brat, I said before falling unconscious. Reikage-sama, shouted the Jounin of Kumo as Shai tried to get up to heal the Reikage. You're a doctor, right? Naruto asked as he looked at Shai, who nodded weakly. Take this, Naruto said, taking a food pill from his weapons pouch and giving it to Shai. Take it and heal the old man. He was a worthy fighter, and it's not worth letting him die here, Naruto said before gathering his clothes and disappearing in a yellow flash. The ninja did as instructed. After Shai healed them, they took the Reikage and returned to Kumo. They were so focused on the battle that they didn't notice they were being watched. Jiraiya the Toad Sage was not someone easily impressed. Being one of the 3 legendary Sannin, having lived through 2 ninja wars and having seen a Rinnegan user, had led Jiraiya to believe that there was nothing left that could impress him. A few days ago, his student had sent him a message through the Toads to inform him of everything that happened on the mission in Nami no Kuni and about the appearance of Naruto Uchiha. Jiraiya was in a state of shock when he received the message. He had been looking for the boy and his mother for years, but none of his contacts had found him. Jiraiya knew that he had to hurry, since Danzu would probably send his Anbu to hunt the boy behind Minato's back. When one of his contacts told him they'd seen someone resembling the 4th Hokage in Kaminari no Kuni, he quickly went to investigate. Nothing could have prepared the super pervert for what he saw. The battle between Naruto and the Reikage was impressive. Several times he had to restrain himself from intervening. It was a tremendous shock to see the boy break a seal and use a space-time technique superior to his students to overpower the Reikage, but his final attack was what truly terrified him. It looked like a Bijuu bomb, only smaller. Worst of all, the boy didn't receive a single scratch and hadn't even broken a sweat. Fortunately, everything was recorded on his camera. Fuchius no Jutsu, shouted the wise toad as he summoned a toad. Jiraiya-chan, what's going on? Asked a toad with an old man's face, big eyebrows, and a brown cloak. Fukasaku-sensei, I need you to summon me to Konoha. I need to talk to Minato now, Jiraiya said. Very good, Jiraiya-chan, Fukasaku said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Konoha. Currently in Konoha, Minato is in a meeting with the Jounin and some Chunin of Konoha. In a few months, the Chunin exams will be held and he wanted to know how much the Genin had progressed. So, Tenzo, how's your team doing? Minato asked, looking at the man in front of him. He is a young man with short brown hair and fair skin, wearing a Konoha Jounin uniform and a forehead protector, similar to that of the 2nd Hokage. This man is Tenzo, a Konoha Jounin, a user of the wood release, implanted, and Jounin sensei of Team 11, which consists of Senju Uzumaki Kasumi, Sai, and Sayuri Uchiha, Sasuke's sister. He needed an Oct to complete the team. The team is doing very well, Hokage-sama. There are still some fights between Kasumi and Sayuri, but their rivalry motivates them to become stronger. Sai, on the other hand, worries me. He's too suspicious, Tenzo said. Minato nodded grimly, understanding the implication. He knew very well that Sai was a spy for Danzo. He had ordered Tenzo to keep an eye on him. He still remembered the uproar Danzo caused when his route was massacred. Although Minato hadn't done much, using the excuse that the killer hadn't left a single clue, he was secretly relieved that Danzo had lost a large part of his military force, making him easier to control. "And your guy?" the Hokage asked kindly. "Yash Hokage-sama, my genin are wonderful, their flames of youth burn with the intensity of 1,000 suns," Guy shouted with tears in his eyes, while the others watched him with a little bow on their heads. "Well, that's fine by you, and you, Asuma?" Minato asked as he watched Asuma smoke a cigarette. "My team has progressed very well, although I still have problems with Ino's attitude. She has learned to work as a team with Choji and Shikamaru," Asuma said with some pride, while the original Ino-Shikacho trio smiled upon hearing him. "And you, Kurenai?" Minato asked. "Everyone has progressed tremendously, Hokage-sama. At first, I had trouble with Hinata's shyness, but she's overcome it a bit and has progressed enormously," Kurenai said, while Hiashi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. For a long time, he had treated Hinata harshly because he wanted her to become an excellent clan leader, but he had only succeeded in making her a shy person. Kurenai, however, had achieved what he hadn't. "And you, Kakashi, how has your team progressed?" Minato asked as Kakashi looked up from his icha. "They've progressed well. Menma and Sasuke are still rivals, but they've learned to work as a team. Sakura still has her fangirl attitude, but she's shown improvement," Kakashi said with a bored look. Before Minato could answer, Jiraiya entered through the window. "Minato, it's urgent," Jiraiya shouted as all the ninja looked at him. "Jiraiya-sensei, what's wrong?" Minato asked worriedly. "I found it," Jiraiya said as he took out his camera. "Who is Jiraiya-sama?" Kakashi asked curiously. "Naruto Uchiha," Jiraiya said grimly as everyone's eyes widened. That had been the hot topic in Konoha in recent days. "Where did you see him?" Minato asked seriously. "En Kaminari no Kuni Daiho," Jiraiya. "And why didn't you bring it with you?" Minato asked. "Haha, as if I could, look at this, I still don't have words to describe what I saw," said Jiraiya as he handed the camera to Minato, sent his secretary to get a television and put on the video. What happened left everyone present in shock. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined seeing the Raikage overpowered by someone no younger than his genin. Minato was particularly impressed by what he saw. The Kami no Kosen was undoubtedly a deadly technique. For years he had tried to perfect the Flying Thunder God technique to use it without hand seals, but his attempts had failed. Now he watched his own son do what he himself could not. "Incredible," Kakashi murmured. "What incredible flames of youth," shouted the gay man. "How handsome," some Kunoichi murmured when they saw Naruto shirtless. "He's a monster," said Iruka, who was also at the meeting. After getting over the shock, Kurenai said what everyone was thinking. "What the hell is that boy?" Kurenai said in shock. "I don't know, but the council will undoubtedly make a fuss about this," Minato said ruefully. Chapter 7. Junin Exams. Hai no Kuni. It's been a while since the fight between Naruto and Naruto is currently heading towards Konoha. Why? Very simple. For the past few months, Naruto has been dedicated to investigating Orochimaru. Apparently, after betraying Konoha, he joined the organization for a time. This was undoubtedly a very useful clue for Naruto, as it allowed him to discover Akatsuki's objective. However, he abandoned it some time later for unknown reasons. After that, he founded his own village, Atogakure no Sato. Now he understood why that village had put a bounty on his head. After all, an Uchiha who doesn't belong to Konoha is a golden opportunity for Orochimaru. He could capture him without fear of reprisals. Unfortunately, Naruto's fears were confirmed when Orochimaru infiltrated the village with his Kamui. Orochimaru knew about the 6 paths. Naruto wondered how Orochimaru had discovered it, but he dismissed that doubt. A genius and scientist like Orochimaru had the potential to figure that out without reading the Uchiha tombstones. He found a file called Project 6 Paths. Apparently, Orochimaru planned to use his soul transfer jutsu on a Konoha genin, Uchiha Sasuke, whom he planned to seduce with his power during the invasion he and Danzo were planning with Suna's help by impersonating the Kazukiage. Afterward, he planned to transplant Senju cells into Sasuke, hoping to gain magical powers and later master all the techniques in the world. Normally, Naruto wouldn't have paid much attention to the matter, but he knew that if the power of the 6 paths fell into Orochimaru's hands, many terrible things would happen. In fact, among the files he found was a plan to send his men to Earthland to kidnap some mages after the invasion. That was the perfect excuse to infiltrate the Chunin exams in Konoha and take advantage of the invasion to kill Orochimaru. The question was, how? His first thought was to infiltrate Konoha and remain hidden throughout the exam, but he dismissed that idea almost instantly. Hiding, he wouldn't be able to move freely, and besides, even though Konoha had become arrogant over the years, its security was still decent. He couldn't stay hidden for the entire duration of the exams, especially since he got bored easily. His second plan was to transform himself into a civilian and pass himself off as a new member of the village, but like the first one, it was discarded. After all, no matter how much he could suppress his chakra, the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Aburam would quickly notice that he was suppressing his presence. His third option was the most viable. To transform using a special transformation so as not to be noticed and participate in the exam as an independent ninja. It is not uncommon for independent ninjas to participate in the exam. Those who pass to the final find it very useful to receive job offers from the nobles who attend the exam. He transformed into a tall young man with spiky black hair, dark blue eyes, and fair skin. He wore a white jacket, black Anbu pants, and black combat boots. He had concealed his 6 Magatama necklace with a genjutsu. His alias was Izuna Namikaze, in honor of his great-uncle Izuna Uchiha. For the past 2 months, he had been working as a mercenary on A, B, and C class missions. He was tall enough to make the exam worthwhile, but short enough not to raise suspicion. Unfortunately, he had had to severely limit his abilities. His kenjutsu, gunbai, magic, and Sharigan were all forbidden. Furthermore, during this time, he had restricted his jutsu to only using Raiten and Suiton. It was somewhat sad, but it was the best way to avoid suspicion. Besides, even with his vast arsenal of techniques and dual chakra natures, he was still deadly. He had also placed a seal on his body to disguise his chakra signature so his brother wouldn't recognize him. He was pulled from his thoughts when he saw that he was approaching the gates of Konoha. What he saw caused a bead of sweat to form behind his head. The guards who were supposed to be guarding the village gates were asleep. He decided to wake them up in his own way. "Wake up!" I yelled as I shouted in their ears. "Ah," the guard screamed. The next thing that happened made the droplet behind his head grow. "Please sir, don't kill us," one of the guards shouted. "I have a wife and children, kill him if you want," said the other guard while pointing at his partner. "To me," shouted the guard. "I'm not here to kill you, I'm just here to participate in the exams," Naruto said with a nervous smile. He really wondered how no one else had infiltrated the group by now. "Oh yes, sorry, I'm Izumo, this is Katetsu, welcome to Konoha, can you show me your papers please?" said Katetsu as Izumo nodded. After handing them the fake documents and seeing that they were both okay, Izumo said. "Well, that's all. Enjoy your stay in Konoha and good luck on your exams," Izumo said, smiling. "Okay," said Naruto as he left. After finding a hotel, he set out to explore the village. Realistically, he couldn't deny that the village was impressive, peaceful and quite striking, but far too quiet for his liking. Having grown up traveling the world and fought in countless battles, he couldn't understand how people could live such a dull, mundane life. His ninja side had become overly arrogant, leading him to believe that being the strongest made him invincible, and consequently, his skills had diminished considerably. He preferred to continue his life as it was, and if he decided to settle down somewhere, he wanted it to be somewhere fun. Ouch, that hurt. That sound pulled him from his thoughts. Curious about what was happening, he decided to go and investigate. Asumi Senju Uzumaki was with her best friend rival Sayori Uchiha. A couple of hours ago, their sensei Tenzo had given them applications to enter the Chunin exams. Many would think that a newly graduated team wasn't ready for the exams, but Kasumi's team wasn't normal. Hell, in fact, none of the teams of her generation were normal. They were both talking about the exams when they saw Konohamaru, Yuden, and Mogi, along with her brother Menma, running for their lives while being chased by a very angry Sakura who emitted a malicious aura that would make a certain Snake Sanin cry with joy. She and Sayori were about to ask what was happening when they saw the third Hokage's grandson crash into one of the gayest people she had ever seen. He was a tall young man wearing a black cat suit, purple makeup on his face, and a bandaged figure on his back. He wore a ninja headband on his forehead. "Ouch, that hurt," Konohamaru said before feeling himself being lifted up by the boy in front of him. Konohamaru gritter in Menma, Mogi wa Yuden. "This hurts, brat," said the catboy as he lifted Konohamaru up. "Put it down, Kankuro, or you know you regret it," said the girl next to him. She had short blonde hair tied in 4 pigtails and fair skin. She wore a battle kimono that reached her thighs and black ninja sandals. "Hey, I'm sorry, all of this was my fault," Sakura said, trying to apologize. "You'd better take your hands off him," Menma shouted. "I agree," Kasumi shouted. "Relax, Tamari, we have a few minutes before he arrives, let's have some fun," said the one now identified as Kankuro. Konohamaru groaned as he felt Kankuro tighten his grip. "You know you can do whatever you want, but don't blame me if he gets upset," Tamari said. "Let me go," Konohamaru shouted as he kicked his legs. "You've got guts, brat, but not for long." Kankuro yelled as he prepared to punch Konohamaru. "Konohamaru." Everyone shouted except Sayori, who was preparing to interfere, but someone got there first. "Ah!" Kankuro screamed as he fell to his knees after feeling a powerful punch to his stomach, releasing Konohamaru. Konohamaru looked up to see his savior and found himself face to face with a young man with black hair, dark blue eyes, and abundant spiky black hair. "Kankuro," Greedo Tamari. "You know, trying to hit a mere kid is pathetic. Why don't you pick on someone your own level?" said Naruto Izuna as he grabbed Kankuro by the neck and began to apply strong pressure. "Sorry, I meant someone far above your level," said Naruto. "Incredible, I didn't sense their presence," Kasumi thought as he looked at the person in front of him. "He moved faster than me, who is he?" said Sayori. "This guy looks familiar," Menma thought, trying to sound intelligent. "Menma nai, Kasumi ni." Konohamaru shouted as he ran towards the two mentioned. Naruto, who was already getting bored, violently threw Kankuro towards Tamari. "Who the hell are you?" Kankuro demanded while rubbing his neck. The guy really had a good grip. "Izuna Namikaze," Naruto said, as Tamari looked on in shock. "Namikaze," Tamari murmured, a little scared. "What's up, Tamari, do you know this guy?" Kankuro asked. "He's in the bingo book, he's an independent ninja, despite having appeared a couple of months ago, he's classified as a type A barely," Tamari said to the shocked looks of the others. "As if I cared," Kankuro said as he pulled the bandaged figure from behind his back. "You're going to use that for something like this," Tamari said. "So you want to fight, huh?" said Naruto, making a superhuman effort not to say dance. "Kankuro, back off, you're embarrassing our village," said a voice from among the trees. Everyone turned towards the direction from which the voice came. Sasuke, who was in the shadows, could only make a face of shock upon hearing that voice behind him. He was a young man with fair skin, green eyes, dark circles under his eyes that reminded him a lot of a raccoon, and short, spiky red hair. "Ah, hello Gaara," said Kankuro, a little nervous. "How did he get there? I didn't sense his presence at any point," Sasuke thought. "Sasuke nai, Daiho Sayori. His chakra feels unstable, and I also sense another presence within him. He is undoubtedly a Jinchuriki," Naruto thought, looking at Gaara analytically. "I'm sorry Gaara, but they challenged us, you know that I." Kankuro tried to explain. "Shut up, or I'll kill you," Gaara said, emitting a deathly aura that made everyone nervous except Naruto. "Of course Gaara, I'm sorry, I lost control, please forgive me," said Kankuro. "I apologize for the problems caused," Gaara said, looking at the others. "What the hell is he? We never noticed his presence," Kasumi thought, narrowing her eyes at Gaara. He was able to dominate Kankuro without even trying, this kid is important, Gaara thought, watching Naruto. "Let's go," Gaara said as he appeared next to Kankuro and Tamari with a sand shunshin. "Wait." Sakura shouted. "What do you want?" Tamari asked. "From your headbands I can recognize that you are from Sunagakure, although our villages are allied, no shinobi can enter another village without a special permit, so I want an explanation of why you are here," Sakura said, trying to show authority. "Ah, don't you know anything? We have permission, we're here for the Chunin exams," Tamari said, showing them her permit. "Chunin exams?" Sasuke asked, intrigued. "These are the exams that must be taken to advance to Chunin. Tenzo-sensei gave us our applications a few hours ago," said Sayori as Team 7's eyes widened. "You'll be participating in the exams too, right Izuna?" Gaara asked, looking at Naruto. "That's right, but who are you?" Naruto asked, staring intently at Gaara. "Sabaku no Gaara," Gaara replied. "I'm interested in you too," Gaara said. "Oh sorry old man, but I'm not on that side," said Naruto as Konohamaru and Kasumi burst into laughter. "We're not going," Gaara said, clearly annoyed by the comment, before disappearing along with the genin from Suna. "Well, I'm leaving too," said Naruto. "Wait, who are you?" Menma said as he looked at Naruto. "Izuna Namikaze," Naruto said before disappearing in a shunshin. "Who was that guy?" Sasuke asked. "I don't know, but apparently he's a participant in the exam. We'll have a chance to find out," said Sayori as the others nodded. Academia. The next day. Naruto was currently heading towards the first exam room, as he walked his eyes fell on a group of genin who were trying to enter a room blocked by two disguised chunin. Fools, he thought as he surveyed the situation. If he couldn't see through such a pathetic illusion, they weren't worth being there. He shrugged before heading to the actual exam location. As he entered, he was greeted by the murderous glares of all the participants already in the room. "Fools," he muttered, letting out a bit of his own murderous instinct. The whole room stared at him in absolute terror. Some were gasping as they fell to their knees, while others simply looked away. He went to sit in an empty seat and just relaxed. Minutes later the 12 from Konoha arrived, he frowned when he noticed a snake smell in the room, his prey was near. "Sasuke-kun, did you miss me?" Ino said as she hugged Sasuke. "Hey, Ino pig, get away from him, he's mine," Sakura shouted. "Hey big forehead, did they let you come? Your forehead has more wrinkles," Ino said mockingly. "Don't mess with my forehead," Sakura shouted angrily. "Because they can't be normal kunoichi," Sayori muttered irritably. "Troublesome, I knew this would be boring, but not this much," said Shikamaru, who was with Chaoji, who was eating a bag of chips. "You think everything is problematic, Shikamaru," Menma said. Well, what a surprise, the 12 rookies together again," Kiba said as he arrived with his team. "Hello Menma-kun," Hinata said while stuttering. "You guys too, how troublesome," Shikamaru said. Naruto, who was listening to the conversation from his spot, really wondered if, when he got married on his honeymoon, he wouldn't sleep with his wife because he was such a troublemaker. "If we're all here, this will be fun, at least it will be for those of us who are good enough or not, Sasuke," Menma Kiba said arrogantly. "Ha, whenever you want Kiba," Menma replied in the same way. "Kiba, be careful not to get too confident," Sasuke said arrogantly. "Little Hennis is right," said a pale-skinned boy with black hair and clothes that, in Naruto's opinion, made him look gay. "This boy is Sai, Kasumi and Sayori's teammate and also a member of the root Anbu who is loyal to Danzo." "Wait and we'll get rid of all of you, we've trained like crazy," Kiba replied as Sasuke glared hatefully at Sai. "And what do you think we've been doing?" Menma shouted. Chaoji was about to approach the others, but he got in their way. "What do you want?" Chaoji asked. Shino didn't answer, she just looked down and watched an insect fly by. "I thought you hadn't seen it, I didn't want you to step on it," he said. "Because you want to have it for lunch?" Chaoji asked as a tense silence fell over them. "Hey, you should stop making so much noise, this isn't a school camp," said a young man with silver hair and a ponytail, glasses, and a purple and white suit. "Who asked you, who are you?" demanded Ino. "I am Kabuto Yakushi, but seriously, look around, you're making a very bad impression," said Kabuto. The genin did as instructed and could only feel nervous, seeing that all the participants were looking at them with displeasure. "Be careful with those from the village hidden in the rain, they're very sensitive," Kabuto said. "But I don't blame you. How could they know? They're novices. They remind me of myself the first time," Kabuto said. "So this isn't your first time taking the exam?" Kasumi asked curiously. "This isn't my 7th attempt, there are 2 exams a year, and this is my 4th year," Kabuto said as the others stared at him in shock. "A veteran, huh? By now you must be an expert," said Sayori. "Wow, could you give us some advice?" Menma asked enthusiastically. "An expert who has never passed," Shikamaru said. "Well, 7 is lucky," Kabuto said somewhat sheepishly. "So the rumors about this exam were true, troublesome," Shikamaru said irritably. "Don't give up, maybe I can help you with information from my credit cards," Kabuto said as he pulled out some cards. "And Fatajet as Sasuke asked with interest. "These are coded cards containing everything I've learned over the years. You could say I haven't wasted my time. I have over 200 of them. At first glance, they don't seem like much, but when I concentrate my chakra, they reveal their secrets," Kabuto said as a map appeared on one of his cards. "An incredible map," Sakura said. Kabuto began to explain about the nations and their candidates. "Those cards have information about the competitors, individually?" Sasuke asked. "Perhaps, do you have someone specific in mind?" Kabuto asked. "I can't promise you anything specific, but I'll do what I can." "Tell me who you're interested in," Kabuto said as he pulled out another card. "They are Sabaku no Gaara, Rock Lee from the Leaf Village, and Izuna Namikaze," said Sasuke. "Even knowing their names makes it easier," Kabuto said, pulling out 3 cards. "Here they are." "Show them to me," Sasuke said. "Let's see, the first one is Rock Lee. He's a year older than you, has 11 C-level missions and 20 D-level missions, his Jounin sensei is Guy, his Taijutsu is very powerful, but his other skills are very weak, his teammates are Tenten and Niji Hyuga," Kabuto said while showing the second card. "Sabaku no Gaara has 8 C-level missions and 1 B-level mission. I don't have much information about him, only that he's from Suna, but there's something else. He survived every mission without a scratch," Kabuto said as the others looked on in awe. "He survived B-rank missions as a genin and wasn't hurt," Shikamaru murmured in amazement. "What's wrong with that guy?" Menma murmured. "Finally, Izuna Namikaze," Kabuto said as he took out the card, his eyes widening and his face visibly turning pale. "What's wrong, Kabuto?" Sayori asked. "I don't have much information about this kid, but what I do have is terrifying. In the 2 months he's been an independent ninja, he's completed 4 B-class missions and 3 A-class missions, and he came out of them all without a scratch," Kabuto muttered as the genin stared at him in terror. "Incredible," Menma said in a state of shock. "What the hell is that guy?" Kiba muttered. Interesting. This guy has information that a genin shouldn't have. He smells like a snake, and to top it all off, he gave the leaf genin information without any problem. What are you planning, Orochimaru?" Naruto thought, watching from a distance. Leaf, sand, rain, waterfall, sound. From what I can see, there are some candidates with exceptional abilities. The village hidden in the sound was recently created. They're a mystery, Kabuto concluded. You could say that was enough to lose confidence, Hinata murmured. What a great time to say that, Ino replied. Do you think the competition will be tough? Hinata asked. Oh yes, in all my years I have never seen such strong candidates, said Kabuto. From here on everything is as in the canon, except that Naruto hides his Sharingan with a Genjutsu to take the exam. Forest of Death. This is training zone number 44, but we call it the Forest of Death, Anko said, smiling maliciously. Naruto wasn't terrified in the slightest. After the torture training he had to endure at the hands of Madara and Arashi, few things could scare him. The Forest of Death, Menma said. This place scares me, Ino said. There's a reason they call it the Forest of Death and you'll soon find out why, Anko said, smiling. They call it the Forest of Death and you'll soon find out why, Menma said, mimicking Anko. Nonsense. You won't scare me. I can control anything. Menma shouted with conviction as his sister and teammates looked at him in embarrassment. Well, we have a tough guy among us, Anko said, smiling, before throwing a kunai at Menma that cut his cheek. You can handle this, right? You're not scared. Kids like you are usually the first to die, Anko said, smiling, before drawing a kunai and preparing to attack. I was just returning your kunai, said a Kusa ninja behind her as he extended his tongue and handed the kunai to Anko. Thank you, grass ninja, but please keep your distance from me unless you want to die, Anko said as she picked up her kunai. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the ninja from Kusa. It was a very good disguise, but the snake scent gave him away. There was his prey. Now, before we begin the exam, there's something I need to give you, he said, pulling some papers from his trench coat. You'll need to read and sign these forms, Anko said. Why? Kasumi asked. Some of you will probably get killed in this exam, and I need your consent, otherwise it would be my responsibility, ha 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 ha, Anko said laughing, while all the genin broke out in a cold sweat. After that, he began to explain how the exam would be. Just like in the canon. Naruto stood at one of the forest entrances, holding an earth scroll. Personally, he didn't care about this exam, but he needed to pass it to find his target. Ready worms, the exam has begun. Was Anko's shout as the doors opened. Naruto quickly began to venture deeper into the forest, quickly sensed 3 nearby presences, quickly headed to the location, and encountered 3 genin from a megacure. Who are you? Asked a first ninja of AIM, probably the leader. An exam participant, Naruto replied. Then give me your scroll if you want to live, said another ninja. And what if I don't? Naruto said innocently. Then we'll kill you and keep him, the genin leader replied arrogantly as he lunged at Naruto with a kunai. Not wanting to waste any time, Naruto quickly grabbed the boy by the wrist, took the kunai from his hand, and lifted him by the neck. I don't want to waste my time, so choose. Give me your scroll or your friend dies, Naruto said coldly as he activated the Chidori in his other hand, which he had copied from Kakashi. Calm down, said one of the ninjas from AIM. Use your own advice, I'm very calm, said Naruto as he brought his arm closer to the boy, pointing at his heart. Give him what he wants, said the child who was already beginning to choke in his hands. The third child of AIM took out a blue scroll with the symbol of the sky and handed it to Naruto, who dispelled the Chidori and took the scroll. It's my lucky day, it's the scroll of heaven, Naruto said in a childish voice before throwing the boy to his companions and disappearing in a shunshin. Naruto was a little disappointed. He couldn't afford to have fun without attracting too much attention. He had to resort to boring methods like taking hostages to obtain the scroll. He was about to use his Arashiryu no Yoroi to quickly go to the tower when he sensed a presence of considerable level. It was at least cage level, but it felt dark and sinister. The snake scent made it clear. His prey was near. In a burst of speed he appeared close to the presence, he saw Team 7 defeated, Menma was tied to a tree with a kunai, Sakura was on her knees exhausted, and Sasuke was paralyzed and about to be bitten by Orochimaru. Naruto, knowing what he was planning, grabbed Sasuke and knocked him out before anything could happen. What are you doing here? Sakura shouted, but Naruto appeared behind her and knocked her out. Who are you? Orochimaru demanded, seeing that his plan had been ruined. Naruto ignored Orochimaru, created a shadow clone that took the 3 genin to another part of the forest with Kami no Kosen. Now that they're gone, I think I can fight seriously, Orochimaru, Naruto said coldly. So you're the famous Izuna-kun, your reputation has become very well known lately. Orochimaru said, licking his lips. There's no point in pretending against someone like you, Naruto said, deactivating his transformation. Orochimaru wasn't one to be easily surprised, but he couldn't deny that he was very surprised. Before him stood the infamous Naruto Uchiha, whose recent feats had made him one of the most feared ninjas on the continent. He had sent many of his ninjas to find the young man in order to obtain a definitive body, but they had failed miserably. Bukuku, well, this is quite a surprise to think that standing before me was none other than the infamous Uchiha, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, laughing. What are you doing out of all people at a Chunin exam in Konoha? Orochimaru asked. I could say the same about you, Orochimaru, Naruto said, smiling. I came in search of the Sharingan, Kukuku, Orochimaru said evilly. I've come to stop you, Orochimaru, Naruto said seriously. You think you can take me on, brat? Orochimaru said seriously. Maybe, Naruto said simply. There's only one way to find out, it's a shame you would have made an excellent body, Orochimaru said regretfully. Let's dance, Orochimaru, said Naruto as he activated his Sharingan. Both fighters raised their chakras, although Naruto only raised his to Orochimaru's level, the pressure that both fighters emitted was so strong that the floor began to crack. The two fighters engaged in a fierce Jujutsu battle. Naruto's speed and strength were far superior to Orochimaru's, but Orochimaru was capable of moving at angles no human could, truly living up to his title of Snake Sannin. I don't know much about Orochimaru's Jujutsu, since it's more unusual than the Raikages. When I figure out how to describe it, I'll do my best. Raiden. Raiden, Naruto shouted as he separated from Orochimaru and made a hand seal. From his hands came a huge lightning dragon that hit Orochimaru, but he didn't scream in pain, he dissolved into mud. The ground trembled as a giant snake appeared in a cloud of smoke. Orochimaru emerged from the ground with an evil smile as he watched his pet try to devour Naruto. Pain. Fire whirlwind, Naruto shouted as he spat out a whirlwind of fire that turned the snake to ashes. Bukuku, you're very skilled in ninjutsu, Naruto-kun, but let's see how you overcome this. Wind release. Great wind release. Orochimaru shouted as a great gust of wind came out of his mouth. Pain. Gakakyu no jutsu, Naruto shouted as he spat out a huge fireball. Both jutsus fought for dominance, but due to the elemental advantage, Naruto's jutsu was the winner. Orochimaru ended up with some burns. Bukuku, magnificent mastery of the fire element, said Orochimaru as his body was covered in burns. Two hands came out of his mouth which opened to an inhuman size. Orochimaru came out of his own body, as if he was changing his skin. That's disgusting, said Naruto, although thanks to his sensory abilities, he noticed that the technique consumed a large amount of chakra. Bukikuku, let's see how Kenjutsu is, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said as he took Kusanagi out of his mouth. I repeat, how disgusting, said Naruto as he drew Ikazuchi no Kiba from its magical dimension. They both lunged at each other and clashed swords. Clang. 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 Both combatants clashed swords at incredible speed, sparks flying with each collision. Naruto was a master swordsman with his speed, strength, and Sharingan. He hadn't received a single cut from Orochimaru. But Orochimaru was very skilled and experienced, not to mention that he literally moved like a snake. After several minutes, they separated. Hide Mitsurugi Ryu. Ryu so sen. Naruto shouted as he appeared in front of Orochimaru, trying to make multiple cuts to vital parts by concentrating wind chakra in the sword. Orochimaru barely managed to block the cuts with Kusanagi, but some attacks managed to do considerable damage, but once again he healed with his skin-changing technique. Fool, Naruto thought as he watched Orochimaru change his skin. Damn you, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, taking a short breath. Naruto jumped into the air. Hide Mitsurugi Ryu. Ryu Tsui-sen. Naruto shouted as he descended and made a deep cut in Orochimaru that ran from his shoulder to his waist. Orochimaru rushed towards Naruto and tried to cut him, but Naruto skillfully dodged Orochimaru and appeared at his side. Hide Mitsurugi Ryu. Ryu Kansa-sen. Naruto said as he concentrated wind chakra, slicing Orochimaru in two. What happened next disturbed him somewhat. Snakes emerged from Orochimaru's two halves and began to join them together. Seeing that Kenjutsu wasn't working, Orochimaru decided to resort to ninjutsu. Senijashu Tajashu, Orochimaru shouted as multiple snakes emerged from his hand with the intention of biting Naruto. Heiten no Yoroi, Naruto shouted as a fire armor surrounded him and disintegrated the snakes that tried to bite him. That technique, Orochimaru said in shock. What my spies told me was true. You are Hitomi's son, Orochimaru said seriously. That's right, Naruto said coldly. Orochimaru got down on all fours and said. Madara no Jin, a huge number of snakes came out of his mouth, climbing on top of each other to form a wall. They all had swords coming out of their mouth. Raiden. Killer tigers, said Naruto, making was what Orochimaru screamed as he felt his body being attacked by the tigers. Once the attack was over, Orochimaru stood up breathing heavily. He used his skin-changing jutsu once more, leaving him as good as new, but it had consumed a lot of chakra. So you're not giving up, huh? Naruto said. I think it's time to end this. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said as two clones appeared, surrounding Orochimaru. What are you going to do? Orochimaru said. Just watch, Naruto shouted before each clone made a hand seal. Gyuden. Furyuden Raiden. Raiden. Raryuden Suiton. Suryuden no Jutsu shouted the clones and Naruto as the three huge dragons swung towards Orochimaru. Ah was the inhuman scream that echoed throughout the area. This is the end for you, Orochimaru, Naruto said seriously. No, this can't be happening. I am Orochimaru the Immortal. Orochimaru shouted in despair. No one is immortal, Orochimaru, Naruto said seriously. I won't lose to you. Orochimaru shouted as he formed a hand seal. Hinata no Jutsu. Orochimaru yelled as his body was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Naruto was somewhat shocked when he saw what was behind that cloud of smoke. It was a much larger Orochimaru, transformed into an eight-headed, eight-tailed serpent dragon with white, spiky skin. He cursed Orochimaru for being such an idiot. Even with the barrier he'd put up when the fight started, this wasn't something that could be hidden so easily. He had to finish this quickly. You certainly live up to your title of Sannin, Orochimaru, but this ends now. Naruto shouted as he activated his EMS. A red energy began to envelop him, forming a humanoid figure made of bones, with 2 horns and 4 arms. The figure transformed into one with skin and a demonic smile, then changed again, taking the form of a giant being made of red energy. Like Sasuke's, this is the Susanoo, the strongest defensive technique of the EMS. It was in its complete form, although he had reduced its eyes to only the size of Orochimaru to avoid accidentally killing anyone. Wonderful, simply wonderful, that is the power of the precious Sharingan, Orochimaru shouted madly. So you want the power of the Sharingan, well here it is. Naruto shouted as 2 kibas appeared in the Susanoo's hands. Orochimaru sent 4 of his heads to attack Naruto, but Naruto easily got rid of them by making a cross-cut with his kibas. To his surprise, the heads regenerated. You think that will stop me? Orochimaru said with a hint of mockery in his voice. Hori Hokage. Senju Minato stood before the newly appointed Anbu commander, Itachi Uchiha. The previous commander had decided it was time to retire, and before that, he decided to appoint Itachi as the new Anbu commander. Itachi, I want you to take an Anbu squad and go to the Forest of Death. Orochimaru is in Konoha, Minato said grimly. Just moments ago, Anko had rushed into his office to give him this information. Orochimaru, Esta Seguro Hokage-sama pregunto Itachi. Before Minato could respond, they were interrupted by a small tremor and a strong spike of chakra that was felt throughout the village. What the hell was that? Minato shouted. Hokage-sama, there's an 8-headed snake in the Forest of Death and a humanoid figure made of red chakra. Shouted a Chunin who quickly entered his office. Hitetsu-san, are you sure you're not drunk? Itachi asked with his face expressionless. I swear, don't look for yourselves. Kitetsu shouted as Itachi and Minato followed him to the rooftop of the tower. What they saw impressed them. Itachi, take the available Anbu team and come here quickly. We're going to the Forest of Death to see what's happening, Minato ordered. Hi Hokage-sama, Itachi said before disappearing in a shunshin to carry out his leader's orders. Back with Naruto. Damn it, I sent several presences heading this way. It's probably the Hokage and the Anbu. I have to finish this as soon as possible, Naruto thought before making the Susanoo's kibas disappear. You're very strong, Orochimaru, but this ends now, Naruto said as his Susanoo formed a hand seal. Enten. Chains of death, Naruto shouted as a group of chains made of black fire surrounded Orochimaru. Anu, Orochimaru screamed before a cloud of smoke surrounded his body. Naruto deactivated his Susanoo, and when the smoke cloud disappeared, it revealed Orochimaru half dead and with serious burns all over his body. Maybe you beat me this time, brat, but it won't be like that when we face each other again, Orochimaru shouted before escaping with a shunshin. Oh well, I have plenty of time to finish him off, said Naruto before reactivating his transformation and disappearing in a yellow flash. Minutes later the Hokage and the Anbu arrived. What the hell happened here? Murmured one of the Anbu upon seeing the destruction of the place. I don't know, but whoever fought Orochimaru is in the village. I want you to search the entire forest and look for Orochimaru, Minato ordered. Hi Hokage-sama, shouted the Anbu. Tower. 5 days later. 5 days have passed since the start of the second Chunin exam. Naruto was the second to arrive, surpassed only by the Suna brothers. For the past 2 days, he had been reflecting on his battle with Orochimaru. He had been spying on the council meeting due to his appearance in the village. He would have to be more careful from now on, although it was worth it since it was a good dance. I was currently with the other genin who had passed the second exam. The only ones who passed were Kabuto's team, the Suna team, the Itagakure team, the Konoha 12, and Guy's team. Several jonin were present to watch the exam semifinals, including the Hokage's wife and his mother, Tsunade. They were currently listening to the Hokage's boring speech. From now on everyone will fight individually, so if anyone wants to retire, let them do it now, said Minato from a box where he could see all the fights. The only one who raised his hand was Kabuto. Why Kabuto? Menma asked. I'm sorry, Menma, but I don't think I can continue, Kabuto said as he left the place. Alright, let me congratulate you on passing the second phase of this exam. Now, since there are so many of you, we'll hold some preliminaries before the finals to determine who deserves to appear in the finals. The referee will now explain the rules of these preliminaries, said the Hokage. At that moment a sickly-looking Jounin appeared. Well, I will be the judge for the third part of the Chunin exams. My name is Gekko Hade, said the Jounin before a coughing fit silenced them for a couple of minutes. The rules are very simple. You can win by knocking your opponent unconscious. The judge had another coughing fit, then continued. By making them surrender, or by killing them. In any case, if I see a clear winner, I'll stop the fight since we don't want any unnecessary deaths, but don't rely on that. Now the cough returned, then he continued. The matches will now be chosen randomly and displayed on that screen over there. Hade pointed to a large screen. The genin went up some stairs so as not to interfere with the matches. The screen began to rotate and stopped on 2 names. Chapter 8. Chunin Exams Part 2. The New Alliance. The rules are very simple. You can win by knocking your opponent unconscious. The judge had another coughing fit, then continued. By making them surrender, or by killing them. In any case, if I see a clear winner, I'll stop the fight since we don't want any unnecessary deaths, but don't rely on that. Now the cough returned, then he continued. The matches will now be chosen randomly and displayed on that screen over there. Hade pointed to a large screen. The genin went up some stairs so as not to interfere with the matches. The screen began to rotate and stopped on 2 names. Izuna Namikaze vs. I. Participants Izuna Namikaze and Sai, come down. Hade shouted with a coughing fit. Anzu-sama asked me to keep an eye on potential enemies. I wonder if you will be an ally or an enemy, Izuna Namikaze Sai thought emotionlessly. So this guy is one of Danzo's Anbu. I wonder if he's as weak as the others, Naruto thought with a wild grin as he stepped down to the arena. The ninjas of Konoha couldn't help but look at Naruto, Izuna, with curiosity. Despite having only been an independent ninja for a couple of months, he was already a Type A threat in the bingo books. So that's the famous Izuna, I wonder if he's really that good, Asuma said. It must be so, because as far as Anko told me, she arrived at the tower on her first day without a single scratch, said Kurenai. It will certainly be an interesting encounter, Kakashi said as Tenzo silently observed Sai. So you're Sai, Naruto said, smiling kindly. His hatred for Danzo wasn't an excuse for not being kind to his opponent. Fights wouldn't be fun if there wasn't excitement from both sides. That's right, little Hennis, Sai said with a fake smile. The whole room fell silent. Naruto had an angry mark on his head. Kasumi burst out laughing, while the others were silent. Hade-san, Naruto asked. Yes. Hade asked. According to the rules, nothing prohibits me from killing unless you interfere in time, or am I mistaken? Naruto asked, sounding overly innocent. No, you're not wrong, Hade said, sounding a little unsure. So if I kill him and you don't interfere in time, I won't be disqualified, right? Naruto asked. No, Hade said. Begin. Hade shouted. Naruto looked analytically at Sai as he quickly pulled out a brush and a scroll. Joju Giga Sai said as an ink lion emerged from the scroll and attacked Naruto. Interesting, Naruto murmured as he formed a hand seal. Water release. Water release. Naruto shouted, spitting out a jet of water that dispelled the lion. Sai drew a tiger that lunged at Naruto once again. Suiton. Sugaden said Naruto as water appeared out of nowhere and took the form of a drill. The drills attacked the tiger, destroying it instantly. I create water out of nothing, everyone in the room thought. I'm getting bored with this, Naruto muttered as he appeared in front of Sai in a burst of speed. Before Sai could react, Naruto delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, making him spit up a little. He kicked him in the chin, sending him flying. He kneed him in the chest and simultaneously elbowed him in the back. He kicked Sai's hairbrush away and delivered another powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing into the wall. Ugh, Sai muttered, trying not to show any emotion, which was quite an undertaking considering his opponent's physical strength. Raiden. Jibashi, Naruto shouted, making a hand seal. The attack struck Sai, hitting him hard enough to knock him unconscious, but not hard enough to kill him. He still didn't want to attract Danzu's attention. Anzu-sama was the last thing Sai thought before falling unconscious. Everyone was silent in the face of such a display of skill. Most genin shouldn't have that level of elemental ninjutsu. The winner is Izuna Namikaze, Hade said as he confirmed that Sai was not dead. Interesting, Kakashi murmured. He's strong, Sasuke said. That was nothing, Menma said with a pout. Troublesome, that kid wasn't even hurt, Shikamaru said. To think that Sai would lose like that, said Sayori. What incredible flames of youth. Guy shouted. I can't wait for my turn so I can show off my youthful flames. Lee shouted, his eyes blazing. Oh, Lee, Guy said with tears in his eyes. Dai-sensei, Lee said, also with tears in his eyes. Read. Dai-sensei. Read. Dai-sensei. Read. Dai-sensei. Deep background music started playing out of nowhere. A Jinjutsu, a sunset overlooking the sea, Guy and Lee began to hug each other, to the horror of everyone present. It's horrible. Minato screamed in terror. Ooh, Kasumi screamed as she closed her eyes, but the scene continued even in her thoughts. Kill them, you little brat, please, Kurokai cried from inside Kasumi. Someone stop them. Menma shouted, trying to dispel the Jinjutsu. What kind of horrible illusion is this? Kurenai cried. What a horrible illusion, I've never seen anything so terrifying, maybe I can copy it and use it as an ultimate technique, Naruto thought before throwing 2 kunai with excellent accuracy at Guy and Lee. The kunai tore the part of their family jewels on their pants, but didn't cut anything vital. Do that again in my presence and I swear the next attack will sever what makes you men. Naruto shouted, unleashing a burst of his killing intent that made Guy and Lee turn as white as ghosts. Understand? Naruto yelled, and they nodded swiftly. He felt a little uncomfortable when everyone in the room looked at him like some kind of hero. Thank you, Izuna-sama. They all shouted. The screen rotated again until it stopped on 2 names. Shikamaru Nara vs Kintsuchi. Problematic, because I have to fight against a girl, Shikamaru said with boredom. Naruto saw that it was obvious who would win, so he made a shadow clone to watch the fights for him while he slept a little. Aren't you going to watch the fights? Asked Sasuke, who was next to Naruto along with the other participants from Konoha. I already know the outcome of this, let my clone see them, I'm going to sleep, said Naruto before falling asleep. A while later. After getting enough sleep, Naruto dispelled his clone to find out how the battles were going. None of them had been interesting so far. Just as predicted, Nara won his fight against the Kunoichi from Odo. The next fight was between Sasuke and Kabuto's partner, Yoroi Akato. I had to admit, he had an interesting ability to absorb chakra with his hands, but he was defeated by Sasuke. The next fight was between Kankuro and Misumi Tsurugi, and Kankuro was the winner. The following fight was between Shino Aburam and Zaku from Odo, and Aburam won effortlessly. After that, Temari and Tenten fought, if you can even call it a fight, since Tenten was dominated. The fight between Ino and Sakura was so pathetic that it wasn't worth their clone wasting time watching. Both lost. The fight between Menma and Kiba was somewhat entertaining. Without a doubt, the Inyazuka had a decent level in his clan style, and not to mention his good teamwork with his dog Akamaru, which made him an acceptable opponent. But despite that, Menma, as arrogant as he is, had to accept that Minato trained him to the level of a strong genin. In the end, Kiba was defeated by Menma's wind release technique, but he was left very exhausted. The fight between Niji and Hinata Hyuga was, in his opinion, the second most interesting so far. Hinata certainly had potential, but her cowardice in not hurting her opponents made her weak, so in the end, she was defeated. The fight between Dosu and Choji was more of a circus than a fight. What he considered the most impressive fight was undoubtedly the one between Gaara and Lee. They both truly fought like real ninjas, in his opinion. If Lee hadn't been so exhausted, he would undoubtedly have won with the inner gates, but Gaara wasn't a Jinchuriki for nothing. If Tsunade and Guy hadn't stopped the fight in time, Lee's ninja career would have been over. I like Lee too much to ruin his life, haha. Oh, I see you're awake, said Kakashi. As I said, except for the fight between the Hyuga clan and the one between Gaara and Lee, nothing of interest to me happened, said Naruto. How do you know what happened in the fight if you were asleep? Menma asked. My clone saw everything, Naruto said simply. That doesn't explain anything, Sakura said. The shadow clone can send its memories to the original when it dissipates, Kakashi replied this time. Incredible, said Menma. Why don't they teach it at the academy? It would be much more useful than a normal clone, Sakura said. It's because it's a Kenjutsu, said Kushina, approaching alongside Tsunade. Naruto inwardly tensed up when he saw those two arrive. Personally, he had nothing against them. In one way or another, Kushina and Tsunade were part of his clan, so he had nothing personal against them. Besides, they didn't know about Minato's sins, so he didn't blame them for anything, but he didn't like the idea of them suspecting him. The Kenjutsu? Asked Ino, who was listening to the conversation. That's right, the shadow clone, unlike a normal clone, is solid, but it divides the user's chakra between their clones. The question is, how can you do that jutsu? It's a Jounin level technique, Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes at Naruto. I have too much chakra, Naruto said, simply downplaying it. Before Tsunade could respond, the screen began to rotate again, announcing the next competitors. Asumi Senju Uzumaki vs Sayori Uchiha. The final match will be between Sayori Uchiha and Kasumi Senju Uzumaki. Come down, Hate said, with his now typical coughing fit. Everyone was shocked to see the two names on the screen. Minato was truly cursing his luck. He had no problem with his daughter and Sayuri fighting. In fact, their rivalry had motivated them to become stronger. What he didn't like was that it was in a preliminary match and not the final. That fight would have truly impressed the customers. Both Kunoichi stepped down to the arena, both looking at each other with a smile and a challenging gaze. "It seems our meeting will be sooner than expected, Kasumi," Sayuri said seriously. "It seems so, Sayuri-chan," Kasumi said, smiling. "Begin," Hate said. Both Kunoichi engaged in a taijutsu duel, Kasumi using the Uzumaki style taught by her mother and Sayuri using the Uchiha style also taught by her mother. "Animo Kasumi-chan," Kushina shouted. "Good luck, Sayuri," Sasuke said. Small shockwaves echoed through the area. Both Kunoichi refused to give in. Kasumi was physically stronger and had great stamina, but Sayuri was more skilled and possessed the Sharingan. It was a close fight. Seeing that taijutsu wasn't working, they separated and decided to switch to ninjutsu. "Pain. Gakakyu no Jutsu," Sayuri shouted as a fireball headed towards Kasumi. "Suiton. Mizurapa," Kasumi shouted as she spat out a jet of water slightly smaller than Naruto's. The cloud of steam formed around them both. They both took out shuriken and threw them, but they countered each other. Clang. 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 That's what could be heard when the cloud of smoke dissipated. They both found themselves in a kenjutsu duel. Kasumi had a cut on her cheek, while Sayuri had a small cut on her shoulder. "Both are putting up a very good fight," said Asuma with his cigarette in his mouth. "Definitely," Kurenai said. Said Sasuke. "Yes, but they still have more skill to demonstrate," said Tsunade. They both engaged in another taijutsu fight, but both were beginning to tire. "High release. Fireball technique," Sayuri shouted as she spat out small fireballs. Asumi dodged the fireballs with effort. "Suiton. Suiton no jutsu," Kasumi shouted as a bullet of water shot out of her mouth. "I think we need to end this, don't you think?" said Sayuri, breathing heavily. "I think you're right," Kasumi said as she took out a scroll, concentrated her chakra, and water began to flow from the scroll. "High release. Fire dragon technique," Sayuri shouted as she spat out a fire dragon using the chakra she had left. "Suiton. Suryudan no jutsu," Kasumi shouted as the water she took from the scroll took the form of a dragon and counterattacked Sayuri's dragon. Both jutsu collided with each other, a cloud of steam covered the entire room, and the concern was palpable in the room. Sayuri shouted Sasuke and Tenzu. Kasumi shouted Minato, Kushina, and Menma. The cloud of steam dissipated, revealing Kasumi and Sayuri hitting each other in the face. "Sayuri. Kasumi." They both said before falling unconscious. Tsunade jumped from the balcony towards the two girls and after checking them said. "Both will be fine, they just used up a lot of chakra," Tsunade said as the others sighed in relief. Kushina took her daughter in her arms and headed back to the box, with Sasuke doing the same with his sister. "Since both participants are unable to continue, I declare this a tie," Hate said. "I'll definitely never make them angry," Menma said. "For the first time, I agree with you," Sasuke said. "Well, I guess that's how the preliminaries end," Naruto murmured as he took a pack of cigarettes out of his backpack, put one in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter he took from his jacket. He saw Asuma's longing face and sighed, offering Asuma a cigarette. "Thanks, kid," Asuma said as he lit the cigarette. "You little brat, don't you think you're too young to be smoking?" Tsunade said firmly. As the saying goes, old enough to kill, old enough to drink, smoke, and other things," said Naruto as Shikamaru's eyes widened in shock. "It can't be," Shikamaru thought. "Besides, it's not like I'm worried. I use a chakra layer in my lungs to prevent health problems," Naruto said. "That's not even counting my healing factor." He thought this last part while smoking his cigarette. "You too?" Asuma asked while smoking. "What are you talking about, Asuma? Do you do that too?" Kurenai asked. "Of course, what kind of ninja would I be if I risked my health without taking precautions?" said Asuma as Kurenai looked away in embarrassment. She had asked Asuma for years to quit smoking without knowing that. "That concludes the preliminaries, the winners come down to the arena," Hade ordered, cutting off the conversation with a coughing fit. The genin did as Hade ordered. Once everyone was in the arena, Hade, Anko, Ibiki, and the Hokage stood before them. "Congratulations to all of you who have earned the right to compete in the finals," Hade said before pointing to the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, if you wish," Hade asked, gesturing to the Hokage. "The time you have spent in the exam has allowed you to see what your opponents can do. Now you have information about your opponents and have the ability to calculate a strategy, but some of you still hide your potential. During the next month you will have time to train and improve your abilities, after which the finals will begin, for which there will be an audience," Minato explained. "Now each of you take a slip of paper from the box Anko is holding. This will determine the order of the fights," Minato explained as Anko walked past each genin, showing them the box and asking them to take a slip of paper. Once everyone had their slip, Ibiki stepped forward. Please tell me the number that is written on your papers, starting with you, Ibiki said, pointing at Sasuke. 8, said Sasuke. 2, said Menma. 1, said Niji. 7, said Dosu. 3, Shikamaru said. 5, said Naruto. 6, Gaara said with a psychopathic smile. 4, said Temari. 9, said Shino. 10, said Kankuro. Very well then, this will be the order of the fights, said Minato, as he pointed to the blackboard that Ibiki was holding. Niji vs Menma. Shikamaru vs Temari. Izuna vs Gaara. Dosu vs Sasuke. Shino vs Kankuro. That would be all, any questions? Minato asked, looking at the genin. This seems to be a tournament, does that mean only one person can become a chunin? Shikamaru asked. No, in this tournament there will be multiple judges, Kazuki Dono and I are judges along with some of our clients. If they have the qualities we believe are necessary, they are promoted even if they lose their first match, Minato said. That means it's possible that we could all become chunin, Temari said. Or that none of us exceed, Naruto said. Exactly, but don't worry, if you win your first match you'll have more opportunities to impress the judges. That's all, you can go now. See you in a month, said the fourth Hokage as all the genin left the room. No doubt Orochimaru will be preparing for the invasion, I have to prepare for that moment, Naruto thought before leaving. He would have a lot to do this month. Hokage Tower. Hours later. Minato was facing his daily nemesis, paperwork, but this paperwork was different from the usual. These were the invitations for the nobles attending the Chunin exams. He couldn't help but think about the events of the past few days. These exams were certainly very different from previous ones. First, almost all the participants from Konoha were members of the noble clans, but the foreigners were no slouches either. The kids from Suna and Odo were undoubtedly very powerful, not to mention the independent ninja Izuna, who defeated Danzo's ninja without breaking a sweat. He hoped his son was alright. He was currently training with Jiraiya, who had returned to the village for the exams. But at that moment, his main concern was Orochimaru. Anko entered the Forest of Death shortly after Orochimaru appeared in his Yamata form. It was a great surprise to him to hear that she found him half dead and with his body burned. Anko intended to kill him, but unfortunately, Orochimaru used the cursed seal on Anko's neck to paralyze her long enough to escape. But during her conversation with the Sannin, she was able to extract some very important information. Orochimaru had fought none other than Uchiha Naruto. He was shocked when he learned of this development. He truly wondered how those two had entered the village in the first place. He would have to improve the village's security. He had mixed feelings when he learned that his son was in Konoha, but he kept his emotions under control. He sent an Anbu team to search for him, but they didn't find him anywhere in Konoha. Naturally, the council panicked when they saw a giant snake and a red figure in the forest, but Minato was able to postpone the meeting until he had accurate information. 5 days later, when his son's teams arrived, he learned Orochimaru's true objective. When he interrogated them, they only remembered that a shadow had rescued Sasuke from being marked by Orochimaru, and then they had woken up in a different area of the Forest of Death. It was no secret to him and the third Hokage what Orochimaru wanted. During his time in Konoha, he had tried to kidnap Itachi to obtain the power of the Sharingan, but he had been stopped by Jiraiya and Fugaku. Now he was after his brother. After that, he called a meeting with the council. The memory was still fresh in his mind. Flashback. Hours before the preliminaries. Everyone was gathered in the council chamber, from the civilians, the clan chiefs, the elders, the new Anbu commander Itachi Uchiha, Kushina and Makoto, the latter two being there because their children's team had been attacked by Orochimaru. "It is true that Orochimaru is in the Yondaime-sama village," shouted a civilian in terror. "We must send all our ninjas to kill him," shouted another civilian. "No, what we must do is use the available ninjas to protect us," shouted another civilian. "Shut the buck up," Kushina yelled, unleashing her murderous instincts, causing the civilians to wet their pants and shut their mouths. "Thank you, Kushi-chan," Minato said. "We've confirmed that Orochimaru was in the village. His objective was to mark Uchiha Sasuke with his cursed seal by attacking his team," Minato said. "How's my baby?" shouted Makoto and Kushina. "They're fine, fortunately Orochimaru wasn't able to mark Sasuke," Minato said, relieving the two mothers and Fugaku. The civilians were about to shout some nonsense, but were silenced by a look from Minato. "Did you already send the Anbu after him?" Kaharu asked. "Yes, but unfortunately they haven't found him anywhere in the town," Minato said sadly. "But we also confirmed something else," Minato added. "What is it, Hokage-sama?" Fugaku asked, standing beside his wife. Makoto looked much thinner and had dark circles under her eyes. No one could blame her. She had recently overcome the depression she fell into when she learned that her best friend had died during childbirth and that her little boy had been left alone since he was very young. When she learned through a letter that he had run away and his reasons, she felt very sad but understood. She felt terrible upon learning of his death since she hadn't had the chance to say goodbye, but thanks to her family, she moved forward. When she learned of Naruto's abilities and the reputation he had built up over the past few months, she felt relieved to know that at least the power-hungry like Danzo and Orochimaru wouldn't find it easy to do anything against him. The humanoid figure who fought against Orochimaru was Naruto Uchiha, said the Hokage as everyone went into shock. "Nani?" everyone in the room shouted. "Minato, are you sure about that?" Sarutobi asked. "That's right." Shortly after Orochimaru in his Yamada form disappeared, Anko found him half dead in the forest. He couldn't be captured because he used the cursed seal on Anko to escape, but before leaving, they had a conversation in which he claimed to have fought with Naruto Uchiha, Minato said. "Also, the red figure that was in the forest was an EMS technique," Susanoo, Itachi said. "Then we must send the Anbu to search for him in the village. This is our opportunity to seize his power," said a civilian, smiling maliciously as the others nodded. "As I said before, we're not going to capture the child. Besides, even if I wanted to, I couldn't since the Anbu didn't find him anywhere," Minato said as the civilians frowned but reluctantly nodded. "But how on earth did he enter the village undetected? I can understand Orochimaru, who is a former ninja from the village, but the boy, as far as we know, has never been to Konoha," Hiashi asked, while the others wondered the same thing. "Problematic, it seems they forget that the boy has a space-time jutsu more advanced than Hokage-sama's. It's not impossible that he can enter the village undetected," said Shikaku, while the others nodded. Danzo visibly groaned upon hearing that. He had already planned to send some of his remaining Anbu from the massacre to his route to capture the child, but after hearing that, his hopes were crushed. "But what is your objective in entering the village?" Inoichi asked this time. "From what Anko told me, it was actually Naruto Uchiha who saved Sasuke, Menma, and Sakura. His objective was apparently to assassinate Orochimaru," Minato said, as everyone was impressed by that fact. Makoto was shedding a few tears. Her baby had been saved by none other than her best friend's son. If she ever had the chance to speak to Naruto personally, she would be incredibly grateful. Fugaku felt the same way as his wife. Despite not knowing the boy and not having had the best relationship with his mother, Kushina could not help but feel gratitude towards him for saving her son. How was a 15-year-old boy able to fight a Sannin? Chaoza asked innocently. "Don't forget that 15-year-old boy was the same one who fought Zabuza and dominated him, the same one who defeated a mage who easily beat two of our strongest jounin, and the same boy who defeated the Raikage, as if it were child's play," Fugaku said. "Was Anko able to find out anything more about her abilities?" Hiashi asked. "No, but from what it seems, just like with the Raikage, Orochimaru was completely dominated by Naruto Uchiha," the Hokage said grimly. A deadly silence fell over the council. Orochimaru, one of the strongest men ever born in Konoha, the one who was considered a genius, was completely dominated. Sarutobi was particularly disturbed. Although Orochimaru had disappointed him, he could never deny that he was a genius who only appeared once every 100 years. He himself had trained him and knew that even though his student's abilities paled in comparison to his own at his peak, Orochimaru was still at least a high-level Kage ninja, if not higher. Don't forget that Kage are usually S-class ninjas, and that the four Hokage were all above the level of a regular Kage. End of flashback. After that and some minor discussions, they decided to increase the town's security during the exams in case Orochimaru tried to do something foolish. He just hoped everything would go well, but something inside him told him that something very serious would happen during the exams. Little did Minato know that the exams would change the lives of many people, for better or for worse. Konoha. 2 weeks later. It is currently night in Konoha, the moonlight illuminates the village, there are only 2 weeks left until the start of the Chunin exams. Naruto, currently in his transformation form, stood before 4 blood clones in the hotel room. They all wore Anbu masks and black suits. The objective was very simple. To capture the Tsunoya Kabuto team. After the preliminaries, he had sent a blood clone to investigate the council and everything related to the invasion of Konoha. Unlike most village councils, Suna did not allow corruption since civilians held little power within it. When Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazuki-age, initiated the invasion plan, everyone refused, but they couldn't do much to contradict their Kage. The plan involved using a group of ninja from Suna and Odo to summon Orochimaru's snakes to breach Konoha's walls. With the walls broken, the snakes and the ninja would have free passage through the village, while Orochimaru dealt with the 2 Hokage using the Edo Tensei. The second blood clone explored the land of wind in search of the Kazuki-age's body. It took him almost 2 weeks to find it, but it was worth it. He was currently planning to persuade Suna with the evidence he had that they were being deceived. Personally, he cared about what happened to Konoha, but on one hand he couldn't allow innocent people to die because of the snake-sick desires. Kabuto was with Baki, handling everything while Orochimaru was away. This was perfect. Baki was a very influential jounin in Suna. If he could convince him to confess the truth, he could persuade Suna to continue the invasion by having Baki convince the Suna council to stop the invasion behind Orochimaru's back. With only Oto's forces continuing the plan, they would be easily repelled by Konoha, and he would have his opportunity to kill Orochimaru. I want each of you to find the members of the Tsunoya Kabuto team, capture them, and send them to my pocket dimension, Naruto said. Yes, boss. Shouted the clones before going in search of their targets. Well, I'll go get ready to receive my guests, Naruto murmured before going to his pocket dimension with the Kamui. With Gaara. Gaara was strolling peacefully through one of the forests surrounding Konoha. Just a few hours ago, he had proven his existence by killing the ninja of Otodosu. It was only a matter of time before he could give his mother Izuna's blood and truly feel alive. He was pulled from his thoughts when he saw an Anbu in front of him. What do you want? Gaara asked, looking at the Anbu. Kill him, kill him. His blood will make you feel truly alive. Shukaku's voice screamed in Gaara's head. Sand began to dance around Gaara. Mother wants your blood, I'm going to. Gaara screamed madly before feeling paralyzed, his muscles stopped, although his sand continued to float around him, he felt that he could not move as he saw the person in front of him making a hand seal. Temporary paralysis, Naruto murmured, using telekinesis magic to lift Gaara's clothes around his stomach. The symbols of each of the 5 nature elements appeared on his fingers. Gojo Fuin. Naruto shouted as he struck Gaara's stomach with his technique. Ah, Gaara screamed. Nu Shukaku screamed from inside Gaara as he felt the connection with his container being severed. Target captured, Naruto murmured as Gaara fell unconscious. He picked Gaara up and returned to the pocket dimension. Left Temari and Kankuro. Kankuro and Temari were at the hotel where they were staying during their time in Konoha, both enjoying a cup of tea while sitting on the sofa. Kankuro, do you know where Gaara is? Temari asked. I don't know and I really don't want to know, Kankuro said as he took a sip of his tea. I hope he's okay, he didn't look very well this morning, that thing is probably bothering him again, Temari said worriedly. I'm surprised that you're worried about him at this point, Kankuro said. You're not worried, he's your brother, for the love of Kami. Temari shouted. Of course I'm worried, but what can I do? Kankuro shouted. Before Temari could respond, both brothers fell unconscious, struck by an Anbu from behind them. Target captured, said Naruto before also going to the pocket dimension. With Baki and Kabuto. Baki and Kabuto were meeting at a property, making plans for the invasion. Hayate was spying on them from the bushes. Hayate was about to escape when he felt someone touching the pressure points on his neck and he fell unconscious. Baki and Kabuto heard someone fall and went to investigate. Who the hell is there? Baki shouted. It seems it was just our imagination, Kabuto said before 2 Anbu appeared before them. They noticed that both had Sharingan eyes, but they couldn't do anything as they fell unconscious under a Jinjutsu. Hayate's memory was erased with a Jinjutsu. I'd better seal Kabuto's chakra as a precaution, said Naruto as the other Naruto nodded. After sealing Kabuto's chakra, they both returned to the pocket dimension. Pocket-sized. The pocket dimension is a special area of the Kamui technique. It's a dark place with a floor made of gray blocks of varying sizes. Various useful objects can be stored in this area. In the middle of Naruto's dimension, which previously belonged to Madara, amidst a large block, there's a cabin made of metal and wood release. It's a simple 2-story cabin and an improvised prison. The original Naruto, still disguised as Izuna and with his Sharingan hidden by an illusion, sits on a bench in the middle of the cells. Kabuto was chained to the wall in a particular cell, even with his chakra sealed. Although the prison was designed to hold prisoners of a lower level than the cage, and no one other than him could use chakra or magic power inside, precautions were taken, as Kabuto was known to be too cunning. Kabuto's cell was opposite Kabuto's. He had taken the liberty of repairing Gaara's seal. He truly understood his psychopathic personality now. He knew that Suna weren't exactly the best at Fuinjutsu, but that seal was simply mediocre. He was pulled from his thoughts when he heard his guests awaken. Ah, where are we? Temari said. I feel great, Gaara murmured as he woke up. Ah, Kankuro shouted. What's wrong, Kankuro? Baki asked. Gaara was sleeping. Kankuro shouted in shock. Where the hell are we? Kabuto asked from his cell. I don't know, but we have to get out of here, Baki said as he prepared to perform a wind jutsu, but to his surprise, it didn't work. It's useless, this house has very special seals, no one below the level of cage has any power here, said Naruto as he stood between the 2 cells. Izuna Namikaze, Kankuro murmured in shock. No one noticed that Kabuto had a terrified expression in his eyes when he saw Naruto. So you're behind all this, you're playing a very dangerous game, kid, Baki said in an attempt at intimidation. You're the least suitable person to be making threats, Baki. Don't forget that without your chakra you're just a pathetic civilian, and if you think Gaara can't save you, you're wrong. I took the liberty of repairing your seal. Now you won't be able to destabilize, and you won't be Orochimaru's weapon in the invasion, Naruto said, smiling as everyone's eyes widened in shock. Damn you, how do you know all that? Shouted a furious Baki upon seeing that the plans that would save his people had been discovered by a child. I am well informed, he said simply. You don't know who you're messing with, Izuna-san. I recommend you let us go now, Kabuto said. Come on Kabuto, you can stop pretending, you know perfectly well who I am, said Naruto as he deactivated the transformation and broke the illusion that hid his Sharingan. Naruto Uchiha. Temari screamed with terror on her face. They couldn't blame her. In front of her stood the man who in just a few months had built a terrifying reputation by defeating a cage without even trying. You were Izuna all this time? Gaara asked in shock. That's right, all this time I've been undercover so I could participate in the exams without attracting too much attention. In fact, Kabuto has known all this time that I'm here, Naruto said as the eyes of the Suna ninjas rested on Kabuto. Kabuto, is that true? Baki asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Kabuto said, looking away. Come on, don't play dumb, Baki. You saw Orochimaru's Yamada form a few days ago, right? Naruto asked. That's right, Baki said. All of Konoha had seen it. He had asked Kabuto about it several times, but Kabuto never answered him. The red figure I fought was me. I have to say, it was a good dance, although I expected more from a Sannin. The guy was disgusting, said Naruto. Kabuto, why didn't you tell us anything about this? Baki asked, looking at Kabuto. Kabuto didn't answer. Because if you had known that the cage of Odo with whom you planned to carry out the invasion was defeated, you would probably be more reluctant to continue with this plan, Naruto replied instead of Kabuto. Why are you telling us all this? Temari asked. I simply want to stop the invasion for several reasons, one of which is that I don't like the idea of innocent people dying because of Orochimaru's sick motives, Naruto said before staring intently at Baki. Tell me something, Baki. Did Suna agree to ally with Orochimaru because their daimyo has drastically reduced their funds in recent years, taking advantage of the peace? I'm also aware that their daimyo has sent missions to Konoha that he normally sent to Suna, Naruto asked. That's right, Baki said solemnly. Naruto approached Kabuto and placed a seal on his mouth to silence his vocal cords before returning to Baki. Tell me something, Baki. Do you really think your Kazuki would be foolish enough to trust a rogue ninja who already betrayed Konoha once for his own gain, especially Orochimaru, who doesn't exactly have the best reputation? Do you really think your Kage would risk an invasion against Konoha, which, as much as he hates to admit it, is still the strongest village, boasting 2 Sannin, 2 Hokage, Kushina Uzumaki, and Itachi Uchiha, a total of 6 S-class ninjas? Suna, despite being one of the 5 hidden villages, only has 2 S-class ninjas in its ranks well, now only 1. But honestly, do you think the Kazuki would risk something as foolish as this, knowing he has too much to lose for it to be worth the effort? Naruto said, as Baki's eyes widened at this logic. He would never have thought of it that way. He was loyal to his leader and would do whatever he was asked in the name of the village. Thinking about it, ignoring Kabuto's growls that were trying to prevent Naruto from speaking, he fixed his gaze on Naruto. What are you trying to say? Baki asked, looking at Naruto suspiciously. Remember that the Kazuki met with Orochimaru before the exams to discuss the terms of their alliance? Naruto asked as Baki nodded. The one who returned wasn't the Kazuki or his bodyguards. It was Orochimaru with his own bodyguards in disguise. Orochimaru killed the Kazuki when he refused to cooperate with him in his plan to invade Konoha, Naruto said coldly. Orochimaru killed our father, Temari said with tears in her eyes. Father, Kankuro cried in shock. No, Gaara stammered. Despite their differences, they had begun to mend their father-son relationship before the exams. His father regretted the way he had treated him as a child, but after his meeting with Orochimaru, he had reverted to his usual cold demeanor. He had become much more aggressive because he thought his father was only deceiving him to use him once again. Now that he knew Orochimaru was the one who killed his father, he could rest easy, as he was certain his father was truly sorry. That can't be, Baki said, refusing to believe it. Naruto pulled a map from his clothes and handed it to Baki. You can confirm it if you want, the Kazuki's corpse is in the area marked on the map, the same place where he and Orochimaru met. You can send a message to your village council behind Orochimaru's back so they can confirm it when you leave here, Naruto said. How do we know you didn't kill him? Baki said. He didn't believe the boy had killed his Kage, but you could never be too careful. I have no proof of that, but I'm sure Kabuto will tell you everything he knows, Naruto said calmly. Naruto approached Kabuto's cell, entered, and from among his clothes took out a scroll. From the scroll, he took out what appeared to be a torture kit. A water drum, several torture devices, a tray with oil, and other things. Naruto left his coat and jacket on a coat rack outside Kabuto's cell, remaining only in his white t-shirt. Warning. The following scene will be somewhat violent. If you do not like this type of scene, please skip what is marked in black. Naruto removed Kabuto's silencing seal. Kabuto, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Tell Baki everything you know, Naruto said, looking at Kabuto. Haha, and what will you do if I don't? Kabuto asked arrogantly. I wanted to do it the easy way, but it looks like it'll have to be the hard way, Naruto sighed as he created 2 shadow clones. The clones released Kabuto, both on guard in case he tried anything foolish. They tied Kabuto's hands behind his back, Naruto grabbed Kabuto by the hair and submerged his head in the water tank. They stayed like that long enough to make Kabuto feel unwell, but not long enough to kill him. Then he pulled his head out. You're going to talk, Naruto ordered. No, Kabuto said, breathing heavily. Very well, so be it, said Naruto, as he repeated the process at least 3 more times. When he saw that it wouldn't work, he took other measures. Keep a close eye on him, Naruto ordered his clones. You're going to talk, Naruto asked again. Never. Kabuto shouted. Naruto began punching Kabuto repeatedly in the face. Kabuto was bleeding from his mouth and nose but refused to cooperate. Naruto delivered several powerful knee strikes to Kabuto's stomach. Are you going to talk? Kabuto shook his head as he vomited a little blood. Naruto grabbed him by the wrists while the clones held him from behind. With a maneuver, he began kicking Kabuto's knees until they broke. I won't speak, Kabuto groaned as he screamed in pain. I don't like using these methods to get information out of you, but if I use my Sharingan, Baki will think I'm making you say what I want you to say. Don't be stupid, Kabuto, and start talking, Naruto ordered seriously. I will never betray Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said as Naruto sighed. Naruto punched Kabuto in the face again, grabbed him by the head, and began kneeing him repeatedly in the face. He then punched him in the ribs and occasionally kneed him in the stomach. Kabuto was in a deplorable state, his body covered in bruises, his clothes stained with blood from the blood pouring from his face. The clones began to heal him a little to keep him awake. I guess we'll have to take this to the next level, Naruto sighed. He really hated these sadistic methods, but he had no other choice. He approached his torture equipment while his clones held Kabuto, took a metal tray with somewhat long nails, concentrated fire chakra in his hands, the tray, and the nails began to turn red from the heat. Naruto stopped the flow of chakra when he noticed that the nails were hot enough. Are you still refusing to cooperate? Naruto asked as he approached Kabuto with the tray of nails in his hands. You don't scare me, Kabuto said confidently. Naruto took a seal from his clothes and placed it on Kabuto. This seal is very special, Kabuto. It amplifies the sense of pain in the body. Also, my clones will constantly inject medical chakra into your body to keep you alive, Naruto said. Naruto took one of the nails and inserted it into Kabuto's right shoulder. Kabuto screamed. You still refuse to talk? Naruto asked. I won't speak. Kabuto shouted. Naruto drove another nail into Kabuto's elbow, then one into the hand of the same arm as the shoulder where he drove the first nail. He repeated the process with his other arm, then he drove another nail into Kabuto's knees and feet. Were the screams that could be heard in the prison. Kabuto did his best not to give Naruto the satisfaction of screaming, but the burning nails didn't make it easy. You still refuse to talk? Naruto asked. I don't think that with this you'll make me betray Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto gasped. You don't want to make it easy for me, do you? Naruto muttered. From his torture equipment he took out a small scalpel, the clones removed Kabuto's shirt, he concentrated wind chakra into the scalpel and began to make slow and painful cuts in Kabuto's skin. Kabuto screamed, feeling as if he were being cut by a hot knife, but despite everything he remained firm, he felt Naruto begin to make cuts on his legs, all he could do was scream in pain. Naruto stopped cutting Kabuto's skin. Kabuto's eyes were squeezed shut. I see you're still refusing to cooperate, Naruto said, frowning. He placed his scalpel on the table with his torture equipment, concentrated fire chakra in his hand, and plunged it into the oil container to boil it. He wasn't worried about getting burned. His healing power and dragon skin prevented him from being harmed by something like that. Kabuto watched in terror as Naruto began to boil the oil. He had already suffered enough with the torture and the pain seals. He knew what was coming next. Once the oil was boiled, Naruto took a large amount of oil with a ladle and began to slowly and painfully pour it onto Kabuto's skin. Was the inhuman scream that echoed in the prison. Kabuto felt absolute pain as he felt the oil devour his skin. If it weren't for the clones healing him considerably, his skin would have disappeared a long time ago. This only increased his pain as he was burned and healed at great speed. You still refuse to talk? Naruto asked. You damn bastard, don't think you'll ruin our plans. Orochimaru-sama will stop you. Kabuto shouted madly. I already beat him once without breaking a sweat, do you think Orochimaru can save you from this? Naruto said coldly. Naruto took the drum where he had previously drowned Kabuto, emptied the water into Kabuto's body, took 2 long rods from his table, and concentrated lightning chakra into the rods, then began rubbing the rods against each other. I didn't want it to come to this, Naruto said before he began torturing Kabuto. He began to touch parts of his body with his rods. Kabuto felt immense pain from the seals, and his cries of pain echoed throughout the prison. You still refuse to speak. Naruto shouted. Never, Kabuto shouted. Naruto pointed his rods at Kabuto's family jewels and began electrocuting him. Ah, stop, please stop, ah, Kabuto screamed desperately as tears began to stream from his eyes. Then speak. Naruto shouted as he increased the discharge, pressing harder on Kabuto's jewels. I'll tell you whatever you want, but stop, ah, Kabuto cried as Naruto stopped the flow of chakra and removed the rods. The clones took Kabuto and brought him to the cell of the Suna ninjas, who watched in terror as Kabuto was tortured, while Gaara and Baki watched the scene without emotion. End of scene. Speak, Kabuto, Naruto ordered while applying pressure to his shoulder. Everything he said is true. Orochimaru-sama and I killed the daimyo of the Land of Wind a few years ago and replaced him with a disguised Odo ninja to ruin Suna and manipulate them into working with us. But the Kazuki-age refused, so Orochimaru-sama, I, and the Sound Four killed him. Orochimaru-sama disguised himself as the Kazuki-age along with the Sound Four to gain control over Suna. Our main objectives were to kill the 4th and 3rd Hokage and also to obtain Uchiha Sasuke, Kabuto confessed, while the Suna ninjas glared at him with hatred. You damn sickos, you know what you did, you ruined our village and endangered our people. Kankuro shouted. You damn bastards. Baki shouted. Now that everything's cleared up, we can talk business, Baki, Naruto said. I suppose you'll call your council to inform them of this betrayal, right? Naruto asked. That's right, Baki said. I recommend you ask them to send an Anbu squad behind Orochimaru and search for the Kazuki-age's body at the location I gave you, Naruto said before sighing. If you confront Orochimaru right now, you'll only cause bloodshed. You don't currently have any ninja capable of killing Orochimaru. Play along until the invasion. Suna won't help Odo. While Orochimaru fights the cage, I'll kill him, Naruto explained as the others stared at him, wide-eyed. Why are you doing all this? I doubt you'll gain anything from it, Gaara asked. On the contrary, Gaara gained much more than you think. I don't like innocent people suffering because of Orochimaru's sick desires. Besides, he was allied with the people I'm going to kill, which is more than enough reason to interfere, Naruto replied. Alright kid, we'll do it your way. I'll inform the council about this, but if you do anything that harms us, you'll feel Suna's wrath, Baki said seriously. Alright, by the way Gaara, I've fixed your seal, your instability problems will come to an end, said Naruto as everyone's eyes widened in shock. Now that I think about it, he was very calm throughout the entire conversation, Temari said while looking at Gaara. You can't blame him. The seal that contained his Bijuu was an insult to the art of Fuinjutsu. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what drove Shikaku mad. Combined with the harsh childhood he must have endured because of his condition, we can't blame him, Naruto said as his brothers and Baki looked on in embarrassment. You have good brothers, Gaara. When I captured them, I overheard a conversation where they admitted they cared about you, Naruto said as Gaara's eyes widened. Is that true? Gaara asked, looking at his brothers. Of course, you idiot, you're still my little brother, Kankuro said. I agree, Temari said. I'm sorry, Gaara said as he hugged his brothers. You don't need to kill senselessly to prove your existence, Gaara. What's important is protecting what's important to you, Naruto said wisely. Do you have someone important? Gaara asked, staring intently at Naruto. The people who are important to me are either dead or far away, but I hope to reunite with them in the future, Naruto murmured wistfully. As for you, Kabuto, I'd personally prefer to kill you and avoid problems, but Orochimaru would be suspicious if you died, so I'll take care of you, Naruto said before activating his EMS. Kodomatsukami, Naruto murmured, looking Kabuto in the eyes and erasing his memory. Well Baki, you know what to do. We'll see each other until the exam date. You can contact me with this, said Naruto as he handed Baki a crystal ball. Chapter 9. Invasion, Father and Son Encounter. Death and destruction are all that can be seen. What was once a lush forest is now a desert stretching for kilometers. Gigantic craters and rock formations, the product of a battle of titanic proportions, surround the area. Amidst this destruction, 3 figures can be seen. The first figure was an old man with spiky white hair, 2 small horns on his forehead, purple eyes with 6 rings, and what appeared to be a red swirling eye on his forehead. He wore a white coat with 6 magatomas at the collar and carried a very strange staff with one end shaped like a semicircle and the other like a circle with 6 rings. He was kneeling in front of the person before him. The second figure is apparently a teenager with long white hair, pale skin, and red eyes. He wears clothing very similar to the first figure and carries a staff like the first man's. He is in a deplorable state. Blood is seeping from various parts of his body and a sword is embedded in his chest. He is lying on the ground. The third figure is indistinguishable. It is a black shadow lying on the floor. It is dead. Around it are the corpses of hundreds of demons, and surprisingly dragons. Some demons had human form, while others had the form of beings from hell. "Brother, it seems this is the end," murmured the man lying on the floor with difficulty. "No Kauga, no, this can't be happening," cried the person in front of him. "Hagoromo Nai, I made many mistakes. I thought that if the world rejected me, I should reject the world. Please forgive me. At least I was able to redeem myself in the end," the person said while vomiting blood. "No Kauga, resist." Hagoromo shouted in despair. "Don't be sad, brother. At least I was able to do something good in the end. I want you to seal Shinju's soul within you so that it can never again cause harm to this world," Kauga said as a dark aura enveloped him and was transferred to Hagoromo. "Goodbye, brother," Kauga said before closing his eyes forever. "New Kauga," shouted Hagoromo to the sky. Naruto woke up abruptly, his body was drenched in sweat, his eyes had their EMS activated, and he was breathing with difficulty. "Damn, those weird dreams again," Naruto said as he got out of bed at the hotel. 2 weeks have passed since his conversation with the Suna ninja. Today is the final of the exams. When Baki secretly informed the Suna council that Orochimaru had killed the Kazuki-age, they initially refused to believe him. However, when an Anbu squad was sent to search for the Kazuki-age's body and, unfortunately, they found it, they had no choice but to believe him. After hours of discussions among the council, they decided to send a message to the Hokage explaining the situation, all without mentioning Naruto's name. Naturally, people like Danzo wanted to declare war on Suna for being traitors, but they knew perfectly well that a war against Suna would be fatal, since their relations with the other 3 great nations weren't the best. They knew that a war with Suna would leave them very weak, something their enemies, Iwa and Kumo, would exploit. Hirigakure probably still harbored resentment towards them for denying them help in the civil war. Minato had no problem redefining the terms of the alliance, since he understood how vile Orochimaru could be in order to fulfill his ambitions, all this in exchange for Suna helping them eliminate the threat. Naruto personally had no problem with that, as long as Suna did not reveal her participation in the matter, he didn't care much. During the next 2 weeks he had become good friends with Gaara and his brothers. Really, when you took away his psychopathic side, he wasn't a bad guy. After the conversations with Suna, he thought he could dedicate the whole week to relaxing, but it seems that fate liked to make him suffer. During the last week, his eyes were hurting on occasion, he started having that strange dream, and to top it all off, he would wake up very agitated and with his eyes bleeding. She went to the bathroom, rinsed the blood from her face, took off her clothes, and got in the shower. She got out of the shower and put on her clothes, then put on a different pair. His black boots were the same, but this time he wore blue combat pants, a blue hoodie with white sleeves, and a yellow symbol on the right side of his chest, like the coat Jell wears in the Tower of Heaven, but in hoodie form. He put on the transformation suit, changed his clothes, and prepared to go to the stadium for the exam. He left a clone packing his things. He would surely have to make a quick escape after the invasion. He glanced at the clock on the wall and noticed that he was already late, not that he cared, after all, becoming a Chunin wasn't his goal. Stadium. It was the day of the Chunin exam finals, the stadium was packed with people, from ninjas, civilians, daimyos, and others, there were no empty seats, everyone wanted to see the fights that would take place. In the cage's box were the Yondaime Hokage and Kazuki-age, Orochimaru, each with their bodyguards. The Hokage's bodyguards were none other than Jiraiya from the Sannin and the Sandaime Hokage. Both were waiting for the next match to begin, but 3 competitors were missing. Izuna, Sasuke, and Dosu. They considered disqualifying them, but the Kazuki-age insisted on granting them a reprieve. The matches that had taken place so far included Neji vs Menma, which was incredible, to say the least. Both opponents gave their all, but in the end, Neji was defeated by Menma's newly acquired jutsu, the Rasengan. The match between Temari and Shikamaru was also amazing if you knew how to understand it. To the eyes of civilians, it was a waste of time, but for the daimyos and ninjas, it was an incredible battle. They were currently waiting for one of the competitors from the third fight. But the public. It's already late, I hope Sasuke-kun arrives on time, Sakura murmured worriedly. She'll be fine, she'll arrive any minute, Ino said, trying to reassure Sakura. Sasuke-nai will arrive, he's not the type of person who runs away from fights, said Sayori. I'll probably pick up Kakashi's bad habits of being late, Fugaku said. I swear if Kakashi even thinks about corrupting my baby with his porn books, I'll make what we did with Minato look like paradise, compared to what I'll do to him, Mikoto said as the people around her paled. Now that I think about it, Izuna-san isn't here either, Kasumi said. Maybe he decided to give up, Kiba said. I doubt it, he doesn't seem like the type of person who would run away, Chaoji said while eating his chips. Exactly, Izuna-san's youthful flames are too hot to have faded, Lee said, his eyes blazing. I know this will sound strange, but I agree with you, Tenzo said. Nani, Tenzo, are you feeling okay? Kushina shouted in a panic. He's definitely sick, Tsunade-sama, check him out. Kurenai shouted worriedly. Of course I'm fine, what I mean is that Izuna-san not only defeated Sai effortlessly, but has also been on A-class missions and is an A-class threat in the bingo books. I doubt someone like Gaara would scare him, Tenzo said as the others nodded. Their conversation was interrupted by 3 people who appeared in a shunshin in the arena. On the sand. It's a shame, it seems Izuna's time is running out, Genma thought as he looked at his pocket watch. It seems Naruto is running late, well, it's not like he took much interest in this exam, Gaara thought. Their thoughts were interrupted by 3 shunshin. Sorry for the delay, you wouldn't believe the traffic, Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head. Said Sasuke. My excuse is the same as Haddock's, Naruto said. We're not too late, are we? Kakashi asked. They arrived just in time, they were given an extension, Izuna-san, your fight is about to begin, said Genma. Very good, said Naruto as he looked at Gaara. Kakashi and Sasuke left the arena. Sasuke went to the competitor's box while Kakashi went to the audience. With the cages. Well, it seems it's your son Kazuki Dono's turn, Minato said with a fake smile. Damn Orochimaru, enjoy it while you can. Your end will come soon, Minato thought. Yes, he's a good son, Hokage Dono, but let's see how he does with Izuna-san, said the Kazuki. I hope that brat doesn't kill the Jinchuriki. I need him for my plans, Orochimaru thought. It will undoubtedly be an entertaining fight, Sarutobi said. Orochimaru, just you wait. I made the mistake of letting you escape last time, but this time I will be the one to put an end to you, Hiruzen thought. Well, all that's left is to watch the fight, said the super pervert. Orochimaru, old friend, this time I'll finish what we started years ago, Jiraiya thought. Each one had his own thoughts. But the public. Kakashi, what the hell were you doing? Why are you late? Demanded Mikoto. Haha, we got lost on the path of life, Mikoto-sama, Kakashi said with a nervous smile in his eye. Kakashi, you never change, Kushina muttered while shaking her head. Kakashi, I just hope that if you teach Sasuke the pleasures of Icha, you'll let me know so I can be there. A father should be with his son in moments like that, Fugaku whispered to Kakashi. Hi Fugaku-sama Daiho Kakashi. That boy Gaara has changed a lot in the last month, his presence is less sinister than before and he also seems much calmer, said Sari. Yes, but that Izuna boy, I feel there's something different about him, his chakra is much more aggressive than I remember last time, it's as if he's eager for battle, Kushina murmured. You're right, Kurenai said. What a youthful fight, Guy said. It's definitely destined to be interesting, Asam said. On the sand. Gaara and Naruto stared at each other, both sharing the same line of thought. Even though they were no longer enemies, it didn't mean they couldn't have a little fun during the fight. Begin. Genma shouted. Naruto launched several shuriken with lightning chakra to test Gaara's defense. As expected, Gaara's sand automatically came out of his gourd and stopped his shuriken, although with difficulty due to the lightning chakra. Gaara's sand began to attack Naruto at considerable speeds, which Naruto nimbly dodged. But the seal fixed, his concentration is much greater, Naruto thought as he dodged the sand. You're good, Gaara, but let's see how good you are at Jujutsu, Naruto murmured before disappearing in a burst of speed and reappearing in front of Gaara. Naruto struck Gaara in the chin before the sand could ensnare him, vanished once more, and delivered a powerful kick to his back. He disappeared again and unleashed a series of powerful punches to Gaara's face and a knee to his stomach. Gaara's sand had no time to react to his speed, and with his immense physical strength, he created several cracks in the sand armor. Naruto then separated from Gaara. But the public. Incredible, he's as fast as me or faster, Lee murmured in shock. Not only does he have monster strength, with that series of blows he caused enormous cracks in his armor, the worst part is that he is holding back, Fugaku said. On the sand. Sand spikes. Gaara shouted as his sand hurtled toward Naruto in the form of spikes. Naruto dodged the spikes, but a sandbank formed around him. Sabaku Kaiu. Gaara yelled as the sand prepared to crush Naruto. Suiten. Sujin Heki. Naruto shouted as he made a hand seal. A wall of water began to surround Naruto. The water hardened the sand, stopping the attack. The water headed towards Gaara, who barely dodged it. That was close, Gaara murmured. So water is one of your sand's weaknesses, interesting, said Naruto. Ryusa Bakuryu. Gaara shouted as all his sand, including that of his armor, rushed towards Naruto in the form of a gigantic tsunami that covered almost the entire stadium. But the cages. Your son is very strong, Kazuki Dono, Minato said. Yes, it is, said the Kazuki. Without a doubt, an incredible jutsu, said Sarutobi. How will that boy manage to escape from that? Jiraiya asked. But the public. Izuna-sen is very good, but there's no way he could have dodged something like that, Hinata said as they watched the match. It's a shame, I almost thought I would win, Kakashi murmured. On the sand. It seems you've won, Gaara, said Genma as he stood on the wall at the highest point of the arena. Not yet, Genma-san, Naruto said to Genma. Nani, how did you survive if I saw you get crushed by that? Genma asked. It wasn't difficult, I just replaced myself with a clone, Naruto said simply. This has to end, Gaara said, looking at Naruto. Exactly, said Naruto as he made a hand seal. Water release. Great sand technique. Naruto shouted as a wave of water appeared around him, the water attacking Gaara and leaving him stiff as the water hardened his sand. Ah, Gaara screamed as the water attacked him. Rain. Jibashi, Naruto shouted as a small lightning bolt from his hand attacked Gaara, just enough to knock him out of the fight. Genma approached to examine Gaara, and upon seeing that he was unconscious, he shouted his verdict. Gaara can no longer continue, the winner is Izuna Namikaze. Genma shouted. Before the audience could do anything, a shower of feathers covered the arena and everyone began to fall asleep. I said Naruto, scattering the Jinjutsu. I said Genma, dispersing the Jinjutsu. But the public. Everyone except a few began to fall asleep. The Jounin and some Genin were able to break the Jinjutsu. Those who remained conscious were Kakashi, Kushina, Kurenai, Asuma, Fugaku, Mikoto, Sasuke, Menma, Gai, Kasumi, Sayori, Shikamaru, and Tsunade. What's happening? Why did a Jinjutsu suddenly start falling out of nowhere? Asked Sakura, who had broken the Jinjutsu. It's time, said Mikoto. It seems so, Kakashi murmured. Get ready, Tsunade said. What's going on here? Menma asked. We are being invaded by a Togeker, Orochimaru's village. Originally, Suna would do it too, Kushina replied this time. Nani, but the sand is our ally. Shouted Sakura. Yes, but an anonymous source reported that the Kazuki was dead and that Orochimaru impersonated him. We are working together with Suna to eliminate Odo, Kakashi said. Because we didn't know anything about this? Sayori shouted. To keep the information secret, if they found out we knew, they would quickly devise a counterattack, Tsunade said. All of you, wake up your comrades and divide into teams. Your mission is to evacuate the civilians, Tsunade ordered. Hi Tsunade-sama, the Genin said in unison as they did as instructed. It seems like it's time to start this party, Kushina said, seeing that in front of them was a team of Odo ninjas. But the cages. When Orochimaru gave the signal to begin the invasion, the cage's box burst into smoke and Jiraiya and Hiruzen stood next to Minato in defensive positions. They all jumped onto the roof of the box, the Kazuki's bodyguards removed their disguises revealing the sound 4, each of them positioned themselves in a corner of the roof. Each one made a hand seal and shouted, Ninpu. Shishi engine. A purple barrier surrounded the ceiling, trapping everyone. Finally you reveal yourself, Orochimaru, the fourth Hokage said seriously. Oh, so you knew it was me all this time, the Kazuki said, laughing as he removed his disguise, revealing Orochimaru. Let's just say an anonymous source informed us of their invasion, Jiraiya said. Too bad I can't keep the element of surprise, but it doesn't matter. Not even Konoha can stand against the power of 2 hidden villages, Kukuku, he laughed wickedly, but frowned when he noticed the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi laughing. What the hell are you laughing at? Orochimaru demanded. Ahaha Orochimaru, why don't you look around and see how the invasion is progressing? Minato said, giggling. Orochimaru looked at the village and noticed with horror that his forces were being dominated by Konoha and Suna, even though his snakes had managed to break through the village walls, they probably already had a plan to deal with them. What is the meaning of this? Orochimaru shouted furiously. Suna knows that you killed the Kazuki. Their anonymous source revealed to them where the Kazuki's body was. The Suna Council also informed us that you killed the Wind Daimyo. They formed a new alliance with us in exchange for helping us eliminate your forces, Minato said calmly. Orochimaru was red with fury. His plan to destroy Konoha was ruined. He didn't know who the anonymous source was who betrayed him, but when he found him, he would make him suffer slowly and painfully. But at least he wouldn't leave without the satisfaction of killing both Hokage. Fukukuku, well this is a surprise, but I won't leave without the satisfaction of having killed them, but first we will wait for our other guest, Orochimaru said evilly. Which guest are you talking about? Sarutobi asked. Because they don't look at the sand, Orochimaru said innocently. On the sand. Naruto had been calmly observing the situation. Genma had gone up to the audience box with the other Jounin. It was his time to interfere. Gaara, you can stop pretending, Naruto said calmly as Gaara woke up. I'm sorry, but I needed to save chakra, Gaara said, standing up. He stopped concentrating chakra, throwing the wet sand off his body, took a scroll from his clothes, and pulled out a new gourd. At that moment, Kankuro and Tamari came down. "Gaara," they both shouted. "I'm fine now, let's help," Gaara said. "Yes," Tamari said as the three of them left. "Well, it's my turn to act," he muttered to himself as he removed the seal that masked his chakra signature, which disappeared in a yellow flash. Streets of Konoha. The streets of Konoha were in complete chaos. The genin were trying hard to evacuate the civilians, but three gigantic snakes, wearing a kind of red scarf, could not be stopped despite the ninjas' attempts. "Damn it, this can't be happening. Does anyone have a jutsu that can stop these things?" shouted Menma, who was trying to evacuate civilians while defeating some Odo ninjas in the process. "We have no choice, we'll have to use the summoning jutsu," Kasumi murmured, but before she could do anything, she was interrupted by a cloud of smoke that covered the entire place. From the cloud of smoke appeared a huge white tiger, wearing red and blue armor, with a blue jewel on its forehead and enormous fangs. So you're from that pathetic clan of snakes, I'm going to enjoy devouring your flesh," the tiger shouted as he lunged at the snakes. "What the hell is that?" Sasuke shouted. "Who has a tiger summoning ability?" Sakura asked. "As far as I know, nobody," Sari murmured. They saw how the snake desperately tried to defend itself against the tiger, but despite its efforts, the tiger was too strong. It bit one of the snake's necks, tearing off its head. "You taste horrible, I'd better destroy you," said the tiger. He concentrated a large amount of lightning chakra in his mouth. The snakes watched in terror as a large amount of chakra threatened to come out of his mouth. Tiger King's roar. The tiger roared as a massive amount of lightning chakra erupted from its mouth, destroying the snake. "Pathetic. I expected more from the Snake Clan," were the tiger's final words before vanishing in a puff of smoke. "What the hell was that?" Kiba asked. Audience box. Odo ninjas were appearing from all sides. The Konoha and Suna ninjas were doing everything humanly possible to wipe them all out, but there were simply too many. They were all commanded by Kabuto. "They fought well, Konoha, but their defeat is imminent. It's a shame that Suna realized our plans, but it's irrelevant," Kabuto said arrogantly. "We'll see about that," Kushina said as the others nodded. Before anyone could do anything, multiple yellow flashes began to appear around the place, and Odo ninjas were falling dead everywhere. "What the hell is going on here?" shouted an Odo ninja before being beheaded. "Minato-sensei," Pregunto Kakashi. "No, he's with Jiraiya and Sarutobi," Kushina said. "Then who?" Kurenai asked. Their answer came when the yellow flashes ceased. More than half of the Odo ninjas in the stadium were dead, and standing before them was none other than Izuna Namikaze. "Izuna-san," Asuma shouted in shock. "I knew there was something strange about that brat," muttered an Odo ninja. "Would you mind if I joined the party, Kabuto?" Naruto asked, smiling. I don't mind, Izuna-san, or should I say Naruto-san?" Kabuto asked maliciously as everyone's eyes widened in shock. "There's no point in disguising ourselves anymore, huh?" Naruto asked, smiling as he released his transformation and the illusion hidden within his Sharingan. Everyone's blood ran cold when they saw that Izuna Namikaze was actually Naruto Uchiha. "What the hell, Izuna was Naruto Uchiha all this time?" Tenzo shouted in shock. "That's right, don't take it personally, Kabuto, but as much as I'd love to kill you myself, my target is your beloved boss," Naruto said. "Oh, by the way, have fun now that you've lost more than half the ninjas in the arena," Naruto said before disappearing in a yellow flash. "With the cages." Naruto appeared in a yellow flash on the ceiling where Orochimaru was and looked analytically at everyone with his Sharingan. There was the disgusting snake, it hadn't changed at all, it was standing in front of him smiling and showing its disgusting tongue. The third Hokage, the man who in his youth was called the god of shinobi, was now nothing more than a shadow of his former self, but despite that he was still a cage-level enemy. He wondered how powerful he was in his prime. Next was Jiraiya the Toad Sage. He was proof that a loser can become strong if he tries hard. As a child he was known as the village madman, now he is believed to be the strongest of the three Sannin, he is also a user of Senjutsu. But the one who caught his attention the most was his father, Senju Minato, the man he came to both despise and admire. In other times he may have felt a strong desire to kill him, but now he is someone more mature. To him, he was nothing more than a stranger. "Finally you join us, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said, smiling and licking his lips, but inside he was very nervous. "Orochimaru, as disgusting as ever, what do you think of what your master plan has become?" said Naruto with a smile, ignoring the shocked looks of the Konoha ninjas. "So you were the one who informed Suna of my plans, brat," Orochimaru said hatefully. "Let's just say I'm well informed," Naruto said, smiling. "Naruto Uchiha," Sarutobi murmured in shock. "What are you doing here?" Sarutobi asked. "Don't worry, old man, for now I'm not his enemy, my target is the snake," Naruto said seriously. Minato had mixed feelings. On one hand, there was his son, the one he had with Hitomi in a forbidden relationship. He didn't know how to react. As far as he knew, the boy probably hated him, but he had to stay calm. They had to face Orochimaru. Jiraiya, on the one hand, couldn't help but be impressed with the boy. He emitted an aura of impressive power. He couldn't help but feel his pride wounded. He was the best spy in the elemental nations, but he had never been able to find him. Now he was revealing himself here and now. We'll have time for explanations later. For now, we have to deal with Orochimaru, Minato said. Naruto replied as he looked at Orochimaru. So you finally come for my head, Naruto-kun kukuku. It's a shame I have to kill you. You would have been the perfect vessel if I had known of your existence a few years earlier, a body with the ability to use magic and chakra, not to mention the precious eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that made your grandfather a god among humans. You would have been the ultimate body, Orochimaru said with a touch of sadness. How do you plan to do that, Orochimaru? Last time we made it very clear that I'm stronger than you. I don't think you came here knowing I was going to kill you. What do you plan to do to stop me? Naruto asked innocently. He already knew Orochimaru would use the Edo Tensei, but he wondered who he would actually summon. Something told him he wouldn't like to know. Anyway, he already had a plan to ruin Orochimaru's plan. He didn't like the idea of using the dead against their will. You'll see, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said with a sick smile. He made several hand seals. Kuchius. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru shouted as he placed his hands on the floor and 3 coffins rose from the ground. The Edo Tensei, Orochimaru, this is the last straw. Orochimaru, you have disrespected death. Sarutobi shouted, looking at his former student. I wonder who he brought. I don't like this at all, Jiraiya muttered. The 3 coffins began to open one by one. The person in the first coffin is a tall man with dark skin, black eyes, and waist-length black hair. His clothing consists of red armor, common during the Warring States period, worn over a simple black suit. This man is Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konoha, the man known as the God of Shinobi, the first user of wood release, and the founder of the Shinobi system. The second person is a young man with spiky white hair, dark eyes, and 3 red markings. He wears clothing similar to Hashirama's, except his armor is blue, and he wears a special headband with the Konoha symbol. This man is Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama's younger brother, and the strongest known water release user. But it was the third person who truly chilled Naruto's blood. She was a woman with knee-length spiky black hair, similar to Madara's, with 2 strands framing her face and several red-tipped strands of hair between her eyes. Her skin was pale, and her eyes were black. She wore a short-sleeved Jonin uniform and the Konoha headband. This woman was Hitomi Uchiha, the strongest woman ever born into the Uchiha clan, the first SS-class kunoichi in the bingo book, the daughter of Madara Uchiha and Naruto's mother. Oh shit, Jiraiya said, expressing what the third Hokage and Minato were thinking. Where are we? Murmured the first Hokage. It seems someone used my jutsu to revive us. Who are you? Tobirama asked, looking at Hitomi. Hitomi didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on Naruto. Mama murmured Naruto in shock. Naru-chan, Hitomi murmured through tears, and she would have run towards Naruto if it weren't for the fact that Orochimaru maintained a tight grip on her. What's going on here? Demanded Tobirama, not understanding what was happening. I'd be happy to explain, since you probably won't understand anything because you've been dead and all that, Orochimaru said mockingly. I've summoned you here to help me destroy Konoha and kill you, Orochimaru said, pointing at his opponents. Sarutobi murmured Hashirama why Tobirama. Hashirama-sensei, Tobirama-sensei, Sarutobi said with tears in his eyes. Hitomi, murmured Minato. Senju. Hitomi shouted, glaring at Minato. I think I should introduce you all. This is Hitomi Uchiha, the daughter of Madara Uchiha. This is Minato-kun, the 4th Hokage of the village and the son of Tsunade Harem, and this is Jiraiya, my stupid former teammate, Orochimaru said with morbid amusement at the look of shock on the Hokage's faces. He survived. Hashirama shouted in shock. Kukuku, that's right, you did an excellent job killing him, Orochimaru murmured. But there's more. I also summoned them to kill him, Orochimaru said, pointing at Naruto. He is Naruto-kun, the son of Hitomi-chan and the grandson of your archenemy, Orochimaru said. Now the gaze of the revived focused on Naruto. Hitomi had tears in her eyes. She would have given anything to meet her son, but not like this. Hashirama and Tobirama stood motionless on one side, facing none other than Madara's grandson. Hashirama was both pleased and surprised. On one hand, he was happy that his best friend had survived and had offspring. On the other hand, he sensed his presence. The chakra levels he possessed were probably on par with his own when he was alive, and he also felt magical power within him, which intrigued him. Tobirama had the same line of thinking, but he also hoped that the boy would not be as temperamental as Madara. It was certain that Orochimaru would die, but he hoped that he would not destroy Konoha in the process. "Neri-chan, what are you doing here? You were supposed to be with Dad," Hitomi asked as the others looked at her confused. Naruto cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected his mother to ask about the old man, but he couldn't blame her. He barely knew where he was. "Grandpa died 5 years ago. I'm here to kill that damned snake," Naruto said solemnly. "Oh, can I know what you're talking about, Hitomi-chan?" Orochimaru asked. "I don't have to answer your garbage questions," Hitomi said, looking at Orochimaru with her Sharingan. Orochimaru wasn't satisfied with her answer and used his control over her to force her to reply. "My father was alive all this time, so when I died, my father was left in charge of my son," Hitomi said emotionlessly. "What? Madara was alive?" Jiraiya shouted in shock. "It can't be," murmured the Hokage. "This is a surprise," said Sarutobi. "Incredible, he was undoubtedly a god among men, cheating death for so long," Orochimaru said with a hint of jealousy. "But you want to know something more interesting, sensei?" Orochimaru asked, eyeing Sarutobi maliciously. "Ever since my fight with Naruto-kun in the Forest of Death, I've wondered how it was possible. Me, Orochimaru of the Sannin, being defeated by a 15-year-old brat as if he were a novice. That question has haunted me ever since. No one so young should possess such power, so I returned to the site of our battle, and after much searching, I found the answer to my questions," Orochimaru said, while Naruto had a bad feeling about all of this. "What the hell are you talking about?" Hiruzen asked. "Very simple, Naruto-kun is not only the grandson of the most powerful Uchiha of all, but he is also the descendant of the Shodai Hokage. In short, Naruto-kun is the son of Minato and a descendant of the Shodame, Kukukikuku," Orochimaru laughed maniacally. "Nani?" shouted Tobirama, Hashirama, and Sarutobi. Minato's skin turned pale as his dirty secret was revealed, and Jiraiya glared furiously at his former friend. "That's right, the honorable 4th Hokage of Konoha deceived poor Hitomi-chan while he was engaged to Kushi-chan. In short, Naruto-kun is living proof of all my research. He has the blood of the strongest people in existence, Kuku." Orochimaru couldn't finish his speech because he fell to his knees as he felt an enormous pressure of energy fall on his shoulders. Naruto, already furious about the situation, decided to unleash his magic power towards Orochimaru. The ceiling began to crack and a white energy with lightning combined with chakra began to surround Naruto. He activated his EMS, the sky clouded over, a heavy rain threatened to fall, the winds roared, and thunder cried out for vengeance. The ground began to tremble. Between Makarov, Jura, and Yamamoto effects. "Orochimaru, I don't care what you say about me, but for the audacity of bringing my mother here with that garbage technique, I'm going to kill you slowly and painfully." Naruto roared before using Kami no Kosen and appearing in front of Orochimaru, delivering a powerful blow to his stomach. He grabbed Orochimaru by the head and delivered a powerful knee strike to his face. He then began using Kami no Kosen and started unleashing multiple high-speed blows on Orochimaru with his Dragon Slayer technique. "Kodomatsukami," Naruto shouted as he grabbed Orochimaru by the hair and looked him in the eyes, forcing him to release his control over the revived ninja. He placed a powerful temporary paralysis seal on Orochimaru and, in a burst of speed, appeared before his mother. "Mom, even though it's not the best situation, I'm glad to have met you," said Naruto, trying to hold back his tears. "Me too, Naru-chan, no matter what you do, I'll always be proud of you," Hitomi said before Naruto placed a seal on her forehead, releasing his soul from the Ito Tensei. Orochimaru, who had just broken the seal, glared at Naruto with hatred. The damned man had released his puppets. "I'll be right back since I only had one seal. I'll release you once I've dealt with that wretch," Naruto said, looking at the first 2 Hokage. "You'd better not interfere if you don't want to die," he said, looking at Jiraiya and the 2 Hokage. I grabbed Orochimaru by the shoulder and they both disappeared in a yellow flash. "Orochimaru-sama!" shouted the Sound 4, deactivated the barrier and escaped in search of their leader. "Quickly, catch them!" shouted the Anbu who were outside the barrier. "Shouldn't we go help them?" asked Minato, who was preparing to go look for Naruto, but was stopped by the 2nd Hokage who grabbed him from behind. "Sorry brat, but you're not going anywhere," said Tobirama. "What the hell are you doing? Weren't you supposed to have been freed from Orochimaru's control?" Minato shouted as he noticed Tobirama placing a seal on him. "Exactly, kid. We were freed by Naruto, but I think he'll be fine. And from what I can see, Konoha is winning, so there's no need to intervene," Hashirama said before his expression turned serious. "I don't know how you could do such a despicable thing to Hitomi-san. You should be ashamed," Hashirama said. "We Senju have always been gentlemen, such behavior is unacceptable," Tobirama said coldly. Sarutobi and Jiraiya watched with fascination as Minato was scolded by his predecessors, wisely deciding not to interfere. "But don't worry, kid, we're your ancestors, so we're nobody to hate you. But I doubt Tsu-chan knows about this." Otherwise, she would have punished you a long time ago, Hashirama said as Minato paled. From what I can see, you use the Flying Thunder God technique just like my brother. The kunai in your hand gives it away. The seal Tobirama placed on your back prevents you from using it, Hashirama said. I'm sorry, kid, but as Hokage, we cannot allow the fourth Hokage to commit acts of this nature, such as deceiving innocent women. As your ancestors, it is our duty to correct this, Tobirama said. What will they do to me? Minato asked. Don't worry, kid, we'll just cleanse your dishonor with the fists of love. When we're finished, you'll be a new man, Hashirama said with a smile as he cracked his knuckles. Hashirama punched Minato in the face with his right fist, followed up with his left, and then struck him in the stomach with his right hand. Minato groaned in pain as he endured Hashirama's powerful blows. Sarutobi and Jiraiya just watched the scene with an anime-style sweat drop. But Naruto and Orochimaru. Naruto and Orochimaru appeared in a forest outside of Konoha, Orochimaru sporting a malicious smile while licking his lips. Bukikuku and Fadato Naruto-kun pregun to Orochimaru. Let's see if you're still laughing when I'm done with you, Naruto said before appearing in front of Orochimaru and punching him in the face, sending him flying. Orochimaru lunged at Naruto and tried to kick him, but Naruto dodged it by stepping back and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying backward. Naruto and Orochimaru engaged in a fierce taijutsu battle, shockwaves resounding with every blow. Orochimaru knew that without his puppets he stood no chance against Naruto. He needed to escape. They separated after several minutes. Futon. Shinkajoku Orochimaru shouted as he launched multiple wind bullets. Naruto skillfully dodged the wind bullets thanks to his Sharingan. Senijashu Tajashu Orochimaru shouted as snakes emerged from his arm and headed towards Naruto. Naruto took his fan and formed a seal with one hand. Heian. Ryuken no Jutsu Naruto shouted, spitting out a fire dragon. He created a current of wind with his fan, unleashing a hellish storm. Orochimaru was hit by the jutsu. When the fire went out Orochimaru was peeling off his skin. When he finished Orochimaru was as good as new. Not bad, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Wind release. Wind release. Orochimaru shouted, sending several wind blades toward Naruto. Done by. Barrier no jutsu said Naruto as a chakra barrier protected him from the attack. Naruto leaped into the air and formed a hand seal. Enten. Kakakyu no jutsu. Naruto shouted as a black fireball hurtled toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru stretched to dodge it, but he hadn't counted on Naruto using another jutsu. Chidori Iso. Naruto yelled as a lightning spear formed in his hand and sliced Orochimaru in two. Snakes began to emerge from Orochimaru's two halves, regenerating him. Fukuku magnificent mastery of the Sharingan, you copied Kakashi's Chidori and perfected it Kukikuku, Orochimaru said with ecstasy and a touch of jealousy. Orochimaru, I have to admit you're very powerful, said Naruto. Even though Naruto had escaped unharmed, he had already landed several powerful blows on Orochimaru, and without even considering his Ryuken no Jutsu, he was still unharmed. Wind release. Wind release. Orochimaru shouted as a large sphere of wind hurtled toward Naruto. Naruto jumped into the air. Heian. Goku Misitsu. Naruto shouted as a jet of fire shot out of his mouth. Both jutsus fought for dominance, but in the end, Naruto's jutsu won. Orochimaru screamed in pain as he felt his body being burned by such a combination of jutsu. He seriously considered using Kusanagi, but he knew very well that he had no chance against the heightened Mitsurugi Ryu. Wanting to finish quickly, Naruto decided to use a powerful technique from his arsenal. A blue and red magic circle appeared in his hand. Energy make. Infernal Rasengan Naruto shouted as a red sphere with cracks formed in his hand, blue rings surrounded the technique. Naruto launched the jutsu towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt that this was very dangerous, so he decided to act. Uchiha. Sanju Rashiman. Orochimaru shouted, summoning three large gates with demonic faces. The gates had weights on the sides. The infernal Rasengan collided with the Rashiman gates. The inferno that was unleashed was indescribable. Naruto had to protect himself with Susanoo from the impact of the jutsu. A huge tower of fire shot into the sky, the surrounding stones melted from the intensity of the heat. A hole could be seen in the middle of the gates, but surprisingly they withstood a considerable part of the impact. A couple of minutes passed before the fire went out. Orochimaru's clothes were destroyed except for his pants, and part of his skin was charred. Fukuku magnificent jutsu, murmured Orochimaru while his skin changed. To think you knew about the Rashiman gates, your knowledge is certainly very extensive, Naruto praised. He had to admit it was impressive. I observed his hand with which he used the Rasengan. Part of the skin on his hand had disappeared, the bones of his fingers could be seen, and smoke began to come out of his wound before it was already healed. I still need Senjutsu to perform that jutsu without taking damage, he muttered to himself before resuming his attack. He lunged towards Orochimaru, trying to punch him, but Orochimaru responded by throwing another punch, generating a shockwave. Once again, they engaged in a fierce Jujutsu fight. Shockwaves erupted with each attack attempt by both, but Orochimaru was beginning to tire. He had had to change his skin twice, not to mention that he had just used the Rashomon gates. Uchiha no Jutsu. He shouted as Manda, his strongest summoning, appeared in a cloud of smoke. Orochimaru, what the hell do you want? You know I don't like being summoned, he asked, sounding somewhat angry. I need you to help me kill him, Orochimaru said, pointing at Naruto. You can play the same game, Uchiha no Jutsu. Naruto shouted as the tiger he used against the other snakes appeared. You little brat, that last opponent you sent me had better be important. He wasn't fun at all, said the tiger. Sorry old raisin, but this time we will face the strongest snake of all, said Naruto as he pointed at Manda. What the hell, Manda shouted as he looked at the tiger identified as Raisin. Orochimaru, who is this kid? Why the hell are you fighting someone with a legendary contract, Manda shouted, somewhat frightened. Legendary contract? Orochimaru asked. That's right, a legendary contract, a special contract that only a select few can use. They are more powerful than normal ones. It is believed that there are 10 in total. Those who have tried to sign one have not survived. Among the summons, they are believed to be a myth, Manda said. Orochimaru was shocked, he felt a little jealous that Naruto had such a contract, he also wondered what kind of test they would have to go through for no one to have survived. So that's the leader of the snake clan, let's see how good he is, Raisin shouted as he lunged at Manda, trying to bite his neck, but Manda quickly changed his skin. Manda buried himself in the earth. Let's see where it will come from, Raisin murmured before jumping to avoid Manda's bite. Roar of poison, he shouted, spitting out a burst of venom. Pan blast, Naruto shouted from Raisin's head, sending out a gust of wind that dissipated the poison. Manda coiled around Raisin and tried to bite his neck, but Raisin concentrated lightning chakra on his skin, forcing Manda to let go. That's all, how awful, I expected more from you, Raisin muttered as he raised his claw. Tiger King's claw. Raisin shouted as claws made of thunder struck Manda. Ah damn it, he screamed before feeling something bite his neck. It's time to end this, Raisin said as he bit Manda's neck and cut half of his body with his claws. You won this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. As for you, Orochimaru, prepare to receive your punishment, were Manda's last words before escaping back to Ryuchi Cave. Damn it, but don't think this is over yet, Yamada no Jutsu, Orochimaru shouted, taking his snake dragon form. You're right, this is just the beginning, said Naruto as he formed hand seals. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. He shouted as a huge wooden dragon appeared. Impossible. How can you use Mokuton, Orochimaru shouted. Streets of Konoha. Even though most of the invaders had been repelled, everyone was still in shock. A few minutes ago they had felt a huge spike of chakra and a tower of fire had risen into the sky. I keep wondering what that tower of fire was, said Sari. That must have been an incredible jutsu, said Chaoji. I still can't believe Izuna was Naruto Uchiha. Now I know why he won all his matches so easily, Sakura said. Is that guy really that powerful? Kasumi asked. Yes, we had an encounter with him on the Nami no Kuni mission, the damned man is a monster, the worst part is that in the latest edition of the bingo book, it says that he also fought the Raikage and won, Menma muttered. Incredible, murmured Sayori. Troublesome, I suspected it, or at least I suspected that Izuna had a relationship with Naruto when he said the same phrase as at Tsunami-sen's house when he lit that cigarette, Shikamaru said. Before they could continue their conversation, they were interrupted by the sound of a group of ninjas shouting. Impossible, shouted a Chunin. There's no way, murmured another. There must be a mistake, said another. What's going on? Menma asked, approaching the Chunin. Look at that, said one of the Chunin, pointing towards the outskirts of the village. What they saw chilled their blood. They saw a huge wooden dragon fighting with an 8-headed snake. Mokuton, murmured Sayori in shock. Impossible, Kiba said. That snake is definitely Orochimaru, Kasumi said. Who is fighting with him? Menma asked. Naruto Uchiha, Hinata said, having activated her Byakugan. Nani, they all shouted. But the cages. The Jounin group led by Kushina and Tsunade, along with the clan heads, had approached the cage compound. Kabuto had escaped with the rest of the Odo ninja, realizing he had no chance now that he had lost so many. Many questions raced through their minds. How had Naruto Uchiha, one of the most dangerous men alive, entered Konoha as if it were child's play, used an undetectable transformation, and participated in the exams without the slightest concern? Furthermore, the tower of fire they had seen a few minutes earlier had them deeply worried. When they reached the roof, they were met with a scene that made them fall backward. Sarutobi and Jiraiya were sitting peacefully reading Ichigo, Sarutobi having even lit his pipe. The second Hokage was beating the fourth Hokage, while the first Hokage held him from behind. The fourth Hokage seemed to have seen better days. His face was covered in bruises, his cheek was swollen, his eye was closed, and blood was trickling from his nose. That's it, kid, feel the fists of love, you're about to achieve redemption, Hashirama said as Minato just nodded. Oji-sama, Uncle Tobirama Tsunade shouted in shock. Otsu-chan, look how you've grown. Come give your grandfather a hug, Hashirama said, letting go of Minato. Minato. Kushina shouted upon seeing her husband in such a state. You've grown up well, Tsunade, said Tobirama, ceasing to hit Minato. None of that. How are you here if you're dead? Why are you hitting my son? And you, Minato, why aren't you defending yourself? You're the fourth Hokage, for the love of Kami. Tsunade ranted while the others were still in shock at seeing two of the village's founders beating their current Hokage. That Chichimaru, Pichimaru, or whatever his name is, brought us here with Tobirama's stupid jutsu, Hashirama said, earning a look from his brother. Elito Tensei Murmuro Fugaku. That's right, but young Naruto freed us from Orochimaru's control, said Tobirama. If they were free, why were they beating Minato? Kushina asked. And why weren't you doing anything? Kushina asked, looking at Sarutobi and Jiraiya. They politely asked us not to interfere, Hiruzen replied. I was also showing Sensei my next book, it will be published in a few days, Jiraiya said as Kakashi and Fugaku's eyes lit up. Can we join forces? Kakashi asked. Go forward with confidence, Hiruzen said. Thank you, Fugaku said as Mikoto glared at him. As for the first question, we were just showing the Gaki the power of the fists of love, Hashirama said, smiling. Why? Tsunade asked, still remembering when he used the same silly trick on her father, when he accidentally spied on a group of women in a hot spring bath. If he was using it on Minato, it meant he had done something wrong. Her suspicions were confirmed when she saw Minato turn pale. It's not our place to talk about it, Tobirama said as Hashirama nodded, glancing at Minato. Tell them the truth, better now than later, Hashirama said. Fushi-chan, I have to confess something to you, Minato said as he stood in front of Kushina. What is Minato? Kushina asked, having a bad feeling. Minato was about to answer when. It can't be. Asuma shouted. What's wrong, Asuma? Kurenai asked. Look at that. Asum shouted, pointing towards the outskirts of the village. They all turned towards where Asuma had said and saw something that shocked them. A gigantic wooden dragon. Mokuten Gritter and Tsunade y Kushina. It can't be, Chaoza murmured in shock. Impossible, said Tsum. Who the hell is fighting Orochimaru? Kakashi muttered as Jiraiya and Sarutobi stared wide-eyed. Naruto Uchiha Daiho Jiraiya. Nani, they all shouted. How can he have Mokuten if he's an Uchiha? Inoichi asked. It seems he was able to awaken the yin-yang like us, brother, Hashirama said as Tobirama nodded. Madara trained him very well, said Tobirama. What the hell are you talking about? Kushina shouted, looking at the two Hokage. Minato took Kushina by the shoulders and looked into her eyes. Kushi-chan, we need to talk, Minato said. Back with Naruto. Orochimaru was desperately trying to escape from the wooden dragon which had coiled around his body, limiting the movement of his heads. Orochimaru, you have caused too much harm, I cannot allow you to continue living, said Naruto. No, this is not happening, I was supposed to win, I am immortal, Orochimaru shouted in despair. Naruto, using his Wind Dragon Slayer magic, floated in the air. No one is immortal, Orochimaru. I will punish you using my new technique, said Naruto as he formed his Rasengan, but it became black and small, with rings around it, and emitted a terrifying sensation. Rasen Ringu, Naruto shouted as he launched the Rasengan at Orochimaru from the sky. Ooh, was Orochimaru's scream. A massive explosion engulfed the surrounding area. Trees were uprooted by the enormous dome of energy generated by the technique. This Rasengan was the result of a combination with the yin-yang element. It's one of the most powerful techniques of mass destruction, capable of destroying half of Konoha at full power. The yin-yang part isn't entirely accurate, but it was the only explanation I could come up with for such a powerful technique. Minutes later the explosion ended, leaving only a huge crater where the serpent Sannin once stood. Orochimaru had died. It seems that everything is over, now I'm going to free the Hokage, Naruto muttered to himself before disappearing in a yellow flash. A few minutes later Kabuto arrived with the Sound 4. He had seen from a distance how Orochimaru had been attacked by that colossal jutsu. Everyone feared the worst. When they arrived, neither of the two fighters was there. There was only a gigantic crater. Naruto had probably left. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto shouted, trying to find his mentor. Orochimaru-sama Gritteren Seiken y Kidomaru. Look this way. Shouted Jirobo. What a fat ball. Taiya shouted as he ran with the others. Jirobo did not answer, he just pointed in a direction among the few remaining trees. They were greeted with a horrific scene. Orochimaru's bleeding arm with his kusanagi in hand. It can't be, Seiken said. Nuo, Taiya murmured. This isn't happening, Jirobo murmured, trying to convince himself. Kidomaru said nothing, only tears streamed from his eyes. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto cried, grabbing his leader's arm. He's dead, that son of a bitch killed him, Taiya said through tears. You bastard, Seiken cried, cursing Naruto. Orochimaru-sama, Loro Kitamaru. That bastard. Seiken shouted through tears. Orochimaru-sama, I will fulfill your dream, I will destroy Konoha and become a true immortal in your name, Kabuto murmured as he sealed Orochimaru's arm in a scroll. We will follow you, Kabuto-sama, said Kitamaru as the others nodded. Let's go, Kabuto said, taking one last look at the horizon as the Sound Four followed their new leader. One threat died, but a new one was rising. But the cages. Minato had finished telling his story to everyone, and the reactions were varied. Kushina was on her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She felt devastated. Her husband, the love of her life, had confessed a terrible truth. Part of her wanted to blame Hitomi, but she couldn't. Hitomi was innocent in all of this. She was just a victim. She couldn't blame the boy who had grown up without a father and who, technically, was still the brother of her children. She wanted to hate her husband, but she loved him too much. For the time being, they would have to face an indefinite separation. Makoto was comforting Kushina. She couldn't help but feel sympathy for Kushina, she still remembered how upset Hitomi was when Minato left her. Tsunade looked at her son with disappointment as she comforted Kushina alongside Makoto. Despite him being her son and loving him dearly, she couldn't help but favor Kushina. Both were women, and the mere thought of Dan having cheated on her broke her heart. But on the other hand, she couldn't help feeling sorry for Naruto. The boy was her grandson, her own flesh and blood, yet he had grown up alone with his grandfather, without parents since birth. Sarutobi watched the scene without emotion, but inwardly he couldn't help but feel disappointed in his successor. He might have been a great ninja and Hokage, but he had failed as a husband and father. He cursed himself at that moment for accepting the pressure from the elders to betroth Minato to Kushina. If they hadn't pressured the boy so much, perhaps this wouldn't be happening. Even though Jiraiya already knew all this, he was still disappointed. Shizune, Dan's niece and Tsunade's apprentice, who was in the hospital during the exam preparing for the invasion, looked at her cousin with disappointment. Kakashi couldn't help but have mixed feelings. His teacher had disappointed him. He felt quite a bit of sympathy for Naruto at this moment. He knew what it was like to have a bad relationship with a father. The clan leaders and the other Jounin watched the scene without emotion, but they felt the same as everyone else. Forgive me Kushi-chan, I was a real idiot, Minato said, kneeling in front of Kushina. Kushina gave him a powerful blow to the face. Poor Minato bled more than was possible. Damn you. Do you think something like this can be forgiven so easily? You betrayed my trust, you betrayed the love that an innocent woman had for you, you left a child to grow up without a father, you betrayed all the love I had for you. My children have a brother they didn't even know existed. Kushina screamed with rage and tears, while Tsunade and Makoto held her to prevent her from killing Minato. Listen, Kushi-chan, I'm even more ashamed of all this, but you must be strong for your children, Hashirama said, approaching Kushina. As for my idiot descendant, I know he did something terrible, but I know that despite everything, he loves you. I don't want you to forgive him because I know that's very difficult, but at least I don't want you to make the children hate their father, Hashirama said wisely. Thank you Hashirama-sama. The relationship with Minato will never be the same again, but he is still the father of Kasumi and Menma, Kushina said through tears. Their conversation was interrupted by a yellow flash. Naruto appeared in all his glory. Everyone was shocked to see him, they had mixed feelings, the son of their Hokage was in front of them, the man who had the blood of the most powerful running through his veins, the one who, by his appearance without any wounds, had dominated Orochimaru. Ignoring the stares of those present, Naruto approached the two Hokage. Orochimaru is dead, Naruto said simply. I see, said Tobirama. You've grown up quite a bit, young man. Madara has trained you very well, hahaha, Hashirama said, smiling. So you're the old man's rival and best friend, huh? Naruto said simply. That's right, we were best friends until that incident happened, Hashirama said gloomily. The others wondered what incident they were talking about. I know, but if it's any consolation, he forgave him a long time ago, Naruto said, smiling. Really? Hashirama asked. Of course, in his own words, Hashirama Baka was too stupid, but despite that, it was impossible for me to hate him, Naruto said, quoting Madara's words. Kid, maybe your grandfather and I didn't have the best relationship, but I want to apologize for Minato's stupidity towards your mother, Tobirama said. Don't worry, you don't have to apologize, Naruto said, shaking the second Hokage's hand. Well, I think it's time you went back to where you never should have been bothered, Naruto said. That's right, I guess this is goodbye, good luck, brat, said Tobirama. Goodbye kid, I hope we meet again though not too soon, Hashirama said, laughing. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Release of the dead, Naruto said as two sealing formulas glowed in his hands. Goodbye, Naruto said as he touched the two Hokage, releasing their souls. Naruto sighed, then his gaze fell on Minato. His magic power and chakra burst into life, his M spun, and his gaze became cold and emotionless. The earth trembled slightly, and the floor cracked. "You?" Naruto shouted as he slowly approached Minato. The others kept their distance, leaving Minato and Naruto face to face. The Anbu, who had just arrived on Itachi's orders while he supervised the other teams, were preparing to defend their Hokage, but a look from Tsunade stopped them. "Son," Minato murmured in shock. He was taken by surprise when he was grabbed by the neck and squeezed roughly. "Call me that again, and Konoha will have to search for the fifth Hokage, because I'll send you to the deepest part of hell," Naruto said with a voice and a look that would make Kagaya proud. "I understand you're angry," but Minato said, but was silenced by Naruto. "Shut up. I don't care if you're my blood father, but you'll never be a father to me. I refuse to call the man who hurt my mother so much a father, the person she gave everything for only to be thrown away like an old rag. A father is someone who protects his children, a father is someone who loves his children. Madara was more of a father to me than you'll ever be. As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing more than a damn stranger." Naruto shouted furiously. "The only reason I haven't killed you is because my mother wouldn't want that," Naruto said coldly. Everyone was shocked to hear Naruto rant hatefully towards his father. Jiraiya approached Minato, who was silently shedding tears. "Are you Makoto Uchiha?" Naruto asked, looking at Makoto. "Yes," said Makoto, not knowing how to react. "This letter was a farewell message from my mother to you. She wrote it a few days before she died, but I never had the chance to give it to you." "Here," said Naruto, taking an envelope from his clothes. Makoto took the envelope. Naruto was about to disappear with his Kami no Kosen, but he remembered something. He looked at Sarutobi. "Mono, keep an eye on Danzo Shimura, he's a threat to your people. Tell him I don't know when or how, but I'm going to kill him. I swear I'm going to kill him. Also, tell the mummies Hamura and Kaharu not to try anything funny, or they'll share the same fate as Danzo." That was the last thing he said before disappearing in a yellow flash. Everyone was trying to process the boy's last words. He had demonstrated his power, he had shown that he could eliminate any S-class ninja he wished without breaking a sweat, he had 2 bloodlines, and had just threatened the village elders. "I almost feel sorry for Danzo," Jiraiya said, expressing what everyone was thinking. The invasion ended, Suna emerged unscathed, Orochimaru was dead, Atogakure lost many men, Konoha won the battle, and no one is celebrating. Chapter 10. I considered adding an Oct to Akatsuki as a replacement for Itachi, but I decided to make Tobi an official member ahead of schedule. Itachi is simply irreplaceable. The truth comes to light, Akatsuki on the hunt. In the middle of a cabin in a dense forest, we see a young woman with waist-length black hair, black eyes, and white skin. The woman is currently giving birth, and a midwife is attending to her. "Yuko-sama, just a little longer," shouted the midwife. "If you think it's so easy, do it yourself, damn it," shouted the woman identified as Yuko. "I can see the head now, just a little more," shouted the midwife. Minutes later, the room was filled with the cries of a newborn baby. The midwife took the baby and wrapped it in a white blanket, cleaning away the blood. After a few minutes, the baby seemed to calm down. "Here, Yuko-sama," said the midwife, handing over the baby. Yuko took the baby in her arms, who quickly snuggled up to his mother. There, my little one, nothing's going to happen to you," Yuko said with a huge smile. "What will her name be?" asked the midwife. "Her name will be." She couldn't finish because she started convulsing and vomiting blood. The midwife panicked. Her efforts to breathe only seemed to steal her life faster, the baby in her arms crying uncontrollably. "Yuko-sama," shouted the midwife. "His name will be Zeref," were the last words Yuko said before dying. The baby continued to cry, and without the midwife noticing, his eyes were turning red. Naruto woke up very agitated. Once again he had dreamed strange things. This dream in particular worried him. He dreamed of a baby named Zeref. And no wonder, the only Zeref he knew at the time almost destroyed the world. He got out of the hotel bed where he was staying, went to the bathroom and cleaned the blood and sweat from his eyes. These dreams were really starting to bother him. The pain in his eyes was becoming very annoying lately. He was seriously thinking about getting a medical exam when he had the chance. He got in the shower, ready to take a good bath. A week has passed since he killed Orochimaru. He was currently in Kase no Kuni in the capital. After the invasion, he quickly went to Suna to discuss some things with the council. They wanted to pay him for the help he gave to his people, but he flatly refused. However, in the end, due to pressure from the council, he was forced to accept some small gifts. Currently, Gaara is doing a lot to help Suna return to its former glory, although his village still views him with some fear. Some have truly seen his change, and it wouldn't surprise him if he becomes Kazekage in a year or 2. Days after the invasion, the false daimyo was executed by none other than the son of the true daimyo and current daimyo. Upon assuming power, he quickly set about restoring the administration to its former state. He offered Naruto a stay at the most expensive hotel in the capital as thanks for killing his father's assassin. Naruto accepted the offer as he needed a temporary place to stay while things calmed down in the other nations. After all, his debut in Konoha had taken the other villages by surprise. She got out of the shower, put on her clothes, saw her bingo book on the table, and decided to check her profile update. Name: Naruto Uchiha. Alias: Dragon King of Death. Age: 15 years. Appearance: he is about 1.70 meters tall, has blue eyes, pale skin and blonde hair. He is very similar to the fourth Hokage. He usually wears dark clothes and a black coat with gold details. Hekkei Genkai. Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Mokuten. Chakra levels: Biju level. Threat level: Class SS, Flee at First Sight. Weapons: Madara Uchiha's Gunbai. Guchius. Tigers. Special abilities: can use magic as well as chakra, can create water from nothing like the second Hokage, can use the 5 nature elements. Rasengan has created his own elemental version. Kami no Kosen, space-time technique superior to the Flying Thunder God technique, has a very powerful regeneration factor. Family relationships: Hitomi Uchiha, deceased mother, Madara Uchiha, deceased grandfather, Minato Senju, father, Tsunade Senju, grandmother, Menma Senju Uzumaki, brother, Kasumi Senju Uzumaki, sister, Hashirama Senju, ancestor, Tobirama Senju, ancestor. Village: none. Feats: saved Konoha from an invasion, defeated Momochi's Abusa without breaking a sweat, killed Orochimaru of the Sannin without breaking a sweat, defeated the Raikage without breaking a sweat, freed Nami no Kuni from the reign of terror of Geto the Tycoon, a bridge is named after him. Reward: 150 million Ryu and Iwa, alive, Odo, alive or dead, and Aim, alive or dead. Naruto finished reading her profile and couldn't help but be impressed. Wow, they're really well informed, he muttered to himself. Akatsuki probably already knows about me by now. If their goal is to obtain the tailed beasts, they'll probably try to kill me or recruit me, he muttered again, frowning. It's a good thing I gave Gaara that communication lacrima and the Flying Thunder God kunai in case Akatsuki comes after him, Naruto said to himself. After having breakfast and packing his things, Naruto prepared to leave Kase no Kuni. He couldn't afford to stay there for long. Many will wonder how the other nations reacted to the existence of Naruto. Well, let's go back 4 days. 4 days earlier. Kumagakure no Sado. The fourth Raikage, is not someone easily impressed, but this time was an exception. His eyes were wide open to comical proportions, his mouth was on the floor, and his desk was destroyed by the blow he gave it out of shock. Just a few minutes ago he was facing his ultimate nemesis, paperwork. He was praying to Kami that someone would burst through his door and free him from this misery. Seconds later, his prayers were answered when Derry entered his office with an urgent look on his face and handed him some papers. Apparently, it was information from his spies in Konoha. Curious why Derry was so alarmed, he reviewed the report. The first part seemed interesting. Apparently, Orochimaru infiltrated Konoha during the Chunin exams and tried to destroy Konoha with his new village, Atogakure no Sado. Both were repelled by Suna and Konoha. But what nearly gave him a heart attack were the events during the invasion. His new rival, Naruto Uchiha, was the son of his former rival, Minato Senju, the descendant of the first and second Hokage, and, to top it all off, the grandson of Madara Uchiha and the son of Hitomi Uchiha. He thought he couldn't be more shocked, but he was wrong. He kept reading, and his skin went pale when he read about his abilities. He would release his own versions of the Rasengan, he controlled Orochimaru to release the Edo Tensei, and, to top it all off, he killed him effortlessly. Raikage-sama, Derry asked with concern, seeing that his leader was as pale as a ghost and had a grimace of terror. Derry calls B, I have to intensify my training, said A with a Kenpachi-style smile. Raikage-sama, Derry said, a little scared when he saw that expression on the Raikage's face. Very soon I will be able to have another battle that will make my blood boil, A murmured, looking at his town from his window. Kurigakure no Sado. Kurigakure no Sado, also known as Shijiri no Sado, is one of the 5 great shinobi nations. True to its name, it is always shrouded in mist, which serves as natural camouflage. The village is mostly composed of cylindrical buildings strategically constructed to channel the rains correctly, fortifying its natural protection. It is built among mountains for even more protection. In the Mizukage Tower, currently the largest building in the village, the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, stood with wide eyes and a terrified expression on her face. Moments ago, one of her Anbu had delivered an urgent report about a spy in Konoha, and after handing it over, the Anbu departed. Furious, she began to read the report. Her village's relations with Konoha were not the best. Most of her ninjas still remembered when Konoha denied them help during the war. As she continued reading, her face grew paler, and the grimace of terror on her face showed that what she saw was not good at all. The door to her office opened, revealing Ao, but she paid no attention to it as she continued reading the report. "Izukage-sama?" Ao asked with concern. "Ao read this," Mei ordered gloomily. Ao did as instructed and her reaction was even worse than Mei's. Her eyes widened and her jaw almost hit the floor. "Is this information viable, Mizukage-sama?" Ao asked, not wanting to believe it. "That's right, the information is very reliable," Mei said. "It says here that this boy was able to control Orochimaru. Do you think it has anything to do with the person who controlled Yugura-sama?" Ao asked. "I doubt it, Yugura was already being controlled when this child was barely learning to walk, but we cannot rule out any connection. I want you to investigate everything you can about this subject," Mei ordered. "Hi Mizukage-sama," Ao said before disappearing in a shunshin. Mei sighed heavily as she took a bottle of sake from her drawer. The appearance of Naruto Uchiha had truly attracted the attention of the shinobi world. The man who had defeated some of the most powerful ninjas without any effort, the man who had within him the blood of the most powerful people in existence, the man who literally had cage blood running through his veins, the man who had a space-time ninjutsu superior to that of his father. This and much more is Naruto Uchiha. He hadn't felt this way since they discovered the fourth Mizukage was being controlled. It all began when Yugura decided to personally attack the resistance to end the war once and for all. It was a bloody battle, but neither side wanted to give in. It was Ao, thanks to his Byakugan, who noticed something was wrong. After much effort, they both managed to get close to Yugura and free him from the Jinjutsu. He was horrified to learn everything he had done against the village he had sworn to protect. His last order had been to name Mei the new Mizukage, and then he committed suicide. "I have a bad feeling about all this," Mei thought before facing the common enemy of every cage once again. The Wagakure no Sado. The third Tsuchikage, Ryotenbun no Inoki, is not someone easily impressed. After all, he had lived through 3 ninja wars, fought with the legendary Madara Uchiha, was one of the few Kekkei Toda users in existence, and had been the Tsuchikage who had held his position the longest. He was currently reading the report that his spies in Konoha had sent him. To say he was terrified was an understatement. He was on the verge of a heart attack. Not only had he learned that the man who betrayed Iwa long ago had a grandson, but to make matters worse, the man his people hated the most had an illegitimate child. He sighed as he rubbed his head, preventing future pain. When he had first heard about it, he had put it in the bingo book to prevent future threats, but this changed everything. He was impressed when he read about the boy's powers. He was certainly worthy of his legacy. "Personally, I had nothing against the child, not only because he was the product of a barbaric act by the fourth Hokage, but also because he had already let go of his hatred for the man, but he knew that almost all of his ninjas still harbored a deep hatred for that man. With no other option, he decided to increase the boy's reward in the bingo book. He just hoped his men wouldn't be foolish enough to go looking for him on their own. He really needed a successor. Location unknown. In the middle of what appears to be a cave, we see 9 holographic figures standing on what look like the fingers of a demonic zetsu. These are the Akatsuki, the most dangerous organization on the continent, made up entirely of S-class ninjas. Konan, Tobi, Zetsu, Sasori, Madara, Haiden, Bikuzu, Kisame. They were currently reunited for the first time in 7 years. It's been a long time since we've been together since Orochimaru left us," Kisame said, laughing. "Damn it, Leader Sama interrupted my sacrifices to Jashin-sama," Haiden shouted. "Shut up, Haiden," Kikuzu shouted. "Tobi is a good boy," shouted Tobi. "Damn it, Tobi, can't you go a bucking minute without saying the same thing?" Deidara shouted in despair. "Calm down, Deidara, don't give him the satisfaction," Sasori said. "If you could calm down, I assure you we could get to the meeting point," Pain said, now somewhat irritated. "Yes, Leader Sama," they all said in unison. "Zetsu, inform everyone about what you found out in Konoha," Pain ordered. "Orochimaru is dead," said Black Zetsu. "Nani?" they all shouted. "Who?" Sasori asked, he was very curious to know who killed his ex-partner. "Naruto Uchiha," Konan said as everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Yes, I've heard of him, the same one who defeated Zabuza and the Raikage, hahaha, he would be a magnificent opponent," Kisame said with a sadistic smile. "Hahaha, he would be a great sacrifice to Jashin-sama," Haiden shouted madly. "Shut up, Haiden. He probably already has a nice reward he could take advantage of," Kikuzu said. "I knew that brat was a bad sign for our plans," Tobi thought. "There's more," said White Zetsu. "He defeated Orochimaru without being injured," Zetsu said, bringing a deadly silence among the Akatsuki. "How?" Deidara asked. Zetsu began to tell them everything about the battle, from how he controlled Orochimaru, his versions of the Rasengan and his Mokuton. Everyone turned pale at such a display of power, even Pain and Konan were impressed. We also discovered something more important. Naruto Uchiha's parents are Senju Minato and Hitomi Uchiha, said Black Zetsu as the Akatsuki's eyes widened in shock. This isn't happening, this isn't happening, I must kill him as soon as possible. If that's true, he could awaken those eyes and become a threat to my plans, Tobi thought with some terror. How is that possible if the fourth Hokage is married? Kisame asked with an unusual seriousness for him. Apparently, the fourth Hokage was dating both of them at the same time without the other one knowing, replied White Zetsu. What will we do with him then? Sasori asked. Pain was calmly considering the situation. This boy would undoubtedly be a problem for his plans. On one hand, he had enough power to control Ibiju. If he decided to go against him, he would be a terrible threat. But on the other hand, if he managed to recruit him into the Akatsuki, he could become a powerful ally. Zetsu, investigate the location of that man. When you find him, inform Haiden and Kakuzu. Try to recruit him. If he refuses, kill him, Pain ordered. Yes, Leader Sama, said the aforementioned. They talked about other unimportant topics. Pain dismissed everyone, leaving only himself with Konan, Zetsu and Tobi. Why didn't you tell us you had a grandson, Madara? Pain said, clearly angry. It's none of your business, Pain, Tobi said irritably. I must inform Madam Sama of this, Tobi thought. The brat has enormous power, and to top it off, he has 2 bloodlines capable of controlling Biju, and you say it's not my business, Madara. Pain said, unleashing his murderous instinct. Be careful how you talk to me, don't forget who's in charge here, Pain, Tobi said, unleashing his killer instinct. Let's go, Zetsu, Tobi said before leaving in a black whirlwind with Zetsu. I don't like how this looks, Nagato. What guarantee do we have that it's Madara? Konan said with some concern. I agree, but we still need him to start the plan. Also, don't forget that he can't be defeated by normal methods, said Pain, Nagato, as he disappeared. I hope you know what you're doing, Konan said to herself before disappearing along with Pain. Konoha. Boardroom. 3 days have passed since Naruto appeared in Konoha. Due to the village's reconstruction, the council meeting hadn't been able to take place before, but now that things were in order as much as possible, the meeting would begin. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone had questions that needed to be answered. Now that we are all gathered, I think we can begin the meeting, said Sarutobi, trying to break the awkward atmosphere in the room. Minato, is it true that Uchiha brat is your son? Kaharu asked, arriving at the meeting point. If that's the case, Minato said emotionlessly. How did this happen? Danzu asked, wanting to know more about his future weapon. It all started during the war. Hitomi and I were sent on many missions together. We were very good friends during the academy, but those feelings turned into something more. We dated for over a year, but when I became Hokage, I knew that my engagement to Kushi-chan would soon become official. That night, I went to tell her that our relationship had to end, but at the time I didn't dare. We were together that night. You know the rest, Minato said regretfully. Nobody said anything for a few minutes. They didn't know what to say. Problematic, Shikaku said. I've never agreed with you more, said Shibi. Then we must capture the child as soon as possible. We cannot allow 2 of our strongest Keki Genkai to fall into enemy hands, said a civilian, earning the death glare of the entire shinobi council. I'm afraid that wouldn't be possible. Even if he is Minato-sama's blood son, he was officially never a member of either clan. It would be impossible to force him to serve the village, said the ever-calm Itachi. I agree, said Tsum. The clan chiefs and Sarutobi nodded. You may be right in normal situations, but don't forget that since you all have an emotional attachment to the boy's mother, therefore, according to Konoha's laws, your voice and vote have no validity in this matter, Danzu said with pure malice, making the clan chiefs and Minato pale. Whoever agrees to put Naruto Uchiha in the bingo book to be captured and put en route to be loyal to us, raise your hand, Kaharu said with such enormous evil that it was surprising the ninjas didn't kill her at that moment. All the civilians, Hamura, Danzu and she herself raised their hands. This is madness. Hiashi shouted. This decision. Danzu could not finish his speech. The door burst open, and the council chamber began to fill with samurai in black armor, with the symbol of the land of fire on their backs. They surrounded the room and took up battle positions, all wearing masks. What is the meaning of this? Hamura shouted, but she paled when she saw who was entering. He is a tall man with black hair and dark skin, dressed in very elegant noble clothes. This man is the daimyo of the land of fire. I suggest you stop talking, Danzu. Don't forget that I can order your execution whenever I want, said the fire daimyo. Daimyo-sama. They all shouted in shock before bowing to the man in front of them. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Asked the Hokage. First of all, I'm already aware of everything that happened during the Chunin exams, which I was unable to attend due to family matters, the daimyo said calmly. I'll discuss the necessary funds with the Hokage later, but for now, there's another matter we need to address. Danzo, I didn't warn you last time when you tried to send a squad of assassins to hunt down Hitomi-san, that if you did anything against her or her family, you would be executed, the daimyo said, staring intently at Danzo. But daimyo-sama, the child is the property of Konoha. We cannot allow his bloodlines to fall into the hands of other peoples, said Danzo. If I remember correctly, he's still a person, not a weapon to be claimed as Konoha's property. Don't forget that all of you take orders and money from me. Don't forget that I can kill you and the entire civilian council along with your 2 teammates if I feel like it. And don't forget that Hitomi-san not only worked as one of my bodyguards for a long time, but also saved my family on several occasions during the last war. That's more than enough reason for her son to be under my protection. Don't push your luck, Shimura, or you'll be humiliated in front of the entire village and executed, the daimyo said with a certainty and coldness that demonstrated why he was in charge of the country. Danzo was beyond furious, he felt angry and humiliated, worst of all he couldn't do anything, even he knew that there are people you're better off not messing with, the feudal lord is one of them. I daimyo-sama, Danzo answered. The civilians and the elderly sighed with relief. For a second they thought they would die. The daimyo could be a very kind person, but when necessary he could be more cruel and ruthless than they were. Minato, Sarutobi, and the clan leaders felt relieved for a second. They thought the elders would do something stupid. They knew very well that Naruto wasn't exactly the best enemy to have. Well, changing the subject, I would normally have removed you from your position because of your actions, Minato, said the daimyo. Minato lowered his head. His position as Hokage was what he had always dreamed of, but now he would lose it. Danzo smiled, perhaps he wouldn't lose out on this, he could persuade the daimyo to make him the new Hokage. Amura, Kaheru, and the civilians smiled maliciously, seeing Danzo's intentions. Itachi, Sarutobi, and the clan leaders panicked when they saw Danzo smiling. They all sensed his intentions. But I won't do it, although his morals are highly questionable, his competence as Hokage is beyond question, and besides, there is no one worthy of the position, said the daimyo, making Minato sigh in relief. With all due respect, daimyo-sama, I would make an excellent Hokage, said Danzo. I agree with the daimyo-sama. In these times of need, Danzo would be the best Hokage we could have, Hamura supported, while Kaheru and the civilians nodded. That would be the last thing I would do. In fact, right now, Danzo would be the worst option, the daimyo said before smiling maliciously. Hiruzen, did you already tell them about the message Naruto-kun left them? The daimyo asked innocently. No, daimyo-sama, but I'd be happy to tell you now, Sarutobi said, smiling in the same way as the daimyo. When Naruto left, he warned me to be careful with you, Danzo, since you were a threat to the village, Hiruzen said as the eyes of the civilians and elders widened in shock. Nani, shouted the old people and the civilians. That's right, in fact Hiruzen informed me of this before coming to the meeting, said the daimyo. Minato gave Sarutobi a grateful look. If he hadn't informed the daimyo about this, he might have to put his son in the bingo book. He had already made many mistakes and didn't want to make another one. Daimyo-sama can't really believe such a thing, shouted a civilian in disbelief. That's a lie, said Danzo. Perhaps yes, perhaps no, but I don't want to take any risks, said the daimyo. Besides, there's something else I won't interfere in, lest I make an enemy against whom I would have no chance, the daimyo said as the others looked at him with intrigue. What is daimyo-sama? Kaheru asked, having a bad feeling. Naruto also assured and swore that he would kill Danzo Shimura and said that if Hamura and Kaheru did anything against him, he would kill them too. Don't forget that he has a space-time jutsu more advanced than mine, Kukuku. I don't know, he could enter the village and kill them without any of us being able to do anything, said Minato with a very rare malice and pleasure in him, while the shinobi side shared that pleasure at imagining that they could get rid of the old ones forever. The 3 elders felt immense terror at the thought. They hadn't truly considered the consequences of angering the boy. They thought he would easily submit to them. Worst of all, part of the council and the daimyo were enjoying seeing them afraid. They would have to get out of this on their own, since it seemed the Hokage wouldn't support them. Damn it, I didn't expect this, but why would the boy openly threaten me knowing that I'm a councilman? Does he have something that can prove my plans? Does he know something about me? I have to recalculate my plans, Danzo thought. With all that said, I will go for a walk around the village. In a couple of hours we will discuss the funds I will give for the reconstruction of the village of Minato, said the daimyo before leaving with his samurai. Well, that's all for today, you can all leave, said Minato as everyone left the room. Minato went to settle his things in his new apartment. He had moved out of the Senju compound while he and Kushina were separated. Kushina tried to leave the compound, but he said that as his wife, everything belonged to her and he was the one who had to leave. He was currently paying a heavy price for his actions. He had lost the respect of his friends, the admiration of his people, his wife, and he had disappointed his children. He only hoped to find his son and make peace with him. But the daimyo. The daimyo was walking calmly through the village while his samurai escorted him. Everyone bowed in his presence. After reaching a secluded area of the forest, he sat down on a bench with one of his samurai. Ahaha, you know, now I understand why you're the daimyo. I had a lot of fun watching Danzu get humiliated like that, hahaha, laughed the samurai. Ahaha, I know, I was great, I'm the daimyo for a reason, hahaha, laughed the daimyo. Thank you for helping me, old man, I really owe you one, said the samurai. You're welcome. After all, your mother and grandfather did me many favors. It's the least I could do, said the daimyo. Thank you so much, old man, I have to go, goodbye, said the samurai before leaving in a yellow flash. Ahaha, Naruto Uchiha, you are a very interesting young man, the daimyo muttered to himself. Of Team 7, 8, 10 and Guy. The Konoha ninja were currently enjoying a peaceful meal at Ichiraku, which had recently expanded due to its immense popularity. The rookies, Guy's team, and their respective senseis were eating ramen. Kasumi and Menma had already stacked at least 6 bowls, but their expressions were dejected. Come on guys, cheer up, you'll see that everything will be alright, said Kakashi. I don't know, sensei. Mom seemed really angry with dad and he even bought a new apartment, Menma said listlessly. Besides, I don't know how we should feel. We have a brother we didn't know anything about until a few days ago. How should we react? Kasumi said with a hint of desperation. I feel very disappointed in dad, but I can't hate him despite everything, Menma said. Look at it this way, now you have a brother to look for and make peace with. Don't you think that's a reason to be happy? Said Saori, smiling sweetly. Everyone looked at her as if she had grown a second head. Ni-san, are you okay? Sasuke asked. He's probably overtrained, Tenzo said. Who are you and what did you do with Saori? Kasumi shouted as she grabbed Saori by the shoulders and shook her violently. What's wrong with you? This is the last time I try to cheer you up, you idiot. Saori shouted angrily. We're sorry, it's just weird seeing that side of you, Ino said. Said Saori, puffing out her cheeks. Thank you, Saori-chan, Kasumi said, hugging Saori. Let me go. Saori shouted as they both fell. Gosh, the flames of youth between you two are inextinguishable. Lee shouted with his cool pose. Well said, Lee, cheer up, gay. I wonder if I'll ever see the day when those two act like normal people, Asuma muttered. Troublesome, said Shikamaru. I agree with you, Shikamaru, Kurenai said. It's best if you give up hope, Asuma-san. I did it a long time ago, Nichi said. Haha, unfortunately that's how it is, Tenten said. What are you thinking, Menma-kun? Hinata asked, seeing Menma so quiet. The brother, huh? Maybe he's not so bad, Menma murmured, looking at his sister. I'm glad you think that way, kid, said a voice behind him. Menma turned around to see that the voice belonged to the infamous Jiraiya, the super pervert. Hiro-senin, shouted Menma. Jiraiya-sama, said the Jounin. What are you doing here, Hiro-senin? Kasumi asked. Will they ever stop calling me that? Jiraiya asked angrily. Maybe when you stop being a pervert, the brothers said. They wish, Jiraiya said. I've come for all of you. Minato requests your presence, Jiraiya said as they all headed to the Hokage Tower. Location unknown. Somewhere in the elemental nations, Toby was walking calmly in the rain with his hood up. The weather was very bad. Thunder roared, the winds whistled, and the rain seemed endless. Toby entered what appeared to be a castle on a mountain. The castle had a very gloomy appearance, but what made it terrifying was the aura of death and malice that surrounded it. Toby swallowed hard before entering the castle. He entered a room inside the castle. It was a rather ostentatious room. The bed and furniture were made of precious woods, the blankets were made of very fine fabrics, and the bookcase had several very old books. Toby knelt in front of a seat with golden details. The person sitting in it could not be seen because the place had the lights off, but his wrinkled and calloused hand could be seen, which betrayed that he was an old man. He held a golden staff with the head of a demon. His eyes were a Sharigan with 3 tomo. Next to him were several devices that kept him alive. Babito, what is it you want? It better be important. You know I don't like being bothered, said the person in the shadows with a voice full of anger and malice. I'm sorry, Adam-sama, but something has happened that you should be aware of, Abito said humbly. What is it? Said the man now identified as Adam. It seems that Hitomi Uchiha had a child with Minato Senju, an illegitimate one who recently appeared on the elemental continent, Abito said with some fear. Nani? Adam shouted with hatred, a black aura of power began to surround him, the ground began to tremble, the thunder in the sky roared more violently, Abito was breathing heavily, Adam's power was charged with hatred and bloodlust, he felt as if he were being stabbed in the heart, but he could not die from the pain. That's right, Adam-sama, said Abito between breaths. It had better be true, you know very well the implications of this information. If that brat wakes up, you know our plans could be ruined, Adam said, ceasing to expel his power. It's the truth, Adam-sama Zetsu himself confirmed it. Not only that, the brat has enormous power, he can use magic and chakra, he has the EMS, he's a dragon slayer, and if that weren't enough, he has the Mokuton. He defeated Orochimaru in the Reikage without breaking a sweat, Obito said. Interesting. That brat Madara had a powerful descendant. What actions has Nagato taken? Adam asked. He has sent Zetsu to investigate where he is. If he finds him, Haiden and Kakuzu have orders to recruit him. If he refuses, they must eliminate him, Obito said. Ha, that fool forgets he's facing a reborn Rikido, those fake immortals won't even be able to scratch him, Adam said. Do you believe Adam-sama? Obito asked. Of course I believe it. Madara isn't a fool. He must have been well aware that with the Rikido's powers inside the child, he would be in great danger, and he probably subjected him to brutal training to make him more powerful, Adam said. I want you to pay close attention to Zetsu's discoveries. When you find him, spy on his battle with those zombies. If he refuses to cooperate with Akatsuki, kill him when you have the chance, Adam ordered. Haiden-sama said Obito before leaving with his Kamui. Madara, because of you I lost everything. We could have done so many things, but because of your foolish friendship with that Senju, you ruined our success. Your grandson had better not be as idiotic as you. Maybe in this body I can't use my powers to the fullest, but when Nagato uses the Ren Tensei, no one will be able to stop me, Adam laughed evilly. Kei's no Kuni. Present. Naruto was at the gates of the capital of Kei's no Kuni. It was time to continue his journey. The daimyo and his advisors had come to see him off. The feudal lord is a young man of about 18 years old, with curly brown hair, green eyes, and fair skin. This young man is Shin Kazama, the new daimyo and the son of the previous daimyo. Well Shin-san, it's time for me to go, said Naruto. It's been a pleasure having you here, Naruto-san. Good luck on your journey, and once again, thank you for doing justice to my father, Shin said. No problem, now I'll go to my next destination, Yuki no Kuni, said Naruto before leaving. Chapter 11. Naruto in the snow. Somewhere unknown, we see a small boy, approximately 4 years old, with black hair, white skin, and black eyes. His clothing is far from ideal. He wears dirty pants with holes at the knees, his shirt is stained with blood and torn in places, and he appears to be severely malnourished. He seems to have seen better days, as his body is covered in wounds and he is barefoot. The little boy had a terrified expression on his face as he ran as if his life depended on it, his feet were bleeding profusely after stepping on branches and sharp stones, his wounds were bleeding profusely, and he was breathing heavily from running so much. Catch the monster! Shouted a nearby voice. Don't let him escape! Shouted another voice. Our town must not be defiled by the presence of that thing, let's get rid of it! Shouted a third voice. The little boy glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw with terror a large mob made up of men and women, all carrying different weapons, knives, torches, tridents and sticks, with expressions of disgust and malice on their faces. The little boy ran as fast as his frail body could, but he didn't last long before the mob caught him. No, please leave me alone. The child screamed in terror. Why should we do it, monster? Scum like you doesn't deserve to live. Shouted a fat man who appeared to be around 50 years old. The man grabbed the little boy by the collar of his shirt and brutally punched him in the stomach. The little boy screamed in pain. Friends, today we have come to punish this demon. His very existence is an insult to humanity. All magicians should disappear. Whoever agrees to end him, say me. The man shouted. Ooh. The crowd shouted with sick smiles at the idea of killing the poor child. Please leave me alone, I haven't done anything. The boy cried desperately. You were born, scum, shouted the man holding him before slapping him. The little boy was very scared. He saw all those people slowly approaching with the intention of killing him. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. Get away. The boy shouted before a black aura began to surround him. The crowd watched in terror as that black energy began to kill them. The trees around were also dying. Were the screams of the mob before they were all dead. The little boy was in shock. He had killed them. He really was a monster. He began to sob in pain. Because people hate me, because this world rejects me, the little boy sobbed. Kukukuku, magnificent potential you have there, little one, said a voice in the forest while laughing. Who's there? The boy asked fearfully. Relax, kid, I'm just a friend, said the voice before emerging from the trees. It was what appeared to be a hooded man with a long black cloak. A mask covered his face, and he wore black gloves, black combat boots, and blue pants. Who are you? The little boy asked. I've been called many things, but who are you? The man asked. My name is Zaref, the boy replied. Bukuku Zaref, magnificent name, said the man, laughing. Why don't you attack me? I killed them all. I'm a monster, the boy said sadly. Ha 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 ha, I'll kill you for killing those disgusting humans. What funny jokes you tell, kid, said the man, laughing maliciously. You don't hate me? Zeref asked. The haha kid, killing you would be the last thing I would do, you have wonderful potential, said the man. But I'm bad at math, the boy said through tears. You stupid brat, they wanted to kill you first, do you know why? The hooded man asked. Why not? Zeref asked. Because you are superior, your power is much greater than theirs, that makes you superior to humans, they rejected you because you don't reject them, the man said. Perhaps you're right, Zeref said thoughtfully. Come with me, boy. I will help you become powerful. I will help you show those scumbags what terror is. What do you say? The man asked as he extended his hand to Zeref, who was on the floor. Zeref took the man's hand and said. I accept, but who are you? Zeref asked. I've been called many things, but you can call me. Naruto woke up breathing heavily. Those dreams were starting to affect him. He got up from the futon he was sleeping on and went to the bathroom, getting into the shower and washing the blood and sweat off his face. After bathing, he took his clothes, got dressed, took a huge bottle full of seasickness syrup out of his backpack, drank the syrup, and left the room and went outside the ship. That's right, a ship. Many will wonder what Naruto is doing on a ship out of all places. Well, let's start from the beginning. Flashback. Naruto was sitting peacefully in a bar. His next destination was Yuki no Kuni. He was curious to go there, but he could only get there by boat, which terrified him. After all, he and transportation didn't get along. He had to spend a considerable amount of money on seasickness syrup. It's every dragon slayer's weakness. He hoped he wasn't the only one, since transportation was a very embarrassing weakness. At the Fairy Tale Guild, a young boy with pink hair felt strangely relieved and understood. He shrugged before returning to his fight with the stripper. Nearby, a young man with blonde hair, somewhat short and with a scar over his eye, felt the same way Natsu did. In Phantom Lord, a young man with waist-length black hair and several piercings in his face, felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders when he realized he wasn't the only one with a ridiculous weakness. Somewhere unknown, a blonde-haired boy felt relieved to realize he wasn't the only one who had motion sickness as his nemesis. In another unknown place, a black-haired boy felt strangely identified with many people who felt enormous relief. Naruto shrugged and focused his attention on his drink. It was truly one of the few places where he could drink in peace now. With his reputation growing rapidly, he was literally a walking decoy for bounty hunters, not to mention some fools from Iowa he'd run into, who had tried to attack him hoping to exact revenge on his father. Fools, Naruto thought with some irritation. They couldn't understand that he had nothing to do with the actions of the fourth Hokage. They were undoubtedly idiots. He snapped out of his thoughts when he saw a somewhat older man with glasses approach his table. It was very obvious that he was a civilian, but he remained on his guard against the stranger. Good afternoon, young man, the man said kindly. Good afternoon, old man, said Naruto. Oh, excuse my manners, my name is Asama Sandayu, the man introduced himself, bowing. Nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Uchiha. How can I help you? Naruto asked, nodding his head. Vera Naruto Dono, I was wondering, are you the legendary Dragon King of Death, the man whose power and fame has grown in recent months? Sandayu asked as the eyes of everyone present in the bar widened in shock, most of the customers looking at him with terror. What if it were? Naruto asked, staring intently at the man. Nothing wrong, I just wanted to hire your services for protection, Sandayu said. What kind of protection? Naruto asked seriously. I'm an escort for an actress, her name is Fujikaze Yuki, and I'm her agent, said Sandayu. Interesting, take a seat and let's talk business, Naruto said calmly, as Sandayu nodded. During the next half hour, they both agreed on the terms of the job, which, luckily for Naruto, was going to the same place he wanted. Sandayu left the bar, and Naruto went to the hotel to prepare for the next day. The next day, Naruto was with Sandayu at the studio. Yuki was a young woman, approximately 22 years old, with bluish-black hair, fair skin, and blue eyes. Naruto introduced himself to the actress, but she seemed very cold and reluctant to go to Yuki no Kuni. She suspected Sandayu was hiding something from her, but she didn't sense any ill intentions from him, so she left it at that for the time being. Naturally, he couldn't allow his client's business to go wrong, so he put her to sleep with his Sharigan. After that, they loaded everything needed for the film onto the ship that would take them to Yuki no Kuni. Vindelf flashback. 3 days have passed since then. When Yuki woke up on the ship, she had no choice but to finish the movie. Between scenes, Naruto noticed that Yuki wasn't a bad person, just a woman with a dark past. Oh, I see you've woken up, Naruto Dono, Sandayu said, smiling. Has something happened in my absence? Naruto asked. Absolutely not, we were just filming some scenes, Sandayu said. Director-san, can I ask why the hell are we on an iceberg? Naruto shouted, somewhat angrily. Oh haha, what happened was that we stumbled upon it this morning and decided to make the movie here. It's perfect, the gods of cinema are begging us to do it here, the director said dramatically. Well, I'll go stand guard, Naruto said simply as he took a thermos of coffee. Everything was going wonderfully until they were interrupted by an explosion. Kaboom! Everyone returned to the ship. Naruto shouted as he created clones to protect Yuki, Sandayu, and the film crew. 3 people emerged from the smoke. 2 men and a woman. The first man was thin, with long lilac hair tied in a ponytail, light blue eyes, and somewhat pale skin. His attire consisted of a grey suit with armor that Naruto, using his Sharigan, noticed was probably made of chakra. The second man is fat, with purple hair, black eyes, and is very tall. His outfit is the same as the first man's. The last person is a woman with pink hair, green eyes, and fair skin. Her outfit consists of green pants and blue chakra armor. All 3 of them had the Uchigakur no Sato protector. "Who are you?" Naruto asked in an icy voice, activating his Sharingan. "Those eyes, Rauga, why didn't you tell us we were facing the Dragon King of Death?" Fubuki shouted, somewhat frightened. "I didn't know that either," Rauga thought, a little nervous, but he quickly regained his composure. "My name is Nata Rauga, and these are Mizur and Fubuki. We've come for Princess Koyuki," Rauga said, pointing at Yuki. Yuki fell to her knees as memories she thought she had forgotten flashed through her mind. Sandayu was beside her. "I'm sorry, but I can't let them take Yuki," Naruto said before pulling out 2 vials of blood, each labeled preservation. "Kaibunshin no Jutsu," Naruto said, forming a hand seal. The blood flowed from the vials and took the form of the original Naruto. The 3 Narutos were enveloped in their Arashiryu no Yoroi. If what I had heard was true, then chakra-based attacks would be useless. Naruto vs Rauga. "Let's see what the famous Dragon of Death is made of," said Rauga. In a burst of speed, Naruto appeared in front of Rauga and delivered a powerful blow to his stomach. Rauga screamed in pain and spat blood. Naruto then punched him again in the chin, lifting him a few centimeters into the air. Naruto finished him off with a kick to the chest. Rauga groaned as he stood up, feeling that his body had been affected by the boy's armor, but his armor was supposed to protect him from ninjutsu and jinjutsu. "Even though your armor protects you from chakra-based attacks, it doesn't protect you from my magic," Naruto said coldly. "I see you know how to fight," Rauga said. "I don't think the same," said Naruto. "Ah yes, now you'll see," Rauga said as he formed hand seals. "Hyoten. Haryumoko." Rauga shouted as an ice tiger lunged at Naruto. "Ice, huh? Well, I think this is my chance to try out my other magic. I never had the opportunity to use it with Jin," Naruto thought before deactivating his Arashiryu no Yoroi. "Vulcan. Infernal devastation," Naruto shouted as he extended his hand and a magic circle appeared in his hand. From his hands many rocks ablaze struck the tiger, instantly vaporizing it. "Not bad, brat, but let's see how you top this," Rauga shouted before forming several hand seals. "Hyoten. Itsikaku Hakuge." Rauga yelled as a gigantic whale formed, tearing apart a piece of the iceberg. "Nice jutsu, I think I'll add it to my collection," Naruto muttered before a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. "Vulcan. King of the volcano." Naruto shouted as a humanoid figure made of burning stone erupted from the ground and crashed into Rauga's whale, causing an explosion. Naruto vs Cruel. Naruto brutally beat Mizur, and despite having the advantage of his armor and size, Naruto was simply a monster. "I didn't pay much attention to that guy's abilities, haha." Naruto vs Fubuki. Hyoten. Subane Fubuki shouted as several swallows made of ice attacked Naruto. Naruto dodged the attack without any effort at all, noticing that the swallows were like boomerangs, so he decided to solve that. Vulcan. Magma bullets, Naruto shouted as he extended his hand and several magma bullets came out, the bullets easily melted the swallows. Hyoten. Hyara no Jutsu, Fubuki shouted as he tried to trap Naruto, who dodged the attack. "I'm sorry, but I'm not the type to hit women, so let's finish this quickly," Naruto said before appearing in front of Fubuki. "What the hell?" She couldn't finish speaking because Naruto grabbed her cheeks and forced her to look him in the eyes. "Sharingan," Naruto shouted before Fubuki fell unconscious to the floor. Naruto shrugged before returning to the original. "But the public? Did they film the battle?" the director asked. "Yes, sir," shouted his cameraman. "Perfect, this movie will be a success," shouted the director, crying with emotion. "We're leaving," said Naruto, who had appeared with his clones, taking advantage of the explosion produced by his jutsu. The blood clones dissipated as Naruto cleaned up the blood with a water jutsu, the shadow clones quickly took the others to the ship. "Shall we follow them?" asked Mizur, who was all bruised and carrying Fubuki. "No, they will come to us," Raugan said before disappearing. An hour had passed since the attack by the snow ninjas. Naruto, the director, and some assistants stared intently at Sandayu Yuki. They wanted answers. Well, Sandeu, why don't you explain in detail what's happening? Naruto ordered. Well, I guess I'll have to start from the beginning, Sandeu sighed before beginning to explain the situation. Sandeu began to tell how the previous daimyo of Yuki no Kuni, Desetsu Kazuhana, had a daughter, Koyuki Kazuhana. The little girl had to flee the country because Desetsu's brother, Dodo Kazuhana, started a coup and murdered his brother to seize power. He told them that he was one of Desetsu's loyal servants and that he searched for Koyuki for years until one day he found her in a theater. From that day on, he became her manager and seeks to have Koyuki return to the throne and become the legitimate daimyo of Yuki no Kuni. Does that mean Yuki-san is actually Koyuki Kazuhana? Naruto asked. That's right, Naruto Dono, please, I beg you to help us defeat Dodo, said Sandeu, getting on his knees. Don't bow down, old man, it's no problem for me, Naruto said simply. That means you used us. Shouted one of the assistants. Please don't take it that way, it was never my intention to deceive you, I only did it so that Koyuki-sama could regain control of Yuki no Kuni, Sandeu said before being interrupted by Koyuki. If we go, they'll kill us like they did my father. It's better to go back, Koyuki said coldly. Please don't say that, Koyuki-sama. We must face Dodo and defeat him, Sandeu said, somewhat worried. I don't care, Dodo is too powerful, if we go he'll kill us, Koyuki said simply. But Koyuki-sama. Sandeu tried to reason. I'm not going. Koyuki shouted. Coward, said Naruto. What did you say? Koyuki shouted. You heard what you heard, you're a coward, Naruto said mockingly. You know nothing about me, Koyuki shouted. I don't need to know you're a coward. Your father died, yes, but that doesn't mean the same will happen to you. What do you think he'd say if he were here? Better to fight and die than run away and live in misery, Naruto said as Koyuki's eyes widened and tears welled up in her eyes. Besides, you forget you have the best bodyguard in the elemental nations, Naruto added, smiling with a hint of arrogance. You're a damn conceited jerk, I'm going to prove you wrong, we're going to Yuki no Kuni. Koyuki shouted while Naruto smiled even more arrogantly. That was easy, Naruto thought. Everyone present cheered in approval as Sandeu gave Naruto a grateful look. I'll make millions with this movie, cried the director as Naruto watched him with a bead of sweat on his forehead. After a few hours, the ship's occupants arrived at the port, unpacked their things, and after walking for a while, they crossed a large cavern to film one of the last scenes. After a while, some rails appeared. Naruto checked them and noticed that they were surrounded by chakra. Naruto gave orders to Sandeu to retreat while he prepared. The train with several cars emerged from the cavern. On top were two people. One of them was Rauga. The second man was tall, with black hair and brown skin, and was wearing a trench coat. This man was Dodo. After a long time we met again, niece, Dodo said with a hint of mockery. Naruto stood in front of Koyuki, coldly staring at Dodo. So you're Naruto Uchiha, the famous dragon of death, Dodo said. That's right, I am Naruto and I will stop you and return the throne to Koyuki, which should always have been hers, Naruto said coldly. Naruto, Koyuki said in shock. Ahahaha, don't make me laugh, kid. I'm sure everything said about you is just exaggeration. You won't beat me, Dodo shouted with amusement. Let's see if you dance as well as you laugh, said Naruto as he prepared for battle. Koyuki-sama Sandeu shouted from a mountain, drawing everyone's attention. He was wearing a samurai outfit and was accompanied by an army of at least 50 samurai prepared for battle. We will protect her with our lives. Let's go. Shouted Sandeu as they all roared in battle and ran down the hill. What a nuisance, remove them, I ordered the blacksmith. Rauga nodded as a mechanism emerged from the train cars. Rauga activated the mechanism, from which a cloud of kunai flew towards the samurai. They closed their eyes, awaiting their end, which never came. Vulcan. Burning stone wall, Naruto shouted. A magic circle appeared and from the ground emerged a wall made of burning stone, with a demon face. The kunai collided with the wall, which was not damaged in the slightest. Not bad, brat, but let's see how you top this, Dodo said as Rauga used a weapon again, launching thousands of kunai that, to his surprise, only slightly cracked the wall. You're starting to annoy me, brat, Dodo said somewhat angrily. I know, Naruto said, smiling, before making a hand seal. Fire release. Demon devastation, Naruto shouted as he spat out several fireballs shaped like demon heads. The jutsu struck the train, causing an explosion. Dodo and Rauga barely managed to escape the attack, but with a few burns on their clothes, Naruto watched them with a creepy smile. Naruto took a step to the right to dodge some shurikens thrown by Fubuki and Mizer who were behind him. Koyuki, just give me the hexagonal necklace and I won't hurt anyone, Dodo said, looking at the necklace Koyuki was wearing around her neck. No, you want it to do evil, my father didn't want that, Koyuki said. Then I'll have to kill them all, Dodo ordered, looking at Rauga, Fubuki, and Mizer. The three of them quickly pounced on them, Naruto created two blood clones. "Koyuki, go with Sandayu and the others," Naruto ordered. "Okay, just be careful," Koyuki said. "Hyoten. Rauga no Jutsu." Rauga shouted as an avalanche in the form of several wolves rushed towards Naruto. "Pathetic Vulcan. River of Maga," Naruto shouted as he spat out a river of Maga melting the wolves of Rauga. Dodo watched in terror as Naruto dominated his ninja, saw how Koyuki was being guarded by the samurai and smiled maliciously, appearing behind Koyuki who went into shock before being knocked out with a blow to the neck. The samurai rushed at Dodo, but he removed his trench coat, revealing black and blue armor made of chakra clearly superior to the others. He created a small ice tornado, forcing the samurai back. A pair of wings sprouted from his armor, and he flew off with Koyuki on his shoulders. "Damn it," Naruto cursed as he glared at Dodo. "I think I'll have to finish this quickly," Naruto said before unleashing a colossal amount of killing intent. Everyone there felt as if the weight of the ocean had fallen on their shoulders. The director's assistants fell unconscious, but their cameras kept recording. Everyone felt a terrible sense of death. Homicidal desires were palpable, and the feeling of evil and death made more than one person wet their pants. "What the hell is this? It's like I'm facing death. What the hell is happening to me?" Miser thought, falling to her knees and breathing heavily. No, I'm not seeing my death, I feel like I'm facing some kind of demon," thought a terrified Fubuki as she took her kunai and pointed it at her throat. "This brat isn't human," thought Rauga, noticing a stain of dubious origin on his pants. "Damn, I must escape before that monster kills me," Dodo thought before flying toward Yuki no Kuni's weapon. "You better prepare yourselves because you're going to suffer in the worst way," Naruto said calmly, but the aura of death he emitted really didn't help at all. "This movie will be the hit of the year," thought the director, who was filming from his hiding place. Naruto appeared in front of Rauga and gave him a powerful blow to the nose. Rauga groaned in pain but recovered and tried to hit Naruto, but Naruto grabbed his hand, bent his hand at an impossible angle, shattering the bone. Rauga screamed before Naruto concentrated his Dragon Slayer magic power in his hand. "Goodbye," was what he said before piercing his chest, breaking his armor. He pulled his bloody hand from Rauga's chest, which fell heavily to the ground. Naruto watched as Miser and Fubuki lunged at the same time hoping to gain some advantage over Naruto, but Naruto effortlessly dodged their pathetic attempts. "Pain. Hijingakur no Jutsu," Naruto shouted, expelling hot mist from his mouth. Although neither of them felt heat in their bodies because of their armor, this did not prevent the fog from burning their eyes. Both ninjas screamed as they felt their eyes burning. "I don't usually kill women, but you'll be the exception," Naruto said, appearing in front of Fubuki and piercing her chest like he did with Rauga. Miser heard his companion's body fall to the floor but couldn't react as Naruto appeared in front of him and pierced his chest. Everyone watched in terror as Naruto mercilessly killed the three snow ninjas. "Stay here, I'll go find Koyuki," Naruto ordered as he searched for her. "I found her," Naruto said before disappearing in a yellow flash. "With Dodo." Koyuki watched helplessly as her uncle inserted the hexagonal crystal into the weapon that would give him the power to destroy the entire continent. "Ahahaha, now everyone will fear me," Dodo laughed madly. "Forgive me, Dad, I failed you," Koyuki thought through tears. A strange device emerged from the ground and began to melt the ice around it. The air felt warm. "It's a heat generator," I shouted in shock. "Damn you, Desestu. Was this Yuki no Kuni's weapon?" Dodo shouted hatefully. "Well, my plans have been ruined, but at least I'll get rid of you," Dodo said maliciously, looking at Koyuki. He made a series of hand seals. "Say hello to my brother, Hyoten. Kakuryu Bafisetsu." Dodo shouted as a black ice dragon attacked Koyuki. This is the end, Koyuki thought, closing her eyes and awaiting her end, which never came. Naruto appeared in a yellow flash, stopping the ice with his bare hand. The director was next to him and he stuck to him at the last second with his camera. Black ice, huh? How pathetic, your ice is far inferior to Jin's," Naruto muttered boredly as he clenched his fist, destroying the dragon. "Damn it!" Dodo shouted. "Hyoten. Soryu Bafisetsu." Dodo yelled as two black ice dragons emerged from his hands, intertwining to form a massive tornado that attacked Naruto. "Secret art. Storm Dragon Cannon," Naruto shouted, clasping his hands together and unleashing a powerful storm beam. Dodo screamed as he saw how that ray dominated his dragons before being vaporized by it. Dodo was dead. "That was incredible," Koyuki murmured. "This will be the best movie I've ever made." The director shouted with a demented grin. "Let's go, Naruto-san, Koyuki, we have a lot of paperwork to sign. This movie will be the hit of the year." The director yelled, crying. "Who would have thought you were hired to be a bodyguard and now you'll be in the movie?" Koyuki said, smiling. "So, an actor, huh? Not bad," Naruto muttered before disappearing in a yellow flash. Chapter 12. Naruto vs. the Zombies. Suki no Kuni. 3 months after the filming of the movie. The land of the moon is one of the richest places on the continent. It's a crescent-shaped island that relies mostly on tourism. I couldn't blame them. The country was mostly very impressive. Its ninja village was more of an elite group intended to protect the leader and the village, rather than worry about things like war. Naruto innocently thought this would be a good place to rest for a while. He couldn't afford to stay put in one place for long, since after appearing in the movie with Koyuki, the entire shinobi world and almost the entire civilian population recognized him instantly. This attracted many fans and bounty hunters, and it was starting to get annoying. It had gotten to the point where camping in the forest was much more fun than staying in hotels. His only consolation was that at least he received some profit from the movie. It really was a huge success, even the title was great. The Snow Princess. The Journey of the Legendary Warrior. He still remembered the rumors about the reactions the great shinobi nations had when they saw him on the big screen. From what little he knew, the movie was a great success in Kurigakure no Sado. Most were surprised to see Dodo and his men have a powerful mastery over the Kekkei Genkai of one of their extinct clans. They were even more surprised to see that same power crushed by another power that, as far as they knew, originated from their own people. In Iwagakure, the movie wasn't very well received. He still couldn't understand how most of Iwagakure didn't grasp that he and his father weren't the same person. It was so hard to understand. In the last few months, there had already been at least 3 attacks by Iwa ninja who saw him as the damned 4th Hokage reborn. Most ended up brutally beaten, but none dead. He couldn't kill someone he felt sorry for. Many of them had seen the 4th Hokage mercilessly kill their loved ones. He wasn't in favor of what the man had done, but for God's sake, the Third Shinobi World War was partly caused by them. They should have been aware that many people, guilty or innocent, would die in the war. To think that so much hatred could be generated by the greed of a few. Sunagakure was one of the villages where he had been successful. He even received a message from Gaara congratulating him. In Kumagakure, he claims, the most problematic reaction occurred. The Raikage was so excited to see the exploits of his new rival that he didn't want to be left behind. As far as he knows, he and his brother, Killer B, are writing a new script for the movie. According to his sources, it will be called Adventures in Thunder. The duo A and B. But the reaction he considered most despicable was in Konoha. In a message the director sent him, it seemed, although the film was a huge success among young people and many ninja, the council's reaction was problematic. The elders had demanded the director be kidnapped and forced to reveal his location, but this proposal was rejected by the shinobi, who didn't want him as an enemy. They also reminded him that his threat and that of the daimyo still existed. This was enough to keep them quiet. However, this didn't stop Minato from requesting a meeting with the director and Koyuki to politely ask for his location. Naturally, they both lied, claiming he had left without saying where he was going. He even learned that the civilian council tried to demand a share of the film's profits, which were generating a lot of money. Their argument was that the Sharigan and his Kekkei Genkai were the property of the village and that using them without permission was illegal. Naturally, the director, having directed many films before, was a very wealthy and resourceful person. Their plan backfired. To the point that the director almost sued the board. But not everything is happiness. Naruto had received one of the worst curses known to man. "It's Naruto-sama," shouted a horde of girls whose ages ranged from 13 to 25 years old, all with hearts in their eyes, some carrying posters and objects with his image. "Catch him, girls." One of the girls shouted as they all increased their speed. Naruto was running for his life in front of all the girls, wearing a long-sleeved black button-down shirt, which was open revealing his necklace of 6 magatama. He had on his combat pants and boots. He had a backpack badly hung on his back. His hair was somewhat wet and disheveled. Drops of water ran down his body. "Kami-sama, kill me," Naruto thought as he continued running. He jumped towards a building and began to jump from roof to roof, but he saw with horror how the women behind him were able to keep up with him. "How the hell can they keep up with me if they're just civilians?" Poor Naruto muttered to himself. "Don't run, Naruto-sama," I hear one of the girls shout. "We just want to play with you," shouted another of the women. "He's going to have a good time." Another one shouted with restrained lust. "I just discovered what it means to have a good time, and I know that with you I'll only get raped," he muttered once again to himself. He tried to hide in the shops he passed, but they all closed their doors on him. They all preferred that their businesses remain intact rather than be destroyed by a mob of fangirls. "Cowards!" Naruto shouted at the locals as he ran. His salvation came in the form of an alley, and he ran quickly towards it. "Where did he go?" one of the girls asked. "I don't know," another replied. "I think I'll go into that alley," said another, pointing to the alley she had entered. With huge smiles they slowly entered the alley, but found no trace of him. They only saw a man with black hair and mustache. He had a hat, a long brown coat, black pants and shoes with a cigar in his mouth. The man was leaning against the wall. "Excuse me, sir, by any chance have you seen Naruto-sama around here?" asked a young woman of about 18 years old politely. "Naruto, with blonde hair and blue eyes?" the man asked in a raspy voice. "Yes sir, have you seen it?" another girl asked. "Oh, I think he jumped into that building and ran away," the man said, pointing to an apartment building. "Damn, she got away," muttered another of the girls. "Let's go find him," said another, while the others nodded. "Thank you sir," they shouted in unison before running off in search of their target. "You're welcome, be careful," the man shouted with a friendly smile. Once the mob was far enough away, the man was covered by a cloud of smoke, revealing Naruto. "Damn, that was close," Naruto muttered as he sat down and breathed heavily. He took a cigar from his backpack and lit it to calm himself. Cigars tasted much better than cigarettes. Many may wonder how we got to this situation. Well, let's start from the beginning. Flashback. One day before. Naruto was in a bar, quietly drinking a beer. The hood of his sweatshirt was up because he wanted to avoid attracting too much attention. He had to admit that Tsuki no Sato was a very fun country. At least until now, he hadn't had any problems and had been able to afford to relax without having to watch his back from some crazy person who wanted to kill him. "You better come with us, boys, if you don't want to die," I hear someone shout. He looked up to see what the hell was going on and saw something that froze him to the bone. The Raikage's bodyguards, Samui and Yujito, whom he had faced several months ago, were surrounded by a group of men with malicious and lustful expressions. There was also a red-haired kunoichi he didn't recognize. "As if we would do that, pigs," Yujito shouted as she punched one of the men. "Well done, Yujito," shouted the red-haired girl. "Damn it," another shouted as everyone rushed towards them. Naruto wouldn't normally get involved in a situation where a ninja could easily overpower a pathetic civilian without any trouble, but since both were women and he was a gentleman, he decided to intervene. He appeared in a burst of speed in front of the men without noticing that his hood had been pulled down. "You know, old man, you shouldn't bother a lady because you don't mess with a man," Naruto muttered as he stopped a punch with his finger aimed at the kunoichi who were stunned because they recognized the person in front of them. "Naruto Uchiha," murmured Samui. "He is," murmured the redeed. "If that's the case," Yujito said. "Who are you, you bastard?" the man shouted furiously. "Boss," said one of the men, stuttering, with a stain of dubious origin on his pants. "What do you want?" the man asked. "This guy is Naruto Uchiha, the legendary warrior, the one who has defeated some of the most powerful ninjas on the continent," the man said as the eyes of everyone present in the bar widened in astonishment. "Nani?" shouted the boss as he looked closely at Naruto and recognized him instantly, beginning to fear for his life. He did what many would have done. "Please forgive me, Naruto-sama. I was a real brute, but I promise it won't happen again," said the boss as he bowed to Naruto. He watched the whole situation with a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. "Oh, fine, I forgive you, but if you mess with any woman again, I assure you that hell will be paradise compared to what I'll do to you, understand?" Naruto said with a psychopathic aura surrounding him. "Hi Naruto-sama," shouted the boss and his men running out of the bar. "Are you alright?" Naruto asked, looking at the kunoichi. You bastard, you're the one who almost killed us the last time we met and you're asking if we're okay." Yujito yelled, pointing accusingly at Naruto. "First of all, I didn't kill them, second, your Raikage was the one who started the battle, and third, that's no way to thank the one who just saved your butt," Naruto said with a hint of mockery. "Damn it," Yujito shouted, but Samui stopped her. "He's right, Yujito. Thank you for helping us, Naruto-san. We also apologize for our boss's attack on you," said Samui, extending his hand towards Naruto. "At least someone has some manners," Naruto muttered before taking Samui's hand. "Don't worry, Samui, I had fun during that battle anyway," Naruto said with a nervous laugh. "She is Carrie," Samui introduced. "Nice to meet you, Carrie," said Naruto. "Likewise, Carrie," simply said. After that incident, the group went to sit at Naruto's table. Between drinks, they began to chat amiably as if they were old friends, but what the kunoichi didn't realize was that Naruto, unlike them, despite having drunk since he was 12, only drank occasionally and never to the point of getting drunk. This led to an interesting situation. "Damn, he fell asleep on us," Carrie muttered with some irritation. "Be patient, keep in mind that she's only 15 years old, we're already 25, so it's very likely that this is the first time she's drunk like this," Samui said calmly. "I have to admit he's quite handsome, it doesn't surprise me that he has many fans in the village," Yujito murmured with a slight blush. Carrie approached Naruto and began to touch and observe him. "You're right," Carrie murmured. "Hey, stop doing that, he's just a kid," said Samui, though he also had a slight blush. "A very good boy," said Yujito. Yujito put her hand inside Naruto's pants and froze when she felt his tool. "Holy Kami-sama is huge," Yujito murmured as the other two stared at her with wide eyes. Vegito, what the hell are you doing? Samui shouted in shock. Seriously? Carrie asked, putting her hands down Naruto's pants. Oh my god, he really is 15 years old, he's definitely in his prime, Carrie said, blushing. Hey, stop doing that, we could get in trouble for this, he's a minor in case you forgot, Samui shouted in shock as she saw her classmates groping Naruto. So what do we do with it? Carrie asked. We could take him to our hotel, Yujito said with a hint of lust. Yujito K demo. I know what you're going to say, but I don't see the problem. If he's old enough to kill, he's old enough for Hex, Yujito said matter-of-factly. Besides, you can't deny that you wanted to, Carrie said with a perverted smile. No way, since you all won't leave him alone, I suppose we'll have to give him a reward for helping us. Besides, it's been a long time since I've ridden a horse, Samui muttered before the three kunoichi took Naruto to their hotel, where he lay unconscious, unaware that he was about to be abused. The bartender, who was discreetly observing the situation, could only think one thing. Ahahaha, you lucky little brat, thought the bartender before going back to serving his customers. Hotel. 1 hour later. Warning. Hexine, I'm from Mexico, but many here are used to the Spanish from Spain, so I'll use a bit of both. I want to clarify that this story is still Naruto-verse, but during the first few chapters, I promised there would be a couple of situations with Naruto and other women, in this case, his first time. It will probably be the only one, or there might be another, since I'm not very experienced at describing these scenes yet. I had to read many scenes from other fics just to write this one. Enjoy. Naruto groaned in pain as he opened his eyes. The last thing he remembered was having a conversation with the Kumo Kunoichi before passing out from drunkenness. He cursed himself for forgetting to activate his healing factor to avoid getting intoxicated, as this was the first time this had happened. Fortunately, his power activated when he was unconscious. He tried to move but frowned when he realized his arms wouldn't budge. He quickly began assessing his surroundings and saw with horror that he was naked, his hands and feet tied to the bedposts in an unfamiliar room. Only his necklace of 6 Magatama beads remained around his neck. He was about to panic when the door opened, revealing a sight that left him in shock. Samui entered the room, followed by Yujito and Carrie. What froze him to the spot was that all three were wearing only bras and panties. Red on Carrie, blue on Samui, and purple on Yujito, to be more specific. Naruto's eyes widened as a certain part of her anatomy seemed to come to life. It was then that he noticed a seal on her abdomen with a condom symbol. Many will think this part sounds ridiculous, but in fanfiction, anything is possible. He already had a pretty good idea of where this was going. After all, Madara had a collection of Ichigo manga in his library, which he read from time to time out of sheer curiosity. Many would find it hard to believe that the legendary Madara Uchiha was a closet pervert, but that was the reality. In any case, Naruto couldn't help but freeze. He had never seen a naked woman in his life. Where am I? Naruto asked, cursing as his henna slowly became erect at the sight of the three women in front of him. Yujito moved forward before reaching the bed. I see you slept well, Naruto-kun. You're staying at our hotel, Yujito said with a smile. What am I doing here? Naruto asked nervously. You passed out at the bar and we brought you here, Yujito said as her companions approached. And this may seem a little strange, but next time, well, no matter how long it takes for you to satisfy us, we're going to have Hex with you, Yujito explained, looking down at Naruto's hennas as he stood up to all the attention and twisted a little at the release of pre-semen running down the head of his hennas. But we barely know each other, Naruto said incredulously. Lemon skipped. For the rest of the night, the sound of skin slapping against skin, moans, and praises to Kami were what echoed in the room. The next day. It was a quiet morning in the city, most people were going about their daily activities. We see the Kumo Kunoichi having breakfast peacefully. They had already packed their things and were ready to return to Kumo. Naruto was still asleep. Ah god, I'm really going to have trouble walking for a few days, Samui sighed. But it was worth it, Carrie said as she took a sip of her coffee. I agree, Yujito said as she ate. I almost feel like taking him to Kumo with us. There will never be a lover who can compare to him, not to mention that he is a gentleman and affectionate, Carrie said lustfully. I agree with you, but he has his own life too. Besides, we're too old for him. Let's just take this as incredible Hex, amazing and unparalleled Hex. Also, imagine what Reikage-sama would do if we took him with us, Samui said seriously. I'd probably try to fight with him every day, and then I'd probably try to convince him to participate in that movie he's writing with B-sensei, Yujito muttered, earning a giggle from her classmates. It's getting late, let's take her breakfast and say our goodbyes so we can leave, said Carrie as her companions nodded. They went to the room where Naruto was sleeping like a baby. Naruto-kun, wake up, Yujito said, gently shaking his shoulder. Huh, what happened? Naruto murmured, rubbing his eyes. He noticed he was naked and seeing the three girls in front of him brought back memories of the previous night. Fearing for his manhood, he reacted in an interesting way. "Ah, girls, sorry, I swear I didn't mean to take advantage last night," Naruto shouted in a panic as he jumped out of bed and covered his manhood with his hands. He had never experienced female fury before, but if the stories were true, he had to protect his family jewels at all costs. The three kunoichi had a goten behind their heads, they paid attention to his body almost sculpted by the gods and had to make a superhuman effort not to ride him again. "Calm down, Naruto, you didn't do anything wrong, we were with you of your own free will, it was amazing for your first time," hahaha Carrie said amusedly as Naruto sighed in relief. "Phew, thanks, goodbye," Naruto murmured with relief. To Carrie's surprise, Naruto took her by the waist and kissed her. She was stunned at first, but quickly returned the kiss. After a few minutes, they both separated due to lack of air. Before the other two could react, Naruto grabbed Yujito by the waist and gave her another kiss. They engaged in a tongue duel for several minutes before separating. Naruto did the same with Samui, the latter pressed her enormous breasts against Naruto's chest. "Why was that?" Yujito asked, blushing deeply. "That was a thank you, it was one of the most incredible moments of my life," Naruto said with a big smile. You're welcome, Naruto-kun, it was an incredible moment for us too," Samui said with a smile. "We have to leave today, but we'll make you breakfast," Carrie said as she handed Naruto a tray. After eating his breakfast and saying goodbye to the three kunoichi who left the apartment for their village, Naruto took his clothes and disappeared in a yellow flashback to his hotel room. She quickly got in the shower for a relaxing bath. She wouldn't forget what happened last night for a long time. Minutes later he got out of the shower, brushed his teeth and shaved his pubic hair, which was beginning to grow, indicating his puberty. He put on his pants and a shirt and was about to dry his hair when he heard some screams under the building. Furious, he looked out the window but regretted it when he saw an army of girls whose ages ranged from 13 to 25 years old, all of them had posters or artifacts with his image. "Look, it's Naruto-sama. Is tan hexy. It really is him. Naruto-sama, you are my life. Naruto-sama, come here." Those were the screams that echoed among the girls. Shit, Naruto thought in a panic. He had learned to fear fangirls. He wondered how they found out he was here and remembered when he took off his hood in the bar and many people saw him. Probably in a short time the news of his stay in this place spread like wildfire. Following his survival instinct, he quickly packed his things, left the money for the room rental, and jumped out the window. Vindel flashback. A silly grin spread across his face as he recalled the events. He truly never expected his first Highschool experience to be with three incredibly hot women. He'd always thought it would be with a girl his own age, but he wasn't complaining. Part of him felt guilty because it was just Hex. He believed love was the most important thing, but as Madara would say in his moments of wisdom mixed with perversion, as long as you don't play with a woman's feelings and both of you want to have Hex for fun, it's not wrong. Just have fun and enjoy the moment. Life is too short and you have to enjoy it. That advice relieved him of his guilt. He didn't understand love very well, but when a woman came along whom he fell in love, he would be faithful to her, but as long as he had the opportunity to enjoy his freedom, he would do so. The closest thing he's ever felt to what people call love was the feeling he had when he kissed Urza. A smile crossed his face as he took a drag on his cigar. Urza was his first kiss, something he could never forget. Thinking about that, he wondered how it had gone. It's been almost 5 years since we last saw each other, maybe I should contact old Ryoku to ask how he is, Naruto thought before sighing. The fangirls really terrified him. He was surprised that, being mostly civilians, they could keep up with him during his escapes. Another thing that had happened to him lately was the constant invitations he received from some villages to join their ranks and the constant harassment from bounty hunters. All this and more had become commonplace since he appeared in the movie. He found it somewhat shameful that after the actions he had committed in recent months, he was only known among the high-level shinobi population, but now, just because he appeared in that movie, everyone recognized him. He finished smoking his cigar and stood up. "Dead in the movie," they said. "It'll be so much fun," they said. "We'll make millions," they said. "This is the last time I trust a director," he muttered before disappearing in a yellow flash towards the outskirts of the city. He couldn't afford to stay in this place for long. He never noticed anyone watching him. From the shadows emerged none other than Obito. "So this is Madara Uchiha's grandson. Adam-sama's fears are certainly true. This guy has colossal chakra and magical power. I wonder how he'll fare against Haiden and Kakuzu. Let's find out," Obito murmured before disappearing in a black whirlwind. But Naruto. Naruto appeared on the outskirts of the city. The reason he had appeared so far away was because since yesterday he had sensed two presences heading towards him. The chakra signatures of those people were too large for them to be mere tourists. They were probably after him. Judging by their chakra levels, they were at least low-level S-class. He had to be careful. His suspicions were confirmed when two people appeared before him, both wearing black cloaks with red clouds. The first was a man with grey hair combed back, somewhat tall and with fair skin. He wore a strange amulet around his neck and a Yugakure headband with a line across it. The second man was very tall, had a white hood and a dark mask covering him, fair skin, and green eyes with red corneas. These two men are Haiden and Kakuzu, the zombie team of Akatsuki. They have often been called immortals in the bingo book. "So you're Akatsuki, it took you a long time to find me," Naruto said, looking at the two men. "Did you know we would come here?" Kakuzu asked. It would be a disappointment if they didn't. After all, the S-class ninja organization that's searching for the 9 Biju for some strange objective wouldn't ignore the person whose bloodlines can control the Biju. That's not to mention that I'm an SS-class ninja in the bingo books, definitely a potential recruit since I'm not a member of any hidden village, and I'm also a potential threat, Naruto said seriously. Kakuzu and Haiden stared at Naruto with wide eyes. The fact that he had deduced that they would try to recruit him on his own was impressive, but the fact that he knew what they were looking for was another thing entirely. "How the hell do you know what we're looking for, you son of a bitch?" Haiden yelled as Naruto made a superhuman effort not to vaporize him. "I'm well informed," Naruto said simply. "Well, that doesn't matter, so what do you say, Naruto-san, will you join us?" Kakuzu asked. As if I'd waste my time on something so boring," Naruto said as the Akatsuki stares hardened. "Are you sure? I advise you to reconsider. We can kill you if you refuse," Kakuzu said, trying to persuade him. "My answer is still no," Naruto said firmly. "Perfect, then you will be Jashin-sama's sacrifice," Haiden shouted with pure madness before launching himself at Naruto with a 3-edged scythe in his hands. The scythe had a cable attached to the handle. Naruto had been analytically studying his opponents. The guy who lunged at him didn't seem like a problem at first glance. It was obvious he was a psychopath with no control over his emotions. But he had to find out what kind of techniques he possessed. He had to have some special ability to be in an organization of Akatsuki's caliber. The other guy was the one who worried him. He could sense 5 presences within him. Not only that, unlike his partner, he seemed to be the calm and calculating one. He quickly took Ikazuchi no Kiba out of his magical dimension and stopped Haiden's attack with relative ease. "Haiden, don't underestimate him, otherwise you'll die," Kakuzu said as he sat down on a rock. "Ahaha, as if I could, shut your mouth and look," Haiden shouted. Haiden extended his scythe, starting the battle, which Naruto easily dodged, forcing him to retract it using his cable. Plang. 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 It was the sound that echoed through the forest as sparks flew from the clash between the weapons of both fighters. "This is so boring," Naruto muttered before appearing in front of Haiden and decapitating him. "That's the power of Akatsuki, how pathetic," Naruto said before looking at Kakuzu, who was very calm. "Aren't you worried that your partner is dead?" Naruto asked. "Ahaha, believe me kid, nothing would make me happier than seeing you die, but that won't happen," Kakuzu said with some amusement. "What demo?" "Damn, that hurts a lot," said Haiden's head. "What the hell, I'm sure I decapitated him but he keeps talking, what the hell is this guy?" Naruto thought, his eyes wide. "Kakuzu, bring me my body," Haiden demanded. "A minute ago you were saying things about me closing my mouth and looking, because I should help you," Kakuzu asked calmly, as if talking to a head was the most normal thing in the world. "I know I said that but come on, help me Kakuzu, I didn't say it to make you look bad, help me, Kakuzu-chan," Haiden asked with a nervous giggle. "I'll do it, but say that to me again and I'll kill you," Kakuzu said coldly. "As if I could, what the hell Kakuzu, not there." Haiden screamed as Kakuzu lifted him up by his hair. "Kakuzu, I ask you to bring my body, not take my head." Haiden groaned as he felt Kakuzu pulling his hair. "Your head is lighter," Kakuzu said as he glued Haiden's head to his body. Naruto watched with fascination as threads emerged from Kakuzu's sleeves and began to sew Haiden's head. That's much better," Haiden said as he stretched. "Of all the weirdos I've faced, these two take second place. That disgusting thing called Orochimaru is very difficult to surpass," Naruto thought, a drop of sweat running down his head. "Haiden, are you immortal?" Naruto asked seriously. "Can't you see it?" Haiden said mockingly before taking his scythe and lunging at Naruto. "I have to be careful he doesn't hit me with that. It could be poisoned," Naruto thought. Naruto was faster than Haiden's retraction cable, so he gave him free rein for a direct attack. Before he could strike with his sword, Haiden blocked with a spear he pulled from his clothing. Surprised by this, the Akatsuki member finished retracting his scythe, attacking the blonde from behind and successfully driving it through to the front. Ahaha, it seems that Haiden couldn't finish his speech because Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. Rasengan, the original Naruto shouted as he struck Haiden from behind, slamming him into a nearby tree. I understand he's immortal, an attack like that wouldn't hurt him, I'll have to make sure there's nothing left of him. Naruto thought as he watched Haiden get up. Ahahaha, you will be a great sacrifice to Jashin-sama. Haiden shouted, running towards Naruto to engage in a sword versus scythe duel. Naruto stylishly blocked Haiden's attempts to cut him. He really hoped this dance would be more interesting. He placed his sword between the edge of Haiden's side. Let's see how immortal you really are, Haiden, Naruto murmured as he fought Haiden for dominance. Energy make. Infernal Rasengan, shouted a voice behind Haiden as Kakuzu watched the technique with wide eyes. Despite having lived since the time of the first Hokage, he had never seen magic before. Damn, that looks really dangerous. I wonder if Haiden will be able to survive that, thought Kakuzu, watching the fight from a distance. Haiden watched in horror as Naruto threw a somewhat cracked red sphere with blue rings. The sphere hit him and then all hell broke loose when the sphere exploded. Ah, was Haiden's scream as a sphere of fire surrounded him before exploding again, sending a tower of fire into the sky. Kakuzu watched as the fire dissipated. Nothing remained of Haiden but the melted parts of his scythe. He was dead. Well, it seems he wasn't so immortal after all, Naruto muttered before looking at Kakuzu, activating his Sharingan, while coldly staring at him. To think that of all people he would die. Not bad, kid, you really were able to do what I tried for years. Shut him up, I haven't felt this excited in a long time. Let's see how you do against the older ones, said Kakuzu before launching himself at Naruto with the intention of punching him. Ahaha, now we speak my language. Naruto shouted, crashing his fist into Kakuzu's, creating a powerful shockwave. Interesting, you have powerful physical strength without needing to use chakra. I wonder how you do it, Kakuzu asked as he tried to punch Naruto again. It's my secret. If I am not mistaken, you concentrate earth chakra in your body to increase your physical strength, Naruto said as he stopped Kakuzu's punch and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The two fighters engaged in a fierce Jujutsu battle, powerful shockwaves erupting from their attacks. Naruto had to admit that Kakuzu was a formidable opponent in Jujutsu, but Naruto was far faster and could predict his movements with his Sharingan. They both separated. Gyuden. Atsugai. Kakuzu shouted, spitting out a powerful compressed tornado made of wind. Pain. Zukaku. Naruto shouted, making a hand seal and spitting out a fireball that exploded on contact with Kakuzu's attack. All hell broke loose when both attacks merged, causing powerful destruction in the area. Naruto took advantage of the fire to appear behind Kakuzu and used the technique he copied from Kakashi in his own style. Barashiryu no Rikiri. Naruto shouted as a large amount of magical power crackled in Naruto's hand and violently pierced Kakuzu's chest. Ah, Kakuzu screamed, falling to the floor dead. Naruto approached Kakuzu's body but noticed that something was wrong. What the hell is going on? At first I felt 5 presences in his body, but now I only feel 4. He's supposed to be dead, I shouldn't feel anything, he thought before feeling his chakra rise. I leap into the air just in time to dodge Kakuzu's hands, which were moving with strings controlling them. I skillfully dodged the hands before cutting the strings with my sword. He frowned as he watched Kakuzu stand up and rejoin his hands with threads. What are you? Naruto muttered to himself, to be honest he was starting to get fed up with having to face such weirdos. Ahaha, you'll need more than that to kill me, Kakuzu said before forming hand seals. Wind release. Great wind release. Kakuzu shouted, creating a gust of wind. Ahaha, let's see how you top the Senton. Kakaku no Jutsu. Naruto shouted, activating his EMS and spitting out a black fireball. Another hell broke out in the place as a result of both jutsu. Kakuzu was forced to escape since his jutsu was surpassed, and he knew that those flames were very capable of killing him. Raiden. John, Kakuzu shouted, making a hand seal. A beam of light shot out of his hands, trying to catch Naruto, but he skillfully dodged it. Naruto seized the opportunity and using Kami no Kosen appeared in front of Kakuzu. Barashiryu no Rikiri, Naruto shouted as he pierced Kakuzu through his right shoulder. Ah, Kakuzu screamed before falling again, but Naruto knew very well that he was still alive. This guy isn't normal, another one of his presences disappeared again, he's used 2 elements so far, and also his body is like some kind of doll, unless those presences are his lives, Naruto thought. His thoughts were interrupted when several threads emerged from Kakuzu's body and began to take on humanoid forms. Both figures wore what appeared to be blue and red Anbu masks. Kakuzu stood up, but his cloak was gone and his mask was destroyed. His long brown hair was visible, and his cheeks and other parts of his body were stitched together with thread. He noticed 3 other masks, seemingly lifeless. I give up, you're officially the weirdest guy I've ever faced, Naruto muttered. Let's see how strange you find this, Kakuzu said as their masks prepared for attack. Gyuden. Atsugai, the blue mask expelled the wind jutsu. Pain. Zukaku, the red mask expelled the fire jutsu. Both jutsu merged, becoming a true living hell. Ahahaha, this is a real dance. Naruto shouted before taking a deep breath. Mizuryu no Hoku. Naruto yelled, spitting out a powerful roar of water. Both techniques fought for dominance, but Naruto concentrated a huge amount of magical power into his roar, overpowering Kakuzu's attack. A large cloud of steam spread throughout the place. Naruto knew very well that he had to finish quickly before the person who was watching them decided to make an appearance. He could feel that person's power and knew very well that he was much stronger than these two. He quickly created two shadow clones which prepared their attacks, ready to face Kakuzu's two masks, while he hid to prepare one of his favorite techniques. The smoke dissipated, Kakuzu and his masks were on guard waiting for their opponent. Toadama Rasengan shouted two voices. Kakuzu looked up and saw with horror how two Narutos were attacking their masks. Both jutsu impacted their masks, causing a powerful explosion that left a crater in the ground. Their masks had been defeated. "Well, now I just have to kill you," said one of the clones, as Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock. "So you imagined it, huh?" Kakuzu asked with some amusement. "It wasn't very difficult to deduce, I'm a good sensor, and I felt how each time I killed you one of the presences in your body disappeared. I came to the conclusion that I had to kill you 5 times," the other clone murmured, laughing nervously. "Ahaha, you're very clever, brat. Indeed, those masks are my hearts. Thanks to my jutsu, I have been able to steal the hearts of powerful ninjas. Thanks to this jutsu, I have been able to stay alive for the last 100 years, Kakuzu said, laughing, while Naruto's clone stared at him with wide eyes. "Interesting," murmured the clone, looking at Kakuzu. "I find it ironic that you are a descendant of the Shodai Hokage, the same man I tried to assassinate, and now I'm facing you," Kakuzu said wistfully. The clone's eyes widened in shock. If that was true, not only had the man in front of him fought in the clan war, but his ancestor had also had the opportunity to face him. Now he understood why the bingo book referred to him as an immortal. That jutsu of his must have been highly coveted. "I wonder how many you've killed to stay alive this long," Naruto asked coldly. "Ahahaha, believe me, I wouldn't have enough time to tell you," Kakuzu laughed before his threads launched themselves towards the clones. Both of them dodged the strings for a considerable time, trying to distract Kakuzu long enough for the original to put his plan into action. They held out for many minutes before they were caught. One of the clones dissipated while the other did its best to resist. "Ahahaha, as I understand it, you have the ability to use all 54 chakra natures and also magic. I will take your heart to replace the ones I lost," said Kakuzu as his threads began to tear through Naruto's clothes and tried to enter his heart. "Fool," said the clone before disappearing in a puff of smoke. "Nani?" Kakuzu shouted in shock, but that shock was replaced by pure terror as he saw the original Naruto appear in front of him with a shuriken made of pure energy in his hands. The shuriken seemed to be made of wind, but liquid rings could also be seen surrounding it and white sparks were coming out of it. "Take this, Kakuzu. Arashiryu no Rasen Shuriken," Naruto shouted as he struck Kakuzu with his technique, sending him flying backward. "Ah!" Kakuzu screamed as the sphere exploded. He felt his body being pierced by countless needles of wind, but there was something more. He stared at his body and saw with horror how hundreds of bubbles made of water hit him, causing brutal damage to his body. As if that weren't enough, a powerful electric current ran through his body. The explosion of the Dragon Slayer Rasengan was so powerful that the earth trembled and a gigantic dome of energy surrounded Kakuzu. After a few minutes, the explosion stopped, leaving a huge crater, but there was nothing left of Kakuzu. "I guess this is over," he said to himself with a sigh. This version of his Rasengan was undoubtedly his favorite, as unlike the others, it didn't cause any damage to his body. While the other versions did cause damage that healed instantly, those healings consumed a considerable amount of energy. "You can get out of there, you've been spying on us throughout our dance, save us both the trouble and get out of there," Naruto said seriously without deactivating his EMS. From the shadows emerged a tall man with short, spiky black hair, wearing an Akatsuki cloak and an orange swirl mask with a single eye. Naruto frowned when he saw that his only visible eye was a Sharingan. Naruto knew very well who this man was. Days before he died, Naruto told him about the file in Konoha that mentions him. He is the man who provoked the Kyuubi attack, the same man who impersonated his grandfather. "So you're Naruto Uchiha, you're everything they say and more. To think you were able to defeat 2 members of Akatsuki on your own, you live up to your legacy," said the man in front of him. "Oh, so you're the famous masked man, the one behind the Kyuubi attack. It's a pleasure to have you in my presence," Naruto said sarcastically. "How the hell do you know that?" the man asked calmly. "You don't think I haven't investigated my potential enemy, do you? There's a file in Konoha that mentions you," Naruto lied, looking at the man. "Who are you?" "You know my name, but I don't know yours," Naruto asked. "Call me Tobi, I'm offering you again what Kakuzu offered you, why don't you join us, Naruto, you can be a powerful ally in our quest for peace," said Tobi as Naruto looked at him cautiously. "Explain," Naruto ordered. This world is a hell, this reality is a hell. When we complete our plan, we can bring the peace we so desperately desire. If I am not mistaken, the fourth Hokage did a lot of harm to your mother, and Konoha has done a lot of harm to your grandfather. In the world we're going to create, that won't have to happen. You can help us with our plan, and I'll help you destroy Konoha, Tobi said as he extended his hand toward Naruto. Naruto looked at Tobi analytically. It was obvious he was trying to manipulate him. Madara had told him that to control someone, it was necessary to use the darkness in their heart. When a person didn't have darkness, it had to be created. This man wanted to use his darkness to manipulate him. He dismissively pushed his hand aside before replying. Perhaps you're right, this reality is a bucking hell. This hell is where people suffer because of the cruelty of other human beings, but also as long as there are people who have the determination to protect their loved ones, as long as there are people who have the strength to survive in a dignified way, as long as there are people who don't let themselves be corrupted by the greed of the world, and as long as there are people who want to fight against the injustice of this cursed world. Perhaps this hell-called reality isn't so bad, said Naruto with a look full of determination. What a stupid ideal, said Tobi, expelling a huge amount of chakra that caused several cracks in the floor and triggered a mini earthquake in the area. Maybe, but that's what I believe in, and I will kill anyone who harms what I believe in and the few people I've come to care about, said Naruto, expelling a bit of his magic power and chakra, causing the same reaction in the surroundings as Tobi's power. Both opponents stared at each other coldly, ready to attack at any moment, but they sensed a large number of presences heading in that direction, probably the villagers from the city, who were coming to investigate the destruction caused by the previous battle. It seems that it's not our time to fight yet, Naruto, but when we do, we'll find out which ideal is the right one, Tobi said before disappearing with Kamui. Same here, Tobi, Naruto murmured before disappearing in a yellow flash. The real battle would soon begin. Chapter 13. The new ally, Dragon vs Shark. Location unknown. Hours after the Naruto fight. Nestled atop a towering mountain stands a majestic palace. Within its walls dwells a woman who appears to be a goddess. She possesses long red hair that reaches her knees, pale skin, and 2 beauty marks above her eyes. Her attire consists of a white dress that accentuates her ethereal figure. How boring this day is. Since I've been ruling the world, I can't give myself a few minutes, the woman muttered with annoyance while sitting on an ostentatious throne drinking a bottle of sake. Mama! Shouted 2 children's voices, causing the woman to smile. Oh Kouga-kun, Hagoromo-kun hasn't seen you all day, Kagaya said, smiling sweetly at the little children. The first one has spiky white hair with 2 horns, pale skin, and purple ringed eyes. The second one has straight white hair, pale skin, and red eyes. Mom, those people called me a monster again, Hagoromo Nai defended me, said the little Kouga with tears in his eyes. When will those people learn? Hagoromo muttered angrily. My children, don't worry, as long as you know you're not a monster, you have nothing to be ashamed of, Kouga. Now, could you tell me who it was? The woman said with a maternal smile, but hiding her homicidal desires. They were those men dressed in white who run the blacksmith shop, Kouga said tearfully. Why aren't my children waiting for me here? I'll be right back, the woman said. Damn ungrateful creatures, I protect them and gave them power, but they think my son is a monster. Well, now they'll know why they call me the demon goddess, the woman thought before disappearing. Hey, why don't we go play, little brother? Said Hagoromo with a nervous giggle. Hi Nai-san said Kouga smiling as both children ran towards the forest. They spent hours and hours playing, and when it was time to go home, Hagoromo went ahead because Kouga wanted to be alone. Why do they call me a monster? It's not my fault that that thing is released. I just want to be normal, the boy murmured through tears. He frowned when he heard the sound of something moving among the trees. His childish curiosity made him venture deeper into the forest to find out what was happening. He saw another boy with spiky brown hair, black eyes, and fair skin. His outfit consisted only of black combat pants and wristbands. Roar of the Dragon of Darkness, the little one shouted, spitting out a burst of dark energy that shattered the trees. That was incredible. Kouga shouted, emerging from his hiding place. Who are you? Asked a brown-haired boy. My name is Kouga Otsutsuki, and who are you? Kouga asked with a smile, extending his hand towards the child. The boy looked at Kouga suspiciously, trying to see if he was a bad person. After making sure he wasn't bad, he shook Kouga's hand. My name is Ryuta Draconia, Ryuta said, smiling. Naruto woke up violently, breathing heavily. Those damn dreams were starting to irritate him. His only consolation was that at least they weren't daily anymore. Now they were only every so often. He listlessly got up from the sofa where he had been sleeping, went to the bathroom intending to wash his face, and turned on the tap while cleaning the blood and sweat from his face. He had already had a medical exam, but according to the doctors, he was perfectly healthy. He couldn't understand why his eyes were bleeding while he slept. He shrugged while drying his face, left the bathroom, and went to the refrigerator. I took a sip of soda while thinking about the events of the last 24 hours. It really had been too much excitement for one day. He slept with 3 incredibly hot girls, had to escape an army of fangirls, fought 2 zombie-like guys, and then encountered a fake Madara. He had to flee to one of his grandfather's hideouts with his Kami no Kosen. He went to a table where there was a crystal ball. He concentrated his magic power on it, trying to contact Ryoku. His attempts were answered when the ball began to glow, revealing Ryoku's head. "Oh Naruto, it's been a while since you called, what do you need?" Ryoku asked. "News, dude, I had my first encounter with Akatsuki," Naruto said seriously. "What happened?" Ryoku asked seriously. 2 guys from the organization tried to recruit me. When I refused, they tried to kill me. They weren't a problem, except for the fact that they had a technique that made them literally immortal," Naruto said grimly, making Ryoku's eyes widen in shock. "Explain yourself," Ryoku demanded. Naruto began to explain what had happened, from his battle with the Akatsuki to his encounter with Tobi. Ryoku was impressed by what had transpired. "Well, I'm glad everything turned out alright," said Ryoku. "Hey old man, how are things going over there?" Naruto asked curiously. Relatively well, except for a couple of things. In fact, we have 2 new counselors, one of them is also a new member of the 10 Holy Mages," Ryoku said simply. "You don't sound very happy about it," Naruto said seriously. "I have no reason to be, I don't trust those 2 at all," Ryoku said grimly. "If you don't trust them because they're on the council, let alone among the 10 Holy Mages, I hope they're not like that Frikoze," Naruto said with a grimace. "Haven't you ever heard the saying that it's good to keep your friends close, but your enemies even closer? Believe me, I prefer to have them under my control and find out what they're planning, rather than leave them alone. Besides, remember that I keep many secrets from the council. Proof of that is that they don't know you work with me," Ryoku said calmly. "A clever move, who are they?" Naruto asked curiously. "You probably know them, I'm not entirely sure, but they both seem to have something against you, since they suggested on more than one occasion portraying you as a dark wizard. I quickly dismissed those proposals along with Counselor Yajima," Ryoku said seriously. "So something's against me," Naruto murmured with intrigue. "One of them is in fact the daughter of the late Milkovich, the famous ice mage," Ryoku said coldly as Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "I've heard about that woman, as far as I know her daughter was missing," Naruto murmured in surprise. "Her name is Altair Milkovich, she has amazing magical power, she has the potential to become a holy mage, but her partner is the one who really intrigues me," said Ryoku as he sent a picture of Altair into the crystal ball. Naruto observed the woman analytically. She was tall with white skin, long black hair with violet tints, brown eyes, and a curvy figure. Interesting. Who is the other guy?" Naruto asked curiously. If he was a holy mage, it meant he had to be strong. He was curious. "Her name is Seagrain. She wields a magic called Tentai Meiho that allows her to harness the power of the stars, of very strong magic. See for yourself," Ryoku said, showing him a picture of Seagrain. Ryoku frowned when he noticed Naruto's gaze turn cold and cruel. A wide aura enveloped him, and he could see the floor in Naruto's house trembling, expressing his anger. "Calm down, brat, and tell me why you're reacting that way," Ryoku asked as Naruto calmed down. "Old man, it's a very long story that I'll tell you another time, but don't trust that man, keep him under strict surveillance, don't talk to him about me for the moment, but it's better if he doesn't do anything funny, otherwise he could have an accident," Naruto said coldly, while Ryoku felt a chill run down his spine. "I almost feel sorry for Counselor Seagrain," Ryoku thought somewhat fearfully. "By the way, old man, there's something I want to ask you," Naruto said seriously. "What?" Ryoku asked. "I wanted to ask you about a mage from Fairy Tail, Urza Scarlet, do you know what happened to her?" Naruto asked. Yes, I've heard a lot about her. She recently became an S-class mage, shortly after you went to the elemental continent. Her reputation has grown quite a bit. She's currently known as the Titania of Fairy Tail," Ryoku said as a proud smile crossed Naruto's face. He knew Urza had potential, but becoming an S-class mage in just 4 years of unlocking her magical power was quite a feat. "Do you know that person, Naruto?" Ryoku asked curiously. "You could say we're old friends, well, old, that's all," said Naruto. "Alright, see you later," Ryoku said before cutting the connection. "Well, let's see what's in my mail," he muttered to himself before taking an envelope out of his bag that had arrived but that he hadn't had a chance to read. He opened the envelope and began to read it calmly. His eyes narrowed at the contents. According to his informants, an Akatsuki member was heading towards Mizu no Kuni. The report stated that this member was the only Akatsuki member who worked alone, and this was his chance to capture and interrogate him. He quickly gathered his things and headed for Mizu no Kuni. Things were about to get really interesting. Location unknown. Obito headed to his leader's room to inform him about the recent events concerning Naruto. He couldn't help but feel some fear about the matter. If he had to fight that boy, even with Kamui, he would probably lose. He hoped he could convince Pain to use the Rinnegan and restore his boss's body. If he returned to his best form, then Madara's grandson wouldn't be able to win. I arrive at his boss's room before bowing. Adam-sama, I have news about Naruto Uchiha, Obito said respectfully. What happened, Obito? Adam asked from the shadows. Obito began to tell Adam what had happened in the battle with Haiden and Kakuzu, from his abilities to the small confrontation with him. Interesting, you did well to retreat. A battle between you and that brat would draw too much attention to us. For now, tell Pain to just gather resources. It's too soon to start capturing the Bijuu. First, I must get rid of that threat, Adam said coldly. Adam-sama wouldn't mean to say that. Obito murmured in shock. If that's the case, Obito, if necessary I will personally take care of Naruto Uchiha, said Adam, well although his face was not visible, it could be seen that he was smiling madly. Mizuno Kuni. 1 week later. Naruto strolled leisurely through one of the small towns of Mizuno Kuni. The atmosphere was rather gloomy, to say the least. The streets were shrouded in a light mist, it was quite cold, and to top it all off, there were signs of frequent rain. Surprisingly, the people acted with remarkable composure in this environment. They seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Many appeared quite happy. He couldn't blame them. The civil war that had ravaged the entire country was over, there were many new businesses, and the economy and military strength were recovering at an astonishing rate. He held a cigar in his mouth to ward off the cold. He was heading towards the outskirts of town in search of his target. Kisame Hoshigaki, the Kurigakure no Kajin. He wondered why on earth he was in this country of all places. After all, he was a criminal from this land, wanted for the murder of a feudal lord and conspiracy against the government. She had sensed his presence on the outskirts of the village, so she headed towards him. He couldn't help but feel excited at the idea of fighting that man. From the rumors he had heard, Kisame was one of the most powerful members of the Akatsuki. He was called by some the Tailless Bijuu because of his immense power, his great mastery of water, and for being able to use the chakra-devouring sword Samehada. He left the village and walked for several minutes until he reached what appeared to be the coast. A large number of trees stood behind him, and the sea was visible in front of him. Kisame Hoshigaki stood before him, Samehada in hand, a predatory smile on his face. Ahahaha, Samehada was excited because she sensed a gigantic presence, but I never imagined it was none other than Naruto Uchiha, Kisame said with a laugh as Samehada growled in approval. So you're Kisame Hoshigaki, the famous tailless Bijuu. I wonder what you're doing out of all the people here. Naruto asked curiously. Business only, but I'm asking you the same thing, Kisame said. I've come to capture you. You will tell me everything you know about Akatsuki, Naruto said seriously. Haha, let's see what you can do, brat, said Kisame before launching himself towards Naruto with Samehada in his hands. Naruto skillfully dodged Kisame's attacks. I'd like to test how good the height Mitsurugi Ryu is, but it's a shame my sword isn't made for duels, Kisame said as he jumped into the water. Naruto followed suit. Naruto activated his Sharingan as he prepared for Kisame's attack. Suiten. Suikoden no Jutsu, Kisame shouted while making hand seals. A large water shark formed and launched itself towards Naruto. Suiten. Suryuden no Jutsu, Naruto shouted, making a hand seal and creating a huge water dragon that crashed into Kisame's shark. Both attacks fought for dominance, but both cancelled each other out. Haha, I have to admit you have great mastery of the water element. Using that jutsu with just one seal was impressive, Kisame said, laughing. You're good too, Naruto said before launching himself at Kisame. For the next few minutes, Naruto tried to strike Kisame. Several of his blows landed, but Kisame was very skilled with Samehada and was able to block many of his attacks. Kisame then delivered a powerful kick to Naruto, sending him tumbling into the water. Suiten. Gashakism, Kisame said, making hand seals and creating 5 water sharks that lunged at Naruto. He has impressive strength, Naruto thought as he watched 5 sharks lunge towards him. Naruto swam towards the sharks and, to the surprise of Kisame who was watching from the surface, began to devour the 5 sharks. Naruto surfaced. They weren't that bad, Naruto muttered, rubbing his stomach. How did you do that? Kisame shouted in shock. Haha, let's just say that just as you're a shark, I'm a dragon, Naruto said with a sadistic smile before disappearing with Kami no Kosen. Naruto appeared in front of Kisame and delivered a powerful blow to his stomach, causing Kisame to double over in pain. He then kicked him in the chin, sending him flying into the air. Naruto began to brutally beat Kisame, breaking several of his bones in the process. He delivered a final kick, sending him sinking into the water. Those blows must have affected him since he delivered them with his Dragon Slayer power. After that, I doubt I'll be able to move, Naruto muttered to himself. Seriously? Kisum said with a mocking smile as he emerged from the water. Part of his organs could be seen, blood was coming out of his mouth, and Samehada began to growl before Kisum began to regenerate. How the hell can you move? I'm sure I broke several of your bones, Naruto said with a frown. Ahaha, that was a good try, brat, but Samehada has the ability to devour and store chakra, and that chakra can be used to heal me, Kisum said with amusement. I see, that means I'll have to rely on magic, Naruto thought to himself. Let's see how you overcome this Suiton. Amesakoha. Kisum shouted, sending a large amount of water towards Naruto. The water transformed into several sharks. Not bad, but let's see what you can do against this, water release. Water dragon. Naruto shouted as several drills formed in the water. The drills destroyed the sharks and attacked Kisum. Kisum barely managed to dodge the jutsu, but despite his efforts, he was struck by a part of it. Kisum screamed in pain before regenerating. You're very resilient, you know, Naruto praised with a smile. You're good too, brat, but I think it's time to take this more seriously. It's a huge advantage that we're at sea, hahaha, I'll be able to perform this jutsu without any problems, Kisum laughed before forming hand seals. Surosa Miyadori no Jutsu. Kisum shouted as the surrounding water began to take the form of a water prison much larger than normal. Interesting, Naruto murmured as they were both locked in the water prison. Were it not for his water dragon slayer abilities, he would have some trouble breathing. Ahaha, this is about to begin, said Kisum before merging with his sword, giving him the appearance of a real shark. I give up. I can never have normal opponents, Naruto muttered to himself. Naruto and Kisum began a rare taijutsu fight underwater. Kisum was impressed by the fact that Naruto wasn't having any problems underwater. In fact, he was almost as fast as him. To make matters worse, the Sharingan gave him a powerful advantage. For several minutes both opponents engaged in a great taijutsu battle. Naruto noticed that the water prison was moving in time with Kisum's movements. He had to accept it, it was an impressive jutsu. Ahaha, I'm really enjoying this dance, but I'm curious why someone like you would join Akatsuki, Naruto asked curiously. You wouldn't understand, this world is full of lies, in Akatsuki I have the opportunity to experience the world of truth, Kisum said with a seriousness he hadn't shown during the battle. Let me guess, I suppose my supposed grandfather was the one who told you that nonsense, Naruto asked seriously. That's right, Madara was the one who suggested I join Akatsuki. I'm surprised he didn't do it with you, after all, he's your great-grandfather, haha, Kisum said with a laugh. Ahahahahaha, my stomach hurts, jajajajajajaj, Naruto laughed, rubbing his stomach and with tears that were being washed away by the water. What are you laughing at, brat? Kisum growled. It's very obvious that you've been deceived, Kisum. After I tell you what I'm about to say, you might reconsider your loyalty to the Akatsuki, Naruto said, laughing, but with a hint of seriousness. What you're saying sounds very strange, I'll tell you whatever you want if what you say convinces me, Kisum said coldly. Kisum, I suppose your leader hasn't told you that during the invasion of Konoha, my mother, through Orochimaru's Ito-tensei, revealed that my grandfather, Madara Uchiha, was the one who raised me. That information was kept as an SS-class secret in Konoha. I can assure you that that masked man is not my grandfather, Naruto said coldly as Kisum's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Kisum said in shock. Tell me something, Kisum, don't you think that if that man were my grandfather, he would have taken me with him after my mother's death to use me for his purposes? Do you really think that someone who has already lied to you can create a world of truth? Naruto said rhetorically. Why are you telling me all this, brat? Kisum asked. Simply put, I originally planned to capture and interrogate you to get information on Akatsuki, then I was going to kill you, but now it doesn't make sense since you were tricked by Tobi, Naruto said grimly. Ahaha, don't think it will be so easy, brat, first we have to finish our battle, then I'll tell you whatever you want, Kisum said madly before launching himself towards Naruto. Ahaha, let's dance, Kisum. Naruto shouted before launching himself at Kisum. Both opponents generated powerful shock waves in the water as they tried to hit each other. Several minutes passed, but to Kisum's surprise, Naruto was as fresh as a daisy, while he was already beginning to tire. I think we need to finish this, Naruto murmured before activating his Irashiryu no Yoroi, causing a powerful discharge throughout the water prison. Kisum screamed in pain as he felt powerful discharges of power course through his body. If it weren't for Samehada, that would have killed him. He quickly deactivated his jutsu to stop the discharges. You're a monster, you know. I thought that would be enough to knock you out, said Naruto, standing on the water. They don't call me the Kurama no Kajin for nothing, hahaha, Kisum said, panting heavily before forming a hand seal. Suiton. Senjikism. Kisum shouted as a vast number of sharks formed in the water, all of them launching themselves towards Naruto, generating a massive tsunami. Pain. Great rain of fireballs, Naruto shouted, spitting out hundreds of fireballs that evaporated Kisam's sharks. Water release. Giant water shark technique. Kisam shouted as a gigantic water shark with enormous teeth formed. Ha 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 ha, this is my most powerful technique. This jutsu has the ability to absorb the chakra of enemy techniques. Let's see how you overcome this. Kisam yelled as the shark launched itself at incredible speed toward Naruto. What an incredible attack, Naruto murmured before a massive amount of magical power surrounded him. Secret art. Sacred spear of the storm dragon, Naruto shouted as he launched a powerful spear, stronger than the one he used against Jin. Kisam was shocked when the spear overpowered his jutsu and struck him. Kisam screamed before being hit by the technique. A huge explosion surrounded the area. When the explosion ended, Kisam was unconscious, floating in the water. That was a very good dance, Naruto murmured before creating 2 clones. Both clones took Kisam and Samehada before disappearing in a yellow flash. They would have to flee since the battle had probably attracted the attention of the Kurigakure ninja. Naruto's hideout. 1 hour later. Kisam woke up somewhat exhausted after receiving such an attack. It had been a long time since he'd had this much fun. He frowned, noticing he was in an unfamiliar place. Where are we, brat? Kisam asked as his Samehada growled. In one of my hideouts, whose location I won't reveal to maintain discretion. It's surrounded by barriers that make it difficult even for a censor to find us, Naruto said calmly. I doubt our dance didn't attract the attention of Kiri ninjas. I brought us here quickly with my space-time technique, Naruto said as Kisam nodded. Very well, I will fulfill my part of the deal, brat. I will tell you everything I know about Akatsuki, Kisam said as he took a pen and a scroll given by Naruto. He began to write down all the information, and after about 30 minutes Kisam finished writing it down. He handed it to Naruto, who began to read it. Naruto's eyes widened as he read. The Akatsuki leaders were madmen playing with forces beyond his comprehension. He paled at the fact that Pain, the false leader, had the Rinnegan, but he would investigate it. Incredible, Naruto murmured when he finished reading all the information. That's right, brat. I thought the world of truth was possible with Akatsuki, but now I believe that someone who lies can't create such a world. I won't be able to return to Akatsuki, Kisam muttered hatefully. You know that if they find out you gave me this information, they'll most likely kill you, right? Naruto asked, frowning. Yes, but I prefer to die knowing that I will no longer be manipulated, Kisam said. You don't need to die, you've helped me so now I'll help you, Naruto said, smiling. How will you do that, brat? Toby won't stop until he finds me, Kisam said seriously. Very obvious, we'll pretend I killed you, Naruto said before taking out a syringe and extracting some blood from Kisam. Naruto put the blood on the ground and made several hand seals. Ongutin. Clones, Naruto shouted as a black and white energy surrounded Kisam's blood. For several minutes, Kisam's blood began to take human form and the black and white glow surrounded his entire body. When the jutsu ended, there was a clone of him in front of Kisam, the difference being that this one did not move. What the hell is this? Kisam shouted in shock as Samehada sniffed at the clone. It's a special technique that allows me to create a clone of you with some of your blood, even its DNA is exactly like yours, but don't worry, it's not alive because it doesn't have a soul, Naruto said grimly as Kisam's eyes widened in shock. Let me guess, you'll cut that clone into several pieces to make it look like you killed me, Kisam said analytically. Exactly, but to make it more believable, I'll take your fake body to Kurigakure to collect your reward. That way it won't be too suspicious. We'll say that your Samehada was taken by your shark summoning, Naruto said with a smile. Haha, it's a brilliant plan, brat, Kisam said, laughing. Both began to damage the fake body, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash before heading towards Kurigakure. Mizu no Kuni. Kurigakure no Sato. Naruto walked calmly towards Kurigakure, carrying Kisam's fake body on one shoulder, covered by his Akatsuki cloak. He really had to be proud of himself. The yin-yang clone jutsu was almost perfect, except for the fact that the clones weren't alive. Not that he had any interest in something like that. He believed that creating life in that way would be too dangerous, as it would be playing God. His Sharigan remained active against any threat. He could already see the entrance from a distance. He stopped abruptly and gave an icy look to some bushes. I advise you to get out of here right now, I don't want to have to kill you, Naruto said with a cruel look as he stared towards the bushes. From the bushes emerged a group of Anbu led by 2 men. The first was a man with blue hair styled upwards, an eye patch, a Kurigakure forehead protector, and 2 seals dangling from his ears. The second was a young man with short blue hair, black glasses, headphones, and a sword wrapped in bandages on his back. Naruto Uchiha, what is your business in Kurigakure? Asked the one-eyed man, trying to appear confident, but inside he was somewhat scared, wondering what one of the most powerful men on the continent, Kiri, wanted. The Anbu were on guard, ready to attack him, but he could see in their eyes that they were terrified. He saw that the youngest boy openly displayed his fear. How rude, is that how they receive tourists in their village? They should be more courteous, you know, Naruto said sarcastically. You told the tourists yourself, you're anything but a tourist, the man said coldly. Naruto noticed that the eye on his eye patch was very similar to the Byakugan. He'd probably stolen it. What a terrible sense of humor they have. Fine, I'm just here for my reward, Naruto said with a pout as he laid the body on the ground, uncovering his face as the Kiri ninjas gasped in surprise. Impossible, murmured the man with the eye patch in surprise. This has to be a joke, the boy with glasses murmured in shock. He truly deserved the title of Tailess Bijuu, he was undoubtedly a tough opponent, Naruto said calmly. If it's the old man, don't forget the enormous chakras we felt on the shore. They were probably the result of the battles between these two, said one of the Anbu. It could be, but we need to make sure with some medical tests, said the man now identified as Ao. Where is the Samahata? Asked the boy with glasses. Tajiro is right, where is the Samahata? Ao asked. His sharks took it before I killed him, it's a shame, it was a magnificent sword, Naruto muttered with a pout. They both looked at Naruto analytically, as if trying to see if he was lying, but apparently he wasn't. In any case, we must take the body to the village to confirm if it is Kisame, Ao said seriously. And what about my 120 billion? Naruto asked, frowning. You will have to come with us to inform Mizukage-sama until we confirm that it is Kisame, Ao said. Fine, but you'd better not try anything stupid, otherwise I'll kill you, Naruto said coldly, sending a hint of his killer instinct to his knees, forcing the Kiri ninjas to their knees. What the hell is this guy? He has a terrifying killer instinct. Not even Mizukage-sama can emit something like that, Ao thought in terror. It's a monster, thought Chijiro and the Anbu. After that minor threat, Naruto and the Kurigakure ninjas sped towards Kurigakure. As they passed discreetly through the village, Naruto was impressed by its architecture. It was undoubtedly one of the safest on the continent. Not only was it surrounded by mountains, but it was also shrouded in a dense bank of mist, and its architecture was designed to use the rain to its advantage. They entered the Mizukage Tower, the tallest building in the village. They walked through a corridor where photos of the previous Mizukage were displayed. Ao watched with amusement as the fourth Hokage's photo had horns, a mustache, and various other funny markings painted on it. They reached an office door, and Ao knocked. A response came from the other side. They entered a simple office with a window overlooking the village. Seated at the desk was the Mizukage, Mei Terumi. She was a tall woman with ankle-length reddish-brown hair tied in a blue bun. 2 strands of hair fell across her face, one covering her right eye, and both crossed below her chin, just above her breasts. She was a slender woman of about 30 years old, with fair skin and green eyes. Mizukage-sama, said the Kiri ninjas, bowing to Mei. Did you find out where those presences that were felt a while ago came from? Mei asked seriously. Mizukage-sama, that's precisely what we wanted to talk to you about, Ao said seriously. Mei then noticed Naruto's presence. She was shocked to see one of the strongest men on the continent in her office. She gave Ao a sweet look, but it only masked her fury. Normally, her weakness was handsome men, especially one in the throes of adolescence, just a couple of years away from adulthood, but when it came to the safety of her village, she put that aside for the moment. Ao, Chijiro, Anbu, tell me why the hell one of the most dangerous men in the bingo book is here, in Kurigakure, more specifically in my office, and why the hell he has a corpse on his shoulder. Mei asked with a sweet smile, but with a malicious aura that sent chills down the spines of everyone present except Naruto, who was already preparing to escape with Kami no Kosen if necessary. The thing is, Mizukage-sama, he's one of the presences that were felt on the coast, Chijiro said nervously. Explain yourself, Chijiro, said the Mizukage more calmly. Before Chijiro could respond, Naruto left the corpse on the floor, removed the Akatsuki cloak revealing Kisame. There's no way, Mei murmured in shock. But it is, Naruto said coldly. So you were the one who killed him, huh? Mei said, looking at Naruto analytically. She had heard many rumors about the boy's strength, and she had also seen his strength during the movie he made with Koyuki, but seeing that he was able to kill the strongest rogue ninja in Kiri proved that the rumors were true. The most terrifying thing was that the boy looked as fresh as a daisy, but the battle had only been an hour ago. Take Kisame's body to the hospital. I want them to confirm if it's really him. Although the Akatsuki cloak confirms it, it's better to be safe than sorry. The rest of you can leave. I have a couple of things I'd like to discuss with him privately, Mei ordered as the others stared at her with wide eyes. Are you sure about this, Mizukage-sama? Ao asked with concern. We can stay and keep an eye on this Mizukage-sama, said one of the Anbu. This one has his name, Naruto said, giving the Anbu an icy stare. Don't worry, remember that I am still the Mizukage, Mei said as the ninjas nodded and left. So you want to talk to me, Mizukage? Naruto asked seriously. Call me Mei, there's something I'd like to ask you, why did you kill Kisame? From what I've heard from rumors, you never do anything without a reason, Mei said seriously. Let's just say that your organization is a threat to me, I was simply dealing with a threat on my list, Naruto said simply. You know, the tests on Kisam's body will probably take a while, so why don't you tell me a little about yourself? Mei asked as she took a bottle of sake from one of the desk drawers. Would you like some? She asked as she offered Naruto sake. Personally I prefer beer or tequila, but oh well, said Naruto, shrugging his shoulders as Mei gave him a small glass of sake. For the next couple of hours, Naruto and Mei chatted quietly. Mei had been looking at Naruto lustfully for a while, which made him a little uncomfortable. Warning. Hex scene. Mei stood up from her chair as Naruto did the same. Naruto, I know what I'm about to ask will sound strange, but I really need it, Mei said lustfully. What? Naruto asked innocently. I want you to buck me until I'm exhausted, Mei said with a seductive smile as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. Nanny, Naruto shouted in shock. I know it sounds weird, but I need it, it's been a long time since I've had hex, and I really want it, Mei said lustfully. Are you sure? Naruto said as he took her by the waist. Mei cupped Naruto's face in her hands and kissed him passionately. Naruto returned the kiss with equal force. Naruto then proceeded to pick her up. Mei instinctively wrapped her legs around him. Naruto moved and pushed Mei against a wall. Mei moaned at the sensation of the kiss, her mouth slightly open, initiating a duel of tongues. After several minutes of exploration, they parted their lips to breathe. Naruto laid Mei back on the desk. He leans down and pulls her into another passionate kiss. Breaking the kiss, he gently trails kisses down her neck and then to her breasts. Mei moans in ecstasy. Naruto-kun, suck them please, Mei moaned as Naruto smiled. As you wish, Mizuki-sama, Naruto laughed as Mei let her dress fall, revealing her voluptuous breasts and stomach. Between kisses, Naruto reached Mei's breasts and began to suck on one while massaging the other with his hand. Oh Naruto-kun please don't stop, Mei pleaded as Naruto increased the intensity of his caresses. Ah yes Naruto-kun keep playing with my tits, they're all yours, said Mei as Naruto bit her nipples. He went down between kisses to the lower part of her stomach, he took off her dress. He smiled when he noticed that Mei was already wet. Oh Naruto-kun, as Mizuki I demand that you buck me, Mei ordered between gasps. Lemon skipped. Throughout the rest of the afternoon, screams, moans, the sound of skin slapping against skin, and praise for Ichigo books echoed in the room. End of scene. Naruto's hideout. 2 days later. Naruto appeared in a yellow flash at the hideout, wearing a silly smile on his face and carrying a briefcase full of money in his hands. You took too long, you know, said Kisame, sitting on the sofa watching TV in Lacrima Vision. He was wearing a white t-shirt borrowed from Naruto and holding a can of soda. There were technical difficulties, Naruto said with a nervous smile as he handed the briefcase to Kisame. Kisame studied Naruto analytically, noticing the hickeys on his neck, the goofy grin, and the women's panties dangling from his belt. That was all he needed to know. Haha, I'm glad you had fun, brat, haha, but now the question is, where will I go, so that Toby doesn't find me? Kisame asked. Naruto looked away for a few seconds. He would have returned sooner if Mei hadn't locked him in her apartment and not let him out until this morning. His captivity had been worth it. He was glad she wasn't looking for a serious relationship. You could go to Earthland, Naruto said simply. Why would I go there? Kisame asked curiously. The elemental continent and Earthland don't coexist much. It will be very difficult for someone to find you there. I lived there almost my entire life, and Konoha never had the slightest clue of my existence, said Naruto as Kisame's eyes widened in shock. Sounds interesting, brat, fine, I'll go there, Kisame said as Naruto nodded. Chapter 14. Enemy number 1, Pain is preparing. 1 week after Kisame's death. Location unknown. A week has passed since Naruto helped Kisame fake his death. He had taken a ship from Nami no Kuni to Earthland. Naturally, the shinobi nations and the Akatsuki were not very calm about it. It was very obvious to everyone that Naruto's targets were the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki are currently in an emergency meeting. This is bad, that kid has already killed 3 of ours, we should finish him off once and for all, said Sasori. I agree with Sasori Dana, it's obvious that that brat is challenging us. He killed Orochimaru because he possibly knew he was a former member of our organization, he killed Haiden and Kakuzu because they tried to recruit him, and he killed Kisame probably to weaken us. You should let us go after him and show him the power of my art, hahaha, Deidara said with a laugh. I really think it's a bad idea, said Black Zetsu. Yes, besides, he's not someone easy to find. It's been quite a while since I lost track of him, added White Zetsu. Pain was lost in thought. It was quite obvious to him that Naruto Uchiha had a grudge against the Akatsuki and sought to eliminate them. Normally, he wouldn't have worried him in the slightest, since after all, nothing can stand against the power of a god. But the problem was that not only was the brat Madara's grandson a man once considered a god among men, but he had also managed to kill 3 of the strongest Akatsuki members single-handedly without breaking a sweat. Pain knew he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Besides, he was beginning to seriously doubt Madara's identity. If he were Madara, he would likely have personally trained the boy to join the Akatsuki and make his plans easier. But Madara, though he did his best to hide it, was clearly just as surprised as Pain by Naruto's appearance. Something smelled very fishy here. "Tobi will go and kill him because Tobi is a good boy," said Tobi in his childish voice. "For God's sake, Tobi, can't you say anything else?" Madara shouted angrily. "Pain, what should we do?" Conan asked. Pain remained thoughtful for a few minutes before sighing. "Zetsu, I want you to make sure that the information about my location reaches Naruto Uchiha, only Naruto Uchiha. I will personally take care of him. No matter how strong he is, nothing can stand against the power of a god. From what I know, he is a man who enjoys battles, and there's no way that knowing my location won't attract him," Pain said in an icy voice. "Yes, Leader Sama," Zetsu said before disappearing. "Tobi is leaving too," said Tobi in a childish voice before disappearing. "It's a shame I didn't get to face Naruto Uchiha, he would have been a magnificent puppet to add to my collection," Sasori said, disappearing. It seems Dana still doesn't understand that art is an explosion," Madara muttered with disappointment as he disappeared. Conan and Pain were left alone in an awkward silence. "Nagato, are you sure this is a good idea? In your current state, fighting that boy would leave you in very bad shape," Conan said worriedly. "I'm well aware of that, Conan, but it's the only way to eliminate that threat. You know very well that none of the remaining Akatsuki members stand a chance against him, except for Madara and me," Pain said coldly. "Then why doesn't Madara take care of him? He's his grandson after all, it's his responsibility," Conan said angrily. I agree, but it's not like I have many options left," Pain murmured before disappearing. "Nagato, I have a very bad feeling about this," Conan thought before disappearing along with Nagato. Hours later. Location unknown. Obito was heading to Adam's location with the intention of informing him of Nagato's plans. Frankly, he was shocked by the way Nagato decided to handle the situation. He thought he would probably send Madara and Sasori to kill him, but the fact that he took care of it himself was, he had to admit, a smart move. It was no secret that people like Madara, Hashirama and Naruto were more warriors than ninjas. A ninja is someone with a great capacity to conceal their emotions, a natural strategist, cold, calculating, and capable of killing their opponent quickly and without leaving a trace. But from what Adam told him, those 3 were the type of people who prioritized fun in battle. They enjoyed fighting powerful opponents and testing their limits. If Naruto found out that the Akatsuki leader was in a megacur, he wouldn't hesitate to go there just to fight him. Even Adam, despite prioritizing his own plans, never said no to an exciting battle. "I entered their leader's room and bowed respectfully. 'Idan-sama,' said Obito. "What's wrong, Obito?" Adam asked in a cold voice. "Naruto Uchiha killed another Akatsuki member, he killed Kisame Hoshigaki," Obito said as Adam's eyes opened slightly. Interesting. It seems things have gotten complicated. What will Nagato do?" Adam asked. "I order Zetsu to send his location to the brat so I can lure him and deal with him personally," Obito said seriously. Adam's eyes opened slightly before he began to laugh maniacally. "Ahahahaha, Nagato isn't as stupid as I thought, it's a smart move. If that brat is anything like Madara or me, you can be sure he'll go to a megacur just to fight Nagato," Adam laughed. "How do you want Adam-sama to proceed?" Obito asked curiously. "We'll let Nagato do it his way, but when he's done fighting him, when you have the chance, take my eyes and finish off that brat," Adam ordered as Obito nodded. "I assure you that I will not fail, Adam-sama," Obito said before leaving with his Kamui. "Ahahahaha, you're such a fool, Obito. Even with Kamui, I doubt you can defeat Naruto, but whatever happens, you'll be a key piece in his downfall." "I'll be the one to kill Madara's grandson," Adam laughed darkly. "It will be very risky, but if everything goes well, I'll not only obtain the Senju and Uchiha powers in their purest form, but I'll also find the techniques Madara gathered during his life," Adam murmured before falling back asleep. "The Wagakure no Sado." Inoki stared at the information in front of him, rubbing his head. The appearance of Naruto Uchiha had truly been a headache for the entire shinobi continent. According to the report, the brat was now after the Akatsuki. Worst of all, he had already killed 3 of them, not counting Orochimaru, a former member of the organization. Normally, he wouldn't worry about it at all, but he didn't know the extent to which the boy intended to annihilate the Akatsuki. His village had had many dealings with the organization, and he was worried that the brat might try to start something against them as well. It didn't help that his ninjas had had several clashes with the young man, and although he was grateful that he hadn't killed anyone, the hatred of his men had only increased. They fully intended to kill the one they saw as the fourth Hokage, since the real one was a cage, attacking him would bring them political problems. They wanted to vent their anger on the closest thing to him. The worst part is that I couldn't do anything because he had put it in the bingo book himself. I'm getting too old for this shit, Inoki muttered angrily. His ramblings were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Tsuchikage-sama, how are you? Kitsuchi asked, entering through the door. Kitsuchi, at times like this I really consider the idea of having a successor, Inoki said resignedly. He certainly needs it, Kitsuchi murmured, agreeing with his leader. Anyway, I have a very important mission for you, Kitsuchi, Inoki said seriously. What is Tsuchikage-sama? Kitsuchi asked seriously. I want you to command a platoon and go look for clues about Naruto Uchiha, Inoki said grimly as Kitsuchi's eyes widened in shock. Old man, are you sure about this? Haven't you heard the stories about him? You yourself said that attacking him would be suicide. That guy is even worse than the fourth Hokage, Kitsuchi said in shock. I know very well what I said, but I have no other choice. Besides, I didn't say you had to confront him. It's just a cover to calm our ninjas. It's very obvious they won't rest until they see that man dead or until they understand that there's no point in challenging him, whichever comes first. The mission is only to make it seem like we're doing something. Believe me, I've already faced that boy's grandfather alongside Miyu-sama. If that boy is even a small part of what his grandfather is, believe me, we'd have an extremely powerful enemy. The last thing I want is an enemy of that level, but it seems those fools who can't let go of their hatred don't understand that, Inoki said coldly. Very well, Tsuchikage-sama, I will go and prepare for the mission, Kitsuchi said before leaving the office. Fumagaku no Sado. The fourth Raikage looked at the information in front of him with a thoughtful expression on his face. When he learned of the existence of the Akatsuki organization and what they were looking for, he quickly panicked. He knew very well that Akatsuki would attack his village with all their strength, since they not only had two Jinchuriki, but both had total control over their Bijuu. Naturally, he had used a large part of his spies to find out more about the organization, but his efforts were useless. Now he learned that Naruto Uchiha had already killed 3 members of the organization and, to make matters worse, was openly challenging them. There are many ninjas that would be a horrible suicide by far, but not for that man. He not only killed 2 ninjas who until now were considered immortal without any effort, but he had also killed the infamous Kurigakure no Kaijin, which was considered a tailless Bijuu on its own. Part of him felt relieved that Akatsuki had lost 3 powerful members of their organization, but he still had to prepare for the worst. Very, Shai Greedo A. Raikage-sama, the 2 mentioned said, bowing to their boss. I want all our ninjas to prepare the emergency shelters and be ready for any attack. I also want you to be prepared for any attack from Akatsuki, the Raikage ordered. Do you think the Akatsuki will attack us? Shai asked. I don't know, but it's better to be prepared. I also want you to have our spies trying to locate the whereabouts of the Akatsuki, as said. Konoha no Sado. The 4th Hokage, Senju Minato, was not a happy man. It had been some time since the daimyo threatened Danzu, and things had gone relatively well, with the daimyo constantly pressuring Danzu. The civilians had managed to recover much of the power that had been taken from the shinobi side. He knew that Danzu and the civilians wouldn't stand idly by, but it wasn't like they could do much after all. Danzu without his root can't do much. Thanks to the support he has from the other elders, he can't prevent Root from being reformed for the moment, but he would take care of it. His personal life wasn't going well either. Some of his friends were already talking to him, but many of them still looked at him with disappointment. He couldn't blame them, after all, even he hadn't forgiven himself for what he had done. A week ago he had signed the divorce papers with Kushina, who currently lives in the Senju compound. She and Mikoto had become very good friends recently. Now he lived in a simple apartment since he didn't like anything too ostentatious. His relationship with his children had improved somewhat, at least they no longer looked at him with that sad expression as before. They had both gone on a 3-year journey with Uraya, Tsunade, and Shizune to prepare to face the recently famous Akatsuki organization, an S-class ninja organization that aims to capture the 9 Bijuu for unknown reasons. Thinking about that organization, he couldn't help but feel worried about his son Naruto's situation. He had heard many rumors about their war against the Akatsuki. After all, killing 3 members of the organization, including Orochimaru, a former member, was a clear declaration of war against the group. Despite his worry, something told him he would be alright. After all, however hard it was for him to accept, the title of the most powerful ninja on the continent no longer belonged to him. It now belonged to Naruto. Many of the things he achieved without effort he could not have done without risking his life. With those thoughts in mind, I returned to face my ultimate nemesis. Paperwork. Sonagaku no Sado. Ara currently stared blankly at the letter Naruto had sent him. He had heard of Akatsuki from Naruto, but the rumors that had spread like wildfire across the continent about his war with them were much more informative. He couldn't help but worry about his friend facing an organization of that caliber on his own, but he knew how powerful he was and doubted anything would happen to him. But that thought, he returned to his training. He had a lot of work to do if he wanted to become Kazekage. Kurigaku no Sato. The fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, looked at the information in front of her with wide eyes. When she learned that Naruto had killed Kisame, she was completely unaware that he had already killed 2 other Akatsuki members. It was very obvious considering his recent actions that his target was that organization. She couldn't help but feel worried about Naruto, even though their relationship was just incredible hex. She knew very well that this organization was too powerful. In fact, she still suspected that Akatsuki was behind the Genjutsu that controlled Yagura, but she couldn't do much. After all, not much was known about the organization, and besides, its objectives were a complete mystery. Ow, I want our spies to be very attentive to Akatsuki's movements. We still don't know if they controlled Yagura, and I don't want any surprises from them, Mei ordered as Ao nodded. Hi Mizukage-sama, Ao said before disappearing in a shunshin. The Megakur no Sato. Pain gazed blankly from his tower at his village, the memory of how he had killed Hanzo and seized control still fresh in his mind. The same man whose betrayal had caused the death of his best friend, Yahiko. But all that hatred would end when he completed his plans and the world knew his pain. That would bring peace. But there was still one obstacle that had become a thorn in his side that had to be eliminated. Naruto Uchiha. The man he had thought of recruiting was now the biggest threat to completing his plans, but he was patient. He would lure him towards him to finish things once and for all. Nagato, a voice said, interrupting his thoughts. What's wrong, Conan? Pain asked, looking at his only friend in the world. Nagato, you need to rest. You know better than anyone that Naruto Uchiha will not be an easy opponent, Conan said seriously. I know very well, have you already prepared the place where we will fight? Nagato, Pain, asked. It's ready, it's the same place where the Sannin fought against Hanzo, Kanana said. Perfect, it will be an excellent setting, I also need you to prepare that, Nagato said darkly. Conan's eyes widened in shock. But Nagato, I thought you had prepared that in case you had to face Madara, Conan stammered in shock. I know, but if that brat is as strong as Madara, then I can't be gentle with him, Pain said coldly. Conan gave him a smile he hadn't seen in years. That means. Conan murmured. That's right, Conan, the time has come to perform that procedure, Nagato said. Location unknown. 3 days later. Naruto was calmly drinking in a bar in a port city, his head covered with a hood to conceal his identity. He was peacefully sipping a beer, something he hadn't been able to do in the last few months. Those damned bounty hunters and their fangirls never gave him a chance to relax. At times like this, he longed to return to Earthland, since at least there he wasn't openly attacked when he was out for a stroll, but he couldn't afford that luxury now. He had to stop Akatsuki no matter who fell. When Kisame showed him the information about Akatsuki's plans, he almost had a heart attack. He couldn't be blamed. Discovering that Akatsuki, in short, planned to fuse the 9 Bijuu and put the world in an infinite Genjutsu was something that would make many faint. To think that Akatsuki would be foolish enough to try to awaken something that couldn't be controlled was something that almost made him unleash his fury. He was surprised to learn that Akatsuki had a fake leader, Pain, and a normal leader, Tobi. He couldn't stop wondering how this Pain guy had the Rinnegan. It was impossible to awaken it without the Uchiha Senju elite powers, and as far as he knew, Pain didn't have those powers. He had to investigate this as soon as possible. His thoughts were interrupted when a hooded man appeared in front of him, handed him an envelope, and disappeared, sinking into the floor. What the hell, he muttered to himself before opening the envelope. Naruto Uchiha, due to your recent attacks against our organization, I believe you and I must settle this once and for all. If you wish to end this, we will meet in a Megakur, in the area known as the Cradle of the Sannin. Sincerely, Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. So the fake leader wants to challenge me. Well, he's still a danger. Looks like I'll have to go to a Megakur, he muttered listlessly. Hahaha, well, it seems I'll be able to enjoy a good dance, Naruto said to himself. Zetsu. Zetsu arrived at Tobi's hideout, calmly approaching Tobi with an amused look in his eyes. I've given the information to Naruto Uchiha, what will you do now? Asked White Zetsu. Very obvious. I'll wait for the opportunity to carry out Adam-sama's orders. I'm curious about who will win, Naruto or Pain, Obito said. It will probably be an interesting encounter. It's a shame Nagato relies too much on his ways. In his prime, he was terrifying, Zetsu said with amusement. Little did they know that the events that would occur in a Megakur no Sato would remain in the history of the shinobi continent forever. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.